Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's Call of Duty Challengers series. It's going to be a fantastic day. We're streaming some amateur players, and I could not be more excited. Amateurs from all over the world. We have Australia, we've got Europe, and we have North America. We're going to see all of the finals of all of the tournaments currently going on, as well as maybe popping in some other series. This is going to be a fantastic stream where we get to see the best of our amateur players from all across the globe. And as well as that, each week we're going to have some of the best casters in Call of Duty esports who hopefully we get to see way more of. It's a great platform for some of the casters that definitely deserve more limelight and more credit. And with that said, joining me to kick things off, two of my good friends as well. We got Lando and Spaceman. Guys, how you guys doing today?
I'm doing good, man. I'm pretty hyped about this. Like we said, we have the opportunity to cast over some of the best amateur players in the world. They've been waiting for this opportunity, and I'm excited to be a part of it, to give them that chance and to give them that platform. I'm just excited to be able to cast with my buddies today, you know?
Hey, love that. Space, how you doing?
Doing great, man. The amount of volatility in all these regions is something that we've kept our eye on, and finally, like Lando said, we get to see it. Finally, it's all coming to a head. This is the biggest stage any amateur has had in history for Call of Duty. That's all coming here live today. I'm really excited to get started.
Honestly, yeah, same. It feels weird that I guess there's been so many players kind of up and coming, and we've called the challengers the path to pro for quite some time, and in the past often it's been very cliche, but this year it feels like it's very true. I mean, you take a look at, for example, New York, right? Subliners picking up players from the amateur scene, if you will. So many pro teams now looking directly at the amateur scenes, trying to find these players and trying to give them a path to success. But here's a quick glance at today's schedule. We're going to start things off with the APAC Finals, then the EU Finals, then the NA Finals. But I should stress this, okay? This isn't the first time we've done online broadcasts, okay, guys? It could be a very long day. And if there are delays, which sometimes do occur, we're going to jump in and try and watch as many of the games as possible, bring you as much Call of Duty action as we can, highlighting so many different players, which I think should be a fantastic time, but it could, again, be a very long day. So make sure you get your popcorn out, guys, and buckle down. Join us for the entire day. It should be a ton of fun. But just overall, I know you guys have been doing a ton of research, an absolute ton. Is there any team, I guess, or maybe just player specific that you're super excited to watch today? Lando, I guess start with you.
Yeah, I mean, really, when we're talking about the entirety of the regions that we have for today, I think there are a number of different rosters that you can kind of look out for. For me, I'm going to go and start off in APAC. One team that I'm super excited to watch, which will be coming up here very shortly, is going to be that Renegades roster. That team has been so good for the longest time, especially kind of throughout the year. A majority of those guys kind of coming in from Mindfreak. They have been dominating when it comes down to the APAC scene so far throughout the year. They've got some great young talent along with a few veterans on that team as well. So I think, at least for me, when it comes down to the APAC scene, I definitely have my eyes on the RNG boys. They're expected to win today based off of their history. And like I said, it's going to be another historic matchup for the APAC region, RNG and Mindfreak together.
I mean, there's a quick glance at our bracket, and you can see, as you mentioned, Lando, you got RNG and Mindfreak in today's final. Worth mentioning, of course, an epic time difference. So that final was pre-recorded, but I pinky promise, chat, we do not know the result. Production have kept it just so close to their chest. They haven't told us a thing. So we have no idea how that one is going to go. But due to, again, time differences, that game has been pre-recorded, so we should be able to get through our first final relatively quickly. But Spaceman, I guess question for you, the same question I asked Lando. Is there any team or player specifically you're excited for today?
Yeah, definitely. I think the number one player that stands out is Standy, currently in North America. He resides with Triumph. This was a guy that came up in the amateur scene. He got a couple of good placements, but Fellow immediately noticed something, right? Like, Fellow, we've seen him in the Pro League before. Fellow came down and I talked to him and I said, what do you see in Standy? Because it's a young group around Fellow and Nagafen and Royalty. He said, these guys love to learn. Like, they communicate well. We're working on them with how to figure out the game. Standy, quick twitch, able to get in and out of gunfights, doesn't take a bad engagement, holds tight angles. Like, Standy has stepped up for this team. He's now like the second best Slayer around Fellow, and Triumph have looked good, man. North America is so volatile, and when we look at the bracket laid out, Triumph are going up against Singularity, the one team that they dropped an S&D to last week, but I expect Triumph to go far, and that's all in favor of Standy. He's been an absolute phenom to start the season.
Some of those quarterfinals yet to begin. They'll start a little bit later in the day. Still early here in North America, so our teams probably knowing the average player's sleep schedule, not even awake, if I had to guess. But we'll get to those quarterfinals much later in the day. That, of course, is going to be kind of the third set of games we look at. But second, following APAC, which will be, of course, first, is going to be our European teams. And this is going to be an interesting one. Because there are some big names. Actually, you can already see the bracket starting to go through. Lando, I know you were on Twitter earlier on, and you were kind of saying, yeah, dude, the games, they're starting to flow. You saw some results come through. I mean, there's a look at our bracket. Anything stand out to you so far?
Oh, for sure, man. Obviously, when it comes down to that winners finals, you have to be looking out for that match in particular. That one, I think, just got done maybe about 20-30 minutes ago, right before we went live. That Team War roster facing off against the London Royal Ravens Academy, at least two out of the 5 players, obviously, on the Academy roster. That is actually a rematch from Dallas, in which Team War technically won that in the second best of 5 that they had. So to see the London Royal Ravens Academy come out, take that, and now be in the finals is definitely something to take note of. There are a lot of people, myself included, who are looking at that Team War roster today. Definitely one of the favorites, and it's just one of the many surprises that we've had already before we even get the broadcast going.
Yeah, right. It feels weird, right? You're kind of starting the broadcast. You're going, okay, here's a couple of games that could be played, and then all of a sudden, we're in the countdown. We're kind of talking to each other, and the results start coming through on Twitter as well. It makes days like today pretty exciting, and I know, just to speak on a general standpoint, if you will, so many people have been wanting amateur exposure. So guys, in the stream, make sure you tweet it out, share it, try and make today as big as possible, and shine some light on the best amateur players in general. But as we wait for our games to get underway, I want to ask you just a general chat, I guess. How are you guys actually doing throughout quarantine? Because it is worth mentioning a massive shift in the way that the CDL is working. Credit to everyone backstage. Credit to everyone that put today's like today together. It truly is incredible. But you guys doing okay? You both seem like you're healthy. No one's sick. Hopefully, you guys surviving.
Well, I think surviving, thriving a little bit here and there, Ben. But I think we're doing pretty well, at least on my side here in Texas. I'm doing pretty well. It's currently raining very loudly outside. So I'm happy to actually be inside today to cast some good old Call of Duty to watch these amateurs today. But throughout the quarantine, it's been a little bit rough. Like I said, we're grinding, happy to be here today. And I'm happy that I got something to do here on a lovely Sunday morning here for myself.
Like that. Space, you been okay so far?
Oh, dude, esports is the only sport. The stonks are high. I'm feeling great, man. I'm glad that we're able to work here. And like you said, like there's so much work that went into the CDL and the CDC being able to put this together. Like, is really just a miracle of everyone coming together. I'm just really happy that we still have esports.
I'm glad you guys are safe and healthy in chat. I've said it on every piece of content I've been on. Make sure you're washing your hands. Don't touch your faces. Okay, guys? Let's try and beat this horrible situation we find ourselves in globally as quickly as possible, and then we can get back to having events and whatnot. And hopefully, if days like today go well, we'll see more amateur broadcasts. But to talk pricing, here's a quick glance at what our Australians specifically are going to be playing for. First place taking away $2,500, second place $1,500, and third place $1,000. I believe I asked. It's not Australian dollars. That's actually it's the real dollar, Lando. That's a US dollar right there.
It is. That is an official piece of cash. I don't even know the exact labeling of it, but
an official currency.
Folks, I'm excited. Obviously, our first game to get away. I don't know the conversions here. I'm not as worldly centered as I should be, but it's legit. And I tell you what, man, this match is about to be legit. These two teams. This is about to be a brawl, folks.
Oh, yes, it is. Game number 1, as you can see, about to get underway. Again, to reiterate, this is a pre-recorded match. It happened when all of us were fast asleep. So shout out to the observer catching the gameplay here in Australia and sending it over to us. We appreciate that. And again, to reiterate, as casters, we do not know the result of this game. I promise we have no clue. But game number 1 about to get underway.
It's a big one. You got Renegades. Of course, they're usually the number 1 team coming out of APAC, and there's been a tight contest for number 2, but slow and far behind. Mind Freak is there, and now we move into the grand finals, Ben. Like, these two teams battle out consistently. They did it last week to come in here. Swifty and Setzi have got to be huge for Renegades. They used to be on that Mind Freak squad last year. We come into the opening hardpoint, a couple of kills, Fury going down, and it's going to be off the start. So far, Renegades getting the early time.
A little bit of insight there, a little bit of history, I guess, between the two teams. It's worth mentioning in terms of who's going to be casting what throughout the day. You'll hear from all of us just kind of breaking down some of the games and series as they come. But for the first final, it's going to be me and Space, and I believe Space and Lando I will be doing Europe, and then me and Lendo for North America. So stay tuned. You'll hear from all of us throughout the day. But so far, here on game 1 of our APAC Finals, you can see 25 seconds left on P1. And so far, really close game.
It was back and forth. Of course, Renegades was actually able to flip, and they hold it for the time being. And as these kills come in, right, you're looking for that rotation in the back. I think one already rotated all the way behind. It is Crimza who's back there. He does drop, but they still have spawns now. Coming back for only 4 seconds. You don't want to push too far ahead. And again, when we talk about these teams going head-to-head, it really comes down to these star players, right, Ben? Like, you're looking at Setsi, you're looking at Fida, who's known to be aggressive with the sub. For Mindfreak, restalling and damage have had huge moments throughout the weekend. Watching some of their personal streams, they've been able to put on a show. And when they start getting comfortable in the hill, that racks up time that keeps everyone else on Renegades out, and it just spells good things down the line.
I'm curious, and to get your insight, I know you do a ton of research every single show you're a part of, and I absolutely love that about you. What are you expecting in this APAC final here? Did you have a prediction? I mean, we didn't really have a chance to really sit down and talk predictions. Are you kind of swinging one way or the other here?
Yeah, I think if you're like just a betting man, you have to be looking at Renegades to take it. They took it last week, and looking at where Mindfreak is in the standings, sure, they're in second place, and they've been able to secure that basically each time they run into a tournament, but they aren't at the level of Renegades yet. There's a reason that Setsi and Fida and Swifty have stayed together. Like, this core 3 with Crimza as an AR, they're so dynamic together. They're able to adapt in hardpoints when they're down early, and they kind of play a lot like Minnesota, where if they get ahead, they keep the lead. If they fall behind, you can't count them out of hardpoints. Their S&D's always been an issue for teams, but Mindfreak just haven't been able to really crack that code yet, but it's still early in the season. They have plenty of time to be able to come back.
Comparison to, of course, the Minnesota Rocker, a team that they can be down 80 points, and all of a sudden they tie it up. Just incredible resilience. So far, though, it is Renegades with the advantage, 61 to 33, 30 seconds left. Credit to Crimza as well. A hot start from him, 12 and 5, 48 seconds kill time. It was a slow start from Fighter, but doesn't really matter when your teammate's popping off like that, Spaceman. I mean, you can just sit back, relax, and let him get all the kills.
I mean, yeah, you have easy time being able to move in and just secure time. Zeppa wasn't able to lock down one more coming from the back spawn, but it leads to just an increased advantage. Still about a 30-point game, and now they have to start thinking about that rotation. It's a 3-piece from Nimble that opens things up. But as they get these trades, you're going to start looking for those rotational straggers. Of course, one might be on the outside. It was Crimza and Sets who do fall damage and restalling. Again, you want to keep your eye on them at 11 and 9 for restalling. And it looks like we have a bit a slowed rotation, but still, they're just looking for kills on the fly, and now they find themselves back.
Yeah, for Renegades, that was just all about, all right, let's make sure we don't lose control of the spawn, right? Let's make sure we focus spawn first. We can give up a little bit of time. We're not really too worried about it. You know, the early time, okay, whatever. They know the importance of holding that back spawn for the next and final kill. It's crucial. And finally, Mindfreak will take the lead, but with 25 seconds left, Renegades have done a good job of still holding the correct spawn for the new hill. And you can see there was a big fight actually won there by Crimza over towards Cole. He's going to stay there, make sure no one overextends. A crucial part that you must do when you're playing this map.
And I think that's really a testament just how Mindfreak have elected to shut down the subs of Renegades. I mean, Fida has only had 16 engagements to start through 3 hills. Usually he's the front man to find those engagements and possibly get an even scoreline. We're not expecting big numbers, but we're expecting maybe 25 and 20 across the board. He's been shut down early, and while they do have the lead, this is something to keep an eye on, but it's another 4 in the kill feed. Mindfreak doing a great job of being able to break in and win these fights. But it's up to Swifty to find a big 2-piece. He does grab one, not able to grab the second. Teammates are there. And again, Mindfreak are able to break in.
Actually, so unlucky, because what essentially happens there is Renegades rotate early. Unfortunately, what Mindfreak don't read is Renegades spawn Cole. So when they went for that flank, there was 3 players already behind them, which meant as soon as Mindfreak break the hill, Renegades could re-break almost instantly as they retake control. They're picking up quite a fair amount of time here on this hill. So with 13 seconds left, it's going to be Crimza's job once again to try and push through Cole, try and dictate spawns for P2. He wins an important 1v against Beeston, but unfortunately for him, there's still 3 other players there for Mindfreak. As you can see the importance here Renegades are putting on flipping the spawns, flipping the map. It's what you see our pro teams do all the time. It's just the correct strategy, and everyone knows it at this point.
And they're going to leave Fight out on that island to win those ones if he can. But yeah, like you said, they're fighting for spawns at this point. We moved to our second rotation. Remember, if you guys are just joining us, this is a pre-recorded match, so we've already had the final results, but the casters here, we don't know. No. We are still waiting for the series to play out. And Mind Freak and Renegades, again, the two best teams in APAC. We expected them to be here in the finals, and it's been back and forth in this hard start. But again, Renegades do seem to win the initials off the front, but it's Beast, living up to the name, able to find a two-piece that slows things down. But no one's really been able to get inside the hill, Ben. It's just been neutral time throughout.
That's how P1 sometimes is. You see teams really emphasize a lot the spawns for P2, knowing it's such a difficult hill to break. But often, the first hill is just kind of ignored for the most part. You'll see players kind of just jog straight through it, trying to put pressure, pushing through showers or pushing towards coal side. And finally, you know, a little bit of scrap time goes the way of Renegades. 127-103 the score. But throughout all of that chaos, it was Mind Freak that locked in the spawn. But for how long? This one player, Swifty, looking to try and be a nuisance here for Renegades, and restalling, almost just walked straight in towards the door. Now the push is going to come through the front door from Renegades. And with relative ease, the kill feed lights up red. They find the kills, and they break the hill.
That was a great fight break, but Mind Freak get the close spawn, and they're able to fly right back in. A couple of trades. Nimble able to make it one more, as they will be able to find themselves in the hill, gaining time, able to tie this game up if they get the second wave. They do get one. Pred on the outside. That's 3 for Renegades as they get in on a break. It's another one for Setsi, almost an unfortunate team kill, but still, they are alive, contesting the time, and already on rotation. Sets looking for one. Zeppa will take him down, and they're going to be able to win that rotational battle again. Mind Freak, the first ones to the new hill.
A relatively common theme, but Renegades seem to be breaking through every single time they're late on rotation. Now, keep your eye on number 0. There on the minimap. That's going to be Pred. And I mean, you can see the way that the spawn system works this year. Pred has Nimble spawn basically on his lap. Nimble's going to have no clue about this. And now look at what Pred has been able to do. Force all of his teammates to spawn back on him. He will eventually fall. I don't think Nimble realizes the task he actually has ahead of him here. There's 3 players from Renegades right around him. Finally, he falls. It just shows you when you're trying to lock down a hill, specifically on this map, specifically this hill, right? You have to be so conscious of the fact that enemy team can spawn basically right on top of you.
And that's a lot of credit to Damage. Well, the entire time that's ensuing, he's just staying up. Like, he's sitting behind the minecarts, no problem, waiting for his teammate to follow up. And when you get a close spawn for Renegades, I mean, you're just essentially flooding for trades. Pred does get 3 in that process, so they break in. They do get the end of the scrap time. But that was a huge play from Mind Freak. Yes, they're down by about 30, but it could have been a lot worse looking at where they were coming from off that spawn.
180-151 the score advantage. Renegades, who, as you mentioned, maybe coming into this final is slight favorites, if not heavy favorites. Finally, though, Mind Freak starting to fight back. That charge is led by Zeppa, 27-20, 40 seconds hill time. Damage right behind him, 25-15, with over a minute 16 hill time. And speaking of the hill, still plenty of time left on this specific hard point. 34 seconds as finally Renegades break in. But again, keep your eye on that massive fight for spawns.
And this is where Pred gets comfortable. He's able to roam, but 26-27, just the engagements really stand out for Renegades, and that hasn't led to too much. Of course, we're going to see a tie game in the next couple of seconds. There we go. Mind Freak able to now hold their first lead of the game. And trades are going to go down back and forth as it looks like Renegades will get spawned out, and they're going to have to make the long rotation over to not only grab close for new, but they are setting up with 3 seconds left. 1 player on that outside cart. And it's all 4 in the kill feed as Renegades completely wipe Mind Freak off the map for now.
That's another example of you can just give up the scrap time knowing you have the rotation, and more importantly knowing that you're not only in the new hill but you've pushed up, you've got a little bit of map control. Of course, you have to be careful of the fragile spawn system, making sure no one from Mind Freak is spawning kind of right behind the hill. So far so good though here for Renegades. They cannot win it here, but they can basically put this game out of reach for Mind Freak, and Mind Freak, knowing that, are going to have to push with how contest heavy and how chaotic P1 can be. You cannot allow Renegades to pick up all of this time as Crimza trying to make the play. He will fall. Now it's Zeppa's turn to try and break. He's not even going to be able to get close to the hill. The cavalry is here for Renegades as they soar straight into the hill, keeping it contested. Crimza already going on a bit of a rotation here, saying, you know what? If you win that time, that's great. I'm going to be our security blanket. Now Sets is going to join them. I love what we're seeing from Renegades. That decision making throughout the chaos there to make sure you give yourselves a win condition.
Because Crims is so far in the back, it doesn't matter if you fight over the last 3 seconds. You're going to get the spawns at least in a favorable position to be able to flood in. You only need 10 more, and it's a big mountain to climb, but Mind Freak can do it. They're here for a reason, but it takes a flurry of kills. And off the start, it's Pred and Sets who open things up. They get a couple. Restalling now respawns with 2. Crimson in the back line towards Forest will not find the respawn screen. Finally, he will go down. But again, Fida finds his way in at 17 and 29. Not a great game. He's picking up kills when they matter, and they only need 6 more seconds, Ben, and game 1 will go to them.
This here, I'd be very surprised to see this rotate towards P2. 4 seconds all that's needed. 20 seconds left on this hill. Again, Set soaring straight in towards the hill. Hill shut down, restalling. Preds cover showers. Renegades take game number 1. 250 to 194. Now, I want to reiterate that play right at the very end that we highlighted when you saw that massive rotation come through from basically the final hill all the way to the other side of the map. What that did, if you pay attention to the minimap, 4 Mind Freak arrows realized what had happened, and they all pushed to the very back of the map, and it just relieved so much pressure on P1. It allowed Renegades to get a little bit of control, and because of that, they comfortably close it out on that hill. But overall, Spaceman, pretty good map 1.
Yeah, it was a heads up from Crimson, because if they lose P1, they already have spawns for new. So it's just, again, they had time to give, but that's what we expected from Renegades. The thing that we start seeing now is when you have teams that sit in that 1 and 2 slot or can possibly bounce back and forth, they usually play each other a lot in scrims, or they're used to playing each other in these events. So you're going to be looking at Renegades and Mind Freak knowing the tendencies of each other, and it's just about who knows more, who breaks out. And you saw that at the end of the last rotation of hills. I mean, Renegades completely stomped Mind Freak when it came just to kill count, and that's really what separates them from a T1 and T2 team where Mind Freak can't get over that hurdle. But S&D could be a great point,
and it often comes where you have to start doing things a little unconventional just to try and trick the team that knows so much about you.
Exactly.
Makes the mind games very, very interesting. But that's it from game number 1. We're gonna do a quick commercial break, about 60 seconds. We might see some dragons. Hopefully we'll fix the audio issues. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I've made sure, or I've tried to at least, that we will see some dragons today. Okay, that's the one thing I hopefully can confirm. I've been going out my way. I want to see some dragons at some point today. I love you guys in chat. You're always entertaining, no matter what stream you're in. Shout out to you guys turning up early here on a Sunday, watching some of the best amateur players that we have in the Call of Duty League. And I do want to reiterate, of course, that the path to pro, and just from my point, as game number 2 gets underway, it's been something which has been very cliche. Like, I've been around the Call of Duty community now for quite some time, and so often when we talk about amateur players breaking into the pro scene, it's so difficult. This is probably the best year where I think my eyes have opened, and it's almost as if the system works, right? And I've said that about just a lot of things, like just franchising in general, the way the Minnesota Rocker have been able to really get their infrastructure down, and their fan base that those players have is fantastic. But the actual amateur players making it to pro teams this year, we're seeing it happen. Like, it's actually starting to happen, Spaceman, and that's so exciting. If you're an amateur player, this is genuinely the most important year of your entire career. Really, really make a career this year.
Yeah, no, it really has. I mean, like, years prior, it was always either we got lucky and saw someone show up one day on a pro team, or there was kind of a rumor about them, and all of a sudden they're in a starting roster. But this year is completely different, man. Like, you have so much money on the line, and there's a structure finally. And there's always this question about what is it going to take for amateurs to finally get a shot? Will they have success when they get there? Is it, too much to ask? No, dude. Like, they are showing up, and finally we have a structure that works for them. And if you don't show up this year and make your mark, it's going to be pretty hard in the future.
Will. The search and destroy, of course, now underway. I also noticed, okay, in that commercial break, just to kind of go a little bit off topic here, Spaceman, someone thought my bamboo plant was a Christmas tree. I'm not sure what type of Christmas tree you guys have around Christmas, But that's
Hey,
bamboo.
the quarantine all affects us differently. I don't know what's going on there, but
I was confused. I was a little confused. Anyway, the search and destroy. We're underway, and of course, we've already had a first blood. It goes in favor of Mindfreak because Zappa will find sets as well. That's going to make this one a 5v3.
the hardest challenge is just going to have to be the retake, as Crimza will always rotate through mid. And now they do tie back up, but Swifty's going to fall. Nimble's around that site, and now they're going to have to at least play through time to smoke down as well. That pre-fire won't hit anything. And again, it's just about picking off players at this point. When the bomb's down, most of these AM teams know, like, there's very little you can really do. Players aren't making mistakes at this level.
Is that... Oh, sorry, what was that?
Never mind. Okay. All right, guys. It's been a good cast. I'll see you later. All right, bye. Okay, Lando, it's your time. Thanks. I'm done.
That was quite possibly epic cut timing right there. Yeah, it's rare you see mistakes, but there's quite sizable one. A 1v2 coming through in round number 1, and I mean,
just don't know what Mindfreak was doing, hanging out in the middle like that.
Big picture, right? You lose map 1. It's always important you start off the search and destroy with a round win. Okay, you try and get that momentum back in your favor. That's basically what Mindfreak did so well until the very end, where Renegades say, nah, we'll take all the momentum back. Thank you very much. Crimza, a 4-0 start, a massive 1v2 in round 1.
It's going to be a slowed bomb halt. Scouting for info, and the first person to peek that does unfortunately bite the bullet from that sniper, well, you're probably going to see a rotation over to the site. It spots a couple, so this actually opens up B a little bit. They know that at least 2 are here, and if they can start to push up, maybe get a smoke down, that's where you expect the bomb to go in quickly, and the long rotation comes over. They can't wait too much time, though.
I thought for a second that you would have seen the first blood from Fighter and the sniper. Not gonna happen. Beeston will find Crimza, but Crimza did draw first blood, so a quick trade makes this a 4 versus 4. Damage bomb in hand. Zeppa trying to push forward, has to pull back. Still waiting for another pick to come through. Still a 4v4. Time is of the essence, though. 24 seconds left. Damage will have to try and put that bomb down, and you can see on the minimap that rotation to A is coming through, but they're going to have to deal with Pred. And if he still has some utility left, and he puts it on A, could really just stop this entire push. And with 10 seconds left, Damage is so tagged, has to go for the plant. Now, though, it's 2 versus 3. You're relying on Beeston to hit the shot, which he does, but it doesn't matter. The planter falls. Beeston has to push. Aids play time perfectly and take round 2 as well.
And the retake on the site was perfect. They kept the player back alive, and that forces an engagement right on the bomb that if you don't win with the sniper, you're not going to win with the pistol. Just a great play all around from Renegades to move on in, and after getting first blooded, they respond. It was all good from there. And off the start, man, like, they look good. I know Mindfreak is a very good S&D team, and of course, this Renegade team used to be the Mindfreak of old, so they've had a stature of being an S&D star, but now they've done more of a variant prowess, right? They're much better at respawn than they were last year, and they've shown that they can continue that. And not only that, but starting off 5-1 for Crimza and fight at 0-1, we expect him to get going. But it's a hard hit right through mid. They are flooding into this B-bomb site.
Just go straight at him. And unfortunately, sets will go down for first blood, but they should get full site control and a bomb plant as well as Red shuts down Beeston. That's now 4 versus 4. Bomb still yet to be planted. And of course, a chance to do that as Nimble wants to push out. So that's going to be a trade that comes through eventually, leaving Swifty and Pred now in a 2 versus 3. Pred may be thinking about trying to put bomb down. It helps if you pick it up first, however, as unfortunately for him, his teammate will fall. That now leaves him in a 1v3. We saw a 1v2 round 1. We get another clutch. He has a rough idea, really, of where every player is for Mindfreak. He should make this a 1v2. Some shaky shots, but he gets the job done. 30 seconds on the clock. I like how he's played this. Unfortunately for him, I think restalling to his right should be able to shut him down with a very quick trade. Well played restalling. Well played Mindfreak. Although it was almost a 1v3.
And that's if you're Mindfreak right there. When there's 2 left, you just flood in sight. I know it's a little difficult to probably find an angle, but if you get killed from top window, that's one of those instances where, hey, it's a 50-50 shot. You have 2 on the site. Maybe you get a trade, but if not, Mindfreak played it well. They're able to move in, get the defuse, no problem. But again, you just have to tip your hat. It's going to go back and forth. I expect this game to honestly go the dis, but another first blood so far coming out of Renegades, that they continue to show that they're not afraid to get up and close, especially took out the sniper in the back, which opened things up. A bit questionable with one player. I think it was Crimzo who was kind of stuck in position as everyone moved up with the bomb, and he had to rotate in late. But at the end of the day, I mean, a win is a win, and Mindfreak were able to respond.
I will say, for me, when you go for that kind of fast B push and you just flood mid-map, that's one of those pushes where basically you got to get the bomb down pretty quickly, right? Because if you fail to do, you've basically given the defensive team all the information in the world, right? When you push mid-map and you fly it like that, you're not in the bomb to A, unless it's some incredible bait, which pretty big cojones to do. Let's just say that. It just happened, right? Let's be honest. So you give away all that information. You got to get on a little quicker, which unfortunately Renegades were unable to do. However, here in this round, First Blood does come. Zeppa will fall. Pred also will find Beasting, so a much more comfortable round here, potentially on the cards for Renegades.
Stalling is just looking for info, and as he spots it, it is no reason to obviously challenge that gunfight. Now you know that things might open up, but no one yet from Renegades falling. A perfect round thus far. Only 2 remain as Nimble will bite the dust. Now up to Damage and Restalling with 26 seconds. They have to choose a site. Damage does pick one off Pred. Still 3 around A. And that smoke will cut off River, so they have an opportunity to move up here. That nade's going to be a little bit short and won't find anything. And if you're Renegades, you have to force them to plant. Just sit back, play time.
Question for me is how much utility is left, because Damage himself in a great spot to potentially take over this round. Now all of a sudden, no, he's left Glowstone Fighter with a nice flank kill shot down. Rolling Damage will drop as well. Renegades will hop on the bomb, get the defuse. 3-1. The score here in game 2 in their favor. And if you're just welcome, first of all, Challengers Cup number 1. Excited to bring amateur players from across the globe. We've got our Australian final, European and North American final all to come today. Very, very excited to really highlight some of the best talents from around the world. Welcome. And it was Renegades here in our Australian final that took game 1. They have the advantage, and they followed that advantage through into game number 2. No Search and Destroy, the advantage 3-1 in their favor, and they'll be going back on the attacking side.
We'll see which one they elect to go for. As I think you mentioned earlier, right? You have to go for a hard hit B, you have to go fast. The problem is there's like wide open space, so you've got nowhere to run to if you get stuck, and it looks like they're just going to smoke mid and elect to basically flood right inside A. They're looking for a couple of gunfights down, but one player on an island. I think that read everyone else, though, waiting for at least a trade to come through. Nimble escapes, so does Fida. So dangerous to do that with bomb.
Dancing with the death, if you will. Not sure about pushing it with bomb, like you say. Kid, of course, falls. He leaves bomb in a horrible spot. His teammate's going to have to retrieve it.
Yeah.
However, he does stay alive, so I guess it doesn't really matter too much, but it is a 4 versus 4. Zeppa knows Fighter now over towards Statue. He's going to cross back over. Fighter looking to try and find that pick. Time ticking. 55 seconds, and of course, Fighter does need to plant that bomb.
Still even at 4 apiece. Fighter does grab damage in the process. Zeppa will trade out 1, and Swifty now makes it just back and forth, a 3v2, and this should be a round for Renegades for them to win. That bomb should be moving toward A by now, and now they've left Restalling in the back, and they have yet to make a decision. Here comes the chance to be.
All he has to do is kill bomb, and unfortunately for him, he's sniffed out. That was a very bizarre round from Renegades. The time just really got the best of them. I think they were left with no choice. They couldn't rotate. They had to plant at that site, and almost gave that round away. Luckily, though, Renegades checking all the possible spots. That now makes it 4-1 in favor of Renegades. As Mindfreak now, their turn. They'll go back onto the attack, and for what I think we all expected to be a close series and maybe even a close search, Renegades just seem comfortable. I feel like that's the best way of explaining it. Comfortable, right? They've been in control really from the very beginning. I mean, you start things off with a nice clutch, give yourself the advantage there, give yourself some momentum. Since then, Mindfreak just not been able to catch up.
Yeah, and when talking to some players and just getting a feel for this team, that's kind of the mood that they've had, right? Like they're in first, they're the clear front heads, but everyone else is a distant second. They don't have a lot of competition other than Mindfreak, and even they handle Mindfreak well. So it just kind of repetitions, man. The amount of times that they have probably played or stalling and damage and nimble, knowing these young guns, like you just learn patterns in and out. And I've learned that over time, that every time I think, oh, all they have to do is this to execute, it's always the opposite that happens. But off the start, man, just a great response from Mindfreak. Actually does pick up one, but they still have numbers. 3v2. Bomb will go down today. Damage has to escape. He does just barely. Swifty in the back line. And Zepp is able to cut sets. This should be a round for Mindfreak.
Should, but we've said that already once this game. There's 30 seconds. Swifty has time. He knows really where the remaining players are. This is possible. Unfortunately, though, doesn't get a little bit of favorable timing, which would have been nice for him to get. And Mindfreak do close that round out. No further clutches so far for Renegades after the nice 1v2 in round number 1. Mindfreak do close this round out. 4-2, though. We'll have a quick glance at our stats when the next round begins. See who's overperforming and maybe if anyone is underperforming. I think it's Crimson really leading the way for Renegades, having a great game so far. He sits at 8-4. Pred right behind him, 7-5. Swifty 6-4. Sets really yet to get going at 2-4. On the flip side, though, bad news for damage at 2-6. And really the only player performing on par is Zepper at 6-5, averaging a kill a round. Everyone else quite significantly lower than that. Zepper with a lot of work to do defending at B or A.
And Crimson gets first blood. And we're stalling now, caught out. And as things open up here on the back, it's real. Oh, Crimson. Okay. We'll see you back on respawn. Sorry about the unfortunate
impressive.
fall. Yeah. Don't see that every day.
That's, yeah, sure.
Well, Mindfreak might have an opportunity here as Nimble's on the...
Let me play.
Nimble actually got great timing. Does pick up Fida. And now they've really kind of pinched Renegades all the way back to their spawn. And this is going to force them to have to make a long either rotation over or win these gunfights straight up.
I think there's, what, 23 seconds left?
Yeah, they're going to have to go to B.
Correctly. Guys, to reiterate, this game right here specifically, or this match, I should say, is pre-recorded. So apology about maybe any quality issues. I guess we're also seeing it on our end, casting it. We
see the same thing you guys see, so don't worry.
Panic. I can promise you when we get into our live games, the quality will be a lot better than this, that's for sure. But I believe it was Mindfreak that won the last round, 4-3. Pretty bad, so I've been told, and well, you're seeing that firsthand here. Either way,
couple of gunfights. I'm like, I hope you won it. We'll see.
Woo, yeah, dude. Go with that. As it's still Renegades with the advantage, 4 rounds to 3. As Mindfreak now, they'll go on to the attacking side. Nimble with bombs, 7-7, his stat line. And it looks like for now, Mindfreak eyeing up the A side.
And that Renegades push into B on offense actually worked once. I'm surprised they haven't gone back to it, but again, just a 3-4 stack all the way to River. And they've left the middle wide open for Renegades to handle and fight a clean one. He's going to win those ones 90% of the time, and now they have numbers advantage. They know where all of Mindfreak are, and this is going to take a couple of kills in succession to be able to really break things open, but Fida remains at mid. Mindfreak have nowhere to go.
And basically trapped. Nimble, of course, with bomb is going to have to try and push forward to get at least a little bit of sight control. If Renegades are going to fall, sets drop, so that's a nice little opening there for Nimble. Makes it a 3 versus 3, but still, bomb needs to be planted, and with 20 seconds left, you can see the flank starting to develop. It's going to be Fighter. He gets a little bit of lucky timing there. Beast will fall. Swifty's also shut down Nimble, so bomb yet to be planted. Damage now for the 1 versus 3, and with 15 seconds, he has nothing but a dream. There's no way Renegades are going to let this round away. They now put themselves at that point.
Yeah, and this game, too, is really a testament just how these teams kind of play each other, right? Like, it's close in the beginning, and then all of a sudden, Renegades usually breaks open, they find rhythm, and they don't look back. I mean, Crimson's been phenomenal thus far, aside from the unfortunate fall, but everything else has worked, man. Like,
how did you fall off this match?
I don't know how.
Because
I don't know how. Like, he wasn't anywhere on a roof. He was just sitting.
I wish we could have kind of gone back in time and just kind of seen exactly where he was on the map when he did that, because there's only a few places really where you can fall to height, and it count as basic suicide, right? I mean, like,
There's a special type of player to find those spots, though.
True.
Like, you got Clays. You probably have Crimzas who do that. Like, it's just unfortunate all
the
around.
Australian Clay. There you go. I guess that's kind of a compliment in a way. As Fighter looking to hit the flank and potentially close out game number 2. He'll find the first blood. Damage will fall. What else can Fighter do? One more player pushing over towards him. I'll find that kill as well. Nice round from Fighter as he picks up 3. Beastin, take a seat, my son. Fighter is closing this game out himself. 3 kills very, very quickly for him. Bomb, of course, goes down as well. He grabbed this round by the scruff of the neck and basically said, no, 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 Mind Freak. No, no, no. We're going 2-0 up. And there's nothing you can do about it. Restalling left, last alive. He'll find Pred. Will he find the second? No, he will not. Renegades take game 2, 6-3. More importantly, they take a big advantage in the series now, 2-0.
It's just prime Fighter, man. Like, he did it last year. I think he had held like a 1-2 overall KD and S&D and Black Ops 4. This year, a little bit questionable, but he steps up when they need him. There's a reason he stuck together. And if he had 10 and 6, like, you can't ask for much more, especially closing out the game like that. The dude was phenomenal. Crimza, everyone in line, everyone did their part. Mindfreak just could not read Renegades at all in game 2.
That is not a Christmas tree. That is a bamboo plant. To the crazy person in chat that said it.
Why would you have a Christmas tree with no ornaments on it? Like, who thinks that?
And someone said I had a Christmas tree in chat. Chat, you're wild now already, and I'm here for it. I love it. Of course, this Challenger Cup number 1, we're going to see the Australian final, European final, and North American final from all of our Challenger Cups, as well as more than likely probably some other games. But as things stand here in Australia, well, we're not technically in Australia, but the Australian final, it's 2-0 in favor of Renegades. Mind Freak gonna have to try and fight back. We're gonna do a quick commercial break. When we return, though, we'll have game 3. Bamboo! Stream, I told you. Merry Christmas, though. Merry Christmas. As things stand, it's 2-0 here in our APAC final. But our producers have just let us know. Apparently, some shenanigans occurred in Game 3, which led to a forfeit in favor of Mind Freak. So Mind Freak actually win Game 3. We assume, I think it was due to a disconnect, which then led to a forfeit. So Renegades 2-1 up, which means we're missing out on the Dom. What a shame. And we're going to go to Game 4. We're going to go to Azir Cave. Hardpoint. With Renegades 2-1 up. So,
feels bad, man.
No Dom. That's
Dom.
it,
Feels
yeah.
bad.
What a shame. Azir Cave, though.
Azir
Cave Hardpoint will be our game number 4. Is this where Renegades close things out?
Gotta tell you, man, I think Fight is looking scary now. I think Crimza is just playing Crimza. Like, when we get to these parts of finals, all you need from your star players is play more or less the same. We're not asking you to be a superstar. We're not asking you to drop 50. Just play your game, and generally, most of the time, you will find success. And at this point, Renegades just looks like the better team. Yes, Masters do have a win, but, I mean, after the way they played the series, I'm sure that they got that win. It's going to be a close one.
We're in front of you. But either way, we're here as Azir Cave game number 4. We're going to kick things off on board with Pret from Renegades. And He's already managed to find one inside the hill. Can he find a second? Absolutely, he can. Beastie will fall. A nice advantage starting to develop here for Renegades. But again, it's all going to be about the spawn control. And unfortunately for Renegades, number 1 on the minimap, that's going to be Restalling, as snuck behind enemy lines.
Yeah, and he came off right off spawn and immediately flooded over. So they are going to get ones for KVs. They're going to be fine for now. But it's Swifty who has a big couple of kills to win. Nimble still on that back bridge, and we'll see if he's able to pick it up. But as Nimble stays alive, you see them smoke just the bottom arches and then move right into KVs. With 12 seconds, the rotation will come in. Again, Restalling coming off respawn will find the back with the rest of his group. But it looks like still, Renegades are able to find a couple of kills. They do get the majority of time in P1. And once they move in, they should be able to secure new if they can pick up these crucial fights in the back. It is Swifty with one. Nimble still sitting, waiting, does win it. And Mindfreak do a good job of holding off this front push.
Defend another wave as Renegades looking to fly straight at them. So far, so good from Mindfreak. With a good hold here, I'm going to reduce the early lead Renegades was able to develop. It was around about, what, 30-ish points. So far, so good, though, from Mindfreak. Again, another wave of kills in their favor. And there's going to come a point, probably if a couple more players from Renegades fall, where you say, there's no point pushing this anymore. There's just absolutely no point. Unfortunately, they're going to spawn cave side, which is kind of worst case scenario for them. Luckily, they do have one player, I believe it's Sets, rotated, ready to go. But credit to Mindfreak, they have held P2 pretty much the entire time.
And it's also the 13 kill spree that Mindfreak was able to pick up. And that's kind of actually hard to do, especially on how contested this hill can be with the amount of equipment that's thrown out. Of course, you did have the trophies at the front of our arches that it stopped most of these, but still, credit where credit is due. Mindfreak win those fights. Now they have to win rotation, but again, Renegades are set up early. They gave up that time, like you said, and they're ready and waiting. They only have a couple of kills on the outside they need up. Nimble does win the fight, and you have two players now pushing towards that back broken. If they're able to get in, you can take off that God Hattie, and you're more looking to just get trades out of there.
Renegades again want to build themselves a little bit of a lead here in what could be the final game of this final. Renegades, of course, at series point, championship point. 25 seconds left on this hill. However, a quick glance at your stats, and it's Swifty leading the way for Renegades 10-7. There's a look at your mini-map, and you can already see Nimble, number 5. Might be thinking about pushing into cave side with just 15 seconds left. He's going to be the only one there, and I'm surprised he sets off spawn rather than turn around and push back and make sure you solidify the new spawn. Instead, pushes all the way through middle map. Now there's a split spawn left and right. He'll win the first fight, but unfortunately, I don't think he's going to recognize that Nimble's there. In actual fact, never mind. Nimble seems to be fast asleep inside the new hill. Sets gets a freebie, and Renegades honestly get blessed on that rotation.
That's a great break from Renegades to have the awareness that at least one, possibly two, already going to be here. You know they're already rotating, and they immediately turn around, grab spawns at close, and they're watching the players coming through those cubbies. They do get one. Damage and Restalling will slow down that front line, but still, I mean, the damage is done. They have 33 seconds left in this hill. They've grabbed a majority of the time, have increased the lead, and they have spawns for new, but it's up to Restalling to make a play. He's currently inside Doggy. Slowly but surely, he will make his way forward. Does he spot anyone in the back line? No. No problem there. Swifty already set up for new. I mean, it was just a great play all around from Renegades.
So far, so good. I mean, the final 10 seconds, Mindfreak will be able to get, or will Crimza be able to win that fight? Unfortunately, no. Honestly, it might be best case scenario for him anyway. He might spawn closer to his teammates, which in result, I believe he actually does. So it doesn't matter that he even loses that fight. Renegades, early time here on our final hill of our first rotation, but it is full spawn control here for Mindfreak.
And if Mindfreak's lucky, they can rack up a couple. This is basically a money hill from them if they get the trophies down. Zeppa stays alive for the help of his teammates, and slowly but surely, Mindfreak start to find themselves coming back in the game. A fury of kills actually gets them out in front, as that's going to be 4. Now Pred breaks up the blue feed, but Nibble will respond with 2. Still 30 seconds to fight over. We start wondering about that rotation coming in, as it looks like Nimble is already thinking about it, but he has a teammate in front of him who doesn't win a fight, and that entire cubby has been cut off. So Renegades electing to give up this time, going back to P1, and they're going to set up in yellow and just cut off Mindfreak from rotating in.
Zeppa, a fantastic game. 21-10. He's on a 7 streak right now as well, leading the charge from Mindfreak. Unfortunately, that doesn't matter if the game is pre-recorded. Curse of the Caster still exists. 22-11, he finally drops, as now we go into our second rotation of hills.
one of the things that stood out well is the fact that Mindfreak put so much effort when it comes to just getting team kills and finding maybe 3, 4, 5 dead if they're lucky, but they've lost a couple of breaks, and that's just really the Renegades' ability to get in the hill and cause disruption, right? They don't take, unnecessary gunfights, and when they do, they usually win it thanks to Fighter's ability and just the way that Sets and Pred have been playing this game. It's really been all up to Renegades to come in late off rotation if they don't win it, and they come in the hill and they're able to get maybe 10, 15 seconds off the start, and with 20 seconds remaining, I mean, they're able to sit in, soak up this scrap time, they rotate into Cave East, and you have to thank Pred for that. He picks up one, looking for in the back, he gets restalling, see you later, we'll move into new. And with 10 seconds, they get the scrap time, they get spawns, hopefully if they're able to rotate through, but I mean, Mindfreak have had no answer on this rotation.
Remember, rotation number 1, our first rotation, they locked down P2 for, I think it was like 50 seconds. Like, it was a ton of success they're able to get. Renegades unable to break for the entirety of that. They gave up a fair chunk of time, and it looks like deja vu, unless Swifty can try and make a play at the backside. He's going to have 2 players to deal with. There's Zeppa that falls. Damage challenge. He will find the... However, at the very least, Renegades now spawning at the backside of the map. So a little closer, we should see another contest come through. 30 seconds, of course, still left on this hill, and I'm so impressed with how Mindfreak play P2.
They have completely flip-ripped, and not only that, but Beast is already out. He's made his way forward. He's already set up for the next hills. It's going to pop in 15 seconds as this one closes down. And they've been able to completely change the game. 3-piece coming from Zeppa. You've locked down one at the top of the bridge, and Beast is going to stay alive and broken, find a couple more if they fall in, but if not, it's information that Mindfreak can use. And they have their sub set up in the front, and they've done a great job of rotating, finding these stragglers. They pick up one more. Sets will be put back on run, and Swifty's going to rotate in. Will not expect it. Restalling doing a great job out in front.
142. Mindfreak with the advantage as they had in rotation number 1. And we rotated here to the soccer field, football pitch. And here, a Brit waiting for our EU finals, and also Australians as well. Or do Australians call it soccer? To be honest, I don't even know. I would assume not.
Do they call it football or something?
Well,
I don't know.
They probably care about.
Everything's backwards out there.
But Mindfreak 153 to 150. Will the break come through? Doesn't look like it for now. And the minimap tells the story. Sets first to rotate, and he has a whole load to deal with. Unfortunately for him, but he makes it work. There's 1. There's 2. Honestly, potentially for Renegades, unfortunately for him, restalling slips through. Mindfreak should be able to take the lead again.
They've been able to shut down Fido, who's having a bit of a rough game like he in game 1 of this series. But again, it's all credit to Mindfreak. They've had a fantastic job of just finding these players. Not only that, but picking up 2, 3 pieces on the fly, kicking into the hill. They've won rotation. They held it as well, which is incredibly hard to do on Cave West when the amount of smokes that come out that can really disrupt those fights is crucial. But Nimble's in a big power position. Round 1, teammates are there. Beaston is not able to take out Sets before he gets knifed in the back. And again, Mindfreak finding a couple that keep them in front. But it's a multi-kill from Sets that actually breaks Renegades in. And Mindfreak continue. Back and forth we go. It's back and forth.
Just ran as the hill, swinging and just waving his knife. Actually found himself a kill, and so far Mindfreak again with the advantage. It's Nimble struggling so far, 15 and 26, but Zeppa, well, picking up the slack, 37 and 21, and almost a minute hill time to his name. The problem for Mindfreak is, yes, those stats look nice. Yes, they look pretty. However, it's all going to come down to this next rotation, as Renegades got the scrap and also currently have the spawns, and it's Swifty doing a good job mid-map. Watching the cut. Now he's joined by Sets as well. Renegades should take the lead here.
And it's been the outslying Mindfreak that have kept them in this game, but when you start falling back on your laurels and maybe not everyone's able to contribute, you have to start wondering about the team trades. It's all of Renegades. They get 2, about to get 3, and they continue this lead. They have not let anyone near this hard point, and 3 are going to continue to funnel, so they basically siphoned off the back end of the map. Swifty with another 2. Fight is still alive in the front. That trophy system doing everything it was designed for, but will it keep him alive? Yes, Fight it with one more. Zeppa did not stay. He's waking up with another damage. We will see you later. 215 to 182. They have controlled all of this last hill.
Deja vu, really, from game 1, right? You think about it. The second to last hill, Renegades didn't win it, but they put it basically out of reach. Have they been able to do that again here? 228, 182. More importantly, they still have the spawns for P2, and Mindfreak can't win on P1. So if worst case scenario comes through, Renegades may be able to close it out a little comfortably on a second point, but it might not even matter. The kill feed all red inside the hill are Renegades, 20 seconds away from victory here in the APAC Finals. Restalling hits the flank though, trying to save the day from Mindfreak, desperately trying to force a game 5. Unfortunately though, Restalling will drop as well. Now it's Damage's turn. However, Renegades are inside the hill, just 11 more points needed, and we got ourselves a crazy back and forth ending.
Ben, I'll tell you, it's pretty damn easy to win a game when Zeppa is 41-27 with a minute in the hill. Like, these were the players we talked about. With 10 seconds left, it looks like Renegades is going to be able to close out the series, if not close out the finals. Finally, Mindfreak do find themselves in, so putting up a fight till the very end. They clearly cannot win it here, so they're going to have to rotate, and you expect Renegades to break in. They only need 7, but it was Zeppa. It was Restalling, Damage. The players we talked about in the pregame, they have to show up for Mindfreak. They've done it, but the problem is that it's just not at this point. Renegades, it's difficult to beat them. It's difficult to get ahead when you've played them so many times. I talked about Zeppa, his prowess, but at the end of the day, you need everyone to contribute. Renegades are the better team for a reason, and they take that hard point.
I think it was Nimble almost double neg, which doesn't help at all, but either way, congratulations, Renegades! You are the Australian champions, and Lando, great to see you once again. I just want to jump to you. I assume you were watching really for the most part that entire series. Any thoughts? Anything stand out to you that maybe Mirror Spaceman missed?
Well, first thing I'll bring up is that it was in fact Crimson in Troy. Whenever he died, accidentally killing himself, I think he jumped off of General Store, peeking someone across field. So I know you guys called it out. You were like, hey, when did he exactly, like,
so
how did he die?
He soared like a dragon is basically what happened, and he plummeted.
That's exactly right, Ben. He soared. I don't exactly know how that occurred because we're looking at the mini-map, but yeah, in terms of what I can see from that particular moment, it looked pretty much as if he was trying to jump peek, and it clearly didn't work out, but the series obviously did for them.
Nice. I mean, here's a look at our final standings from our Australia region, and you see Mindfreak, of course, taking second. We didn't see our third place game, but Rift Nation will take home $1,000 for second, 1.5, and first place $2,500. And of course, big picture for the stream today. Still plenty of games to come. Here's a look at our EU winners bracket as things stand. Semi-final currently underway. That's Obtained Esports versus Team BDS or BOS. BDS. Okay. My graphic looks a little weird on my side, but either way, they're playing for a spot in the losers final, where the Connects ready and waiting in grand final. And of course, following Europe, we have North America as well. Those games, I believe, still have not begun. Currently in quarterfinal, but that's going to be everything from us for now. We're going to a quick commercial break. When we return, more Challengers action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. Myself, Lando Sanders, joined in part by good old Sean Rogers, aka Spaceman. Benson taking a little bit of a break. I think he saw some dragons outside of his window and got a little bit distracted. But hey, in the meantime,
dude, you have to.
If you see dragons outside, I'm instantly taking that opportunity. I don't know about you.
Oh, 100%, dude. Like, if dragons are in the chat, it's a dragon type of day. And, last series, some of those players needed some lift from a dragon, but it didn't work. And, of course, we're all about puns here, and that's why, puns work. So, we're going to take a quick look at the Challengers Cup. In terms of the North American bracket, how it's really all unfolding. Of course, we have Singularity and Triumph going up first, and I was told that Triumph did go up 1 over Singularity. Carlos Atlanta Fates Academy still underway. Everyone else still going through. And remember that we're going to keep you guys updated with these matches, and some of the team names that you saw last week in the Dallas event have changed, but it's the same team. So we'll keep you guys updated with what that means and who those teams specifically are. But I think one of the interesting storylines coming into today here, Lando, was the fact that UYU did not make it to top 8. They were second last week. We expected them to at least make it this far. They're not here. They are completely out of this event.
That was a major surprise for sure by a lot of people's opinions. I know this is kind of a roster that was pretty much by many people considered to be a roster that wouldn't be shocked by any means if they ended up making it into the finals. So to see them not even making it to the top 8 is definitely surprising. I know from their particular opinions as well, it's got to be a little bit shocking, but hey, like I said, at least for now, we'll exactly see how the North American side is shaping up, considering the fact that we will be getting back into EU probably in just a little bit. A lot of games, a lot of matches still to come about, as we're hopping now to a game 3 between Romero and Keep on Fighting. It's time for some goals. St. Petro Dom. Obviously, both of these teams, a little history when it comes down to obviously the amateur side of things. I know Spaceman, you know a lot about the Romero squad in particular. What's kind of your thoughts on this team facing off against Keep on Fighting here now?
Yeah, so Romero's actually kind of interesting, right? Like, you have Cade, who used to be on E6. I believe it was an IW a couple of years ago, but everyone else, known rookies, known amateur players throughout the scene. And by rookie, I mean at this level, right? They've been known around. Anthrax and Cade have been teaming forever. They went to a couple of MES events. I believe they competed in a Shoney, but they've been around. Anthrax is a very aggressive player. He won 2 events back-to-back back in World War II. Cade has been teaming with him as well as Copier. Cade and Copier have history together. Copier and Anthrax have become recent teammates, and they've continued to find success. I believe that Nova used to play on Allegiance, and he actually came in for Coots, who Coots was a great AR in Black Ops 4, who teamed alongside Anthrax and Cade, but eventually they made a team change, and now you bring in Collinator. Not too much history on this guy that we can bring forth, but he's surrounded by good talent all around. This is one of the best amateur teams to really cause upsets, and the fact that they're now teaming together against another team like Keep Fighting, where Diamond Khan has had success in some open events, even Katani and Med, Waterhead finally finding himself in the forefront. Like, these are all guys that had local names around the country, and now they're all coming together, and they're taking out some of the best teams, man. It's exciting to see challengers come together.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, I think that can't be understated by any stretch of the imagination. Is the opportunity that these players have, the opportunity they have now, especially together. It should be exciting to watch, obviously, throughout the rest of this series. Of course, considering the fact that we are level at a 1-1 scoreline, I'm pretty sure, based off of the updates that we've been given, that Romero did take the search and destroy, meaning that Keep on Fighting did grab that good old Game 1 hard point. However, so far, kind of living up to the hype that you gave around them, Spaceman. Romero off to a blazing beginning, as they've got both B and C in their hands, a 20-point advantage here off the break, and looks as if Keep on Fighting, a few players starting to stagger behind. Katani 3 and 8, Waterhead 4 and 8, as they're just trying to get out of their spawn and try to make some progression over toward B.
And this is one of those scenarios where having experience in the backline, like having success maybe last year at the end of the season, which Cade, which Copier, and which Nova have had. Of course, Nova was on that Allegiance squad that I believe Spoof was a part of at the time, and they had some success running through the Miami Open bracket, and Anthrax fits in well with this team. When you talk about puzzle pieces coming together, Anthrax is a very aggressive sub, usually plays the mid line, and when he finds 1 or 2 pieces around the flag, it opens things up for those ARs where Cade will come in and step up to be able to close out maps. But I've been told from a couple couple of sources that this team excels in domination. And off the start, they've already doubled that of Keep On Fighting. They look to continue this lead. They do have a 2-cap, and they've put so much pressure on B, and it's worked out this far.
Oh, it absolutely has. Yeah, the near triple cap nearly coming inbound. Thankfully for Keep On Fighting, kind of toward the end of this first half, they're trying to make some progression. Looks as if B also could be in their hands just in the nick of time, and it will be. Looks as if Deddy popped from E2 in, trying to escape out, quickly seeking players wherever they may be. But this is Keep On Fighting in pretty much a very difficult situation off the start. Normally we would see this kind of toward the end of a domination game, but the fact that we're kind of already in a territory where we're saying, hey, Keep On Fighting, you have to play well, as Diamond gets a nice pick there onto Cade. It has to continue, right? This level of play, their ability to kind of dominate the mid-map needs to continue if they want to make this a close one coming into the second half. Ethan, there's 2, there's 3 lovely 3Bs coming through from Keep On Fighting. I hope that we continue to see that in the second half.
We've seen this more as the years progress, where if teams start feeling like they're getting pinched back into their spawn, they don't have control of B, they don't have locked down train sites, maybe they start flipping it, right? You get a dub cap, maybe you get one at C, you get at the other home hill, you kind of reset the mental game. Everyone starts to flow back to their home flag, and then you can fight over B. That's something that Romero have done perfectly in this game, and they maintain that 20-point lead, increasing towards this second side. So they're not going to be able to hold a dub cap to end the game, but 2 flags is all they needed, as they're up 86-67, and they have been out slaying the likes of everyone on this map. I mean, Ethan did get a nice 2-3 piece here to finally finish the round, but you have to tip your caps where they're tipped. And at this point, Anthrax has been showing up, and when they've been able to flip spawns like that, Lando, it's really difficult to find rhythm, especially in a game like Dom, where you have to continue to stay ahead of the opponent, or else you're going to fall behind, and it's going to be dangerous.
Well, that's for sure, right? Especially on a map like St. Petro as well, where, I mean, you could literally have so many opportunities for a neutral, so many different opportunities for a rotation. You see how close that C and B flag are to each other. It's just one archway, one walkway, pretty much away from each other, and that can end up being a cap or 2 off the start. But like we said, a good beginning for Romero, as you called it, Space, a team that has been called a great domination roster, living up to the hype, at least so far. It looks as if leading into the second half, we'll see what Keep On Fighting can try and progress, as Copier just hanging out in that corner unfortunately does get found, and even doing some damage toward that outside. Like we said, when it comes to this Keep On Fighting team, I think that's going to need to be a continuous effort from them, Spaces, to pretty much echo out, trying to get those lanes covered when it comes down to B, but of course we know that's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely, and it kind of comes down to just this old stigma that if you know of players, there's usually a reason why, and Keep Fighting have a lot to write about their script at this point. Maybe we don't know a whole lot about them, but they can change that. So you're going up against players that you obviously have history on, and you need a little bit more production to keep up with that same rep. 5 and 15 from Katani, needs to kick it up a little bit more, does win a gunfight right outside of Haz, not able to find the second as 2 will shut him down. And as they move into B, if they get this retake, again, you're looking at a situation where maybe you want to go for a split flag, get both home bases, but they've held on to this 2-cap for now. They do win one challenge towards the top of apartments, and here comes Ethan inside. He's going to roam around, try to pick up kills as they rotate through yellow. Does get another one, and he will just set up nicely inside this cubby. Does get taken down, but his damage is done. They've maintained that 2-cap.
They have indeed. That's exactly what they need to do at this time, is to try to pretty much fight at this advantage that Romero have built up after a very solid first half. And I like what we're seeing from Keep On Fighting as well. You constantly see, obviously, E2 in previously, now Med here, just trying to station themselves somewhat in the Romero base, constantly causing havoc. And it looks as if that may be the case. Neutralizations on either flag. Anthrax spotted and found out. Med doing all the work necessary. Of course, right outside of Hazmat. Great work being done, and now we're pretty much at an 8-point game, getting very much down to the wire. Romero finally able to rebound, but it's the same story here, Space. Keep On Fighting. Now they still have that same 2-cap advantage.
And Diamond spawned at P1, and right off spawn, he came right to seed from the neutral, gets the cap, and they flip it back, and that actually gave them the B flag to hold on to for the moment. So they're about to tie this game up as they win another one as Anthrax sitting now, watching that player on back A. They do have him stunned down, but you're worried about the dub cap. Again, if you lock down B, it's going to be easy pickings off the start. But still, Ethan not able to lock down a couple of kills. Tie game for the moment, but you have to give credit to Keep On Fighting. The name is there. Their playstyle has been there as well. They have found a way to come back in this game. Ethan at 21 and 16. On the other side, Anthrax having a relatively slow game 3. Of course, the series tied 1-1 if you're just joining us. We still are in North America. We just finished the APAC Finals where we saw Renegades take it, and we move over to the North American bracket where, remember, UYU is not here. And as we move through the latter part of this bracket, you're going to start seeing more upsets because some of the top teams have dropped down so early.
Yeah, that's a great point to bring up. Like I said, a lot of upsets, I'm sure, still to come. As like I said, covering every single region. Of course, APAC just finishing up here. We got to watch that recorded game, thankfully. Shout out to production as Renegades obviously winning that one to not really mini surprise, but versus a squad like Mindfreak, it definitely was a closely contested game. And speaking of closely contested, this domination absolutely down to the wire. Copier doing some methodical movement really toward the train tracks as he'll finally be sought after. And Anthrax is here as well to try to pick up some big moments here toward the end, and a much needed possible neutral coming through here from Romero. They need to get this done here, Space, because keep on fighting. They may have just done it. Given the time, given the advantage, Katani comes through. Granted, not the greatest game, but he's coming through when it matters most. The smoke is tossed out and the chaos begins to ensue. That's exactly what Keep on Fighting just needed.
They won the close spawns, and DiamondCon won a huge gunfight on the flag. He was able to keep all of Romero out. Here comes a final push attempt. Med's able to stay alive in the corner, does get one. The trades go back and forth. All red, blue in your kill feed. It's all of Keep on Fighting. They're able to slow it down. Ethan with a massive two-piece takes out Copier and Anthrax together, and they neutral back the flag, get it in control, and that will close out this game 3. Keep on Fighting with a phenomenal play in the closing moments to completely keep Romero off B.
Like I said, living up to the name. I know we're only going to be able to watch them for such a, a short period of time, but still, nonetheless, you got to give them props. I mean, after that first half, I'll be honest with you, Space, I was thinking, all right, this is going to be Romero's. We're talking about how great they are at Dom, which obviously they were, but only in the first half, right? That was a massive resurgence coming from the boys on Keep on Fighting. You have to give them props for that. They played so well, especially when it came down to the switching of positions. We were talking about how they were holding AB, and then they start to hold CB after that. So just a very solid effort coming out of this group is based on what we've heard. I believe that's back-to-back respawns for them in a great position to possibly close out this series 3-1.
And sometimes it doesn't take more than just looking at the surface level of what happened in-game. It really was just a perfect hold from everyone involved. Like, they neutralize B, then they're able to come in, clean up Anthrax and Copier. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. It doesn't have to get too complicated, but we're going to jump into our next game in the series. It's great, man. We're hopping between regions. We're doing it at light speed. It all works out. BDS up next against Obtained Esports. Currently, this series will sit at 1-1. Now we're moving it into domination, where Obtained will have 2 flags to end the last 2 seconds. Looks great on paper, not great in the score feed. BDS take round 1, and they're up quite a bit, Lando. Now here's the issue coming in. When you're coming into round 2, you're down by about 30. Again, you're basically having to play for a 2 cap, if not a trip cap, for 3 minutes of time. It's very difficult to do. These two teams have some interesting history as well, as we go into touch about that a little bit more. Zeke, Natche, Zach have some history with Denial last year at the beginning of Black Ops 4. On the other side, Obtained, much more new to the scene, and in terms of their ability to move through the European bracket, they've knocked out some contenders. And as we look at this bracket as well, Lando, I want to know what you're thinking. I mean, you've seen the guys on BDS, I should say. You've seen their progression throughout last year. You've seen them now. They've had pro history. What can you tell me about what it's like to play at the pro level and coming back down to the CDC level?
I mean, I think it's kind of, for them, motivating, right? This was a roster that looked kind of great when it came down to that Denial team last year, as you referenced. This is a team that I'm sure has a lot of chemistry with each other. I know what the kind of the major difference maker that no longer kind of is on this team is Brezzy, right? Obviously ends up going to Enigma 6 to close up Black Ops 4, has a phenomenal champs, right? I think, top 4 placement. So for these guys, this is a tight-knit group. This is a team that I think knows exactly how they want to play. They know exactly kind of the little minute details of each other. So I think for BDS, this is a team that just kind of wants to continue to carry the pride of France, right? Obviously, in an all-French lineup, a team that has pro experience. We've seen these guys multiple times last year, and I think for them, it's going to be interesting to kind of see exactly how they continue to progress kind of throughout the EU scene. There is kind of this level of kind of 2 teams at the top, and then the rest are kind of, from there start to falter down. We talked about our Team Wars. We talked about the London Academy. That 3rd spot is kind of up and awaiting, and I think BDS may be the team to possibly take that 3rd spot as long as they continue to play at the level that they are so far here in this domination.
Yeah, the top 6 in Europe are really kind of set in their ways, though it does juggle a bit. Like, Team War came in, they beat Obtained 3-0. They sent them to losers. BDS beat Voltage. That is who Obtained Esports beat to get to this level. But I think that's a really good point to really touch on, right? Like, Team War is usually number 1. The Royal Ravens Academy has been known to be a hot number 2, if not contest for first place. They did take up Team War, so they're currently waiting in grand finals. And that consists of, obviously, Nolson, Nasty, Mad Cat, Weeman. Like, there's so many storylines here. And Trainhard and Elitist fall third and fourth, but Elitist got knocked out yesterday. So we're looking at, again, where the top 3 are usually set in their ways, but everyone else, it depends on who shows up that day. And I'm surprised that I believe Trainhard is sitting currently in the losers bracket, and that is Whalers, Defrag, Keza, Brezzy, and Hydra. And that is a hell of a roster if we get to see them play. But yeah, man, like, EU, I think has been incredible how much the scene has grown in terms of not only amateur talent, but the level of play. There was always this stigma that EU couldn't compete with North America other than S&D, and that's remarkably changed over the last 2 years. And it's honestly thanks to the growing scene they've
That's absolutely true. And if you take a look at the numbers, right, in terms of teams, I mean, EU is matching North America, which I don't remember a time that I could ever say that. So to kind of see this opportunity that the CDL's obviously provided, and then for the EU kind of fan base to start to respond, the player base to start to be like, okay, we're here, we're ready to kind of give the best effort that we can. It is so impressive to see, and I couldn't be more excited to kind of watch the future of the European community, because like I said, these matches, they're grueling, man. There's a lot of top caliber players that have yet to even be discovered yet, much like North America, and obviously at times like APAC as well. But this European scene, it is starting to erupt, and especially so far here in Modern Warfare, they are seeing record-breaking numbers when it comes down to teams. It's been phenomenal to watch, and I'm excited to see how the rest of it progresses. We've been talking about different players to look out for. There's a few names that I'm still a little bit foggy with in terms of like, hey, this guy has only been in the scene for a year, maybe year and a half. It's going to be fun to discover these guys throughout the Challenger Cups.
And I think it's lucky for EU that there is so much potential, because unlike APAC, where really Mindfreak and Renegades are the top dogs, not many contest with them. Rush Gaming from Japan, I believe, placed top 5th last week. So they have some potential, but other than that, they've never really been a contender. EU, like, other than War and Royal Ravens Academy, you have a chance. So if you're an amateur player who gets a good squad around them, you can make waves, and once you start getting toward top 6 conversation, you're going to be looked at. Like, there's so much potential for you to grow, and it just takes more reps, man. The more reps you get against these teams and the less stagnant these teams become, we're going to see better competition as the year progresses, and we have plenty of time. It's only April, buddy. We got a whole lot of time for these teams to progress, and with only 26 seconds remaining in this game, Obtain Esports trying to hold on with a 2-point lead. B flag has been neutraled. They only have 19 seconds. They have to start making a play, as I believe Nile will clean up one. Zach and Deba, let's combine them. Why not? Only 10 seconds. We have a tie game. And Usual is watching over that B flag. It's going to come down the last couple of seconds, and BDS should be able to squeak by with 1 point if they're lucky to decap B. They do it with 3 to give. Man, it cannot be closer than that. But again, that's what you get in Europe.
You absolutely do. And I think referencing back to the hardpoint, that was also a super close respawn as well. I want to say that was a 7-point game in favor of BDS. So the fact that they're able to drop, or rather take in this case, both respawn way from Obtained is very impressive, but it's also very interesting to see how close that both of these respawns have been. I'm sure if you're Obtained right now, you're a little bit frustrated because it's come down to the wire twice. You win the search and destroy, and now we're looking at what could be a game for a hard point. But nonetheless, even though we've kind of been able to hop in this series only for a short time, it's clearly been a fantastic one, right? All in preparation for who is going to face off against that very difficult Team War squad.
Yeah, and again, this is the first Challengers Cup, so the whole point of today is to show you some matches, the finals in each region, and give you a little bit of taste of what we got in the brackets, right? We want you guys to get as much exposure to all of these teams as possible, and there's so many players to go over, both in Europe and in North America, now that their finals are continuing, that we want to make sure that all of the players get their chance to shine on screen, and we're going to dip out of the matches all day today while we have the time. But like you said, we're moving into the final hardpoint, which could be obviously of this series, and if it ends 3-1, honestly would not be that big of a surprise. I mean, you're looking at players who used to be veterans. Yeah, they're sitting in CDC, but there is a bit of experience there. When you have to fall back on your reliables, which are in-game knowledge and just mechanics, usually you look at veteran players and think, okay, if we have a couple of rookies around us, we can usually squeak by some of the best AM teams in the bracket. It's another situation where I think, again, if you're moving into hardpoint, that's usually where you fall back on. If you have Slayers on the team, veterans, experience, it all comes together in that same
I feel like,
mode.
too, at the same time, based on how the respawns have looked, I'm assuming that Hardpoint should also be a fantastic game as well. If the respawns have told us anything, I don't know exactly what the scoreline of the Search and Destroy was, but this should be a match to watch. Of course, if you guys are watching us right now, you can feel free to tweet out the stream. We'll be live here on YouTube all throughout the day. We've completed APAC. We're in the middle of Europe right now, and we'll also be diving here back and forth with some good old North American action as well. But it's been a blast of a stream up to this point. Again, like I said, feel free to let us know in the chat. Feel free to let us on social media as well. Thoughts on Europe, because as Space and I were both mentioning here, it is kind of a competition to see, at least in terms of this Challenger Cup, who can kind of enter into that top 3 lineup. It should be a fun one to watch. Who will face off against Team War? We'll find out right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. Myself, Lando, joined in part by Spaceman as we're getting ready to hop into game number 4 of our EU region, our current losers semi-final, taking place between BDS Esports and Obtained. It should be a fun one to watch as we just got to really spectate what was a very interesting Dom on St. Petrograd. What was it, a 3-point game when it came down to the very end? BDS just narrowly etching that one out. Spaceman, I'm excited to see how this gun runner plays because it should be a blast based on what we've seen up to this point.
Yeah, it was very, very close in Game 3, and now that we move to a familiar ground for a lot of these players, right? This is really where the old denial of Zeke Dinache kind of made their mark, which was in hardpoint, and of course S&D that went their way. But you have to start looking at just in general the slaying capabilities of this BDS team. They started making waves throughout EU. They take out a couple of big names. Now they find themselves here in the losers, and they've been in this position before as veterans, and they should be able to at least lock down this final game. We expect them to, but who the hell knows, man? It's been a fantastic day so far, but Obtained, with the early time, does get broken out, and BDS will, I believe, lock down close spawns, and the rotation starts coming out from Obtained as they're setting up all the way back for Minecart, and they are ready and waiting, but still fighting over these last 10 seconds. It is Obtained who win the scrap time, but BDS are set up next.
Aaron Dean, you see player number 4, Yuzel, pretty much just trying to make sure this one is cleared out. Little does he know that's player 8, player 9, Vortex, and Nile secretly starting to make their way forward. A little bit of a pinch possibly in play as Nile will be taken down. Yuzel at the same time. Obtain Esports with a little bit of life. Unfortunately, the nade comes through, and now we're at the same fight that we started with. It will be BDS finally with some control. And like I said, for Obtain, they had the rotation somewhat in place, but that lovely pinch that comes through and that spawn, of course, coming in from Cole will give BDS the currentage.
And if you're BDS, you want to sort of flip just a little. The hardest part right now is either lock down these kills, or if you do get slayed out, you're going to have to look for a push, if not give up this time. The biggest issue is that they're spawning all the way back at trains. They're going to have to make the long rotation over. However, they get a couple of kills to even things out. It's just about a 13-point lead so far for Obtain, as the game will continue, no doubt. Morty will be the last one living inside the hill. He'll get the remainder 6 seconds. And we're going to move back over to the final hill in this rotation. And you can already see they have presence in showers. Rezi picks up Natche, or excuse me, picks up Depa as Natche does clean up 1 on the fly. Now 3 in your kill for Obtained. They've locked down New, and they've broken in. The retake, very strong.
And for future reference as well, Obtained, you see player 0, that's going to be Rezi trying to stay alive. He actually does get taken down. Now, what Obtained has to be careful of is when it comes down to that next hill, where are the rotations? Is anybody sneaking through? As a majority of them fall, that squad spawn will actually give them somewhat better of information, as it looks as if nobody from BDS able to sneak through just yet. But if you're BDS, you're happy just to grab as much time as you can here at Cargo, considering what a behemoth that next hill is going to be. A hard one to break into if you're not all together. It looks as if so far it's in pretty much a neck-and-neck game up to this point. Like we said, rotation inbound, and kind of what we've expected, Spaceman. A very close and tight match up to this point.
And when the kills have certainly favored Obtain in some of these rotations, it's been all of BDS inside the hill. They've been able to rack up the majority of this time. And when we get set up for New, it's Obtain who are there first. They have locked down the spawns, and they get a close spawn all the way back at B-Dom. They're going to rotate right through that minecart, and they're going to have an easy time picking up these kills. It's Rezi with 1, looking for the second teammate there. Wardy and Vortex coming together. The duo finding 2. Nile will clean up the 3rd, and they have racked up the first 30 seconds of this final hill. Remember, we're going to start watching those rotations unfold, and 7 and 8. That's going to be Brain and Vortex at 16 and 7, excuse me, for Brain. He's been the one sitting on the outside of these hills with the AR, done a phenomenal job so far cleaning it up, and he's going to be the first one already out rotating. They've elected to give up these last 18 seconds, and they're set up for the next P1.
Yeah, impressive stuff, to say the least. Like we said, a very close-knit hardpoint up to this point, but continuing to be that way. As like you said, it will be BDS grabbing the remainder of time when it comes down to good old shipping warehouse. But hey, like I said, rotation about to be inbound here yet again, as we could not be closer through the first side of rotations. Like we said, folks, it was what, a 7-point hardpoint game. It was a 3-point domination game. These two teams could not be closer. As we've talked about it, the storylines leading into this one, who kind of will be that third team, if you will, that one team to try and compete with War. We're about to find out. Obtain currently with the spawn advantage, trying to be aware of it as they're cleaning out players left and right. None of the French players can really manage to escape through, as I believe that's actually going to be Nile toward the very far side. He's causing a lot of damage, making sure those late pinches have no success whatsoever.
And once again, it was Obtained who won the kills, but it was BDS who won the break. They find themselves back in the hill for the moment with 15 seconds to work with, but it spawns in favor of Obtained, so they'll be there ready and waiting. We're going to move back to Warehouse on our second set of rotations. And like you said, the winner of this is going on to play Team War, a no pushover by any stretch of the imagination. War did lose to the Ravens Academy, which arguably is the second, if not first best team in Europe. Back and forth, that title will go for the remainder of the season, but Obtained have a big mountain to climb if they want to come back in this series. And not only that, if they want to move on and take on War in the losers finals, but they're set up for the next hill. Here comes Usual over the top, not through the window. We'll see you later. Trophy out, and they should have the opening engagements and opening time in their back pocket.
Definitely should. In a great position, like we said, kind of on that scaffolding is Brain, M4 in hand, and look at that. Look at the kill feed right now as BDS struggling to really stay alive, and kind of at this point, it's somewhat of a reassuring take, if you will, for Obtain. That rotation clearly is working out in their favor. No one really able to make too much of a splash. However, just as we say that Zach in the back lines, a big amount of time still available, wins the 1v1, and he will get that 10 seconds for his team. A solid rotation from Obtain, but in the end, it's BDS who also does get their hand toward the later stages. It looks as if Wardy starting to kind of cause some problems up close, finally taken down.
And those gunfights are crucial as we move back all the way to Coles. And off the start, it will be Obtained again, who find themselves in the mix of things. Does not pick up the first on the outside, but all of a sudden 4 kills, make that 3 in the hill as they can increase this lead one after another. Obtained have found a way to just break things open. They find 2 or 3 pieces that really start to swing the game back in their way. Of course, it's still a close one. We could be looking to go the distance at this point, but the way that they're able to command themselves around this hill, now they have the close spawns to go with it. You have to be looking to break this one open. It is basically money time for Obtained as they can lock down the final 20 seconds, push them to about 196 if they're lucky. And they could run away with this game if they're not careful, but BDS realize it. They can't fight over those last 7 seconds. They've rotated out. Smokes down will give them time to at least set up, but you're getting shot from the back, and another 3 kills from Obtained break things open. Once again, they're the first ones inside, and they're the first ones to win the fight.
If you're BDS, you can't afford to have this happen. The likes of Cargo, this is the one that you have to rely on unless you're intending on flipping those spawns, which is a lot easier said than done. But take a look at player number 2, defending to go ahead and enter back into the fight. Spaceman, if he can actually get to the back lines, this could work out well. However, you see him trying to challenge, trying to play his life. He wants to try and be as sneaky as he can. It looks as if a few players from Obtained still entering in toward Cargo. A lot of valuable time. This one going over to BDS. Nice shot coming through from Depa. And it looks as if nobody able to sneak through for now. Positive if you're Obtained. Like I said, the next rotation will be in your back pocket. You've got the clear advantage when it comes down to that. It's just a matter of seeing if BDS can manage to break it.
And it's a flurry of kills so far for Obtained. They somehow find a way to be able to break inside the hill, not able to make it a third, but the damage is done. They contest for the last 5. They slow down the momentum BDS was gaining. They have spawns for new. They are ready and winning. It's Usual who's inside first. He gets cut down, following in from Zeke. They have 3 players now flooding from Forest, and they're going to have to make a long rotation over. This gives a 10 free seconds for Obtained. Now you're wondering about where can the kills come for BDS. It really just takes every single manpower you have to flood inside. A win from Depa does create some positive, but Zeke does get a team kill. Net 1 on that play. Still, somehow, Obtained have retained pressure, time, money. 221 and counting. They looking for one more. It's Usual behind the boxes. Here comes Rezi, cleaned up, taken down. They've been able to clear out this entire hill. 226, with 22 seconds left. Man, that was a tongue twister. They are about to close out this game.
They can actually win off this hill. BDS at least need to get a foot inside at some point, but time's starting to tick away. 10 more seconds. Can anybody from BDS just manage to break into this one at the later stages? Vortex taking down players, pretty much running right into the blender, as they are not going to be able to contest that toward the end, and that will be Obtained, closing out this hardpoint 250 to 190. Another fantastic respawn, not as close as the others, but one that definitely lived up to the hype. That's some solid play there at the end from Obtained. And look at these highlights from Vortex, man. I love that.
There was like 3 or 4 hills in a row where Obtained had won the early on start and then lost the hill. They come in for the break. They get 3, 4, 5 kills, man. Like, they flood in, they find succession. And Lando, I want to talk to you about that specific fact, right? Like, how hard is it for a lot of these young teams to find success like that, where you're breaking into the hill, you're causing disruption, even if you don't have close spawns, you're finding 2, 3, 4 pieces with 15 seconds left. That scrap time's huge, man. Like, it's so difficult to be able to pull that off. Talk to me about some of the times you see that and what it means down the line for their success as a team.
I mean, just in general, right? I mean, in that particular example, if we go to that one just in particular, I thought for them in that moment, the way that you want to try to break that hill is going to be a matter of just trying to work on team pushes. I think for them, and kind of relating this to multiple teams, when you're in that scenario, you're in that situation as a team, you have to remain calm, and you can't just continue to siphon in one by one by one. And that particular hard point, it is so hard for a player to enter in and then instantly know where a player is at. I mean, like I said, there's so many different places to hide. There are so many different areas where players could be sitting and trying to contest. So I feel like in that moment, it was kind of a little bit of a scattered push, if you will, from the boys on BDS. It didn't seem as if it was all well collected. It was a matter of one kind of push, maybe by a few players, and then that one starts to get foiled out, and then the time starts to tick away. Probably in their minds, they're realizing and saying, hey, we got to, pretty much siphon this one in as quickly as possible. But I think for the future, though, when it comes into rosters in that particular situation, it is massive, because you have to be in a right headspace. Somebody in that particular group has to kind of get away from the tunnel vision and make the call to say, hey guys, this isn't working. We need to try something else. Maybe we try to throw in smokes. Maybe somebody tries to sacrifice their life, be that dedicated entry, because in that moment it just looked to be all obtained, which was clear, as now we are kind of eyeing up what should be a very interesting Game 5. Winner of this series will face off against the boys on Team War when it comes down to losers finals. But guys, stay with us. Like I said, Call of Duty Challenger Cup will continue right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4, our current losers semi-final in our EU region, of course, between BDS and Obtained Esports. It's time for some good old Game 5 here on Gunrunner. Myself, Lano, joined in part by Spaceman. What has been a very interesting map, what really has been a very interesting series up to this point, Space. Like I said, both these teams dueling it out, and now it's time to see who can advance into that ever-grueling losers final.
I think it's only fair that we end on S&D, right? It's Game 5, baby. You'll love to see it. It's been a phenomenal start to this day, and we're loser semis. We move into finals against War. Whoever takes this is going to have quite a task, but that bomb now sitting right down at the B site, and slowly but surely, Brain will move up, checking his corners, and that should go down, but it's Zeked all the way behind Green. He has such a big play to win if he can get right behind this player. Does pick up the kill, and now they can start to move in on the site and close in with 42 seconds to do so.
They also do have somewhat of an opportunity for a pinch set up. Brain, last man, pretty much alive, trying to defend the bomb with all of his might, does get taken down. And that will be BDS leveling things up. I know we're joining this one a little bit late, but obviously Obtained taking round number 1, and BDS, of course, they will be leveling the playing field here at 1-1. But when it came down to the first Search and Destroy, we didn't get a chance to check that one out, although we do know the ending result was in fact Obtained, locking that one on game number 2. Like I said, not sure exactly what the map was, but nonetheless, both of these teams have been so even, really, when it comes down to this series, Space. We've talked about it. Both of these rosters, kind of their history, some pro history when it comes down to both these lineups, some amateur players as well, kind of on the rise. It should be a fun one to continue to watch, to see how it develops. But like we said, living up to the hype up to this point, a very close match as now we visit BDS on their offense.
We're going to wait to see who picks first as the bomb. Of course, looks like it's going to be moving right towards B. 2 players from Obtain are ready and waiting. That is Brain, I believe, followed by Vortex. Because they should spot one moving. It's going to be usual. Now up in front of the site. Trophy comes down. They're going to be able to hear that as bomb will be planted. We'll see how they elect to react. Smoke's out in front of Green, so you're going to cut off that line of sight. And coming out of showers is one. It's going to be taken down by Zach, followed up by Natche, and a trade will come in to make it a 3v3. Rezi cleans up usual. Now just a 3v2 in front of the site. And Rezi picks up another. Now make it a 2v2 across the board. Is being able to fly into showers like that really can just stifle out BDS if they're not careful, but the retake coming from Natche has to win a big gunfight. It's, again, Obtained, winning the fights up close. They're going to go hop on the defuse. You have nothing to do but fly at the diffuser. Can you do it? Not even a little bit.
Okay.
A little bit of love taps,
right.
just sending some messages. We all love to see it, but Obtained with a great job being able to retake that site. And you have to look at the kills in showers, right? You get 2 lined up. That opens the door, and you isolate all of BDS in the backlines towards trains. It's just easy pickings at that point.
I love the movement from Rezi. Like we said, a few extra shots at the end. Well, he was dancing around the box for good measure. The cargo providing some support, but that's a lovely play coming through from him. Obviously, one player left, but hey, nonetheless, doing some fantastic work off the start, as that will give them the advantage here in the round. A very grueling one, a big opportunity for either of these teams to make it into that losers final, as will be on the screen with Brain right now. Pretty much just trying to find that early pick here throughout the forest, trying to provide some support for his team. And we know how crucial, especially on a map like Gunner, how those offensive first bloods can be, but not going to be the case as Wardy, Nile both dropping. And now it's going to leave Brain in a pretty awkward spot. His teammates are dropping like flies. That's an instant 2v5.
Vortex was sitting all the way towards A. You could see the timing. He was waiting for one to cross right inside of Cole. He didn't get it. He actually gets picked off in the process. And as that island drops, now you're left with basically having to force a plan and play around it. They've got no information of where BDS might be. He does spot Zach in the back. Cannot win the gunfight. Zach with the beautiful shots. Gets the headshot on the Brain. You're left with a sniper, a 1v5. Okay. We'll see if Rezi can do it. Not able to do so. BDS with a very, very quick round. And they take out basically the last island player and 2 in the process to open things up. And they swarm back on the site, Lando. It's perfect S&D all around.
It absolutely is. That's perfect execution, especially when it comes down to the defensive end. Finding those off the rip never even gave Obtained a chance at walking away with it. Both teams really doing a fantastic job at kind of countering off of those first bloods, continuing to kind of elevate what is their man count advantage. We've seen a lot of 5v2, 4v1 type opportunities, and of course we know how often you walk away with those. Pretty much 0% of the time. Obviously we have some outliers, but majority of it not going to take place, especially at this level. Players very primed and ready, especially whenever they're given their opportunities. Bomb in the hands of BDS now, as we'll see what they can try to muster up. No real plays being made toward the A site, and based off of Obtain's defensive setup, it really wouldn't be the greatest call. They may be primed and ready for it. Here comes the smoke, and here comes the attack. Zach, the first man, takes a quick little look at River and now has the shower. They close the doors, and here come the players. Kind of blind at the Morty, takes the first, and Zach blind fires, takes down another. Great damage here done off the rip. It looks as if he's going to have to challenge again. Taken down, players dropping like flies. Depa, no answer in that particular gunfight.
It's a 3v2 and Bomb remains down. 26 seconds to play over. And Brain gets 2 to close things out. Depa last alive. How are you going to respond? Well, comes through. Green gets the second one on the bomb. One more left alive. He gets all 3. Are you kidding me, BDS? How in the hell did they win that round?
Let's watch it again. Depa 1, 2 takes down the bomb, or rather the bomb planter, and also takes down the third. That is lovely, lovely plays coming through from Depa. By far the difference maker when it comes down to that round. Like we talked about it, we were discussing, I think of the earlier part of that round space, I was talking about it, 1v4s, 1v5s, 1v3s, not all that common. I get proven wrong exactly right there.
I told Ben, I said, whenever you think something probably should happen, it never does happen. So whenever you think that it's a 3v1, they should have eyes on sight, you never know. You have to be watching those corners, and the smoke came right in front of Green, so it kind of gave him cover for a bit. He was able to take out one, and once the smoke clears, it's basically Peeker's advantage. He gets both. A phenomenal play, but immediately Obtained respawn to start things off. It's a first blood. Nile sitting at 1 and 4. Rezi with another double kill. Does get traded out, but his damage is done. Gets 2 in the process, and BDS have to play a 3v4. Now, make it a 1v4. What does Nile have up his sleeve? Could tie things up here if he's able to find some magic.
Oh, but it's Depa, though. It's Depa. I thought for a moment, I had some hope there that we could see another clutch come out the way that we did just the round prior, but no answer in that particular moment as Vortex quickly there to shut down Depa. I think in that moment, Vortex was given the call out, and he was like, okay, got to instantly target on this guy, got to make sure that no more kills are even possible, because we can't let rounds slip through our fingers like that, especially considering this is a game 5. You lose, you are out. You win, you advance to face off against War. A lot of pressure on both of these teams' shoulders, as now we head to BDS again for the offense. Early nades tossed out, no response, no real answers, at least here off the rip. And it looks as if continuing to be, for Obtained, more of a kind of spread out defensive hold. They're convinced that something could be happening toward A, when in reality, not at all the case. That should be a quick bomb plant coming in from Yuzel.
They're reading the counter hit, but too bad. Natche is ready and waiting. He cuts down one. Now they flip from the back. And you have 3 players from Obtained who could push on in. I think that Vortex and Wardy will clean up too. Yes, they will. Wow. You're going to leave one left alive. Vortex just continues to go on a rampage. Wardy again, 7 and 3. The man is on a mission. Make that 2 more as he takes out everyone from BDS. And with 20 seconds, all the time in the world to defuse, they're going to go up 4-3 in Game 5, and it's plays like that that'll bring you through a bracket, a grueling one at that, and take you up against Team War in the losers finals.
That was so. Well, that was a 2-man ace in that moment. It was Wardy from the front, Vortex from the back, an AR and an SMG. That combo working out so well, but in different circumstances. Excellent coming through from the boys on Obtained. As we'll see what they can possibly muster up if they're able to walk away with this round. That's a massive advantage. That 5-3 combo, we always talk about it, is the swing round. Then puts the pressure on BDS for the future. Wardy pretty much gets whacked in the back of the head. Rezi, in the meantime, though, does manage to find that initial snipe onto Zeet. And after they've found that first blood, they decide to reference back, and they may have their eyes set on the few players making their way through Cole. Depa tiptoeing his way through. And a nice shot coming through from Wardy, however, not going to land. That streak will unfortunately end right there.
And BDS is running the same hole that Obtain just ran the round prior, putting a lot of resources over towards A, and that bomb is yet to move up, still scouting out. The smoke's down, so it'll begin to advance, but who is that? I think that's Zach now sitting towards back trains, and he should have an angle. If not, it's Natche. And they should be able to see this bomb going down momentarily. If not, the flood will start to come in. Now the collapse follows through mid-map. Vortex escapes with his life. How he elect to play this, rotating through green. His teammates do a great job of finding two. And the nade will not connect, but both are moving through showers. Nile in a prime position to find one. I believe he does. He finds both. Nile was ready and waiting. They only had that route to go through if they were going to commit together. And slowly but surely, Obtained are running away with Game 5.
They are indeed, an excellent plays coming through from Nile in that moment. Just kind of obviously running right through the blender. Players coming right out of showers, and he is ready with that weapon to shut them down. 5 rounds to 3. Could this be the final one for the boys on Obtained? They've worked so hard to get here, and it may be working out for them. All that hard work may be paying off, as they'll now sit on the defensive end. What do BDS really have up their sleeves? That's the major question right now. Early damage done. Brain finds the first blood, instantly backs up. You love to see that controlled aggression coming through from Obtained.
That's huge. He gets away with his life. How many times has that led a swing round in favor of just everyone who's able to capitalize? Wow. Another one from Nile, who gets away as well, escapes from Zach's POV, bomb down. They know where it is. And look at number 8 on your minimap. It's Vortex. He's all the way back towards A, but he can rotate and cut off mid-map. They have a perfect position right now if you're BDS. I mean, I guess you think about planting and just trying to play time. They have no idea where Obtained are.
They look lost, Spaceman. They look absolutely lost right now. Vortex is on the flank, putting in some support fire. There's Zeke and Zach, last player alive. A very difficult situation, just trying to get out of dodge. He's stuck inside the water, and he will be shut down, as it will be Obtained Esports walking away with this series.
Whew.
An impressive win, to say the least, but kind of getting back to that last round there, Space. That was an awkward position for BDS, kind of in that cargo area. You have 3 players, 2 of them pretty much running to try to plant the bomb by themselves. They continue to be unsuccessful, and really that is due to solid teamwork. That is due to just overall solid plays and awareness coming through from that Obtained lineup. You got to give them a lot of props for the way that they played a few of these latter rounds.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because Zach was in that position to possibly spot one, getting a little too overexertive, but he couldn't find the angle, right? Like, they dip in, they get a kill, they dip out. He has no idea that there are 3 of them right behind those crates. At that point, you either have to challenge just to try to get a quick pick and dip out. If not, you're wondering, where are they around the bomb? Bomb's down, we got nowhere to go. It was just a perfect play from Obtained, and because of that, they'll be moving into Losers Finals, where they'll play Team War. That's going to be really interesting with how well Obtained are playing right now. But Lando, I've been told that, you know, Challengers is pretty big this year, and there's more than one way to get involved if you didn't get involved this weekend. Could you tell the audience what we got in store for them and how they can find themselves in Challengers in the coming weeks?
Oh, I'd be happy to, Spaceman. I tell you what, that sounds like music to my ears. A perfect opportunity for you all out there. Don't forget, right, that as we're casting over these particular players, we're hearing the names, we're seeing highlight moments. You as well could be in the spotlight yourself. Do not forget that you also could be playing in the next Challengers Cup yourself. You watching at home, you have the opportunity to play in these just as the players that we have on our screens are here today. Make sure to go to callofdutyleague.com/challengers and sign up today. We'd love to see you no matter what region you're in, whether it's APAC, EU, or North America. We want to see you playing. We want to see you kind of competing in that bracket. I know Benson was talking a little bit earlier kind of in the pre-show to us about someone who's kind of been in his stream, somebody who's kind of made the waves, and he's progressed from team to team, and now he's 8 of North America. A lot of people think, oh, it couldn't be me, but you take your risk on yourself, and you never know. You could be playing in the Call of Duty Challengers tournaments.
That's true. It was talking about Fame, who's currently with teaming with M. Ruiz, who we have seen for numerous years throughout both Pro League and amateur level. Like, you never know, guys. This is your perfect opportunity. This is the perfect time for amateur talent to get involved. You have prize support. You have teams now looking to get involved. There's so much for this community to take forward to. I beg you all to continue to support your Tier 2 scene, and the Challengers events will continue to be fantastic for all that. But that's going to do it for us so far with this match. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we return, we got more Call of Duty Challengers coming, baby. You're going to want to stay here all day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. Myself, Lano, joined in part by Spaceman, as we're having a lovely venture currently through the European side of things. Of course, Europe and North America is still coming when it comes down to the Challengers Cup. We just witnessed a very, very interesting series. I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to see exactly how the rest of this one shapes up. Spaceman, let's go and walk through the bracket. Let's see exactly how the teams are facing up, because we're kind of getting toward the later stages of what should be a pretty interesting one as we take a look here at the NA winners bracket off the start here.
Interesting. Team Singularity wins 3-1 over Triumph. I know there's been some discussion about Singularity being the #1 team in North America. Yes, we saw them in Europe. Now they're here, but Triumph won last week's Challengers event. They looked phenomenal. They lose the S&D last week to Singularity, but they take them out 3-1. It's completely flipped. Singularity win 3-1 over Triumph, and they're playing FaZe Academy, who, again, a lot of people said was about middle of the pack, top 6, but they're moved into semifinals where Mario, unfortunately, still in the same series, down 2-1, and Steve Isolde will move on that 6th gear. So we're going to move on and take a look at the games we got going here in the EU bracket, and we're going to hop right on over and look at what we have. Of course, Team War Obtained, you guys knew it was coming, and here it is. Team War and Obtained will play in the losers finals. Obtained took out Team BDS 3-2 in that Game 5 Search and Destroy we just went over, and the winner of this will go on to play the Connects, formerly known as the Royal Ravens Academy. Again, that's going to be a brutal grand final, but if anyone can do it, it is either Team War or Obtained. They made it to losers finals. Lando, break it down for me. That last Search and Destroy was 3-3, close until the end, but all of a sudden Obtained broke open. Vortex and War just completely destroyed. What did you see out of them, that looking at a Team War team that was formerly on Team War, now back on there with Dave and crew? What do you see that could take them over the top with Obtained?
Yeah, I think when you're facing off against a Team War lineup like this particular one that they're going to have to kind of pretty much try and take down, you're going to be probably looking more at the Search and Destroys, which if I'm Obtained, that's probably what I want to try to rely on. You're going to be looking at, an occasional respawn, maybe a Dom or a Hardpoint to go your way, but I think for Obtained, the big key for them is to kind of continue on to muster up what was that very craftiness kind of toward the end of that Gunrunner Search and Destroy. I mean, we saw them play lights out. They were having some great teamwork. We saw guys like Brain and Nile pretty much just kind of toying in at that bomb. And overall, just having, kind of great awareness of each other. That was the big thing for me kind of throughout a lot of that Game 5 Search and Destroy. They never really kind of looked out of control. Everything was very well collected. You saw them making I would say this, they were making like aggressive plays, but always having a backup plan. Like if Brain was to fall during a few of these challenges, there was always somebody there to make sure that he was accounted for. I think if you are at the moment Obtained, staring at what is going to be a very hard kind of battle versus the boys on War, I think you're looking at the Search and Destroys and trying to take one of those respawns. Again, easier said than done, but I like what we saw from Obtained. As you called it kind of toward the end, their S&D, the way that Vortex and Morty were looking, it was lights out, but we got to remember, this is a different European team. This is a roster that has constantly been toward the top. I think they've yet to place, when it comes down to kind of on-land challenger events, they have yet to place outside of top 4, which is incredibly impressive, and I'm looking to see those similar results here.
Well, right now, if I'm War and I have some like third angel that's telling me a scouting report, it's beware and Hardpoint, man. They get trades on Obtained more than we've seen our fair share today. Not only that, but they break hills late and they find kills inside the hill to break things open. They get close spawns. They don't lose a lot of rotations. And in Search and Destroy, they peek out, they get a couple of kills, they dip back in, dip out of dodge, man. Like, this Obtained team has really gone the distance for one reason only. Their slaying has been phenomenal today. And if you can take it to War, man, I'm telling you, they can go the distance. They can go to this grand final and put up quite a fight against Connects. Will they take it? Honestly, who knows? But it's a hell of a showing so far from Obtained, and I'm really impressed with what I've seen today.
Yeah, I am too. I know we've only got to see kind of a small sample size, if you will, but for the little majority that we got to watch, it was very well collected. Obviously, a few maps kind of going back and forth, but it's what you'd expect, right? That BDS team, not a squad to laugh at by any means. A very talented French lineup who have seen kind of stakes, have been kind of to these areas before. A roster full of a lot of veterans on that group as well, so it was to be expected that we would visit it. However, I want to bring up Space. At the same time, we're giving a lot of props to Obtained. You have to consider those kind of minor mishaps, those maybe plays that you should have made, those late rotations, that's not going to work versus War. At least from what we've seen previously, this has to be a more toned up team, a roster that is playing consistent, because much like how we see on the pro level, whenever you make mistakes versus, those top caliber teams, they are always going to hurt you for it. I feel like in every single interview that we see, in every single talk that we have with the team after they lose, it's a matter of saying, oh, well, it was the mistakes that we had. It was the mistake of this play happening, this player going off and doing this particular thing. That has been the major key for teams like the Dallas Empire. What is causing you from winning until they won most recently? Hey, it was the mistakes that they kept making. That for me is going to be the big key to success here for Obtain. How do you limit those mistakes that you've had previously? Can you look well collected versus what has been arguably the most consistent team in Europe in Team War, which I'm very interested to see, given the stakes and given what we have on the line here, Space.
That's true. And while we take a quick look at this breakdown of how the money is distributed, remember, there's always going to be more money down the line to play for, but you're never going to get your hands on it if you don't sign up. So make sure you guys are getting yourself involved. But first place, 8,000 big ones, followed by 6,000 for second, and down the line at 2 apiece, 4,000 and 2,000 for third and fourth. And there's a lot of money on the line, man. Like, we got $50,000 across all 3 regions going out. The stakes have never been higher. The support's never been greater. And if you want to have a chance, make sure you guys sign up, go online, find a way to get involved. And with that said, we'll take a look at the schedule for the remainder of this year's season. Remember, everything so far we played online, that's going to continue as we have Cup number 1 here today, followed by the second Challengers Cup on May 2nd, and then down the line, Cup number 3 on May 16th. On June 13th, we'll have the 4th, the 5th on the 27th, and then we'll get all the way down to the Challengers Finals around COD Champs time. But man, Lando, I am excited to see that Finals. I mean, this is the biggest stage that amateur Call of Duty has ever had.
Oh, absolutely.
And having it around Champs time, man, like, what's one thing to have an open bracket that feeds into the normal bracket pool or the pool play, but it's a completely different scenario to have your own event catered to amateurs. It's incredible what they've been able to put together.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, it's going to be fantastic to see exactly how certain players, certain teams, especially around the world, start to progress. I mean, this is an excellent opportunity for the amateur side of things, for these guys who currently sit in the challengers to really kind of showcase themselves, right? Where they're going to have multiple different cups kind of scattered throughout the rest of this season. These are different opportunities. These are the moments that you work toward. That's been the biggest thing that I've seen a lot of amateur players, kind of complain about in the past has been, oh, well, we don't really have a whole lot to work for. There's not a whole lot of consistency when it's on the schedule. If you thought that previously, can think that now, right? You always have something to work on. You always have something to work toward. Obviously, that finals at the end of the year is the same way that pros are going to be looking at that playoffs, the same exact way. There is something to work for. There is something to really try and fight and progress toward. And I'll tell you what, man, it's been a blast to watch the amateur scene develop. But with all of these cups, with all of these opportunities for them, I can't wait to see exactly how players begin to thrive. And now that they kind of have to really work for consistently, it's going to be fun to watch how all these matches begin to progress and who kind of sits at the top once the season ends.
It's 100% correct, and it just all comes together in one great finale. And the finales often are these Challenger Cups, but remember, first place will get $8,000, followed by second at $6,000, and all the way till fourth. I mean, if you place top 4, man, that's $2,000 in your pocket during this quarantine. That's a bit of change. So if you guys have a chance, and right now BDS is sitting in fourth, they're guaranteed at least $2,000. So congrats to them, and we will move on towards our second and first spot. But remember, like, we're all stuck inside, guys. We're all in the same boat here, and that means there's more than a dozen opportunities to get involved with challengers this year. You don't have to travel anymore. You can sign up online, play with your friends. If you guys get good enough, maybe start playing against some of these better teams. Who knows how you write your own story? But at the end of the day, Lando, it's just about getting involved and creating an opportunity for yourself. And that's what Challengers brings this season.
Oh, it absolutely does, right? There's so many different things to look forward to, so many different opportunities, as well as these Challenger Cups, like we talked about, they're going to be happening all throughout the remainder of this season. Now, I want to kind of phrase the conversation a little bit as we'll kind of get ready to kind of think about what the future will be when it comes down to this series. Obtain Team War. It should be a fantastic series to watch. Of course, guys, feel free to let us know in the chat. Feel free to let us know on social media as well. Who do you think will be making it into the EU Grand Final for today? It should be a hyped one, and we'll have that one right up at the end of this quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. Myself, Lano, joined in part by good old Spaceman. I see your faces. I know you're trying to interact with the chat,
up,
and
buddy?
for good reason, right? We got a few people in the chat asking, "Where's the game? Where's it at?" Listen. Take some time. We gotta do the vetoes.
Where's the dragons?
Yeah.
What is going on with you guys?
There's so many different things going on, but hey, give it some time. We're gonna get in the game as quickly as we possibly can. Everything's gonna work out. But in the meantime, I want Space at this moment to kind of talk on keys to victory for both of these lineups. Right, we see it in the pro scene. Let's do it here for the amateur scene as well. For Obtain, in your eyes, looking at this lineup, considering the way that we have saw them, or rather seen them previously, facing off against this Team War lineup, what do you think an Obtain needs to do to kind of walk away with what would be considered by many as the upset?
You gotta slay. You absolutely have to. I think sometimes it's as simple as that. You absolutely have to continue playing power. The end of their hard point was phenomenal. They broke hills early when they lost rotation. They were fighting for 15 seconds, and one player, I think it was Vortex or Ward at the time, was winning 2-3 pieces in the front of the hill. They're able to gain the scrap and move forward, but after all of that said and done, their ability was phenomenal, both in hardpoint and S&D, and that's what you have to bring to War. War is known as a very patient, ready squad when it comes to midfield fights. When it comes to rotating, they don't give up sites early. Vortex, we talked about him in Miami of last year. He really stepped it up with PD, and Harry has brought on to the squad from Nasty, who's now back up at the... Harry has filled in a role quite easily as a sub, and this team finally starts putting it all together. Again, they're very dynamic. Vortex can take over the game at any given moment. PD is a great objective rotational player. You're looking at Obtain to slow them down. They have to come out early. They have to start striking with subs. They have to find kills immediately in the hills and break up those setups inside the hard point. They can do it. It can absolutely can, but Obtain, it's going to be a hard one. War are a very good veteran team. I'm excited, man. I'm really ready for the series to get started.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a fantastic one to watch. Like we said, we've seen Team War. We've seen, what has been this Connect roster, previously known as the London Academy team. We've watched them play even at Dallas when it came down to that reset of the Grand Finals, which was a fantastic match to watch, but can Obtain play spoiler? That's the big question to be asking. Obviously, we talked about it. Their keys to victory: slow them down, look for your advantages. One thing for me, I think, which is always a big deal, and of course, the good old Codfather himself, Rambo Ray, likes to bring this up. Game one sets the tone, right? You can kind of take away all the previous notions, all of the previous hype coming into a series about, oh my gosh, this Team War roster looking so good, which they have been, but that's the way you can kind of bring this one to a level playing field. You start to even this one out, you look solid off the break, you take that game one, and then now for the future, you're guaranteed 3 more maps at the least, and possibly that game 5, which we know can go a number of different ways, as we saw Team War lose one last week. So there's a lot of hype, I think, at least for me, when it comes down to this particular match, because of the ability that we know that Obtain have got kind of in their midst. But the question remains, can they do it? In terms of Team War for you, we've talked about this roster a number of different times. Obviously, the entire community is very familiar with this team. 3/5 of this group kind of coming from the War team from Black Ops 4 champs. Same thing kind of applies. Keys to victory for them, anything you're kind of looking out for War to make sure that they cement, things to make sure they lock down in order to lock up this one, honestly, as planned.
Yeah, I honestly think it comes down to production. That was the main issue we had with them last season, was the team is put together perfectly. It's just about production. And then later in the season at Anaheim, they had a good success. Miami is when Vortex and PD turning up, especially on the frequency hardpoint. This is another situation where Vortex and PD together need to have good production. Dave is very comfortable with AR this year. Remember, it's a 4-sub meta, so we're looking at more aggressiveness past the midfield line. You need to be able to win those rotational battles. Where does that come down to? That comes down to Denza and Harry. Harry has fit in perfectly with Nasty, like we talked about. Nasty now going back up to the connects, and Harry coming in. They had great success with him, and they basically said, like, hey, we'll just with it. Harry fills in that sub role perfectly. You need production across the board. The question was never about talent with this team. It was always about execution. Can they come into game ones, close out hardpoints? They're very good at S&D, but hardpoints was where they struggled to close things out. If they can do that in this series, they should have no problem running through Obtain. But it's going to be close. And when we look at the North American bracket right now, again, Singularity and Atlanta FaZe going head-to-head in our semifinals. Singularity taking down the best team in North America currently at Triumph, and Atlanta FaZe, middle of the pack, now in semifinals up against a very good, arguably, possibly top 2 Singularity team. man, North America looks scary, Lando. Break it down for me.
Well, I was actually going to bring up the same exact thing, right? The ability for both of these teams, the way that this kind of bracket has lined up, I feel like it was kind of fair to say, as we do get the update, that Romero has moved past the boys on Keep On Fighting. That was an earlier series that we got to take a look at. But the big thing that we kind of had for, the APAC scene, which we're talking about Renegades, the EU scene, which, is somewhat well collected, but we obviously talk about Connects, we talk about Team War. For North America, it's honestly kind of wide open, right? We've seen multiple teams walk away with, the victories in North America. It has been the boys of Singularity from time to time, especially when they were in Europe. It has been, Parasite's team of old, right? It has been like a number of different teams. There is so much to look out for when it comes into North America, and it's kind of hard to predict who you think is going to walk away with it. I know we've seen a few surprises already kind of come through in terms of the North American bracket, but at the same time, it's kind of hard to generate what is by definition an upset when we've seen so many teams make strides. We've seen so many teams make finals, win different LAN events, and even online events as well. It's a hard one to call, and I really wouldn't be surprised if you told me 7 or 8 different North American teams in the finals. To be honest with you, it really wouldn't shock me all that much, Space.
It's kind of funny, right? Like each time a week continues and like one team wins, we're like, oh, they're the best team in North America. And then the next week something else happens. But again, one of the things that separates EU from NA is the fact that Europe is a little bit more congealed with their top 4 placings. North America is very, very different.
Sure.
Like, it is literally a bloodbath for top 6. And right now, Triumph was number 1 coming into this weekend, in my opinion, just the way that teams spread out. But we got teams like UYU who didn't even make it. They were top 2 last weekend.
Right?
They didn't even make it to the end of this weekend. Raid Esports, that's Parasite's team. Glow Frosty, one of the best amateur ARs in North America right now being scouted. They get taken down into losers. Looking at Six Gear, arguably could be one of the best amateur teams to step up and maybe make a top 3 finish. They have Stamino, Jintroid, Awakening, who dropped 18 kills consistently last year in S&D, and Stamino, who has a top 2 finish earlier in, I believe it was the opening event this year. Like, there is so much talent in North America and spread out amongst these teams that, like, it's just every time you and I, where we're talking, we sit in the call and where we're talking about the teams, that how they lay out, and we see a bracket update, we're sitting here like, of course City won 3-1 over Triumph, and the bracket's now like completely screwed. Of course, Keep On Fighting drops. Steve is old. Remember, they were 6 gear. They are now Steve is old, but like, anything is possible in North America. There's so much talent, and it's really just been a head scratcher to start the day off with Singularity taking down Triumph. I would have predicted that, but Atlanta FaZe, very, very different than we saw last week. Middle of the pack team, like I've said 1,000 times, 1,000 more. Lando, I think that this is actually an interesting one to touch about while we have some time. I talked about Atlanta FaZe, and I said that they're kind of like, and this is not an insult by any stretch, they're kind of like a lazy Susan of talent, right? Like, you can turn the table, and every now and then there'll be talent on that team you pluck up to bring to a new squad. You had Celium last year, you had Simp, you had Asim. Like, they're on there for a little bit while they get groomed up and they become professional, get put on a pro roster. Same thing here. Even Sib now is a #1 AR in America alongside like Insight. There are players like that where this Atlanta FaZe roster always know the middle of the pack, but they groom talent almost better than anyone, and they're finding themselves in the semifinals. Can you speak to that a little bit more, just about the teams that they've been able to put together and the talent they've had come through that system?
Oh yeah, and that's the big thing too when it comes down to the Atlanta FaZe Academy roster, is that there is a guy who's kind of orchestrating a lot of it, and that guy is Crowder, right? Crowder has been a major piece along with the other coaching staff and whatnot, but I know that he has had a hand in the Academy roster. They are constantly looking at talent, even from these Challenger Cups, right? I mean, obviously, players like Sib, other players as well that have kind of been translated or brought up to this team previously have been on other rosters, right? There is scouting taking place consistently, and that has been the biggest thing for the Atlanta FaZe Academy roster, is that there are constant eyes looking all throughout the amateur scene to see exactly who should be added to this team. And granted, the Atlanta FaZe roster, I think it's fair to say they're pretty good when it comes down to the pro side of things, but nonetheless, having that talent, continuing to develop it, the eyes are clearly out there, and based on the players that they have picked up progressively, it goes to show that that is the case. I'll be honest though, Civ is one guy that I absolutely have my eye on if we ever get the opportunity to watch Atlanta FaZe today, which I'm sure we'll probably get the opportunity to. But he has been a guy who I have really had my eye on. I know he's broken, multiple LAN records when it comes down to single kills and maps. Obviously, we've seen a number of different kind of highlight plays for him throughout the year. And I think, just in general, getting this spotlight for these players, getting these spotlights for a number of different players that exist out there is such a great opportunity. Like I said, teams like Atlanta FaZe, other Academy rosters as well, are always looking at talent, and I think this may be a perfect platform for those players to be spotted.
And it helps when you have players like Jimbo and Journey and Gravity, like Atlanta FaZe veterans who bring you into that culture. And I think that's also a huge part, is that you can find more success sometimes through the culture of the team you've built and the culture supporting you, rather than maybe your placings, right? Like we talk about Singularity's ability to build themselves a setup from nothing. They come in, they explode last year. Now they have one of the best AM systems in the country, let alone in Europe. And Atlanta FaZe rides that same coattail. Like they have been known as a cultured team to bring players through the system. They're surrounded by great talent. Like you said, Crowder has just been scouting his ass off, and it all works around to the same common goal, which is success all around. You pluck players off this team and you're able to put them in pro rosters. We've seen what Simp has been able to do, what his Seam and Celium,
Right.
like it's always going to be there, and that just speaks to the culture of Atlanta FaZe. But enough of that. Enough of the predictions. We're going to jump right into our losers finals. It's War versus Obtain Esports. This is for all the marbles, folks. You have to be able to come out and produce, and the winner will face Connects in the grand finals. Lando, it's going to be fun. Let's get underway.
No, it absolutely is going to be a blast to watch. Like we said, Obtain facing off against War. This one is set up to be a fantastic series. We've talked about keys to victory. We've talked about what exists, what is on the line. Obviously, Team War, the defending champions from Dallas Challengers, as they took down what was the old Ravens Academy team. Like we said, spotlight is going to be on War. I think for a lot of us out there, the main question relies on how is Obtain going to come out here. We discussed in one of those keys to victory space, how does Obtain come out in the game one? Do they look solid? Do they play to the best of their abilities? And can they take a game one hardpoint versus what has been a very solid hardpoint team previously in the Boys on War? We'll have to see. Obviously, War with the current spawns. Obtain just trying to grab as many seconds as they can on that first hill.
Well, a couple of kills do favor War, but it's the response off of Obtained who actually come in and find the last couple of minutes. An actual 9 does pick up 2, and Wardy will make it 3 as we set for the next rotation. And we're going to move back to Cave East, and set up is Dave. He's got a big couple of gunfights to win in the back. The first one to challenge will be Nile. Does he win it? Could not get to outpost in time. Survives. Dave still hunting for the last, but nonetheless, hill time going in favor of Team War. And to answer your question, Lando, yeah, Obtain needs to get out early and ahead of War. If they can continue to find kills along the sides and break open those hills early, maybe they get a couple 30-40 second runs. That's where you can start putting War away and forcing them to basically break out in ugly engagements. And Lucifer is just snapping, but it's all of Team War in the hard point.
Yeah, just to make it clear for the folks that are watching at home, Lucifer is actually Harry. For those who may be a little bit surprised, not sure about the gamer tag choice, but hey, nonetheless, maybe he's trying to intimidate the other team. We'll see how that one continues to work as the game progresses, but some solid work being done from Team War off the start. I feel like every time we visit one of their perspectives, it's with that M4 clearly ADSing down a particular line site, and usually it's a negative situation on the end of it if you are a fan of Obtain. Rotation about to be inbound. 4 seconds remaining, and we'll see exactly what Obtain can do when it comes in a soccer field. Pretty much Cave East playing as we expect it to, pretty much a money hard point. It clearly plays out that way. Team War with a solid advantage, and keep in mind, player 7 breaking around the back. That could cause some problems if Obtain is not watching out for it.
Well, Obtained is there first, and they're going to get the first couple of kills that actually help them in the long run, but all of a sudden, the caster curse is too familiar. Team War with 2, and the PD will make that another, as they still somehow lose the hardpoint. And it's a long rotation over from Steve-O. He does pick up 1, not able to pick up the second. Rezi again finds another big one, but 28 seconds to fight over. From the front is Obtained. Let's see if they're able to pick up a couple of kills. I believe Wardy does bite the bullet. He will fall. 2 more. Brain again falling. Vortex with another. The smokes come out, but it's just not too much time to fight over. The rotation now back to Cave West, and the first ones to be there will be War. Do they win the rotational fights? Well, Wardy does find 1. finds the second rotating into yellow. And they have set up early and are waiting for this next hit.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Team War. They pretty much realized that about 25, 30 seconds that the rotation was needed. PD does get taken down. Some good efforts from Team War, but they could not dive enough into the spawn. So while it was a solid rotation, one that you'll only kind of tip your hat at, it's not really working out the way that I'm sure they probably would have intended to kind of push that one out even farther. Still getting time, though, as they're near that century mark. Brain trying to do so much from the back lines. He's constantly getting tagged up as well, and the mask of that smoke is causing so many issues that Wardy, he's just trying to sit in the back of an 18-wheeler, finding a few nice kills here and there, but it's the nades, it is the overall pressure as Team War continue to run through as Brain blind, trying to sprint on through, get some time here toward the ending phases, but in general, it is so hard here, Space, for Obtain to really get a lot of closure, to get a lot of progression. That was a very well-played last hill from War.
And that last break actually causes the spawns to remain in old, so they have a long fight to fly over, and that's giving free time to War, and it's giving them awareness that they're not just going to pinch through mid. Of course, they're going to try to sprout here and there through the back lines, but for now, again, War will sit inside the hill, plenty of time to fight over. Wardy does pick one, Stevo with the second, evens it out. 45 seconds, it's been all of War, all the way back at Outpost. They continue to find a couple of kills, but 2 from Obtained will move them forward. A third from Rezi actually advances, and now 33 seconds where they can go in and contest, but somehow, some way, War have remained alive in the hill thanks to Dave and Petey. Again, they needed to step up. What are they doing now? Increasing that lead, finding kills on the outside, and that smoke will give them the last 20 seconds.
This is getting a little bit scary. Honestly, Space is a little bit out of hand. Obtained, they need to change things up, and the problem is that War, off of this cliff path spawn, they're also going to have the advantage when it comes down to P2. They don't really care all that much about P1, right? It's a matter of just trying to contest here and there. They know that they had that advantage again for Cave East. Obtained, as much as they want to try to focus on this center hill, I think for them, they need to be aware of that rotation. They need to be aware of the future, and what could exist is a few big gunfights taking place. Brain actually might be sneaking through. However, he's found out. Stevo, aka Vortex, able to shut him down. That could have been a big opportunity for Obtain to get through the back lines. However, it's thwarted yet again. War continues to reign when we're talking about spawn advantage.
Let's move back to P1. It will be Obtained there first, as 3 players out from Team War are ready and waiting, hesitant to push, but nonetheless, the execution comes in, and it's going to be 4 dead, and they will have no problem moving right into P1. They gain control. A flurry of kills fall in favor of Team War as they are now inside, locked down, keeping all of Obtained all the way at back spawn, all the way ready for new. They're going to have to either hit the early rotation or just give up this last 7 seconds. You got to think it's the latter, and that's what they're going to do. They are ready and waiting, but Vortex has a big gunfight to win. Doesn't do it now. The backline is open for War, and they could fly on through if Obtained is not ready and waiting, which they should be, and Brain on your screen, waiting for Davey in the back line. No one going to follow in, but Vortex gets a kill out in front, followed by Wardy. And off the start, Obtain doing a very good job of keeping War out of the hill. And Nile makes that 2, and this could be a great money hold for Obtained Esports.
Yeah, this is what they have to have. It's not just what you need, it's what you almost have to have in your control. As it looks as if Team War nearly breaking through, but threads the needle is Brain, tossing out some utility, just trying to prevent War from having any stand in the hill whatsoever, trying to take some shots. Obviously, they're only going to be able to get so much time, but like I said, this game is starting to get away from them, and this is going to be the constant problem for Obtain throughout the rest of this hardpoint space, is that they have to kind of, in some ways, hold up the advantage and try to weigh out the ability of trying to rotate, but also at the same time not trying to give any little seconds away to War. That is a very difficult opportunity to have, and so far it looks to be War to walk away with this. Just over 20 seconds left for them to lock this one up. Soccer Field is the current one in the line sights. Dave, obviously punting a few off the map, currently in the back lines, has the opportunity to cause some issues yet again, and that has been the thorn in the side. War is in the hill, and they're also at the flank. Obtained, they're starting to crumble.
We said that production was the #1 thing for War. We needed to see execution when it came to closing out hardpoint. 21-9 for Dave. Denza having a slow game, but everyone else all involved when it matters most. Obtained on the other side have not been able to slow down War. They just haven't been able to find a way to get kills, and that's kept them out of this game. You don't see the same gameplay of breaking hills late, finding a couple of kills, and gaining scrap time and winning the rotation that we saw in the prior series to BDS, and now they're getting punished for it. Only 1 second remains. They have to play flawless hardpoint. It will not happen, as they need one more. They can't win here. They're going to have to go to new. They're set up early for now, but Team War just needs one break.
Yeah, they just need 1 point. This one absolutely should be locked up. Of course, I'll be careful. The caster curses have been pretty bright today and pretty glooming, but nonetheless obtained.
This would be a hell of a choke.
It would definitely be the biggest choke I've probably ever seen. If you're on 249 and the opposition is at around 120, 130, it would not be a fun or rather communication phase after this game ends out. But this one should be in the hands of War nonetheless. We talked about it, Space. I mean, it really was a matter of the late breaks. The issues that we saw from Obtained were kind of clear. The fact that they kind of relied on their Slayers to really kind of pick it up toward the later phases. War, they've exploited that so far throughout a majority of it. They've dominated when it comes down to the money hills of Cave East and Cliff Path. It's not really looking all that pleasant, to be honest with you. They're getting some good time here at West, but nonetheless, it's 1 second. Like, what's 1 second, you know?
It's not, but hold on, man. Like, they have to win the rotation. They're not going to do it. I thought for a second we were about to see something crazy, but no, it's not going to happen today. They needed 1 second, and that's what I said. You need to play damn near flawless hardpoint. They were doing it in Cave West, but you have to get all the way back to Outpost. The problem is when you have to fight over 1 second, clear as day, common sense, you can't win the rotation fight. And when it comes down to that, man, it's just going to spell disaster. And Team War, give them a little bit of breathing room, but they're able to take game 1, 250, I believe 161. But at the end of the day, the same storylines remain present, right? Team War's production was through the roof. Davey was phenomenal with the AR in the back. Everyone else on Obtain just kind of struggled to find kills, and once they did, you saw what they can do in the hill. It came a little too late. And with that said, we're going to jump right on over to North America. It's Singularity and FaZe Academy, right, I believe in winter semis. And this is going to be a hell of a one to go through.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a blast of a match to watch. Of course, along with our EU side, we're also covering North America at the same time. Happy to provide some coverage for both regions here, as obviously we're kind of going from one hill, or rather one particular map to the next, right? The same kind of situation, nothing all that glaring. Based off what we can see, it looks as if Singularity had some solid time in the first hill. FaZe Academy set up for that ever-interesting P2 over at Cave East. Currently with spawn advantage is Jimbo, causing some problems up close in yellow. Definitely has dead silence rocked because of how quick that movement was, but look out for Singularity. They're starting to train on through.
And it's incredible how interesting the Singularity team has become, right? Like, one gets recruited from CleanX. He goes up to Toronto to fill in as a sub after last year's performance at Champs. Insight, arguably one of the top 3-4 ARs in North America in this amateur bracket. And on the other side, you have Sib, arguably, again, a top 3 or 2 AR in North America. Like, there is so much here to dive into, so much to talk about, but these teams are fairly even matched. You have an S&D heavy FaZe Academy versus a very aggressive hardpoint Singularity. Like, Singularity will take the fight to you. They are not afraid to get in your face. FaZe Academy much more composed when it comes to some of these long-range gunfights, but at the end of the day, this series could go the distance. I would not be surprised if it does, but it is Singularity nonetheless who have a bit of work cut out for them as FaZe are in the hill. Venom with a 5 spree, continuing on, make that 6. Can we get on board with this, man? He is shredding. No one's been able to touch the front of the hill, and they continue to keep Singularity on the back line. Jar Jar, I should call him Bids, is his real name, is he's going to be able to move in, takes down Sib, front man down, but who else is going to follow in? It looks like he spawns as well.
And that's a huge loss for FaZe Academy, considering that they invested a lot at that moment, Space. When we saw the rotation to Soccer Field, FaZe had actually won it. What do? They make sure they back up, they have the squad spawn, and then things start to kind of funnel in from there. If you are FaZe, granted, given the current circumstances, a hold at Cave West would absolutely be ideal for them, but we'll see exactly how that begins to play out. Singularity are there first, and look at what FaZe are doing. They're keeping in mind the future spawn. They want to try to siphon in Singularity into a pinch. Sib a big gunfight toward his right, not able to win it. Of course, as we visit the other side of the rotations, FaZe Academy pretty much realizing what has taken place. Singularity, a major benefit for them, but Journey taking down 3, has to reload the MP5, 1 bullet left in the clip. My goodness, that's what you want to see on a hill like this, given the circumstances. You didn't win the rotation, but you're having a lot of benefits here when it comes down to this hill. Take a look at player number 9, though. Venom, he thought about the rotation. You see FaZe, they're always thinking about the future here, Space.
It was 5-1 to start for Sib, then made it about 3-7 in the following engagements, back to 11 and positive. This man can always flex back and forth. You never know what you're going to get out of him, but what you do know is that he will remain consistent throughout the game. Yes, he might be not having the greatest start, or he might have the greatest middle, but he will finish strong and he'll come into his own. Sib, a player to look out for if you're scouting. But like you said, the Cave West was a huge money hill for FaZe. They're able to get a couple off of that, and now the rotation towards back outpost, it's going to come down to these front fights. One by Sib, one more in the corner. Miyagi, I believe, or Siggy, excuse me, that name get out of nowhere, but it's all 5 dead as Siggy gets 2 with a nade, 1 with the headshot, and Journey bites the bullet. Bids gets 2 on Jimbo and Gravity, and they have 1 spawns at close back, and they've also won the hill time. Singularity doing a phenomenal job of clearing FaZe out of the line.
They are, and FaZe Academy just trying to do anything they can to get in those back lines. I think it was Jimbo who pretty much found a few eliminations, decided to slow up, as Maple does, in fact, end what was a very impressive 5 streak. A Singularity streaking, rather, to what could be an advantage after the first half of rotations, as they will, in fact, be able to hold that. The big conversation really is now, really, when it comes down to P2 again, right? KV's 2's going to have those spawns for it, who's in that right rotation mindset, as you're going to see FaZe Academy consistently, as we saw on the first set of rotations, be aware of spawns. They're always looking for those opportunities. Player 8 at the bottom of the map, Jimbo, that's what his primary focus is. He gets shut down, and that is another little kind of negative, if you will, for FaZe Academy. They're continually getting shut down on those rotations, but at the very least, they're getting time in town center.
It's been up to Gravity with a couple of these 2 pieces that have let FaZe work their way inside the hill, but Singularity want none of it. They've picked up 2, looking for 1 more. It's Detain on screen, flying right through blue, checking his back line. No one's there. Everyone even across the board so far. Maple at 13 and 13, but still not a whole lot of hill time spread out amongst the Singularity team. FaZe is in momentarily. They do get a couple more seconds before Maple will take him out. And Sib does get 1 on rotation. A big win from Venom shuts him down. They should be able to grab spawns as they hit the rotation for new. But Detain, ready and waiting, does get cut down. FaZe with the first couple of gunfights, a key win here, as they should be able to break on in as Singularity tried their best to hold.
Singularity in a big position for them. Like I said, they've been pretty much counting on this rotation all throughout P1. They weren't interested to try to hop in the hill as often as they could. They wanted to try to value the time. Here at this money hill, Bids in the midst of trying to actually mantle onto the wall, somehow manages to hit the shots, and that's got to be in some ways frustrating for the Academy roster, as they're getting shut down consistently, already thinking about that soccer field, as we're seeing 5 in a row, make it 6 in a row for Bids, having a fantastic spree right now, constantly catching the enemy in the back lines, has some assistance there for what would have been the 7th. Bids having a fantastic performance. The smoke is out, the enemy is blind, and he happens to be on the flank. Another opportunity to cause some havoc. Gravity, I think, may have been spotted out. I thought he might have been looking toward Bids' direction. Nonetheless, Singularity with the advantage, but keep in mind, this flank could be huge. Journey spotted out. That's going to be the 7th in a row. Big plays coming through from Singularity's own.
I love how patient he's playing this. Just one right behind him. Does he have an idea? Yes, he does. Make that 8. When not able to make it 9 double digits. Possibly another time of day, but Bids has been very vocal about Singularity. He has said that they are better than some of the pro teams, and they think they're one of the best AM teams, and right now they're playing like it. They are absolutely frying FaZe off of this soccer hard point. They have not been close, and when Bids is able to roam around like this and Singularity gets comfortable, man, they can do some absolute damage, but it's all up to Insight and crew. How they like to hit the rotation. They weren't too keen on rotating early, but they did win the initial fight, and now they will be set up all the way back for initials. And it looks like they're going to be able to pick up another couple of kills as Detain takes down Sib, Maple takes down Venom, and we head to K West. Lando, it's looking dangerous. FaZe needs all the time here on this hill.
They definitely do. Keep in mind, Singularity, they actually did get it in a really good rotation actually toward this hill. Singularity kind of started to push in. They actually found a few crucial kills through middle. That's what gave them the early time. However, in the midst of these fights taking place, that is a huge win that Detain is going to have, still not getting the squad spawns on him, but you see the future. That is what both of these teams have in mind. Cave West is important, but they realize how crucial Cliff Path will be. As we're talking about streaks, we're kind of going consistently back and forth. Maple having some fun. Sibilance up close also manages to take down a few as well. A lot of action still to come, but if you are a fan of FaZe, if you're a fan of this Academy roster, you can sit somewhat pretty knowing that once they start to pretty much get eliminated off of this hill, they are going to have those rotations. They're now sitting inside a middle. This should be Academy's opportunity. This should be FaZe's ability to bring it back and take the lead.
Detain was confident. Detain and Insight were feeling quite confident at the end of that hill, man. They pushed up right in the front lines. They got off the truck. They picked up a couple of kills in succession, and they moved on through. They secured about 15 seconds as well, and now they're looking for an extra break. We're going to be tied up. Oh, never mind. Here comes a final break. There we go. Tie game. FaZe take the lead. And they have two players now coming through the smoke. Venom has a couple of fights he has to win, but it's 3 in the kill feed. Insight and Crew making their way through, all green for Singularity. FaZe Academy have nothing but a couple of kills that can bring them back in this game. They're being outflanked, out-rotated, outgunned at the moment, and you have to thank Bids and Insight for that. Maple, 30 and 25. Everyone about to break that 30-point mark, but yet it's only a 5-point game, and they have kept Insight and Crew out of the hill. Singularity finally find their way in, but is on the rotation.
Yeah, if you're Singularity, you're pretty happy with the way that Cliff Path kind of plays out. Obviously, we've talked about it at FaZe Academy. They make the early rotation. They were there. We're thinking, okay, FaZe are about to take the lead. They're going to be in a good position. Not at all the case. Very, very well played from Singularity to toss out those smokes, to cause some problems. It was Detain who was making some major waves kind of toward the back lines. And now we sit where Singularity is within 20 seconds. And take a look at this. In the midst of these fights taking place, the spawns begin to flip back out. FaZe on the non-preferred side. And if you're Singularity, try to contest this a little bit, but back up, right? Be aware of that future spawn. You see a group of them all starting to get ready inside of that cave. Venom, though, finds himself on a perfect flank. There's two, cannot find the third. That would have been massive for FaZe Academy, as they're going to reach around the 245 mark around once this hill begins to end. But take a look at the spawns. Like I said, it is all Singularity. What can FaZe do to break on in?
And that was a great play from Bids. If you're Singularity, there's no need to continue to contest this other than to try to clear out FaZe from the hill. You've won spawns. You only need one more hill to win for either side. And look at this. They should get close spawns. They do. Here comes Detain off reset, and they're going to fly right in. They should be able to lock down that back bedroom cubby. And here comes Gravity and FaZe. The final entry for them. They get cleared out, and it's all of Singularity. But one big kill from Gravity keeps their hopes alive. Never mind. Singularity hold on, and they rotate early. They get the final hill, and they clear FaZe out when they need to. All done and dusted. Singularity take the hard point in dramatic fashion.
And really the big difference for me when it comes down to this ending, the reason why the ending close score goes the way of Singularity was the way that they played that Cave West leading into Cliff Path. They did a phenomenal job at limiting any opportunity that FaZe Academy had to get a majority of that time on Cliff. We talk about kind of money hills. It's obviously going to be KVs, and a majority of the time, depending on the way you play it, Cliff Path can be that one for you. If you start to get players to spawn out, it takes them a lot of time to get that rotation. That was so well played from Singularity to kind of in that moment when it's nearly a tie game. It should be FaZe Academy who's taking a good 20 to 30 second advantage. What happens to be the score differential after they play it well? Around 20 to 30 seconds. A fantastic and very well played kind of moment there for Singularity, where they take the advantage and they kind of roll with it when it comes down to P2. They mimic the spawns, they get that in their favor, and now they lead FaZe Academy 1-0.
And we're going to hop right back to the European region. Of course, we're in losers finals. Team War versus Obtained. Currently map 2 S&D, but it's Denza with the bomb. And Wardy will find first blood for Obtained, as that bomb is yet to move anywhere. Still not really sure what might happen, but I believe that's Wardy on the flank on the outside. Davey has absolutely no idea that Wardy has rotated through. He could become big, and the route man gets paid. Let's see if he's able to find a couple of kills. Does get one. Denza now on the play. More below blue. Believe he was able to clean him up. He was. And Rezi with the sniper, able to find the last couple and obtained completely pinch out War and do a phenomenal job of rotating behind to find those couple of kills.
And good stuff coming through from this group, and that's the big key that we talked about coming into this series for Obtain. You got to walk away with some destroys. Obviously, the game one does not go in their favor. As much as we wanted to talk about the momentum shifting and how that can kind of go in their hands, it's over. Does not happen. Now you rely on the search and destroy to pretty much try to carry you throughout the remainder of this. If you can win the S&D, you're looking for that game 3, you're looking for that game 4, steal a respawn, and try to visit that game 5, which, depending on it, could go either team's way. But Obtain, like we said, getting off the start in a good manner, walking away with the initial round. Considering how dominant that hardpoint was, it's going to be crucial for them. It looks as if that nade coming into causing some havoc as Obtained on their offense instantly have to reference back. Nile, though, in the meantime, does end up taking down the first member of War for the first blood.
Well, Wardy and Vortex are working in tandem as they will start to clear out the backside of B. And he's the only one there, and he's stuck in a 2v1. As Bomb will hesitantly move towards a site. Dave does fall. PD caught in rotation at tracks. Rezi turns around, immediately wants that fight. He's going to want that every single day of the week, but Obtained, taking the fight to War. Now just a 3v2. They have the numbers. Bomb should have been down. It goes down now. And they get the kill. Rezi is in a perfect position. 2v1. Denza, what you got in store for us? Spots one towards top of the apartments. Has to dip out. Does win the fight. Now 1v1. Little too late. It happens so quickly and Obtained. We'll go up 2-0 in this S&D. And it's just good plays from them. Able to cut down PD at tracks, rotating through. You had 2 players commit all the way to A. They clear out the site. Dave can't respond. Then you're playing numbers advantage back to get bombed down on A. Lando, it's very, very easy search and destroy, and they've done it there.
I will say in the kind of ending moments, a little bit worrisome, right? You're in that 2 versus 1. You know where the final player is. You have about 25 seconds. You probably can get the rotation off and make it there. Granted, they obviously, they challenge. It's kind of a 50-50 moment, but it does get a little bit close. I think that was kind of more confidence coming through from Obtained. They need to be careful for that when it comes down to the future, though, right? Don't get too aggressive when it comes down to this War lineup. That 1v2 easily could have happened given different circumstances. And look at that from Vortex. The cheeky little angle will shut down Wardy for the second kill of the round. It is Obtained getting picked off when it comes down to the current offense from War. Looks as if Brain doing some damage toward the backside as War looking to try to get this bomb down here soon.
Well, they're not really sure where Brain is, other than that he's probably hiding somewhere back under arches. And they would be guessing right most of the time as he currently resides. Mommy's yet to move up, but maybe again we'll start to see it move it forward inch by inch, but it's a push out from Brain. A great timing as well, and Obtained continue to roll on through this S&D up 3-0. And once again, what we saw from last series from Obtained was their timings and their ability to dip out, get a kill, dip back into cover, and they do it here. Rezi with 2, Obtained with 1, Brain with 1 to make it go up another round. And Lando, this team looks very, very good in S&D.
Yeah, that was a very solid 3 versus 5 converge that they managed to make. Considering the fact as well, we got to bring this up. According to what we're being told, this is actually a full reset, which we'll kind of see exactly how this one pans out. We were kind of getting a little bit more information as time progresses, so we'll give you guys an update in terms of what's kind of going on with this particular map. It looked as if maybe that should be Obtained to take, but we'll kind of, double check. We'll get everything kind of ironed out, but nonetheless, we'll kind of reference on what we saw there, Space, right? It was a 3 up, 3 down. Granted, whatever the restart, whatever took place, from what we got to see on screen, that was very, very well played from Obtained. Despite what was being, in that last round, a 5 versus 3 situation, they're able to make the plays. And if they do end up winning the search and destroy, which it's kind of up in the air, but I like to say they're probably good to walk away with it. That's exactly what they need right now. Kind of iron everything out, get everything back to a level playing field.
Yeah, and you see this more often in something like the Challengers League than you would at a pro level, where players are a lot more comfortable flying with a teammate around the map to sort of clear lanes out. You don't often see players peeking that often at the CDL level just because you're afraid of a sniper being on an island, you're afraid of someone being up in those corridors, or even just sitting in apartments taking you down. This is where, if you're in Challengers, you can really get crafty with it. We saw the bomb and 3 players move all the way to A. They weren't sure what was happening, so what do? They send 2 players to rotate out. They find 2 kills on the fly, and that opens up the site and gives them info that, hey, it's an A hit, we can rotate through. It's just what you can expect in stuff like this, where Challengers can always bring surprises. But we're going to jump back into another game. I know you guys are wondering, well, where exactly are we going, Spaceman Orlando? Well, we will tell you in just a minute, as that reset actually was a 3-2 lead from Obtain before the reset, and that's why they ended the game after 3 rounds. It was a hot 3-0 to end it, and they take game 2. But we're back with FaZe Academy and Singularity. And again, Singularity had a phenomenal end to that hard point, and we will continue this series as we move into S&D.
It's going to be a fun one to watch. Like we talked about, Obtain leveling the playing field at 1-1. Can we see the same be done from the boys on FaZe Academy? Except Obtain off the rip, having some fun. The sniper rifle still in the hands of Sib, as he and Venom going to need to make up some magic. Has some intel that maybe somebody was right around this corridor, but not having a whole lot of success. But in the meantime, manages to find one, and Sib gets caught out as well. That will be Singularity walking away with the first round. Now, I actually got an opportunity to talk to a few of the Singularity players kind of coming into the event today, or really kind of coming into the tournament today and yesterday, to be specific, right? And the big thing that I was told was that, hey, they're a good hardpoint team, but their go-to is search and destroy. This is the mode that they rely on. This is kind of the mode that they are kind of more, I guess you could say, comfortable with. And so that's kind of a scary situation if you are the boys of FaZe Academy, considering the fact that in some ways Singularity are up 1-0 with the ability to make this a hot 2-0, considering the fact that they are kind of in their playing field. But look at this nade from Gravity. A little bit of a slow progression from Singularity will allow for a quick little highlight, an instant hat trick, and Singularity, they've got to be a little bit annoyed with the slow movement off the rip. That early pre-nade finally works out for good old Gravity.
And not a single member from FaZe is worried about moving at all. They are waiting for Singularity to make a play. Of course, that bomb's just going to hover right at the bottom of this restaurant. And now it moves out. It's taken down. Gravity at the sandbags. It's a little too much, buddy. Not going to be able to win that fight easily. Chain last alive. And Lando, to your point, you're absolutely right. We can talk about last season when Singularity came into the league, and when they came into the amateur bracket, then made the run through champs. What was it that stood out about them? It was their S&D. They were putting up ridiculous amounts of numbers, taking down pro teams and taking them the distance, and then they had to just basically rely on slaying and hard points and controls to really push them the distance. But this team is all built around S&D. Chain started the game with the 2-piece. He's been known to go off. Insight is one of the best ARs we've talked about, but his S&D as well, when it was him and Chain together back in CDL Minnesota when they got to play on main stage. They dropped, I believe it was 17 and like 15 together in one map. Like, it was
pretty
disgusting
good, you know?
what they were able to do, and everyone else feeds into that. Maple and Bids, Detain, like this entire team was built around an S&D prowess. They come in, they have great respawn to match it. You can only look at heights to talk about with S&D with Singularity, and you can only imagine what they're going to be able to do with the more time they have to practice.
That's for sure. It's definitely a very scary lineup to watch out for. Search and destroy, clearly one of their strong suits, as you've been able to kind of lay out for us. Their history, it speaks for itself, and FaZe Academy have to respect it. As you see them pretty much kind of somewhat condensed, not a whole lot of pressure being made toward anything. Sibilance actually does get caught out despite having that sniper rifle in hand. It's actually the MP5 from Detain that will manage to cut him down. That is going to be a quick 2 dropping from FaZe, still on the offense, and not much progression that has really been made for this team. You kind of saw off the rip, they managed to make a little bit of progress. They instantly stopped, and nothing has happened since then. Tom Gravity does take down Maple in the meantime, and we'll see if FaZe can possibly get this plant down.
Gravity gets one to help things out. He did find a second, so now just a 2v2. Bomb is currently being ticked away slowly but surely. Just we get a little bit quieter when things like this happen. It's just you never know where Detain's thinking. Pops dead silence, and here comes the push. He should be able to spot him. He does. Gravity drops now, just a 1v2. Venom last alive. has to defend, and Venom is down. That's going to be a defuse for Singularity. They play the retake perfectly. But again, just looking at FaZe Academy across the board, no kills for Journey, none for Sib, only one apiece for Jimbo and Venom. Of course, Gravity had 3 with the frag, but everything else, I mean, Singularity, much more productive on their side, but it's still a little too close to call. Obviously, you have plenty of time in this S&D to go, but I'm just kind of surprised with the slow start from Sib and the slow start from Journey to start game 2.
Yeah, it kind of looked somewhat unprepared when it came down to that particular play. You saw them kind of all bundle up together. We saw the sniper with Sib. He wasn't even ADSing, so you can kind of see in his mind he's probably learning, getting information from the squad. So kind of an odd play. We see a few moments there from Gravity to kind of make this one much closer, but it is going to be Singularity walking away with it in the end. Some big plays coming through from Detain in that construction retake. Hopefully they're aware of the nades. It looks as if they are. They have some utility of their own to place out. It looks as if they may have their eyes set on construction. I love that little angle from Maple. You see, despite the smoke being tossed out, he had an instant angle ready to go for Jimbo. Worst timing ever, though, as he'll be taken down from the side. Constant trades taking place, and you see for Singularity, they have to back out. Construction is not their friend, and it is going to be a permanent 2v4 unless they can make something happen. Bids, okay, have a little bit of a show, my good friend, as he'll map somebody. Another one up close, can't make it happen. Insight left all by his lonesome.
It was a great read from FaZe. They send 2 all the way to A and 3 at mid. They were expecting possibly a B push, but they weren't sure. So what do? They just wait for info. Once they get the call, 2 players go up towards the top floor. They take out one member of Singularity. I believe it was Maple, and he drops. Then they get the cue to wrap back, and it's about playing numbers at that point. FaZe with a phenomenal round to respond, tie it up. But again, everyone getting involved, and finally, FaZe look a little bit more comfortable in this S&D. I agree with you that on the last plant, they just really weren't really sure where to go. Once the bomb was down, do we go attic? Do we wrap back to mid? What do we do? Sometimes it's just literally just about getting the kinks out, man. It's the start of game 2. It's been a close series. You barely dropped the hard point. S&D is one of the modes that they're known for. We'll see if they can respond and continue to increase this lead that they've tied it up. But Journey with an unfortunate team kill, and Jimbo does get inside, but nonetheless, they have the advantage. And as I say that, Detain picks up Sib, now in favor of Singularity. Journey evens it out at 2-2. And Shane's going to rotate towards his A-side. Spots one in the ceiling, gets it over one, does find the kill. Journey, we'll see you later. Bomb backs up. And Gravity now trying to escape, cannot do it. 2 are there from Singularity, and they take round number 5.
And that's another well-played situation from Singularity, right? We start to see the sights begin to kind of flip a little bit. We're seeing some more progression being made toward one side of the map in particular to what we've seen throughout the remainder of it over at Construction. What happens? The smokes get tossed out, and Singularity is ultimately more well-prepared. We saw some good progression from FaZe Academy, but obviously having that team kill really kind of starts to slow things down for them. Kind of an unfortunate spot to be placed in, but like I said, Singularity, as the dust settles, will have the overall advantage 3-2. And we'll see what they kind of have up their sleeve. Kind of around this time, usually in a search and destroy, you want to try to throw out some interesting plays. You want to try to throw out a bait here and there, make it seem as if you're, smoking out A, when in reality, you're actually kind of flanking the other side. So it looks as if Gravity continuing to do damage with the nades. By the way, he's at 9-3, just to reference that. 4 of them coming from nades, but nonetheless, we'll give him all the respect he deserves because he is the main slayer so far throughout this entire lobby. Damage being done up close with the SMGs. Maple looking toward the top side, but Singularity, they are hurt, and they're not doing all that well when it comes down to man count. Finally find their first kill of the round, and it looks as if Bids, he has some pretty much a good line sight, a good visual coming through from Jimbo as he'll toss out the utility. What was trying to be a sneaky play from Singularity is found out.
And Jimbo's just looking for a call. If he can spot Bids underneath, either challenge if you have the angle, if not, back up and just play time, man. You got the numbers 4v1. Bids is in a very, very precarious spot. Not a whole lot to work with and not a lot of resources. Cannot find the kill on FaZe Academy. Of course, we'll tie this one up. And it's almost interesting that when you're able to get a majority of your kills with the aid, I mean, that just kind of builds confidence through the team, right? Like, hey, we're just going to continue to have man advantage off the start of the round, and that opens the map up more for FaZe to get comfortable. And not only that, but you can start bringing out different strats once you get that man advantage. Maybe you start throwing a couple of players towards that top roof. Maybe you play up attic where Jimbo was. It's all about what you can make the most out of what you've been given, and they're given a man advantage each and every round. And it's been surprising that Singularity haven't crumpled under that pressure yet.
It's been very impressive. Both these lineups kind of showing their mental fortitude when it comes into different plays. Journey, we've seen how great he can be with the SMG up close. Obviously got to watch him on Heretics last season. Even for a short time was ranked as, I think, rumored to be like a top 5, top 6 player in Black Ops 4. Of course, it was short-lived, but nonetheless, a very, very solid player, but has to reference back, giving respect to the opposition. Why? Because they've found the first blood. Construction is open, and they're happy to try to get that bomb down as quick as possible.
Sib is trying to watch the cross. Unfortunately, one was caught out of position. It was Bids. Didn't think he was going to get the sight line and the timing, but he does it regardless. But who is that? It's got to be Insight who's on the back. I believe he's watching bomb. He's sitting patiently. Here comes the rest of Singularity. It's 2 more kills for FaZe, and it's just left down to Maple. He does take out Sib, so Sniper's out of play. But Venom has the bomb, and they could just rotate right over to B if they elect to do so. They won't. They want Maple dead here and now. Journey's going to get caught out, and all of a sudden, it's a 1v3. Can Maple clutch up? Bomb down, time to work with 40 seconds. He knows at least one is above. Here comes Gravity for the challenge, and the unfortunate timing. FaZe Academy will take advantage again. 4-3. As they continue to bounce back and forth in this S&D, but the positioning from FaZe has been damn near flawless to start this S&D.
Yeah, and we talked about the earlier round as well about, they're kind of playing a little bit stagnant. That's what that was for, right? That's exactly what that play was, what this round was supposed to equal out to. It was supposed to be an initial pick. It was supposed to be that snipe coming through from Sib on the platform. That's what they relied upon. And for the future of the rounds as well, whenever Singularity is on those defenses, I think they're going to have to start kind of forcing more of an issue, or maybe starting to focus more attention toward that construction site. They've had a few difficulties, and that's been kind of the major key for FaZe so far, is their constant pushes toward construction. Of course, from one site to the next, we're now here at B, and Detain, unfortunately, has to lose his life, but is it all for naught? As Inside up close, he'll also be shut down. Great work up close from both Sib and Journey, as now it's going to be Bids left up all by himself. And that's kind of what a lot of these rounds have been so far, Space. It's kind of has been, whenever a team starts to succeed, whether it's been FaZe or whether it's been Singularity, the players continue to kind of rack off, which kind of gives credit to the setups. It gives credit to what these players are really starting to implement, which is team-based pushes, team-based setups, and based on the way that the man count has settled, that seems to be the case. Bids a nice frag to find, but nonetheless, 30 seconds, he's got the objective. A player actually just runs right in front of him, and did he just win that? Did he just walk away with that?
I don't know how in the world Bids just was able to survive.
They both
finds
ran at
the
their
first
same time?
Snaps on the second.
I was just giving them credit.
Phenomenal play.
Space, I was just giving them credit. I was like, oh, they've been playing position so well.
We were talking about team-oriented pushes and all this great stuff, and in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, team-oriented pushes are great, and we're getting away from the meta of one player stepping up all the time. Never mind, man. Like, they know what I'm thinking. They just come through.
Goodness.
And this is the danger of Singularity. You can never count one of these guys out. They're so skilled at individual gunfights and just the positioning, the timing that they have internally of when to push, when to back off, giving respect to the opponent. It's truly just wonderful to see FaZe and Singularity go back and forth like this. And right now, again, we're just kind of sprawled across a slowed push, but Bomb will not move forward. Timid to say the least. Looking for info as Maple is in the corner, and he could have a big gunfight to win. Maple has 2 in front of him. And I wonder what his POV looks like, and he is ready and waiting, but no one has bit yet. It changed, slowly working underneath. There's at least 2 above. He knows it's going to call it out. And the rotation to A will start for FaZe.
It will indeed. The same site they've continued to make all their efforts at. Well, this time, it B shut down. Good work off the start from Singularity. There goes Detain, rather, at the same time. Also trying to dance his way up through the construction zone. A big situation. Who can get to 5 first? FaZe finding 2 crucial kills. Bids and Detain now left in a 2 versus 3. A few spotted off toward the side. The communication is there. 12 seconds left. The bomb has yet to be planted. And if you're Detain, it's a matter of trying to stay alive. Try to work out this, because surely they're going to plant down that bomb. Does he spot it? He does. Excellent cover fire, though, coming through from FaZe Academy. All he wanted to do was shut down that bomb planter. That was excellent timing, but better coverage coming through from Jimbo, making sure, despite his bomb planter dying, the round goes in their hands. That is excellent timing. That's excellent awareness and reaction coming through from good old Jimbo, as that'll be FaZe Academy now taking the lead at 5-4.
And if you notice, FaZe played completely differently than round 2 when they gave up that site after the plant. They weren't really sure where to go. Just leave one guy there to protect as you're defusing. They do it. They play it perfectly. And FaZe are 1 round away from taking this one. Jimbo with another nade, and Gravity and him have something in common at this point, but it's all about executing. FaZe have done it. They also have first blood as well. The advantage is there for them, and that bomb will be elected to move towards A if they can. And now here comes the push. Do they have eyes, though?
Sib!
Jimbo on the top. Sib comes in with 3, and Gravity cannot shut him down. No problem. Jimbo is there. Sib quiet all of game 2, but he shows up big and takes down 3 in the back.
Oh my goodness, what a play coming through from Sib. As we'll obviously get to watch Jimbo's perspective toward the end of this one, but just excellent execution. They knew where Singularity had been. Why? Because they've been in that perspective so many times prior. An excellent search and destroy as we now begin to transfer from series to series, from NA now back toward good old Europe, as we're now getting ready to hop in here toward what is our current domination between Obtained and Team War. Just to make sure we're all up to speed, it is a current 1-1 scoreline. It was Team War taking the hardpoint in somewhat dominant fashion on Azir Cave. That one was 250 to 161. The S&D, a little bit different. A dominant, rather kind of more dominant in the ladder of the other squadron, that being Obtained. They walked away with that one 6-2. And now we're hopping into our second half of domination, and take a look at this here space. Obtained, we talked about it. Can they walk away with the 1 respawn? This may be their key as they're up early after the first half.
And if they're able to continue this progress, you got to feel good coming into the next hard point, right? Yeah, they had a slow showing, no question, on Cave, but maybe that was just a lackadaisical game 1. They have to get warmed up, and when we've seen them hitting their shots, they're one of the best teams in Europe, and they are taking it to war in this Dom to start things off. Still, a neutral B. No one will grab possession. Watching the back of Yellow as finally Rezi will begin to move up, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and try for play for this back spawn and get C under control. He does get cut down in the process, but it might have just been a little too much damage, as that gives War free reign over B, and they should be able to cap it momentarily.
Yeah, if you're Obtained, right, it's kind of a worthy sacrifice depending on the way that you look at it. Dave still trying to cause some havoc. He finds one. If he could find the second, that'd be massive. Getting some decent damage done to the opponent. There he is. Gets the team support, and that is going to be C and B back in War's favor. They never lost B in the process, and that's exactly what you want out of this team. That was a calculated risk coming through from Obtained. They wanted preferred spawns. They wanted to have that closer hill over at C. It does not work out, and a big advantage now for War. Let's just imagine, can they continue to hold it?
Denza and Dave, I mean, have been phenomenal together. Dave on a 5 speed, Denza on a 4, had 3 crucial kills to move him towards that B flag and maintain this 2 cap that they currently hold. And it's all up to Obtain to move in through mid-map and find the kills. Currently, they've had a couple, and here comes Nile and crew, able to stop one and not able to stop the second. Vortex shuts them down. They still hold the 2 cap, though, as they slowly come back in this game. But remember that Vortex, currently on your screen, has a big couple of key gunfights if they want to flip this back flag. And, well, it's been all of Obtained in the kill feed. Finally, Denza and P to respond. But back and forth we go, Lando. We would expect nothing different. And in Domination, where it's so difficult sometimes to be able to read these spawns, and not only that, but lock down B flag on Saint Petro, I mean, you're basically looking at 1 or 2 key gunfights that swing these rounds in your favor, and that's why you see these scorelines come down to the wire. What are you seeing so far out of Obtained that was different from the hardpoint that we saw prior?
I mean, in general, when it comes down to it, they've just been way more aggressive. You can see they're very adamant about wanting to make certain plays. You can kind of see that they have an instant target for what they want to make happen. We saw that with the early spawn control off the start. They set their minds to it. They wanted to go for C. I'd imagine that was probably their key to victory in terms of the first half. However, things starting to kind of flip on their head a little bit. The big problem that Obtained is having is that they're not working as a team to go for B. We're seeing constant single-man pushes. Obviously, the lead now in the hands of Team War. It looks as if Harry is causing tons of problems toward the back lines here in Restaurant, and Dave is picking them up as well. If you're Obtained, you need somebody to come through and say, listen, we got to calm down a little bit. We need to make the right play. But on every single flag right now, they are having issues. Now in the hands of Team War, as that is going to be a triple cap. Obtained. They're spawning over at P1. They're having so many problems, they can't even get a spawn on a flag. They have got to get to one here soon. It looks as if they'll claim control over A. No surprise. But in the meantime, the lead has started to get away from them, and they need to make something happen soon before this Dom slips away.
I think it's already slipping. You got a minute 20. You need a 2 cap to be able to get 12 a minute. And even then, it's going to be a little too much. They have to play for 3 at this point. Will they be able to do it? I mean, anything's possible, surely, but they're running out of time. The kills aren't falling. Dave and PD secure 2. Brain takes down 1. Just a minute 10. And they have B and C controlled. Team War looking to go up high in game 3 and take the series lead up to 2-1. Nile does clean up 1, but it's shut down immediately by Vortex. And once again, or excuse me, I should say Harry, and once again, Team War begin to slowly pull away in this game as Harry found another, but every now and then, these trades just favor Team War one after another. They've held on to the 2 cap for the final minute, and that will secure game 3. I think it's mathematically impossible at this point.
And you see a pretty even spread when it comes into slang for pretty much everybody, except for Dave, who just happens to be sitting in a casual 24-13, having a phenomenal game as that consistent and steady AR. Obviously having a field day when it comes down to some good old St. Petro. But yeah, that was the biggest key for me kind of throughout this second half was Obtained. You started to see them. They started to play more chaotic. They didn't really have a whole lot of calculated pushes where they ran into B together. It was more separate. It was more individual. And that's where Team War is going to hit you. We talked about it in the pre-series space. Mistakes. That is what is going to decide who makes it forward. Obtained, they make a big mistake coming into the second half of not playing kind of more team-oriented over at that B flag. That causes problems. I think Team War held B 95% of this second half. At one point, they had a triple cap, which is what really kind of elevated this score, considering this was a 20-point advantage toward the opposition coming into this half. So they end the game around 30. The score coming in was around -20. They had a 50-plus point advantage in this second half, and a lot of that was due to the inconsistent pushes, I think, coming through from Obtained.
Yeah, and you might beat War like straight up on just a bad day, but this team isn't going to make a lot of like rookie mistakes that a young team coming together for the first time would. War and their core has played together for about a year and a half now, and they've had time to go through most of the mistakes.
Sure.
So when they're falling back on just veteran experience and they're falling back on repetitions that they've done scrim after scrim after scrim, even being at the top of the amateur brackets in some of the finals they've had, it comes to a situation where you can only push them so far where they're not going to break. At this point, they look like the better team all throughout. The slaying is there, the production is there. Harry found a couple of big 3 pieces. Then you have Vortex getting involved. We've said he's a #1 sub on this team. He can take over a game, but Dave has been phenomenal to start, double positive in the domination. It's all come together for War, and it just looks like it's a little bit too much so far for everyone else to handle, right? Like, War has completely run away with game 3. They had a trip cap to put the nail in the coffin. And right now, you just have to slow things down. I think that's the big thing here is, yes, you had a bunch of kills to end the hard point and to go in the S&D, but you need to slow things down, bring it back to your pace. Don't let the series get away from you. It's still a 2-1 lead for War, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'll be honest. It's kind of disappointing, if you will, because of the advantage. Yeah. We were kind of hyping it up. This could be their opportunity. This is where you really start to take it to this War lineup. You want to steal that one respawn. That may have been their chance. We talked about it at the first hard point, just referencing back to my notes. 250 to 161. It could have been worse when it came down to Azir Cave. I think it was the one pull that they had on Cave West that gave them maybe a solid 30 or 40 seconds. That very easily could have been around a 100-point club. So all in favor of War right now. The way that they turned up kind of toward the end, the way that you're talking about their SMGs, the way that Dave is playing on the AR, it is consistency across the board. I think we have a few guys to kind of highlight for the War side, but it is not going to be an easy task to try to face off against this team. What will be the 3rd respawn? The other 2 have been somewhat dominant outside of the first half in Dom. But I'll tell you what, man, I'm still impressed by Obtained at certain moments. I feel like they've played very well. It really just kind of has come down to those minor mistakes. Azir Cave, a different story, but just in general, kind of throughout a lot of their gameplay that we've got to watch today, it really kind of has come down to the little things. And that's kind of good for this particular lineup. If you're looking at the little things, that's probably somewhat of a positive, because that is overwhelmingly providing what is the difference. I'll tell you what, EU, NA, we're having so many fantastic matches so far throughout the day. Of course, as we're starting to wind things down, feel free, of course, to let us know your guys' thoughts. How are you enjoying the Challengers Cup today? Feel free to let us know. So we're hopping into some good old Dom on Hackney now for some NA action between Singularity and FaZe Academy.
I think we can all agree it's been a lot closer than what we expected for the majority of these matches. I mean, Singularity FaZe tied 1-1. War just made it 2-1, but a little bit of a body shot from Jimbo as he finds 2 back on the B flag, and they're going to be
look at that spawn. Look at that spawn.
And they're all the way back at back alley. They have to make the rotation right through the truck, and they're going to be stuck now trying to fight for their home hill. Sib was able to find 2 at mid-map, but they are really having to fight off the back foot. And luckily for Jimbo and Journey, they've continued to rack up kills. Journey able to find 1 more, as one player's going to be sitting back on their home. He can go down for the decap if he wins a big 1-on-1 in the corner. He does. Journey doing everything right on A, and he's going to get the cap as well. This is a triple for FaZe Academy. Singularity are blown out to start this game.
They are, and Journey continues to be a thorn in the side. They're trying to seek him out. Can they find him? Thankfully, Maple will finally have some time to breathe, but only for a few moments, as Jimbo was instantly there on the rotation, and this is when spawns start to become a factor. You see Singularity, they have no interest in B. Player number 2, Siggy, aka Maple, just spawned out toward that other side warehouse. This is starting to become problematic, and there are the squad spawns toward outside office. It is a successful flip in the early stages for FaZe. That is perfect execution from them. Granted, there is a huge misstep that happens for Singularity where they get the squad spawns on outside office, but even still yet, FaZe, given those circumstances, had to face off against a full Singularity lineup. Guys like Journey, guys like Jimbo went clutch, and they're able to hold on to a multiple different opportunities where Singularity should have retaken their own home flag. It doesn't happen, and look at that massive advantage now that Atlanta have to work with.
And look how far spread out every member of FaZe is on the minimap. Take a look at just the positioning they have. The middle map pressure they're able to apply. When Sib can roam around and Jimbo can get comfortable on the flag, it leaves Journey open to pick up 1 or 2 pieces that then they can roll into for another cap or finally gain advantage. And they have found a way to spread past that 25-yard line, and right behind him is Insight. They take out 1. Now they're going for the back spawns. They want A back in their control, and it's going to be rotating over from Sib towards Forklift. He's got to come in towards warehouse, find a couple of kills, but he says, nah, I'm gonna wait towards top 3. Maybe I find a straggler at mid-map. If not, I can win a fight. And I believe Maple did take him down. He did after Sib was able to find 1. But still, this dub cap coming from FaZe Academy, 2 flags under their belt as they continue with 1:55 left to play in round number 1. Maple gets horrible timing down the steps and gets punished for it. Journey will win that fight each and every time. And they're about to cap another flag. It's going to be C, who's about to get neutraled. But finally, Singularity gain control of their spawn for now. But FaZe with the relentless pressure. Another 3 dead, and they're coming back to B.
They are. It's pretty much just solid plays from the fast SMGs of FaZe Academy. It was Jimbo who trying to get that quick little decap, if you will, that little neutral on the Singularity's home flag. Granted, it doesn't happen, but at the very least, it makes them reference back. It makes them have to pretty much go back to position number 1 and get him out of their hair. It has been a very well played kind of throughout the entire map so far from FaZe Academy. They obviously hold on to their major advantage off the rip, but we've seen them consistently make sure they're watching the late pinches. They're making sure they're constantly watching those pushes that can come through from office. They have locked up B since the game even started, and that's the reason why we see the score line the way that it is. The way they play over at Tire Shop off the rip is a major advantage for them, and Venom has caused some problems. That's 4 in a row. Can he make it 5? And he does. What an insane shot onto Maple. Did not even stand a chance as Venom finally does get taken down. Sweat off the brow if you're Singularity. You just need a breather. Based off the way that this first half of Dom has gone, that is going to be a mountain for them to climb coming into the second half here, Space.
The keys to victory for FaZe was really shut down Insight. Take away the main AR presence for Singularity, and everything else will fall into line. What have they done? 8 and 11 for Insight. Everyone else on FaZe, 12 and 8, 15, 17 and 8 for Venom, 12 and 10 come together for Gravity and Sib. They have done a phenomenal job of slowing down Singularity on the fly, keeping their power pressure, their pressure from Insight and Chain and Detain on the back line, keeping them on the back burner, just saying, hey, if you guys want to push the flags, that's okay. We'll take care of you in the process. Venom with this disgusting 5-piece to stay alive towards top elbow, take down long haul, and just continue to roam. And Lando, I mean, for years upon years upon years in competitive Call of Duty, we have talked about subs who are able to roam around the map and pick up kills. I mean, Scump did it in his early career. Can you talk more about the pressure that puts on teams when you can't lock down a roamer and he is just picking you off one by one as you move into a sub?
Oh yeah, that's the biggest problem, right? The roamers are the guys who are constantly causing problems. They're the guys who are making the minor details that overwhelmingly make the massive amount of difference. I mean, like I said, you can talk about a number of different guys who kind of played that roaming lead slayer for their teams, but that clearly was the major issue for the Singularity boys in that first half, was just catching out, watching for the roamers. It was Journey, it was Jimbo, it was all these guys having major plays, and in that particular moment, it was Venom coming through with highlights. Singularity could just not stop what has been an influx of players, and that's going to be the problem coming into the second half. And we can talk about a number of different things that Singularity have to look out for. Not only is it the time, not only is it the score, but it's also worrying about these roaming slayers like we see come through from Sib. It's also the fact that now FaZe Academy have preferred side. They now have Tire Shop in their control, and it's going to need to see a consistent push from Singularity. It looks as if they may have gotten the flip. It's a little bit up in the air right now.
Oh, that spawn. That spawn.
And it is going to be a flip.
2 players from FaZe Academy just spawned right back at Tires, and they're going to lose the fight, and Maple gets a massive 2-piece to be able to win that. Or one, I should say, but regardless, that spawn from FaZe was so detrimental, and they get the trick cap off of it. They force FaZe back to C. I don't know how that just worked out, man, but boy, oh boy, your Singularity, you're counting your lucky stars that you were able to find 2 in that scenario as they gain an extra maybe 15, possibly 12 seconds off of that time. And they have brought themselves back in this game slowly but surely, still a mountain to climb, but nonetheless, a phenomenal start to start the second side.
Yeah, the big thing for me at this moment, obviously Singularity, they get a massive kind of momentum boost, but it's going to be this exact play. They have to constantly go for the neutralizations. They can't allow for any points to go the opposite direction. Venom right now hopping inside of A is going to get that neutral. That is the ultimate detail. Both of these teams need to constantly neutral the opposition, but the keys to victory for Singularity right now is don't even worry about, you know, one flag versus the next. You have to make sure that you are holding on to all 3 at the same time to make this one close. And taking a look at the way that this map is going, it is from one coast to the next. FaZe playing well. Venom continuing to stay alive. 20 and 14 for him. Thankfully, Singularity gets some time to breathe, but where is Venom at? He's still fighting right here. Does get shut down, but if you're FaZe, you're still happy with your advantage. Would you like a hold at B? Yes, but nonetheless, it is on Singularity to continue on with this pressure. They're the ones that have to constantly go for the neutrals. FaZe, they're okay to park the bus, kind of hang out, and make their way into B on occasion. FaZe can live with neutrals. Singularity, they can't.
The second and third wave of the Cavalry is converted back on B. Originally, it was Singularity who won it, but thanks to Venom and Gravity in tandem, they've been able to move in. They should be able to get the neutral as well. Trophy down, I don't think it actually connected, but nonetheless, they're getting the decap. Now it's through. They've neutralized B, and C and A are both up for grabs as they hold down 1 apiece. 136-107. Quick update for you guys. Team War finally won their Game 4 hardpoint, and they take that Series 3-1 to go to the Grand Finals against Connectors. Of course they would. We knew they would. But at this point, it's down to FaZe Academy and Singularity. 2 flags separate a victory from FaZe and Singularity. But it's been all of FaZe, right? They've been able to control A. They finally get C back. And now they have a 2 flag cap to close out the rest of side 2, and they are looking in a prime position to go up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, they look in a great spot. Like we talked about, it's a matter for them. They can go for neutrals. That's fine. They don't really have to worry about a whole lot. And we're going to need to see a miracle out of Singularity. They're going to have to unplug the controllers from FaZe on the other side if they were to try to walk away with this dub. And that may even not be enough. This one is going to be locked up. FaZe Academy are going to walk away with the domination victory. But the overwhelming difference, the reason why we see the scoreline the way that it is off the way that the first half started, right? It was the ability for Singularity to instantly have that advantage. They do get the unfortunate squad spawn outside of Office, and from there, it was such solid play coming through from FaZe ever since. It very well could have been an instant kind of retake from Singularity, given the fact that they also spawned right in front of A, but it was due to the SMG plays from guys like Journey and Jimbo constantly being problems, constantly being nuisances up close and personal. They're able to hold on to A. They have a triple cap for a good maybe 20 to 30 seconds, and that's the reason why we see the scoreline play out the way that it has. You could say that Singularity played better in this second half than FaZe did, but for FaZe, they didn't really have to do a whole lot, right? You have the advantage. You don't have to really worry about where you are spawning yet, not necessarily. You just want to make sure that you're earning points and that you're neutraling B from time to time. They're able to do that, and they're going to walk away with the victory here. That is set in stone, 165 to 144. FaZe now take the 2-1 advantage.
And all you needed from them, like you said, was just decap a couple flags, maintain one, if not two. It will be set point match. They did it perfectly. You have to look at Jimbo and Journey. The duality they brought to crunching in right through B, taking over the warehouse, finding a couple of kills. When they move in, they were so hard to kill. And at that point, man, they were just able to take over the game relentlessly. Their pressure was exquisite. But with all that said, before we hop to the next match in North America, we're going to take a quick look at the EU bracket, tell you guys what we got going on, and we're going to take a look at the finals. It's Team Connects versus Team War, of course, Connects formerly known as the Royal Ravens Academy. And this, again, is another one we expected. We expected possibly Team War to come from winner's bracket, but they're going to have to win 2 best-of-5s to reset. Last week, these two teams played, and it was Team War who won in the second best-of-5. But here again, you got the Connects, Nolson, Nasty, who came from Team War, Madcat, Weeman, and Linny against Vortex, PD, Harry, Dave, and Denza. It's the 2 best teams in Europe, in my opinion, and many people's opinion. These guys are the real deal, and they're in the finals again for, I believe, the 3rd straight time. It's only a matter of time until that happens.
Yeah, it definitely is. This is really going to kind of set the tone, if you will, for both of these rosters to kind of get who is that kind of designated #1 roster right now in the European Challenger region. Like we said, both of these teams have looked solid so far. I know that previously, obviously, the Connects took down War 3-1. Very interested to watch this rematch take place. For those that did get to watch Dallas, it was a reset. It was actually the Connects who came from the losers bracket. They're able to win that first series 3-0. War then in the second best-of-5 were able to win that one 3-2. It's going to be a fun one, man. Like I said, both these teams have played each other close off the start, and now we're kind of in a role reversal type situation. It was the exact same spot, but just teams flipped. It's going to be a fantastic match to watch. I really don't know how to call it. I think a lot of people out there don't really know how to either. The Connects are hot today, but hey, we just saw War take down what was a very solid Obtain team just a few moments ago.
Yep, dude.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. As we're hopping into some more fantastic North American duels, as it should be a fantastic game to watch out for. Of course, myself, Landon Lando Sanders, joined in part by Sean Spaceman Rogers, as we've been kind of diving throughout the matches today, have had some interesting ones. Obviously, EU Grand Finals still waiting off in the distance as we're still diving into some early North American action when it comes down to the bracket. But so far, your experience throughout the day, how have you enjoyed kind of covering multiple regions at once?
Dude, it's been a lot closer than I think we expected. Like, we had our predictions. We were doing notes for a couple days, and we're talking about, oh, you know, this is the sort of precedent we set for this team. This is where we expect them to fall. This was the top 8 last weekend. How does everyone fit into this whole puzzle piece? And all of a sudden, it's like, okay, UIU's out. Triumph is down. Singularity is running through teams. Yeah. Team Wars and losers bracket. Like, everything we had talked about and, like, predicted has fallen through, which, of course, always happens. Yeah. And man, it shows that the caliber of talent we have in the Challengers division, in the Tier 2 scene for Call of Duty, has never been greater. Like, this is the best time to get involved, to try your chance at being on a pro team. And it's good for pros who want to start scouting. Like, you talk about Atlanta FaZe with Crowder putting teams together. Like, this is the perfect mix of talent and opportunity that you could ever ask for. And Challengers is doing it right. Call of Duty, you're knocking it out of the park once again. It's wonderful.
It absolutely is. And of course, if you guys are interested as well, feel free to go ahead and check out the Challenger Cup, the next one for yourself. That's callofdutyleague.com/challengers. Like we said, feel free, sign up today, get involved in these games. We'd love to watch you, and maybe, who knows, maybe you could be scouted on a few of these top caliber rosters as well. But here we go. It's time for some hardpoint. Singularity versus FaZe Academy. FaZe is currently leading the way at 2-1. They just took a very close domination on Hackney. Well, you say close. It was kind of toward the ending score lines, but it was FaZe who overall had the advantage a majority of the time. However, Space, as we kind of reference back, the last hardpoint that we watched over on some Azir Cave, very close, 250 to 236. Singularity gets the win there. This should be a fun one. A very high chance that we could maybe even see a Game 5.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that this is even an instance where we look at kind of the old tale of stats versus the eyeball test, right? Like, the stats have shown that these games have been close, but the first hardpoint, eyeball test, what does it tell you about Singularity? They are smoking FaZe out of some of those late hills. Looking at the domination, FaZe were smoking them in the first half and absolutely destroying individual gunfights. It all came down to just the individual plays from FaZe Academy, Journey, and Jimbo. They were able to close it out, and that's been the story of this series. The eyeball test tells you that FaZe are playing a lot more hot right now than Singularity. They have a 2-1 lead in the series. They took the search. We took Game 3. Now we move into hardpoint. First time seeing Ramazan today, so it's a nice change of pace, but oh, when you're hitting shots like that from Maple, remember, sides are flipped, so Maple is still on Singularity, and, well, they have the lead for now, but it's FaZe in the hardpoint. We'll see what they can do.
FaZe were on the early rotation. However, you're starting to see a few of the Singularity boys begin to break on in. FaZe actually not having the preferred spawns anymore, so a huge situation where Singularity can really start to break this open. FaZe not happy about losing the spawns over toward Electronic Shop. We'll see if they can start to make some closure, as that's going to be 4-5 down, a perfect break, 25 seconds left. That's exactly what FaZe needed given the circumstances. I'll tell you what, man, I just got a quick little peek at Venom. He's hitting some nasty shots, a guy that you have to watch out for, and was kind of the major cause for problems when it came down to the ending domination for Singularity. They could not stop Venom, one of the many players to look out for, as this game now goes to the third rotation.
Oh yeah, but when you let Venom run around for a 5 spree that locks down top L, it's very difficult to make your way into the flag, let alone the site that you're trying to hold. And the same thing here. Venom has found a way to turn up to a new level today, and while they aren't on the hill for now, expect them to continue to find success. At 5 and 7, still, credit where credit's due. Singularity locked down a couple of kills. They've been able to move FaZe out of the hard point, and they're starting to hit the rotation. FaZe should elect to go for one more push, then you're electing to give up, rotate back, and lock down the next hill. But for now, again, Singularity finding the kills inside. They've done a phenomenal job at that.
They absolutely have. FaZe still trying to get out of their own spawn. Granted, they're having some advantages when it comes down to points, but nonetheless, it is all about that next rotation over toward construction. You see good old Jar Jar Bids, as his gamer tag implies, trying to set up shop, placing down a few of those trophies, being aware of what could happen in the future. There goes Venom, and Singularity now may have a big opportunity, but keep in mind, player number 7, Jimbo, still at the back lines. He's actually going to be at the top here of construction. This could break everything for Singularity. Everything they've worked so far could come down to this. Unfortunately, as he starts to break on through, he only does manage to find one. That is going to be Singularity now getting some time here in construction.
And this is really where FaZe can start to open things up. If they get an open kill, that's from Sib. Trophy won't come down. Singularity control the attic, but the trades go back and forth. Still a 30-point game. In the front is Jimbo. He's got a nade to deal with, and Maple will have to slow down on the back end, but they still challenge from the side. Detain picks up one. Maple looking for the second, but it's Jimbo there who picks up two. Jimbo inside the hill has not been contested, and that's all thanks to the shots he's hitting. Takes the time as well. Seconds contested, cannot turn and burn, but FaZe have done damage. They slowly increase their lead and bring this game back to contest.
Yeah, we've seen pretty much the guys of Singularity be early on those rotations, but FaZe have continued to break on through. Despite what the score will tell you, it has kind of been a matter of Singularity making those proper rotations, but it's been FaZe, the SMGs, that have played so well, constantly causing havoc and really making Singularity frustrated. They're rotating early. They should be getting a lot of this time, and so far on Ruins, it is working out in their favor, at least so far. Despite FaZe not getting there first, they aren't having that same success. Still, the hill is somewhat early, 30 seconds left to go. We'll see if FaZe can start to make some progression here.
And Singularity had a couple of kills, 6 or 7 in a row, that allowed them to regain about 30 seconds of time. And a couple of these hard points have gone their way, where they've been able to just sit inside, gain a couple of kills, and soak up that time off the start. Then they go for the challenge if they lose the retake. But again, another flurry comes in. 2, 3, 4
Wow.
red in your kill feed. Bids phenomenal. Jar Jar Misa wants a kill, and they're going to continue to roam around. Finally, FaZe break in for the last 4 seconds. They've lost the rotation, but it's Singularity there winning all the fights, and you can thank Detain for that.
The big factor is, of course, FaZe right now with preferred spawns. That's the major target for both of these teams. Granted, do they want time at bridge? Absolutely, but they're really kind of keying out what will be Electronic Shop. Singularity starting to get a few in combination with one another. We're starting to see them walk away with this game. Current advantage 154 to 106. Keeping in mind, folks, the sides are unfortunately flipped. We apologize for that, but the red team currently Singularity. The red team currently the opposite. Singularity currently in the red. Still, nonetheless, Detain doing some damage from the back and finds the second as well. Things are starting to, like we said, to get out of control. Like we said, some time over at bridge, but nonetheless, it is all about that rotation. FaZe, they need some time here. They need to get time at Electronic Shop. This could be their opportunity. This could also be the opportunity for Singularity to break open this lead even more.
A couple of more holes will lead Singularity to a Game 4 win and send this one the distance to a Game 5 S&D, excuse me, as we've rotated all the way to P2, and we are set up ready and waiting, but it's FaZe here, and Venom is the front man out. He gets 2, one more to push, finds the third, slows down the back end, and that alerts Jimbo that they're coming from the front. Unfortunately, gets caught in position, and Singularity will find themselves inside. They've been able to break this hold from FaZe, a phenomenal job at that, and Venom will have a lot to work with. So much he has to do. Finds one kill, not able to find the second. Jimbo slows him down. Singularity still inside the hard point. They will continue to rack the time up. Now 190 to 23. The lead increases. Sib with 2. Sib turning and burning. 2 more will try to challenge. Can he win the fight? Yes. Can he win one more? Tagged up? No. 3 will do just enough, but they've won the rotation, and they are waiting for new.
It wasn't as much as FaZe wanted, but you see them already on the rotation. That's going to be Venom making sure that he has those spawns set in stone. Nice nade coming in from Journey. Players pretty much trying to make their way outside of carpets, having some damage to deal with. Sib continuing to be a nuisance through the mid-map, but you look at that score, Barbershop, it needs to be a consistent one. Is Jimbo up close? We talk about time. They're starting to get it. The SMGs are starting to light it up for FaZe. Starting to work out. Can they keep up that same level of play? Players on bridge. There goes Jimbo. Sib has to hop inside of the hill. Why? Because here comes the pressure. Here comes Singularity. A very valuable 30 seconds still on the clock.
Would it not be for Gravity at 9 and 16? You'd think that FaZe would have a little bit of a lead here, but still down by 45. plenty of time. It's up to Gravity to get a couple of kills. He finds one. One in the back line will not secure the second, but it does a decent amount job to get FaZe positioning as they rack up a couple more. 15 seconds of scrap time. I'll take that all day, every day, and they should end around 190 if my math serves me right. Who knows if it will at this point. But now we move in to our final set of rotations. We'll see who's able to lock it down. It's Venom with a big gunfight. Absolutely gets maneuvered and bamboozled. Chain takes him to the dirt, and they win a big couple of fights, and that opens the doors for Insight and Singularity to set up for the final hill. Look at how much time they've been able to give off of those 2 fights on the outside, 20 seconds and counting, and they can win off this hill here. FaZe have to fly.
Yeah, FaZe need a break, and they need it for a while. They need to delay for as long as possible. Gravity doing some fantastic damage off the start. We talked about how he's on a 6 spree, by the way. Here comes Sib. Perfect timing. They break in right when they need to, and this is the key. This is the door of opportunity, and FaZe are starting to take it. This game is about to come to a closer heading than we probably intended that it would. Journey up close. He's trying to put his work in as well, and what was a needed rotation phase, they get it done in construction, but now it's time for Ruins. Can they do it again?
FaZe are just 35 seconds and a little bit extra away from taking this series. And you can tell they can smell the victory here, but it's Singularity who are set up. They have Arch's control, and they have spawns as well. They're getting the close spawns in the back of the hill, and it's Insight who leads the way. The cavalry behind. Detain finds to front, and they have all they need with 10 seconds remaining. Lando, we could be looking at a Game 5 S&D if it comes down to it with 4 seconds. No one will touch the hill. Singularity and FaZe. We will be going the distance, bro.
Oh boy, a Game 5 between these two. We talked about it, how close North America has been at the top. Both of these rosters ranked very highly, and they just provided us with a fantastic hard point as well. A solid advantage early for the boys on Singularity, but FaZe make it close. It's not enough. Led off the back by 30 and 21 coming through from a few of the boys on Singularity. Very, very impressive, but nonetheless, like we said, a match that's definitely very, very hyped up given the circumstances. Singularity off of a huge win over the boys on Triumph, and now they have the opportunity to maybe take down the Atlanta FaZe Academy roster as well. The boys pretty much traveling EU to North America are doing the damage. They talked about it. The reason why they came over here was because they wanted more valuable practice. Well, they're facing off against some of the best amateur teams in the world, and even practicing against some of the pro rosters in the CDL on a daily basis. This is the practice that this roster needs, and they very well could be in a great position to walk away with this Game 5.
And this is the best competition that FaZe Academy has had in a long time. Like, this is the best, not only that I think FaZe Academy have looked in recent memory, but Singularity is taking it to them. Arguably the #1, if not #2 team in North America, given Triumph or UIU success or failure. At this point, Singularity look in prime form to not only take the series, but move on in the bracket. But all of a sudden, there's this little thing in the back of your mind that makes you think, hold on a minute. FaZe Academy, they're showing up. Journey had a bit of a rough game, or Gravity on the top was about 8 and 16 during her second rotation, but nonetheless, they stayed in the game till the very end. They lost rotation on the final hill, but it all comes down to the end. That's what's impressing me about this FaZe team. When they're all clicking, they're phenomenal. When they're not, they have some work cut out for them. But right now, man, this Game 5 is going to be so vital. If FaZe can somehow win this, I would not be surprised if they move on to the rest of the bracket and make it to Grand Finals. If Singularity win it, same story there. They are in prime position to continue a good run. These teams look phenomenal today. They look great this weekend. I am so impressed with how they've played here.
Yeah, I mean, really, both of these teams have put up a fantastic showing. We've talked about it. We've called out certain players saying, hey, this guy needs to step up. This team needs to play in this particular mode. We've seen that from a lot of different teams, not even just North America, but even in Europe as well. We've pretty much seen a number of different rosters, a number of different players start to step up, and that's the reason why we're getting ready to be treated by a fantastic Game 5 between both of these teams. It's going to be hard to call, but hey, feel free to try and do it. Let us know in the chat. Let us know on social media as well. Who do you have taking this Game 5? Is it Singularity? Is it the Atlanta FaZe Academy roster? Well, we're about to find out right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. Myself, Lando Sanders, joined in part by Sean Span Rogers, as we're currently kind of in the middle of a Europe and North American fight. We're getting ready to hop into the European Grand Finals for the Challengers Cup today, in the midst of also keeping you guys updated with North America as well. Sean, it's been a fantastic day, to be honest with you. We kind of started off the day what has now been maybe about 4 or 5 hours ago now. I actually even forgot, to be honest with you, but still, it's been a while. We've had a lot of games to get through, but it's been a blast up to this point.
It really has, man. Like I said it last time before the game. I said it now. I'll say it now. It's been a long day, but in a good way, right? Like the matches have been insane. The competition's been back and forth every single time, and that's led us to our current bracket that we see here on screen, right? We started the day with Team War and the top 8. Team War ran through Obtain Esports. They ran through BDS in a game 5, but still 3-2 win. Yeah. But they come up against Connects, formerly Royal Ravens Academy, for just joining us, and they drop down to losers. From there, it was a hike up a very high mountain. They had to go through Obtain Esports. Yes, they won 3-1, but Obtained was quite difficult to get through. But nonetheless, they find themselves in the finals, a finals we expected to see. Team War possibly coming from winners, but regardless, the Connects are a dominant team, and these are the 2 best teams in Europe by far, and they're showing you why they are in the final bracket. Remember, it's Nolson, Nasty, Madcat, Weeman, and Linny on the Connects, and Vortex, PD, Harry, Dave, and Denza on War. And these players have history, man. Like some of them are former pros. They've played against each other. They've been playing against each other for 5-6 years now. This is another scenario where if you're good enough to get into the late parts of these brackets as an amateur, you can play against some of the best that Europe has ever had. And sometimes you come away with a W, and that's all good too. But at the end of the day, man, I'm excited for this fight.
Oh, absolutely. It should be a fantastic one to watch. We talked about it. You discussed it in terms of storylines. Both of these teams very familiar with one another, obviously because they faced off in recent Grand Finals, but also, like you talked about it, previous teammates. With the big storyline for me kind of coming into it is the ability for Nasty now to be on the Connects, right? Previously on Team War, he was a guy that helped deliver them a championship, I believe, in Paris. Now, obviously, he gets called up to the London's roster. Now it's kind of brought down to the Academy team, or kind of, it's kind of up in the air, but he's still a substitute. He's kind of on this Connects team. Regardless, he's now facing off against his old roster. The guy that comes in place of him, Harry, has played fantastic. A lot of people thought whenever War ended up losing Nasty that it was going to be a big kind of, thing for them to overcome, right? You lost one of your best players. How do you overcome that? Well, Harry has done an excellent job at trying to fill that gap the best way that he possibly can. This is a grudge match, like we talked about it. Both teams facing off multiple times prior, even so far in the tournament when we saw that 3-1 come through from the Connects. Obviously, we talked about it. War most recently won in Dallas. It is all about who wins. It is now a bracket flip when it comes down to Dallas here in the first Challenger Cup. Last was the Connects coming in from losers. This time it is Team War coming in from losers. It would not surprise me whatsoever if we do see that bracket reset. It could be possible, but like we said, all I know is that we're going to see some fantastic Call of Duty as we bounce from EU to North America. We told you guys we'd keep you updated with the North American match, and until the EU Grand Final starts, we'll be taking a look at this Game 5 here on Arklov between FaZe and Singularity.
And remember, last game, these names were flipped, so it was Singularity who took it home. And of course, we're going to end the game on SND. The series has gone the distance, and we love ya for that. But Insight with a big 2-piece evens it out. Never mind. Gravity, last one alive, has a lot of work cut out for him. Makes it 2. Gravity able to snap and burn. Just 2 more remain. If you make it a 1v4, Gravity, I swear I will do everything in my power to worship you for the remainder of time. But my God, was that a turn and burn. 2-0 to start off Game 5. Only 41 seconds. Singularity don't really know where he might be, but they have an idea, right? They know he's around this site, and they've cut off his access. I'm going to throw the minimap up for you, and they're going to rotate back together. No need to take an unnecessary gunfight by yourself. Bomb is out of position at the bottom of River. And Gravity knows that, so he has to get in, grab bomb, and dip out, but it's Insight. Ready and waiting. Singularity are in prime position to take round 1.
Surely Insight has to know the information. He has to have the intel. Does get few tags in the side, but for Gravity, it's a matter of he has to rush these guys head on. It's just not looking likely. There's nades everywhere. Has to take down the first. Vids is going to instantly pop out there. Insight is there on that caddy to take him down. What was a very, very solid ending play from Gravity. The problem is that once he takes down those first two players, is that he still has two more. He has 30 seconds to work with. He has to grab the bomb, and oh yeah, he also has to plant it. So a lot of different tasks, not enough time, as that's going to be Singularity walking away with somewhat of a convincing round number 1.
In case anyone was wondering, how the math breaks down. You take down 2, you still got 2 more, plus you got to get bomb, plus you have to worry about time, plus you have to get across the map. Like,
just a few things,
so much. Yeah, just a couple of, and once you master that, man, you're probably on your way. But until then, it's pretty difficult, especially against a Singularity team that has been known for their S&D. I mean, they made a mark at this Minnesota launch weekend. They made a mark at Champs last year, but it's Gravity who finds your first blood. Bids, we'll see you later back in round 3. The stun comes out onto B site. Here comes a Semtex to follow, but Sib gets another on Insight. That's a big takedown, and FaZe have the numbers.
And I don't think that they know that Gravity's here. They tossed out a stun. They tossed out a nade. He's still around the position. Detain is still waiting for a few teammates to get there. Chain getting caught out on the outside. There's only 2 players left up for Singularity, one of them being Maple, trying to even out the man count. Still a few more players left to take down. Objective still ready and waiting. Detain, Maple, both trying to find anybody that they can. The sniper was out. Gravity, though, playing all the more cautious. And you see Singularity, they're jumping around every single position. They're trying to find anybody that they can, but they're continuing to remain unsuccessful. Bomb is down, but the problem is that there are 4 members from FaZe still alive. The near turn and burn from Detain, but Journey is going to be able to punch in those digits. That's going to be FaZe Academy responding with this round.
I gotta tell you, there's nothing really quite as frightening as turning around once bomb's planted and realizing you have nowhere to run. Everyone is looking at you. There's no place you can go. And FaZe literally just watched him walk into his own death. They're gonna let the time burn down just a little bit, because they'll get their dead silence back. But still, again, just props so far to FaZe for playing that one perfectly, letting the bomb go down, getting a couple key initials, and they couldn't get Gravity out of that second story. And when you don't know where he is, he can be dangerous. Had a slow game 4 of that hard point, but nonetheless, it's a new game. It's a new day. And I think that Rambo quote you talked about earlier, where game 1 sort of sets the pace, he's had a couple over the years, but one of the ones I loved was, hey man, every game is a new game. And at the end of the day, game 5, if you had a rough series, as long as you show up for one game, that's all that matters.
That's for sure. Snipers also could be a factor, something to think about for a few of these teams. We've seen, obviously I was getting ready to say it, perfect timing from the observers. Sib has been electric with the sniper so far when he's been given those opportunities. Nades being affected by the trophies, a decent sniping opportunity, but Insight far too superior. Jimbo quickly to take him down off that head glitch, and take a look at this. Bids in the midst of Jimbo tossing down that trophy is able to take him down. Good recollection coming through from FaZe Academy, but nonetheless, they're starting to tunnel up. They're having snipes enter in from multiple perspectives, and just like that, it is Venom left all by himself. A decent opportunity for FaZe Academy to make. They try to push their way into the site. However, it's going to be unsuccessful. Both teams really countering on each other's offense. Defense, a lot of the times, can reign true in Arklov, and both of our teams are showing exactly why that's the case.
And a couple of these rounds back-to-back, regardless of the Phase 1 win, you have to look at Singularity's patience on the site. FaZe has not been able to push up. They could not get a counter snipe out. And from that, they have not been able to get bombed down. Now you're starting to wonder, okay, we haven't been able to pick up first blood. Maybe we start getting a quick bomb plant down. Maybe hit a site as fast as possible, smoke out the cuts, and force Singularity to play to us, because from this point, Insight has always found a couple of first picks, but it's Journey who responds on Chain, finds first blood. Insight with a big kill on Jimbo to at least tie it up before Sib gets the nade. He spots one more in the back. Maple waiting patiently. There's players back here, but it's all about timing, baby. Cannot hit the shot, and both players will escape for now.
You see Maple not happy about that last miss snipe. He wants a second opportunity at it, and he very well could. A lot of gunfights still to partake. Obviously, Sib on one side, Maple on the other, can play huge for their team. They're getting ready to meet up yet again. I think Sib does not actually fire out the shot. Here comes the second opportunity. Nice little quick scope coming through from Maple. His teammates, though, are the ones that are doing a majority of the damage. It's the sniper at range, and it's the SMGs up close. Detain an opportunity on the flank. Does take down Journey. That was a big misstep from Gravity. He didn't see him coming through that side alley. An unfortunate misstep, only a few seconds left, 17 remaining. In Singularity, they have to get this bomb down. Time starting to tick away. And from range, it's Venom. He's causing spoils. He's causing problems right now. Not enough time to probably plant the bomb, and they're not going to have it. Wonderful plays from Venom on the flank. Singularity thought that they were in some ways clear. You saw them being aware of those long line sights, but it is Venom coming through with some major shots toward the end as he'll take down the final two.
And I love that play just to get a little aggressive, force Singularity to play up on site. And you saw how it pays dividends. But with that said, guys, we're going to keep you updated, of course. Don't worry. FaZe Singularity will continue on. We'll tell you how it goes. But we're going to jump right over to the European Grand Final. Remember, this one is what counts. Top 1 and 2 seed coming into this. It's Connects versus Team War. We're going to start hardpoint off on Azure Cave.
And this is a big map, really, for both of these teams. We've talked about it previously. Obviously, we got to watch Team War earlier in the day. They're a very, very good team, especially when it comes down to respawns. They were not having any issues with respawns whatsoever. I got a chance to discuss a little bit with Lenny, of course, of the Connects. He let me know, hey, hardpoint is our best mode. So for me, the big swing mode is going to be who walks away with the search and destroy, right? In terms of who is going to be able to kind of have those advantages, who's going to have the overall difference is going to come down to the S&D. But if we're looking at hardpoints, you've got two juggernaut-like teams, two rosters that are incredibly solid, as Dave is hitting a few with the nice Deeg shot. But nonetheless, both of these teams very well versed when it comes to respawns. S&D will be the factor for me. But like we talked about it, we got to see Team War earlier right on this exact map. They looked good. Can they do it, however, versus what is arguably the best team in Europe right now, the team that's played so hot today, the Connects?
And these teams have a bit of history between each other as this hardpoint continues to unfold. It's always important to talk about the connections they share. I mean, the Royal Ravens, or the former Royal Ravens, I should say, Academy, now Connects, are one of the more interesting teams in Europe. And arguably, I think you could make the case quite easily that they have more potential down the line than Team War. Of course, Lenny was brought in, and he was brought in from Defrag because they needed a more electric sub on this team, and that was kind of weighing them down. They didn't have as much firepower towards mid-map fights that they needed, and so far he's made an impact. They won the online 1K earlier this year, and that's been a positive result. Originally, it was Shawnee and Moose who were on this team before the meta became sub-reliant, and that slowed down this Connects roster. They didn't have enough speed around the map. When you're playing against the likes of a Vortex and even a PD or anyone else in Europe, you need to be quick, and they didn't have that. So what do? They let go of Shawnee and Moose. They bring on Nasty, who brings that sub pressure that they needed. You have the duo of Lenny and Nasty who come in together and fill out the AR heavy meta, now a sub front forward. This is a perfect roster. Connects finally has something they feel like they can work with, and everyone has been showing up when they can, and you can see it off the start of the hardpoint. They won the first couple of rotations, Lenny at 9 and 7. They just need to do a better job finding kills in the hill to start this third hill.
Yeah, they definitely do. Dave off to a hot start, 9 and 2 quickly before he falls. Same thing with Harry, by the way, who's playing under the gamer tag as Lucifer. Like we said, maybe trying to intimidate the opponents. Who really knows? But regardless, 25 seconds left on here at Soccer Field as we'll be getting ready for that next rotation at Cave West. Current advantage for Team War based on spawns, but take a look at player 3. That's going to be Wee Man, AR in hand, and he's going to actually map PD. Nice work done from him as eventually Wee Man does get found out. So Team War, like we talked about it, with the current advantages in terms of points, and now they've got the spawns in their control as well.
Wee Man and Mad Cat, usually those two AR runners. So Mad Cat's running the sub, then you're looking at Nolson to be that second AR presence so far, and we've seen that a little bit throughout this year, right? You're looking at 2 ARs when we move to West Cave, and just off the start, a phenomenal job from Team War to get themselves inside, and it's Vortex who takes out Nasty in the back. A follow-up from Denza, and Lenny will trade it out, but that trophy keeps alive Connects' chances. Unfortunately, a team kill comes in. Wee Man does get one, but 30 seconds and ticking as all of Team War have found themselves in the hill, and they continue to find those outside kills. One more for Dave. No one has been able to contest them for now, and they can't get Vortex out of this position. The nade won't do it. Finally, PD does.
Definitely does. Good stuff actually coming in from PD. Even on the other side of the map, he finds a big 1v1 engagement versus Nasty, considering what is going to be the future hill. By the way, 5 seconds left, and look at where the connects are on the map right now. Not even close toward that back line. Nasty continually trying to be the front man, trying to lead the way. Does find a nice kill there on to Denza, but this is going to be the first few seconds easily in War's control. You see them kind of slowly start to back off from Cave West. They knew the advantage that they had, and now it's pretty much about trying to set up shop, trying to make sure that you have camp prepared and ready to go, because when it comes to Cliff Path, this one should be yours. Lenny trying to dive in, Nolson as well, as he'll actually get some time. This is not looking the greatest for Team War for a short period, as Denza and Dave continuing to put in some damage from the back lines. Madcat diving through smokes, trying to do anything that he possibly can, finding a few kills from the flank. But nonetheless, it is going to be Team War controlling a majority of this time. If you're Connects, you'll probably kind of take it considering where you were on the map, but nonetheless, that's why Team War is going to have the advantage that they do. They rotate to Cliff Path with plenty of time, and now they've got a pretty sizable advantage now coming into the second half of rotations.
They couldn't flip the close spawn from Team War to get out, and now they're just playing off the back foot, right? You got to rotate early. They do that, and they're set up in P1 thanks to Madcat and Nasty doing work together with the M4. Madcat does take out Vortex, and the trades will ensue. So early on time, it will be the Connects who are in the hill. And the slow pressure from Team War will start to build. They have time to give, but not a whole lot. You have to come in and win the fights. They do just that. Again, a couple of big kills on that rotation as they're already setting up for new. Still 30 seconds to fight over, but check your minimap. It's Team War who are ready as we move back to KVs in just 20 seconds. They're getting kills inside. They're pressuring the hill, trying to get Madcat out of position. They do it. They neutralize it, and they've maintained the close spawn. Just a phenomenal job from War.
I want to give some major props to Harry as he's actually in the midst of a pretty big engagement toward the bottom of your mini map. Has to try to spot out Nolson, who is trying to go for the initial flip. He should be found out, and he will be. That is excellent play coming through from Harry. Not one that you're always going to spot out. He's on a 5 streak. 3 of those kills that he finds were all players that were trying to go for that initial flip. Great job coming through from Harry, doing the dirty work, not getting involved in too many engagements. And speaking of them, PD on the flank, but that's why Team War have the advantages that they do when it comes to spawns. It was based off of that dirty work coming through from Harry, as it looks as if it's going to be the Connects now trying to break in. They're going to try to make their way along the long rotation. We'll see if it works out for them. Dave up close, some target practice as he'll be shut down, some valuable time. And if this goes to Team War, this is starting to look a little bit scary here, Spaceman. Connects, they need to be careful for the future to make sure this lead does not get too far away from them.
Yeah, this is really the biggest hill for War right now. This is the money, and they've been able to secure 90% of it as we close in the final 10 seconds, and they're going to start hitting that rotation. Weeman already out here ready and set up to cut down one and back out post. See you later. But again, War do a phenomenal job of locking down 50, 55 seconds of that time, and they can afford to come in late on rotation and possibly try to go for a break. It's PD with 2. They clear out mid-map. Now they're going to move through blue, try to get up on the top ramp, but Nasty doesn't want any of that. He does get cut down, and all of a sudden, War look like they've got spawns mid, and they can break into this hill and get the remaining 20, 25 seconds.
Yeah, they definitely can. Some valuable time, really, for either of these teams. That can be what brings Connects even closer. That could be what War continues to separate them, as a few engagements up close. Weeman only able to find one, as the Connects are looking to try and engage. Like you said, keeping in mind the spawns for the future. You see how many targets are over here at this hill. Everyone trying to be aware of it. Nolson in the back lines now also is going to have those squad spawns to thank, as pretty much 4 guys on Connects, they can back up, realize that, hey, we have a new hill that we can rotate to. We can give this one up to Team War. Let's just make sure that we're cutting them out when it comes down to middle map. That's what they're doing. They're siphoning in. This could be a great opportunity for Connects, but they have to hold, as well as thinking about Cliff Path for rotation and hill number 5.
I love the delayed hit from War. All 4 players were ready and waiting. They were waiting for PD to get in position. Now that he's there, he actually comes up just in time to get the close spawn around the corner, and they can continue just to flood in. Look at where War is spawning. They have a perfect opportunity to break on in. Here comes the trophy through the smoke, and not able to connect, but they know information is here. At least one has to be behind the bus. Vortex picks up 2. and they finally find the kills, but to some extent, Connects have stayed alive throughout this entirety, but they're still not able to get time while all of this is happening. The nade comes in from Lenny. Weeman finds one more, but a phenomenal job to recognize the close spawn from Team War. They're able to flood on in, get a couple of kills, and while they picked up maybe 10, 12, 13 seconds, it was just enough to extend the lead. They keep spawns for new, and they can rotate out and win that challenge. War looking to run away with game one. Nasty gets cut down in transition, and they are set up for the next hill.
Yeah, Nasty has pretty much consistently been shut down on those rotations, and obviously a fantastic player, but he's been having a pretty hard time trying to play that roaming Slayer, trying to be the guy to get those spawns. War have been there to shut him down a majority of the time. Nice little line sight there coming in from PD, but time is starting to tick away. Connects, they need to try to break on through. I'm sure they're going to rely on smokes, and looks like they may have an opportunity for a break. Of course, spawns are still here. Granted, they're kind of around that P2 region, so it is going to be the Connects with some much needed time. Here comes nades as Vortex and Denza are finding a few. PD is well up close trying to do some damage. Nasty trying to distance out the opposition as this one may not end here. Still some time. Connects, they need to break in one final moment. They need probably about 2 seconds just to make sure this hill isn't the final one. An opportunity where Matt he needs to step on it. Can he indeed? No, not enough time. Thankfully for the Connects, they will make sure Team War cannot win on that hill, but it's only 7 more seconds here, Spaceman.
And they have time to work with as well. You're about looking at 30, 40 seconds of difference where realistically you start getting a little bit worried, but with 7 seconds to give, man, you just have to fly. They get the break. They're going to be able to secure game one. No one in a position to fly in for the contest. And Team War take game one and our potential first best of 5. And they go up 1-0 in the series. Now on the other side, we had a reset in the S&D. I believe it was tied 2-2, and now it's the first to 4 rounds who will take game 5. So FaZe Academy, Singularity, reset S&D, but it doesn't matter. First to 4 rounds, that's all it takes. Tied 2-2. We're now tied 1-1. And again, we will continue this same momentum as we hop back to North America. It's 3 kills from Singularity with 45 and counting left to go. Just a 2v5. I mean, FaZe have absolutely nowhere to run. Chain will lock him down at Statue if he can. There's one. There's the challenge. Gravity punches him for the over-aggressiveness, but nonetheless, 4 left in the back pocket. He may elect to run to the back of the map and just sit this one out.
Yeah, might be the right play given the circumstances, given the time. Not going to be an easy circumstance. For good old Tom Gravity, a lot of damage, a lot of work to be done. Has that sniper, can at least end this one out with a few highlights, but it's now all going to be for naught. Things to keep in mind, like we said, we talked about it. It was that 2-2 scoreline before we did hit the reset. It is pretty much a first to 4. Think of it that way. Don't try to add up the score in your mind. We'll do that. We'll do our best to try to, do math properly, as hard as it may be for at least me on that end of things. It is going to be the first to 4. Singularity in a good position to most likely make that happen, considering the fact that we are in winners semis right now. A huge ticket for either of these teams to try to make it to that ever interesting grand final. Of course, money, prestige, the views, everything on their shoulders, trying to perform to the best ability that they can. As we'll stay on board with Singularity here to the offense. We do have B in mind. You see a lot of that defensive setup for FaZe Academy actually spread out toward A, so they're going to be in a much need of a rotation here shortly. Detain, one of the first ones to break on through as Insight finds the first blood.
You can only wonder what the stats were before the reset, but 4-1 to start things off. It's huge for Insight as he gets comfortable. A big win from Detain and a follow-up with the nade. Singularity have 2 remaining on FaZe to deal with and worry about.
Wow.
Here comes Sib, absolutely gunned. Unreal play from Singularity as they are now 1 round away from winning game 5.
That is crazy.
Oh, that physically hurt. Oh, God.
That is, man. That is not fun to run into if you're Sib in that moment. You're thinking about, hey, I got to try to dive in. Not at all the case. A decent effort, but an even better one from the boys on Singularity, as you called it. 1 round away. Considering this is winner's bracket, loser is not out, but at the very least, what an advantage it is for the team that continues to make it on through. So many top caliber rosters already sitting in that loser's bracket. It's not going to be easy. And what do they rely on? What does FaZe Academy start to look at? Is it the sniper from Sib? Is it the consistency, the amazing slang work that we've seen from someone like Venom? A lot of utility, a lot of tools for this team. You're starting to hear those sniper bullets, those AR shots begin to echo throughout the map. Getting to reverb over here at A. Pick for FaZe would be fantastic, but Jimbo not getting any line sights.
What is crazy to me, Lando, is that this is winner semis. We're not even near just the finals. Like, that's when things usually pick up and get tense. And of course, the winner of this will go on to play the formerly known as 6th Gear. Steve is old, but this is the caliber of North American talent that we have been dying to see. I know so many people out there have been waiting to see what it takes to be a top North American player. And this is what you're going to have to go through. Phenomenal plays in Search and Destroy, a Singularity team that comes from Europe, comes into North America for the better practice, and they are showing that it doesn't matter about regions, man. Borders mean nothing. They are that good. Maple finds 2 with the snipe. Let's see if he finds the 3rd behind the rock. Give it to him. No, Venom shuts him down, shuts down the 3rd. Venom picks up all 3, and he at least brings it back within 1. Oh my God.
Venom, what a play. That is a 1 versus 3 Singularity, 1 round away from locking this one up. He has to plant the bomb. There are 3 players, Spaceman, that are staring at that bomb site, and he manages to find every single one of them. An unbelievable clutch that keeps this roster alive. It keeps FaZe Academy afloat. And can they force that round 11, as we called it, the first to 4? An insane play coming through from Venom. Is that enough to bring it the distance? Here comes Singularity. Obviously a very talented roster in Search and Destroy. Not often do they let clutches like that occur. But what a change up it is. Insight trying to make his way through that riverbed. He does indeed. Here comes the first shots. Jimbo taken down. Early picks coming through from Singularity. The defense is starting to falter. Venom and Gravity, last man up.
Venom has so much work to do. He's done it all series, but you're on a 1v4. Cannot do it. Singularity take game 5. That will close it. They will move on to the winners finals to play formerly known as 6th Gear. That is going to be a hell of a series, but man, Venom had to do so much. But this Singularity team, their S&D is above most. Like, it's just so good. The execution is perfect. Venom, I mean, hats off to him, man. The 1v3, he stepped up all series, but this is what we're seeing in winter semis. Like, we're getting to top 8 where it's so close.
It's nuts, man.
And now we move into winners finals where, honestly, Singularity look in prime form. I haven't seen 6th Gear, known as Steve is old, yet play today. So I'm interested to see how that squad does. That's another top 4 squad in this entire league. But just, dude, Singularity once again proves that it doesn't matter about borders, man. You get good practice, you believe in your team, you get a good team around you, you can go the distance. Chain, Insight, Detain, like Maple, they were all phenomenal, but that 1v3 was it was obviously a mistake. I mean, in that situation, if your sniper's getting pushed, just tell your teammate to come pull up and just try to find the kill. But at the end of the day, they pull out the win, Lando. I'm impressed with what I've seen. What are you feeling about the Singularity squad?
I mean, a lot of hype around this team for sure. That's the big thing for me is a matter of like the Search and Destroy prowess that they had. They looked fantastic in the respawns as well. You got to give them all the props in the world, taking down some Titan-like rosters so far in the winners bracket as they'll make their way through. Of course, some more fantastic EU Grand Final action still to come here from the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. Myself, Landon Lando Sanders, joined in part by Sean Spaceman Rogers, as we're currently diving into the EU final of our Challenger Cup for today. Of course, a lot on the line when it comes down to these teams, not just notoriety, but also the prize money as well. So much to be kind of looking out for when it comes down to both of these matches. But like we said, an exciting one to say the least as we go ahead and hop in here toward some search and destroy. Keeping in mind the folks at home, War currently leads the series at 1-0.
And they're going to have to make this a 3-2, 3-1, 3-0, whatever the case may be. They need a full series win to reset the bracket and bring this to a second best of 5 to take the grand final. Of course, on the other side, Connects just needs to win 3 maps. That's all they have to do. These teams have met before in the finals. They've played against each other a bunch, given their prowess, their ability to remain at the top of the pack in Europe. And now, again, they find themselves in the grand finals. But it's Nolson who finds one to take out Dave, now make that 2 on PD. So that opens things up at mid-map. And on Denza, and it's going to leave Vortex stuff absolutely clobbered. Oh, my God. It's beaten down in the middle of the map. And Connects takes round 1. Poor Vortex had no chance.
And I'll be honest with you, though, Vortex played that pretty well. Like, given the circumstances, you saw him instantly fire toward the exact area where that player previously was. He then starts to try to make his way around the buses and obviously runs into a very unfortunate butt end of a weapon, but nonetheless, not a bad play, but in the end result to clearly walk away with the advantage, seeing tons of success, so much so that nobody even falters. Not even one player dropping in that first round. As we'll see what the Connects are up to leading in toward this round number 2. Their first opportunity, looking at some offense. Nasty, the fast SMG mastermind up close, actually does have a few enemies just in front of his line sight. That's going to be Denza taking him down. PD, Lucifer actually, in fact, takes down his own teammate, Harry the new gun. Unfortunately, dropping a new teammate, as now that's going to be boys on Connects with bomb down, 2 members up, and a lot of work still to be done here, Space.
Still 2v3. It's entirely doable, but Lando, you're right. They have to find a way inside spots. I believe that was the back end of Vortex, who was just playing and baiting. He's going to jump out for one. Does connect on Dave. But what much more can he handle? Does get tagged from the side. Nowhere to run. War collapsed perfectly. And War will tie the game up at 1 apiece. And it's just a good play all around. Very, very simple. Just trade it out when you can. Denza's there. He's been an X factor throughout the majority of today. We've talked about his ability in hardpoint, the way he's shown up in domination, and even in SND. He usually gets 2 or 3 pieces. But, I mean, Weeman and Olsen, to start off this game for Connects, they found a couple of kills, and they've been able to slow down War. It was a retake from War on that site, but for now, still, just back and forth. We'll see what they're able to do in round 3.
Big factor. We'll see exactly who can maybe start to take the advantages. Offense not clearly treating either of these teams all that well. The AR up close. Here comes the utility. Jumping out first is going to be Lenny. Madkit as well following things up. That is 3 up and 3 down as Dave actually does manage to take down the first, but a very aggressive defensive hold coming through from the Connects as War. They tried to brew on in, but it is Lenny, pretty much the all-star of this round, who takes down 3 in total. The first 2 off the start, and the one that matters the most, Dave, there at the end. An aggressive, to say the least, defensive hold from the Connects, and that is something that War are going to have to be worried about for the future. I'm kind of curious to see the mind games as this search and destroy progresses. You know, does Team More then continue to hit on that side until it works? Or now is it getting too much for them to handle? Is it now time for them to make a push over at B? A lot of mind games still to come throughout the rest of this S&D.
Madcat was hunting for first blood. It's going to be Lenny laying down. He has bomb as well. One player on the outside. Nasty needs to win a big one towards the top of apartments. That'll open up the B site, and Davis sitting in the back line. So this is the opportunity for Connects to move in. You have to be careful. There's one right around the corner, and Lenny knows the sixth sense is peaking. He isn't really sure where exactly. I believe that is Vortex is, but the kill should come in momentarily. Nasty falls, and Vortex picks him up. Nolson responds. 40 seconds. That bomb should move, but it's Vortex who stays alive throughout the majority of that. Does get cut down towards the top of the steps. 2 more kills come in. Connects 2v2. Dave and Denza last alive. Look how far out Dave is. Nowhere near Denza on the other side of the map. But Denza picks up one. Dave picks up the second. Now a 1v1. Wee Man with bomb. Dave running in. No chance against the AR. Connects. Phenomenal job in round 4.
Big stuff coming through from the Wee Man as he'll clutch it up. 1 versus 1. AR v AR. And it will be the M4 of Wee Man that does reign true. I actually got a DM space coming into this matchup for Wee Man. Just
do spell.
I got to reveal all the intel, right? But no, he basically said, hey, you know what? You can feel free to advertise this. We're not on an organization, so here you go. Here's your quick little plug. The Connects, obviously previous London Royal Ravens Academy. They're looking for an organization. Obviously, one of the 2 best teams in Europe, and looking to prove that they are in fact the best. And that would be a very accurate training ground, especially if you were able to take down Team War twice. I think you'd probably have to give them the title, if not put them in prime contention for it. But Connect's looking to do everything they possibly can, as Harry looking to try to find anybody that he can off the rip. But it's Nolson and Wee Man. The Connects again on defense, playing oh so well. Nasty finding the third. War, a 2v5.
And it's 3 kills now in favor of Connects. That opens the round up. Just Lenny and Mad Cat left alive. Mad Cat in close left does not win the fight. Denza drops. Mad Cat, phenomenal reaction, and Connects makes it 4-1. What could have looked relatively disastrous inside B actually opens things up even more. And Dave will bite the bullet by Nolson. Thank you very much. And round 5 goes in favor of the Connects. And again, it's been back and forth up until the last 2 or 3 rounds, man. Like, it's just, these teams have played against each other so much. And this is one of the points I harped on when I was with Benson, was that when you get to this point where you're clearly the 2 and 3 cut best teams in Europe, you're going to have so many reps against each other, not only because you've been in finals or the end stages of tournaments together, but you're playing the best each and every week, that you pick up small tendencies, small timings against each other, and it's literally about who adapts better, who shows up that day and reads the other more. It's so hard to do when you're playing against the best of the best, and Connects are getting the best practice and the best competition against War, and vice versa.
That is for sure. Team War now looking at a 1-4 advantage. And what a big victory this would be on defense, considering the way that the Connects have been. Wee Man getting ready to peek through the door. Vortex primed and ready, as if he knows he's right around the corner. A few players up close. There's the first. Players getting ready to make their way through the doorway. Can he turn and burn? Not going to happen. Wee Man shutting down Vortex. And now it's the Connects. A man down in terms of overall advantage, having to lick their wounds, having to reference back, and also relocate the bomb. It will be Mad Cat babysitting the bomb carrier. Is right around the corner just for a moment. It was Harry as he'll take down Wee Man. Rushing through the smoke, the nade actually will in fact destroy the car. Up close, Lenny doing some more damage. That's 2 in a row for him. The bomb as well getting planted just in the nick of time. If you're Team War, it's time to challenge. That's exactly what they do. Harry wonderfully played as he'll take down both players in sequence. The best way that you could have closed out that round. They got a little bit scary as Lenny came through, took down 2. But toward the ending phases, it was all about taking down that bomb planter, and the new guy on the block, Harry, putting in all the work necessary. So clutch up those 2 in a row.
People were describing Harry's entrance to this War team as they're just kind of rocking with it. He's showing up. He's making plays. That's all they're asking from him. There you have it again. You were wondering, oh, maybe he's going to sit back and play the time. No, man, give him the kill. He wants it. He needs it. And he continues on such a great spree for this team. 3 and 5 for Dave. 4 across the board so far for Harry and Vortex, both of which will die thanks to Nasty with a beautiful 2-piece to open up the round. Lenny catches 1. That's Petey. 3 dead now for Team War. That bomb will not be advancing. Goodbye. 1 left alive. Dave on top trains has to make a play. Does find 1, but he's got 4 other players to worry about, and he's going to get pinched from all angles imaginable. Connects just 1 round away from taking back 2.
Connects, I mean, I've absolutely been in the prime position really multiple times over, looking so good. And we constantly see, right, these players from Team War left by themselves in 1v3s, in 1v4s. Granted, that round leading up to the one that we just witnessed was kind of an outlier in terms of Harry going off, but just in general, this is what we can kind of come to expect. I got a chance to talk to Lenny before the tournament started. He said our best game mode was hardpoint. Well, they dropped the hardpoint, and they're looking to wipe away the search and destroy woes. And as long as they can take that respawn, I'm feeling pretty good about the Connects leading into what could be a Game 5. But, of course, getting a little bit ahead of ourselves as we'll see if this game can be wrapped up as Nasty. A lovely shot, as that's just only one of the few positives that we've got to witness so far. Up close on the bomb site, there goes Vortex, just caught in stride. Keeping in mind, Dave, last member alive again. A clutch and a half needed to get this one done. He is taken down. And a dominant victory for the Connects as they'll lock this search and destroy up 6-2. And I want to say it was Weeman who locked up in terms of his overall play. I think it was like, what, 12-2, 12-3 for him individually? Yeah. That is a very well executed and responded S&D coming in from the Connects.
It's crazy how there was a couple of rounds where War had left Dave out by himself on an island to either scout for players rotating over for the new site or find someone at tracks. While that didn't happen, there were so many instances where 3-4 go down right on the initial engagement when the bomb's moving up, and then Dave's left alive like 1v5, 1v4, has nowhere to go. War could not find a way to not only respond to just how Connects play that, but they were caught out of position a couple of times, and that's the type of thing that in S&D against a better team like Connects, you're going to get punished for, and you cannot let Nolson and Weeman go off on sprees like that. It's going to pay dividends for them down the line. Unfortunately for Team War, the series will be tied up, but at the end of the day, this one's going to be a hell of a match, Lando. It's going to go the distance, I can tell. I'm excited to see where it goes, and it's going to be a good one.
Oh, it absolutely is. It's shaping up to be a fantastic series already. In our first two maps, of course, we're level at 1-1. When we rejoin you for the domination, it is going to be, like we said, Team War, the Connects, who can grab the advantage. We'll find out right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. Myself, Landon Lando Sanders, joined in part by good old Spaceman, aka Sean Rogers, for what has been a fantastic European Grand Final up to this point, as we're currently level at 1-1, now heading into the good old Hackney Domination.
Man, it's been a hell of a series back and forth. Of course, game 2 went in favor of Connects, and now they find themselves again back on Hackney, and the Dom is going to be a bloodbath. We can only wait and see it. It's Denza with 2 kills to kick things off. And as we start this game 3, this is really a swing game for War. They need to find a way to close it out. If you want any chance in this series to extend it, you got to win 2 best-of-5s, Lando. And we know how crucial domination can be just mentally, how it drains a team right now. War on the precipice of moving towards a game 4 hardpoint to win this series, but they have to be able to close this one.
Yeah, they definitely do. It's going to be a big factor for them, all things considered, to really try to get this job done. And if we're talking about the overall strategy of Hackney Dom, of course, it's to try to have that A flag in your control, the ultimate difference maker in terms of how you walk away with this game. That one currently vacant, as we'll see exactly who can possibly grab it in time. It looks as if it will be the Connects finally able to reassert themselves, finally get grabbing that one over at A. But also keep in mind, that's player number 1. Nolson has snuck through, does manage to get the neutral, a huge opportunity for Connects to start to take away from this lead.
Well, there's only one left alive from War at mid, and I think they both actually traded out, so Mad Cat and Vortex will be sent back on respawn alpha mid. It's going to be 2 players from Connects who will move on in. Nasty with a big first kill to open things up, and he's going to rotate all the way through top. L is not able to find the second. Here comes Vortex and Dave as well. They are looking to maintain this behold. They do lose their home in the process. Connects has both A and C, and now they can start to split these spawns out, pick up stragglers, and continue the pressure. But as soon as I say that, the caster curse is here. It's Team War who get back control of their home.
They do indeed. Good work coming through from Team War, trying to reassert themselves. It looks as if that one out of sight, out of mind. Good control coming through from War, at least off the rip. Quickly trying to engage his Denza. He quickly may realize someone's just off to his side, but Mad Cat, we talked about it previously, dominant with the AR, also has something to say with the SMG from time to time. Great stuff coming through from Mad Cat. Unfortunately, he quickly falls shortly after that, but it has pretty much been all Team War so far throughout the first half. They have a sizable advantage, and of course, they have that tire shot. They have that A flag in their control along with B. Connects are realizing, saying, hey, we need to get to something. Nasty trying to lead the charge, if you will, from one side to the other, but they're going to need a lot in order to make this one close. It has not been great up to this point. Lenny having to try to come in for the neutral. Can he stay alive? Not going to happen. The advantage only continues to reign for Team War.
Team War is actually spawning back alley, and they rotate through forklift, and you start winning these fights in the front. Yeah, it gets a little bit easier, but you're pinched out, and that's the issue. You finally lock down C. You do have A as well. The neutral will not commit on B. No one's committed just yet. Finally, some resources from Connects. It is Mad Cat who makes his way up towards top L on your minimap. He has a gunfight to at least win, will not do it, and all of a sudden Team War are on B. But with all of that said, again, they lose the A flag, they lose C in the process. They have yet to finally find a good hold. Only 20 seconds left in the first half. Sure, there's plenty of time, but you're running out of opportunities in this first half to get a sizable difference in that lead. But for right now, they're doing a good job of holding on. It's a trip cap coming out of Connects. We'll see how much time they can really rack up.
Yeah, big thing for Connects. Can they just start to hit at this as much as they can? A good ending, that's for sure, considering the way the Team War we're kind of looking at certain moments. It looks as if it will be a 9-point advantage coming into the second half. And like I said, given the way that it started, if you're Connects, you will take that. As we'll get to watch Nolson here and play of the game. Obviously finding 2. It's a nice sequence for him. It's actually a 3rd one. Nice stuff coming through from Nolson, one of the many veteran-type players that we have in our current domination, our current grand final here for Europe. What has been around the scene since Advanced Warfare, played for multiple teams over the years, is one of the many contributing factors is trying to put the Connects over the edge. Like I said, if you're just joining us, 1-1 scoreline here on Hackney Dom, trying to find out who can have the advantage. It is Team War coming from loser's bracket. They'll have to reset this one, win 3, and then win another 3 in a second series if they want to be your champions for today. Meanwhile, the Connects, since they're coming from the winner side, only have to win a one best of three. Whether that's this one or the next one, we'll have to find out. As like we said, second half of Hackney Dom underway, and Lenny is doing some work here in Garage.
Well, if they get this decap and they're able to secure it, of course, it would be a great way to start half two after they come back from the triple, but they have to worry about the spawns, and that's really the big factor here. You can see them starting to spread out. They're worried about the pinch coming from the back of C. Lenny is ready and waiting, but no one is there. The resources from War are collapsing in on B. They have a couple of gunfights they have controlled. That's 2 down. Denz and Dave doing everything necessary to lock this down. The knife will not work here, pal. Sorry about that. But with all of that going down, they secure B. They have the double cap, and they will increase this lead even further, and they continue to get those back spawns to allow them to come up back on top of A, but one snuck through. It's Lenny. He's going to get the decap on A, and we'll see how Team War respond.
Yeah, big thing to keep in mind right now, trying to go for that capture. It looks as if the Connects will manage to do it. Also, keep in mind, they did manage to neutral B as well. And that's going to be a big fight. Player number 1, Nilsson, he's able to win it. Current vacancy for Team War in terms of points. The triple cap is officially locked in. Can they keep it in pretty much full swing? That looks to be the case, as thankfully, if you are a fan of Team War, Dave finally manages to jump on into C, but to no avail. This score is going to go in the way of Connects. They now have the advantage. It's a matter of holding it. That is a scary situation for War, really, Spaceman. They can't allow for situations like that to continue. If we're looking at hot players, unfortunately for PD, not in that conversation. 9 and 21, by no means a map that he'd like to replicate so far. If he can step it up, that very well may be the one Slayer that Team War needs to continue on what has been a solid respawn frenzy for them so far throughout the tournament.
And if you're wondering why Mad Cat was at the far right of your minimap, he was actually blocking the back spawns from back alley, so there was no way for Team War to be able to spawn right in front of B and move in towards A to get a neutral. They continue to spawn back on their home. That was just a heads-up play from Mad Cat. He blocks the spawns. He gets 2 kills in the process. It opens up the map towards the middle. They win a couple of kills in succession, and they increase their lead, holding on to the 2 cap. Just a beautiful play all around. Connects continue to increase now to 10 points. Team War trying their best to find something. 2 die right on top of L, and they're not able to break in, but they get a lucky front push. Now they're inside warehouse. They have an opportunity to not only grab B, but move into A and flip these spawns if they elect to. Let's see if they're able to do it, but it's all of Connects coming right off spawn. They have to be careful.
Yeah, they have to keep. Nilsson just did actually go for the full capture. This is all in for Team War. This is what they're investing in. This is kind of going to decide the game. Dave comes through with a big triple. That's going to be 5 in the feed as Connects all fall. The strategy, the in some ways risk that Team War takes, it will work out for now, but keep in mind, player number 4, that's going to be Wee Man on the flank. He does shut down 1. He may be able to go for at least the neutral. A big fight going down over at A. It looks as if he's not going to be able to make much of a difference, so all things still solid for War. Denza taking down 2 up close. This map is starting to get closer than we thought that it could. War are starting to bring this one more to a level playing field. They may need a neutral, but as long as they hold on to it, they're going to be in a good position. If you're Connects, it's a matter of just trying to evaluate, try to get a neutral to make sure that this one is 100% in your favor, but a little bit of a scattered situation right now for Connects. You see player 5 of Nasty, he's going to try to make a little bit of a late hit. Player 3 also thinking about what could be the neutral. Big situations here for Connects as this one is coming down to the wire. 45 seconds left.
It's 12 points per minute with a 2 cap. He needed a neutral. You win on 1 alone. As long as they don't control 2, they're able to get the decap in. 35 seconds still. They have to continue to flood. You don't want this to come down to the wire. It would be about a second's difference between first and second. Connects could still lose this game. It's going to be close, Lando. 24 seconds, just 5 points. They have to fly, and they have to fly now. Their resources need to be invested on B, or they might drop this game.
They very well might. Few players starting to make their way in. This is getting oh so close. It's going to be within probably 1 or 2 points. Team War, they should be good. Or how is this going to plan out? What exactly is Connects going to do in this situation? 139, 138. We're coming down to the wire, and it looks as if it will be a draw. A tie game here in the domination. Not often do we see this take place. It looked like that may have been what was going to occur. A big situation toward the ending stages, as my word, Both teams continuing to trade back and forth, a 140 to 140, and that is going to be a reset of the Dom. It looked like it was going to be in control of war, then Connect start to fire back. What a map that was, Spaceman.
I'm wondering why Connect didn't elect to maybe push for the last 15 seconds. It looked like they backed up into C flag, and I think they thought they were going to win off time, but there was no chance. And hats off to Team War for understanding that you have to put pressure on B. They can't rotate all the way to A. Oh my God, this here a reset. Of course, what better way to end that grand final than to continue it with another map 3? But again, we're going to jump back to North America. We have Raid Intel versus FaZe Academy. Of course, this is the FaZe Academy that's dropped down after losing to Singularity in the winner semis, and Raid Intel, which is an interesting squad. You got Parasite and Zappius, who have immense history together. Last year, Spoof, I know we saw his prowess on YouTube before. Also, interesting things happened in Black Ops 2. Glow Frosty have been the two standouts on this team. Glow Frosty is probably top 3 in North America in terms of AR ability. People are talking about this kid being the next, I've heard, quote-unquote, Walmart Octane, which is both a compliment and kind of weird, but it all works out. But at the end of the day, you have to keep your eye on this team, and now they are taking the fight to FaZe Academy, but FaZe have a 30-point lead moving into the second hill.
Yeah, they definitely do. Like we talked about, we've been able to visit with FaZe so far, kind of our first opportunity to watch the boys on Raid Intel. Of course, a team that's made a number of different, top placements when it comes down to things, but nonetheless, we'll see exactly how they can start to break in. Parasite, the first one to drop a Sib, tries to make his way here inside of P2. Not a whole lot of work being done, but it looks as if it will be Raid back on the rotation. It's as if right now, Parasite as well, tossing out some utility, trying to do everything he can to allow for this rotation to be an easy one. Like we talked about at FaZe Academy, a roster that we got to watch a little bit earlier, falling to Singularity in a Game 5 situation. Obviously, a very close series is we'll get to watch these guys when it comes down to respawns. They look pretty good when it came down to a few of them, but as if for right now, FaZe Academy locking things up, trying to break their way inside the hill, made utility, everything in mind, out toward the back. Frosty able to do some damage from the back. This is basically called it. Obviously a top AR player. We got to watch him a little bit earlier. At least I got to watch him a little bit earlier in a few of the streams. He was putting up some major numbers. Right into, I definitely have a few key players to keep in mind, and obviously Glow Frosty is one.
I think that's what Parasite sees in him as well. Like Parasite's always been a great scout for young talent. We've seen multiple players flood around him throughout the years, but you're always wondering, right? Like, where does Haggy really fall along the line when he has talent to work with? This is a situation where Frosty could easily be a top AR in the league in the coming maybe 2-3 years. The dude has it all, and Zaptius behind him, another young pickup that Parasite recognized. A strong sub-pressure player who excelled in S&D, recently transitioned to Variant as of last year, and he's been putting it on all over the place. These young guns that Parasite has surrounded himself with have been phenomenal, but it all works out in the end. So we're going to continue on again. We'll keep you guys updated with Team War versus the next, but we're going to continue on with this game. 185-192. As Zappy's going to fly in from the back, trying to find one kill. Does connect and picks up one. Picks up a second as well. Venom and Journey will be sent back. Make that 3. Jimbo as well. Zaptius absolutely turning and frying on players on the outside of the hill, stopping any aggression that FaZe has put forth. 202 to 92, 100, I should say, for FaZe Academy. We'll do all of that math. It all works out in the end. All those numbers are pushed together, but at the end of the day, it is FaZe who win the rotation. They're set up for the next hill. They're ready for the rotational players. Here comes Parasite, moving in ready, slides on in, does get hit from behind, does not know where he's getting shot from. Teammates come in to help out. It's Spoof with 2. Spoof a team kill on Glow Frosty, and everything works out in the end for Raid as they're able to survive, but FaZe come in for the break. 33 seconds, 2:33, plenty of time in this game to move on, and they finally get the lead back. Gravity with a big 2-piece, still 27 seconds to fight over as FaZe have won the back spawns. Now they're spawning back out at Forest, and they are ready for the next hill. They're already getting set up, and you can see they want to secure spawns. It's Journey out in front, followed by Venom. They're getting ready to make sure they work through waters, work through pipes, and when they lock down that P1 hill, they continue to get a couple of kills, lock down maybe some scrap time, and set up for P2 on our second rotation. But all the way through, it's just been phenomenal from FaZe. A great rotation early, Sib with 2 kills, and once again, you have to be looking at the players on Raid. Paul, Zaptius, and Glowfrosty combining in the kill feed for 3 kills, Paul for a 4th, and they control the hill for now.
Absolutely do. Great job up to this point. Time starting to tick away. Trying to do all the necessary damage possible, considering there is so much valuable time still available. Who's walk away with it? Gravity trying to do some damage toward the forest side, even throwing out a few pre-nades, just being cognizant of what could in fact take place. That's 1. There is 2. Journey with the 3rd, and the pistol for the 4th. Excellent execution coming through from FaZe Academy. Only a minor amount of points left. They also do have spawns for next. It is Raid Intel who can't just hop inside the hill, but they have about the future rotation as well. They lock up the time. They will allow for the next hill to be forced, but you see Jimbo, the first line of attack here on top of trains, doing damage, jumping from train cart to train cart, up close and personal fights. Is that going to be his 3rd in a row? Time starting to tick away, but look at this. Zaptius, he sneaks through the back, he finds 2, doing everything he can to try and stay alive. 5 seconds still needed for FaZe Academy, but Raid Intel are still here. They're still staying afloat. FaZe trying to force their way in, only 5 seconds needed. Can they keep up that same level of play? 10 seconds. This should be the final hill. Parasite in the midst of the smokes. The veteran trying to make the plays. That's 1. That's the 2nd. But it's not going to equal up to any time. Raid Intel from the top. They collapse properly. Can anybody get here in time? 1 more to contest. Shut down as Raid Intel managed to make the major clutch as they'll lock up this hardpoint. 250 to 245. And insane return, a huge clutch for that team given the circumstances. They light it up and they bring it back, Space.
FaZe has met their match. And speaking of meeting matches, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumped back into the domination. Remember, this is still Game 3 of the European Finals. It's Connects versus Team War. We went through this one once. It was Team War in the end who stole the show, but it was a tie. It mathematically happens every now and then. I know it's not always great, but it means we get more Call of Duty, and that's all that matters. So we move into a replay, a full replay of Map 3. Again, Connects coming out starting off early hot. They're up 40 to 21 with a 2-cap. Nolson at 8-3, 8-2 for Nesty. This is looking like a very, very different start than Connects had in the first round of last game.
That's a great point to bring up. Like we talked about it off of the reset, we get to visit Game 3 again. An intense one, to say the least. Connects really kind of toward the ending phases were looking so good, and at least when it comes down to the beginning of this domination, the first half, absolutely in their grasps. They've got A, they've got B. Vortex and co from War desperately trying to break in despite not having the overall advantage. They're doing everything they can to try and at least force the issue, have B in their hands. It looks as if they will for now. But if you're Connects, you're fine, right? You can kind of reassess the situation, try to force that team push. You've constantly shut down War off of those late rotations through Office. You're kind of sitting pretty when it comes down to it for the most part, considering the fact that Vortex is finding a few toward that back Office street. But Connects, you're kind of okay with the current result. Just continue to hop into B when you get those chances. Team War, some much needed time.
Mad Cat got killed back green and then immediately spawned up in the same spot. Rotates to C, gets the neutral, and tips out with his life. Mad Cat played that perfectly. I cannot believe what I just saw. Mad Cat somehow still alive, able to pick up a kill in the process, turning, not able to finish it, but he does enough in the process. He slows the point differential for Team War, and they hold on to a flag in the process. Linear with a 3-piece. The favorable spawn for Connects comes through. They now can spread back out to midfield, and they can take over this
stick.
map. The stick comes in.
No.
It takes out Mad Cat in the process, but it works out. B still neutralized somewhat, but Team War looking to get the dub cap back in their favor. They're committing resources heavily into Warehouse, but if you're Connects right now, continue to fly back to C. Spread them out. You only got a minute left, and it's worked thus far.
It absolutely has. They look so good here in this first half. The reset They've been consistent ever since, continuing to watch those outer lanes as they actually do get the squad spawn. Keep in mind, this might be Team War who does manage to break in the later stages and get B in their hands. Trying to toss out some utility is Connects. Also keep in mind, player 9, that's PD hopping on A, desperately trying to get that clearance. It looks as if he will for now. That's going to be Lenny to try and reassess it. Nasty finding some big kills through middle, and it looks as if PD waiting for the time to strike, enters in, and Lenny wins it. A huge opportunity for PD, as that should be a minor trip cap for the time. A solid way for Connects to close out this first half of Dom. A Team War squad who is absolutely struggling. 8-13 for Denza, but more importantly, 3-14 for PD. Only 3 kills throughout the first half. You cannot afford to have that happen here in the second one. And that may have, honestly, just done it enough. Connects, if they play consistently, as long as they kind of continue to play up to the same standard in certain aspects around the first half, that very well might just given them the victory there, Space.
And it's lucky when PD isn't showing up. The subs for Team War have been relatively quiet in Game 3. The reset not favoring them thus far. And you have to tip your hat to Connects. Like you said, they have shown up. They've shown up big. They're starting to find those kills. And their ability to cause disruption in your home flag. The decap comes in on A from Madcat. It's a heads-up play to once you get the favorable spawn, and a lucky one at that back green, you say, screw it. We're going to rotate all the way through. Try to grab it when you can. And everyone else falls in line. Nolson at 13-7, 13-9 for Madcat. Lenny had a big 3-piece. That made up a third of his kills, but all 9 were important. That's what you take away. And everything from Connects is going right in their favor. But off the start, Team War, they do find a dub cap, and it's going to be A and B under their control.
Yeah, we'll see what they can start to do here. Like I said, second half, a lot on their plate, all things considered. You do have the favorable flag spawn, but nonetheless, you have to really make it work for you. I think for them, the majority of their time is going to be spread out, trying to hold on to B, making sure that flanks aren't happening in A, and at the same time, also trying to go for consistent neutrals at the connection home hill. Over at C, like off the start, by no means the perfect one that they would like to have. They need to have B consistently in their control and do their best to lock up Connects in the back of their base. That's going to come through from crucial plays like this from Dave. He'll be cut down. Connects now beginning to force their way in yet again. Like I said, this is for Team War. This is essential. You have to have this play go your way. You can't afford to have neutrals happen at B. You can't allow for players to even start to make flanks over at your own home hill, or home flag, excuse me. But nonetheless, solid progression from Team War. They're doing everything that they need to. But the question remains: the Connects, they get a good break. All they need pretty much is one, and this could be what overall makes the major difference. But you like what you're seeing from War, despite the lack of score, despite the lack of slang from guys like PD. If they can pick this up, this is still doable. It's by no means out of the picture yet.
And they maintain spawns with that happening, and now they're getting a decap on C. So this is either going to disrupt all of Connects' plans for the next couple of minutes, or it's going to spawn them out. We'll wait to see what actually happens, but for now, it looks like they will survive just barely. They get their home flag back, and it keeps the spawns in favor of War. Now, this is a situation which we saw last game, Lando, in the prior part of Game 3. Connects were stuck on their home flag. They weren't able to rotate into B, and they didn't even try overextending to A. This is a situation where, again, I would like to see them overextend. Yes, you worry about spawns flipping out, but look what just happened. They overextend to A, right through B. They cause all of War to spawn back on C. They get it back down. They at least buys them some time. Now they can focus their resources on B. If they pick up 2-3 kills in the process, this is a completely different game, but they have to stop the bleeding at some point.
Yeah, and if you're War, you really can't afford for that to happen, right? They make that flank, as you called it, through middle. They manage to get the neutral, then the capture onto A, and look at what the Connects are doing. They're making damage happen in all aspects of the map. You see what happens is that Team War, they can't ref back despite Nolson decapping and capping their own home flag. They have to force the issue. They realize they have to go back to B. They need to A, most preferably. They have to pretty much put pedal to the metal. We'll see if they can make anything happen. Like I said, the game's starting to get away from them. The Connects, they make the play at just the right moment. And based off of this reset, it looks to be in their hands. What can Team War do with just under 2 minutes left?
It's 12 points a minute, so they're going to need all of this. If they hold a 2 cap, they will win just barely, but they're going to have to hold it for the next 2 minutes, and this is the problem. You're slowly running out of time, and all it takes is one. But hold on a minute. C has slowly been neutralized and taken out of the play. You will have 2 players there to stall out, but it was a great heads-up moment from War. They realized that they probably won't win with all of this time left. Yes, they have a 2-cap, but they're running out of time. So what do? You decap C, you possibly get a chance to triple cap, but for now, it looks like they're in a prime position to do the same thing they did at the end of Game 3, and now all of a sudden, they're down just 16. This could be dangerous, but do they have enough time? That's the real question.
Yeah, time by no means on their side. They have to go for a neutral at some point. And keep in mind, Nolson, right? He just wants to constantly be kind of around this office position. If he has to reference back, he will. But he kind of wants to play that secondary player. He wants to try to go for the neutral if the opportunity is given to him. And I like what Timur is trying to do, right? He's trying to watch the flanks, but you can't afford to do that. You have to push forward. You have to constantly keep in mind what it is taking place. It looks as if Moore doing everything he can distance this map. And don't tell me we're going to have another reset again. Could we see a double overtime domination? It very well could be possible. Here comes the Connects. They're trying to make sure this one is in their hands. They're trying to slay everybody out from Team Moore just to make sure this one will not see a future one. Petey trying to make his way through the smoke as he will falter. Player 6, player 7, that's Dave, as well as Harry. Doing some work nonetheless. This one should be wrapped up. I don't think we'll be able to see anybody get here in time. And no, we will not. The Connects just narrowly at the end win this one by 1 point. By 1 point, you will not see a closer domination than one that has a tie game, then leads into the second one by 1 point. Literally, all they needed in that moment space, all that War needed was one break. You get a neutralization for a moment, and you walk away with this game, but they can't afford to do it. What a huge victory that is for the Connects.
And what does that tell you? That they had the 2 flag cap a second too late in that game. They held it for the majority of the second side, but it was just a little too late. Man, God, it's just, it cannot be closer than that. But we're gonna jump back to North America again. It's FaZe Academy versus Raid Intel. Raid took game 1, 250-245. End it on Gunrunner and second hill rotation. It was a nail biter, and Parasite was a huge factor for their win. And now we come into S&D where FaZe have gone up 2-1 to start. It's a little frosty on your screen alley, but Gravity, I believe he's at Sandbags currently, and Paul knows something's up. No one's up yet, and Bomb hasn't advanced, so now we're wondering where are these kills gonna land. Here comes Bomb. Spoof's gonna be your runner. Still wondering around that A site. You could eventually get a free plan over up 1, but they're worried about Gravity. He's now out of the play, and now you can begin to advance. 2 do fall. Raid do have the numbers.
Indeed, we'll see what they do with those numbers. Zappy is able to take down a few, and 1 more remaining through the middle map. That will be Raid Intel, able to level the playing field now at 2 rounds apiece. And good old Paul X, we talked about his ability with the SMG. Well, hey, nice little slide transition kill with the M4 as well. A man of many talents, a man that can run multiple weapons at a time. And that's really kind of what scares me about the Raid Intel roster is that you have guys like Paul, you have guys like Rosti, you have even players like Parasite who have a big history when it comes in search and destroy. All of these guys come from that background, and that is what kind of scares me a little bit about this FaZe Academy roster. You lose that hard point narrowly. Now you face off against a team like Raid who has a lot of experience in this mode. You have a guy like Parasite who is always available to give calls if necessary. As Parasite comes through, gets the early nade, Spoof is able to size it up just after that. An instant 3 versus 5 for FaZe.
Yeah, they take out 2 of arguably the best players on FaZe currently today. Gravity, the way he's played, and Sip. You know, he's sitting at 1 and 5, but he's out of the equation, and that opens things up on site. Still 53 seconds, and Jimbo won't spot anyone. Still spread out for Raid Intel's 3, all the way over to B and 2 on A, as Jimbo and Journey combine for 2, and they now even things out at 3 apiece. Venom will be your bomb carrier. They're going to move this one right into A, and the only one there, I believe, is Paul. And Paul should spot at least one moving up towards Attic. He might want to dip out, but it's going to be great timing from Jimbo. Can he get there in time? Yes, sir. Takes out Zaptius. And now they can put that bomb down. They get it down just in time. And the long rotation over from Frosty is going to be crucial. You're going to burn time, but you're going to burn positioning as well. It's going to be hard retaking the site.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial. It's also going to be brutal. Raid, a lot of work still to be done. Trying to lead that one in is Paul. Like we said, aggro SMG, unfortunately can't make it happen in that moment. Time starting to tick away. And Glow Frosty actually does get some good timing on the first, but cannot make the other land. A big round for FaZe Academy to take. We've been talking about Raid Intel, their ability in search and destroy, and really for FaZe, it's a matter of just trying to duel it out with this team. You had the advantage in the hard point. You cannot allow for this S&D to slide. Losers bracket, it's a scary territory to be in. So many solid rosters already visiting the losers bracket here early. You got to watch the boys on FaZe drop a very nail-biting series to Singularity, which you reference Nailbiter. You really couldn't figure out what series we're talking about because of how many there have really been today, but nonetheless, what should be a very interesting search and destroy continues to wow us as Parasite leading the way with the bomb.
Just a quick update for you guys on the North American bracket. Through losers, Triumph took out Romario, and they win 3-0, and they will advance on. So the winner of this series will go on to play Triumph, which is quite a task, to say the least. Of course, Triumph came first last weekend CDL Challengers event. They placed first. And that team is scary when Fellow is snapping, and you have Standy going off. Everyone involved is a formidable, to say the least. And FaZe Academy making very quick work of Parasite and crew.
Yeah, very well defensive hold coming through from Journey. The boys on FaZe Academy, of course, just knew exactly where Glow Frosty was going to be. Had that line sight primed and ready to go. And now it's going to put them in that 4-2 swing round type area. We talked about swing rounds in Call of Duty 4-2. Obviously, if you walk away with it, you're in a prime position. That could be 5-2. But if you were to lose it, that then brings things to more of a level playing field at 4-3. So if you're thinking about kind of that first to six, this 4-2 kind of scoreline will be the swing round. Raid Intel in desperate territory. They need to walk away with this if they want to have an advantage versus a very talented Atlanta FaZe crew. But there's Zaptius and Parasite pretty much coming through with 3. Glow Frosty with the 4th. And Gravity for the 5th. Just as we talked about FaZe Academy, their ability, if they can win this, how big that would be. And Raid Intel respond back right when we need them to. And take a look at that little line sight from Frosty. Look at that one at home, folks. Take it for yourself.
That's the danger of this team. You said it perfectly that they're going. FaZe has been playing great, but they're going up against S&D stars. That's what this team is. They've built themselves around a respawn mindset coming into this season, but at the core of this team, Zaptius, Parasite, Glow Frosty, and Spoof. S&D stars across the board, and Paul has stepped up as well. This is what this team has become, and they don't drop S&Ds often. It's very rare that you'll see them be pushed the distance, but FaZe has taken it to him. On the other side, you have to worry about Frosty getting in position. Again, he's been scouted as a remarkable AR talent who holds angles better than most at 5 and 6. Your bomb carrier Spoof at 5 and 4 doing the objective perfectly. And Journey's been carrying for the unfortunate mishaps of 1 and 7 Sib on the other side. So FaZe have been surviving off the backs of 4, and maybe Sib will be able to even things out. But patiently waiting. Paul not able to connect, but he will punish Journey. A little bit overzealous on the challenge, but a decent hold, and unfortunately will not connect on the shots. One goes down, and that's first blood in favor of Raid Intel. And Jimbo gets Parasite out of the play. Spoof's now in front. Venom, perfect waiting and angle. Not able to pick up Paul. 27 seconds and counting. 3 now dead for FaZe. Up for Gravity and Sib to make the most.
Definitely is. AR in a close position. Gravity able to win. It does have dead silence. Rock spots the player on the bomb. Drops him as well. That's Paul X. Now left in a 1 versus 2. Time starting to tick away, and he will be shut down. A huge one for FaZe Academy to get in their grasps, as that was really off the back of some phenomenal play coming through from Gravity. Up close and from afar, the ARs are reigning true as Sib going to go and fire in a few extra bullets into what we'll call the calf of the opposition. Like we said, 5-3. A big moment here for FaZe Academy. They need to lock this one up. Coming into that dom, having that level playing field is going to get so much more clear for them. as we now get to watch them on the offense. Both teams have looked so good in defending. Let's see what can take place now. The smoke is out. Gravity going for the pre-fire. Tossing out the stun. Nothing found. This is all just pretty much a bait for the most part. But Spoof had such a valuable kill on one side of the map that's actually going to be bomb. So if you're FaZe Academy, you are pretty much lost when it comes down to things. Troops are falling left and right. Venom is looking at that bomb across the map and thinking, goodness sake, I have got a track that I need to make, and I've only got a minute to do so. Multiple opposition members scattered throughout the map. This is search and destroy on hard mode here.
A great kill through the wall by Venom. Actually keeps FaZe's hopes alive still. They have a couple rounds to give, but Lord knows you don't want it to go the distance against Parasite, Glow, Frosty, and Zaptius. That is the last thing anyone wants. And Venom's going to grab Bomb, does grab Snipe as well, and they know that Bomb is down back here, and Paul is ready and waiting for the crossover to A. Zaptius is in a position to play from the sky. In the worst case scenario, that Bomb goes down. Everyone waiting patiently. If they don't have a peek, they oddly won't challenge. Here comes a chance, but little too late. Raid will shut it down. 5-4. And you can expect them to wait for that bomb to go down, and then they will collapse together. But everyone covering most of the angles leading towards A. And I'm just impressed with how not only FaZe have played this, but how well Raid have been able to respond to what FaZe is throwing. Because there's been a couple of rounds where Raid has gotten onto the site, and FaZe said, we can't kill you off it, so we'll kill you on it, and we'll make you play around the bomb. And it's been back and forth. Snipe still in the hands, I believe it is Spoof. Never mind, it's probably Jimbo. We'll call it Jimbo for good old time's sake, but it looks like it's a 4 defensive hold right through mid, 1 on A, and that will be Sib at 2 and A. Gravity gets first blood with the nade. Spoof on a 3 streak, no longer. First blood in favor of FaZe.
You see Ray trying to be aware of that position coming through from Plat. That's the one area they have to watch out for. They have free reign. The Rocking Dead silence. Paul was clearing out pretty much cavern after cavern, building after building. And what a spot this is going to be. Should be in a prime position to take down Jimbo. Bad timing does work out in the overall scheme of things. First blood found for either team at this moment. 4 versus 4. Bomb is down at FaZe. They're going to try to use this smoke to mask their ability to dive in on the site. First one in. Gravity, the back line, takes down Zaptius. Venom up close, drops Parasite. Great intel. Can they keep this one alive, or can FaZe Academy shut this one down here? Up close, Sid, he's on the hunt. He's trying to find exactly where Paul went. A few players left alive. A big one for him to take. Only Glow Frosty is alive. 10 seconds. Enemy is now going on fuse. A big one for him to take. That's the first, and that's the second. Raid intel forcing the round 11 in the biggest situation that you will find yourself in. Unfortunate timing there for Journey, but what a clutch that is for Glow Frosty. Perfect placement, hides, jumps out at the right time possible. What an insane clutch, as we now have overtime for the S&D.
You could not ask for much more than from Glow Frosty. You really can't. Like, the dude gets it done. There's a reason I've talked about him so much. There's a reason we've scouted about him and his progress and his potential to becoming a pro in this league. But it's round 11. Who's going to draw first blood? So far, a quick advancement from FaZe slowly backs on up as they don't have any line of sight either at A or B, waiting for someone to peek, but a spread defense from Raid will slow things down. Sib's going to break on through bottom. I don't think he spotted anyone at the B site. Lex to back on up. A is essentially clear other than Spoofs being in a low corner. And they're going to make this long rotation over, and the longer they wait, the more info it gives to Raid that it is not coming B. They have to know by now that stun connects to give them the info, and they begin to fly on into A. Let's see what they're able to find.
Sib trying to lead the way with that SMG. Anything that he can find will be the key to success for Raid. Spoof off the start, finding the first blood onto Jimbo. Keeping in mind, bomb planted. Who can hold on? Who can take this round 11 S&D? Gravity and Journey able to drop 2 right intel. They're starting to feel the pressure. Tossing out the utility. Smoke is out, and that's going to pretty much allow for FaZe. They need to rush in to make sure that this bomb is not being defused. Up close, that's Venom for 2. Only Paul remains last man alive. needing the ice. He knows where gravity is. He has a player on his flank. Bomb still has to be defused, and it will not, as FaZe Academy pull out the OT round 6-5. A huge one for those boys to take, as we're now level at 1-1 and that in a series.
And talk about close matches. Okay, we're coming back to EU, no worries. And again, we're still in our grand finals. And, well, you know what? This one isn't that close. Team War 185-54. A complete blowout here. And I'm surprised with how well Connects played in the domination. They were able to steal the S&D, and now they come into this hard point where game 1 was relatively close, and they are getting a 100-point club. But finally, they find themselves in the hill. It's 2 kills for Team War to lead in, but Nolson and Nasty combined for 3. Madcap makes it a 4th, and finally, they're going to gain some time.
Some much needed time as well here for the Connects. I know we didn't get a chance to kind of watch the way this one has started off, but I see Dave 19-9, PD 19-10, 23-17 for Harry. A very heavily slaying frenzy so far for the boys on Team Wars. We'll begin to reset things now back at P1. The Connects definitely have a lot of work to do. They need to try their best to control the spawns. Of course, on a map like St. Petro, it's a lot easier said than done, but they need to play a much better second half than the way that the first one clearly ended up panning out. Because like we said, Spaceman, we could see a game 5, considering the fact that if War takes that, we're reset, right? We're going to a second best of 5, which is very possible, considering what we have seen. The Connects, we've seen them in Search and Destroy. We saw them take that first one 6-2, but this is a hot and heavy War roster who are not going down without a fight. They're getting some time right now, and oh boy, I'm getting a little bit worried, I'll be honest with you. I thought the Connects, they were feeling pretty good coming into the hard point, but this one is not shaping up well for them whatsoever.
I was going to say that the comeback was probably looking relatively good, but 5 full dead, another 4 full wipe. That is a tongue twister, but it was all of Team War to lock down the kills, man. They just completely blew themselves out of the sight. They round out, and they're able to continue to find one after another. 227 to 110. Sure, those last 9 seconds are great, but who's going to be the first one on rotation? It's Dave in the back. Nolson wins the fight, but Team War is ready and set up inside yellow. They have control of Haz, one down low. Nolson will not step anywhere near this hill. Vortex up top. Very good roamer. You have to take him out of that power position, or this game will be over. But Linny, sitting, waiting, gunning. 1 dead. Another one flying in from the window. A second dead. 1 in the back. All dead in front of the hill. Connects stay alive for now.
They do, but keep in mind, Team War is still spawning in this back position. You can mimic this. You can actually get it done pretty well, considering the fact that you have to be on that rotation. But take a look at player number 5. Of course, the new guy on the block that is going to be Harry. He is prepared for those future spawns. He wants to make sure that his team is not put in a bad position. And look what War are doing. They actually do manage to spawn out Connects, meaning they have to continually run into this hill, which is not what they want to do. They need to get past this hill. They need to think about what is going to be the future rotation. A pretty bad situation. If you are the Connects, you need to get out of this back position. We have 5 seconds left, and they're not even past the 50-yard line. Finally, we'll manage to cross through those mid-tracks, but they have got a lot of work to do. If you're Team War, you set up, you put those SMGs in positions where it's hard to take them out of, and you should be able to walk away with the victory. Man, the first to falter. Here comes what is a semi-decent push into Pool Hall. One player able to make some damage happen from the back lines. That's going to clear open the front. The Connects staying alive for now.
Well, if they get the full time here, they're still going to be down about 70, so it's going to take 2 more hills for this game to realistically be put out of reach for the Connects, but all you need is 8 more seconds. War could go for a break here and then elect to give it up if they don't feel comfortable, but they're losing the back spawns, and this is exactly what Connects wants, but you have to play for the scrap time. You only have 8 to give. 242 to 172. 12 seconds remain. The contest comes in, but it's Team War who break on through. 7 more seconds, and again, Connects hold on strong. A big 3-piece from Nasty, and they maintain spawns for new. This is a great rotate through, but all of a sudden, the Flood comes in, a big 3-piece from War, and they've found themselves in the new hill, and they will close it out, possibly. No, still contested finally. Game 5, Series 1. We're going the distance.
Who would have thought it, right? As if we didn't say this exact thing before the map even began. We thought the Game 5 was possible. We saw it happen in Dallas, and we're going to see it happen here again in the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. Of course, week number 1, EU living up to the hype. We talked about it. 2 teams that were kind of at the top of the list, and they are doing battle. I'll be honest with you, though. I'm a little bit surprised that we did not see really all that great of a performance coming through from Connects. I mean, when we joined the game and pretty much so far throughout the rest of it, it was all war all the time. That is a very scary lineup to think about for the future of especially hardpoints, but now we're thinking about search and destroy. I don't even know how to call this one, Spaceman, at this point.
I really don't either. This is going to go the distance again, and we might see a bracket reset, and that's okay. But this is how Europe should be battled out. The top 2 teams, it could not go down any other way than this. We saw a reset in Game 3, and then a 1-point game. Like, these are the best 2 teams in Europe for a reason. And because of that, we're going to Game 5 S&D. But until we get there, guys, we got to take a quick little break. When we come back, European Finals are going to Game 5. Could it be the first series? Or are we going to 2? Who knows? We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. Myself, Lando Sanders, joined in part by good old Sean Rogers, aka Spacemans. We're diving through North America and Europe to see exactly who will be our champions for today. Of course, APAC already decided, but now it's time to see exactly how our first possible and only grand final will stand between the Connects and Team War. Just to refresh everybody, we are in Game 5. The Connects win this, they are your champions. However, if Team War are able to walk away with this, since they come from the losers bracket, we will then see a reset and visit a second best of 5. Sean, I honestly have no idea how to call this, to be honest with you, buddy. It's been a fantastic series up to this point. I mean, a lot of people could say the Connects, but the way that Team War just played, I mean, that was lights out hardpoint.
Yeah, it's difficult, man. Like, the Team Connects played phenomenal in the game too, but everyone else, it's even in the game 3 loss in Dom, Team War were the better team and the second side, and coming into hardpoint, blown out on St. Petro. It has just been a fury of kills back and forth from Team War that have kept them in these games, and they find ways to get it done. Dave and Petey finding 2, Dave combining for 3, and Team War come off the first start of Game 5 hot. They take round 1, but I don't think anyone could really call this just yet. It's still too close to call.
Oh, it is, and that's the big talking point that everyone had kind of coming into the tournament. I mean, hey, who do you pick? Is it Team War? Is it going to be the Connects? Obviously, the previous London Royal Ravens Academy roster, both of them have won. Both of them have looked fantastic, and they constantly visit each other when it comes down to the 1000 series. When it comes into multiple tournaments, these guys are always kind of in that conversation. You could have said either team winning this tournament, and it wouldn't have been surprising whatsoever. As like our Game 5, possibly the last map of the tournament. Team War doing everything they can to make this see a second series. Obviously, PD coming through, finding a lovely 3 in that first round. The hat trick, if you will. It's a progression being made over toward field, but not an uncommon strategy by any means. Bomb down, quickly picked up now by Dave.
Those 2 kills open things up for War, as it's going to be a 3v4 on the other side, and PD does take down Nasty again. These trades from War have been flawless off the start. Dave with a beautiful nade on Mad Cat. Now the bomb can advance. They have to worry about the back line. I think that's Nolson rotating at the back of the house, but don't worry. Don't worry at all. Denza is there. We man last alive. You got so many in front of you and such little room to do it. Team War up 2-0. And a beautiful retake on B site. A great clear from Dave in the nade, and it opens things up. And they are so cleaning up these kills, Lando.
They absolutely are. Like I said, they kind of pretty much dove right in. They knew the exact thing that they wanted to do. They defend well. Now we'll see exactly how Connects can start to respond, right? You're down 2 rounds to 0. You've yet to really do a whole lot in the final 2 maps, if you will. This is starting to come to a little bit of a scary situation. They need to kind of get this kind of negative mentality out of their minds, considering that they only have 2 kills through 2 rounds. Not the most convincing results. They need players to start to kind of step up and be those difference makers. Of course, we talked about it, veteran Mad Cat, multiple Game 5s in his history, trying to lead this crew to a title. Trophies destroyed off the rip. Nice work coming through from Nasty. Making sure that any of that utility that does get tossed over is going to be useful. Nice pick coming through from Mad Cat. Obviously, information gained, but Nolson dives out. A little bit of a questionable play, but he had to be the entry. It's not going to work. Team War shutting them down consistently. Weeman with a nice takedown toward the back lines. But it is War on defense, hanging out very, very well. And PD cleaning up the final kill, as that is consistency across the board from War yet again, their space.
3 rounds will separate Team War from a full bracket reset. And I got to tell you, Lando, I know that last week they went to a second best of 5 and they went to another Game 5, but I am just so impressed with the improvements they've made thus far in their hardpoint, specifically when it came to closing out games and not getting ahead of themselves. They could go into the second best of 5 and completely stomp Connects. I mean, Connects look good, no doubt, but the way that War is playing them, much more aggressive, much more easy when it comes to finding those gunfights and connecting with 2, 4 people on the map. They've been able to bring the fight right to Connects and take out a couple of players mid-round that leave them wide open to be attacked. And PD, again, responds on Weeman, traded out by Nolson. Still man advantage in Connect's favor. Vortex says, never mind. We're going to go back to 3v3. And Nasty will lay down for now, and Vortex is right on the other side. Who's going to bait first? PD could not connect on Mad Cat. Mad Cat goes for the reach out. Does not land the kill, but does tag him up enough to back him off. Nasty does not win it. A big win from Vortex. Again, Team War winning these one-on-ones that just are so hard to come back from.
Absolutely are. Time starting to tick away. 30 seconds on the clock. The bomb still yet to be taken, or rather actually planted, if you will. But nonetheless, Mad Cat last man up and quickly shut down.
Jeez.
4 rounds up and 4 rounds down. War walking away with this S&D, looking like we will in fact see the reset. Accurate shots coming through from Denza. And really, if you are this Connects roster, it has to be now. You can't rely on full sale, despite the fact that we saw it at the most recent tournament. I could probably count on my hands how often it has ever occurred in my history of ever watching Call of Duty. I doubt that it happens here. The Connects, they have to win this round or we're seeing the reset. It's a matter of fact at this point. But like we said, on the offense, that's the issue for them. They've yet to obviously win any rounds, but their offenses have not looked all that primed and ready. Because if Denza drops for the first time in this map, which is pretty crazy to think about, PD's streak still alive. Vortex just around the corner, and Nasty doesn't spot him. That's bombed down. They needed him to find that initial kill. Nothing done. Lenny ends up grabbing the bomb. We'll see if they can continue on this push over at B.
This is where you need your ARs from Connects to step up. You need Nolson and Weeman to really start finding kills. Need more than 2. Mad Cat drops. PD finds it now just 3v3. And this looks like it's in favor of War yet again. Harry takes out Weeman. There goes your AR. 1 left with Lenny as a sub. And you can't fight these fights anymore. Vortex cuts down Nolson. And Lenny has no time but to run. Try to hunt down kills. Gets behind 1. Does pick it up. Now a 2v1. He has bomb as well. But with 23 seconds, you don't really have the weapon to work with. Though if you choose B, you will. But the biggest problem is making sound. I mean, Vortex has to know that he's got no time to rotate. They should collapse on this B side if they're smart.
And Lenny is just trying to play an aggressive role. He wants to see if a player tries to engage, and that's just very well played from Team War. An unfortunate situation for Lenny where he wants to try and bait out the sounds, or he wants to try to pretty much rush through the door to make the opposition want to try to challenge. But good play coming through from Vortex. Right time, right place. Knows he has to go for the plant. And that is War now up 5 rounds to 0. This series so close. Honestly, outside of the Game 2 S&D, which actually went Connect's way, that was a 6 rounds to 2 advantage toward Connects, and they have yet to respond back ever since. We saw domination, be tied? Next one over. 1-point game. This S&D by far the most dominant that we have seen out of the 5. And it looks as if War are going to continue to surge on utility. Tossed out Denza. Having to back up. Bomb in the back of PD. He's been so solid up to this point. Same thing with Vortex. 9-2. Leading the way in terms of slang. And of course you do have Dave at the back lines. Watching out for the crew. As we'll see if Connects can make anything happen. Here comes Mad Cat rounding the corner. He'll be shut down, and Denz is going to have some fun along with Vortex. That'll be 3, and that's going to be the game as we are officially resetting the bracket off the back of a hot 6-0 in S&D. War saying, oh no, we've got another one in our veins. Despite going down 2-1, we're going to make these last 2 hurt all the extra. Fantastic work coming through from the boys on War. That was, I think, the only 6-0 that we've had today. Probably will be the only 6-0 that we have on the day. That looked like a different War roster in the final 2 games there, Space.
Nasty drops 0 kills. That War team looks like the War team that left them in first place last week. Again, the reason that we said they were #1 in Europe was this specific reason. When they turn it on and they start producing, they are light years ahead of everyone else. Yes, right now, I mean, you could argue that Connectors has more potential as a team, but they're not putting it on. They're not matching the same cadence that War has, dude. They are getting fried off the map, and it's just fun to see. And we're going to make sure we check in, not only with our second best of 5, but we check in with North America, see what's actually going on here. But, Lando, I want to know what you're thinking. What are you seeing from War? Do you think they're going to take this next best of 5? Could we be looking at a 3-0? I mean...
It's very possible, especially considering the way that the only kind of dominant map that we see come through from Connects was in the S&D, right? The domination was so back and forth. So I think if you're War, you're thinking about that game 1 hard point, you walk away with that, you're feeling confident in the search and destroy. I think from there, it looks to be War, but you just never know, right? You got a lot of veterans in either of these teams. I'm sure Mad Cat's going to try to reset the group, but we'll have to kind of see exactly what does take place. Of course, the EU Grand Final, Series number 2, now reset. We'll have that one primed and ready to go after this quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. Myself, Lando, joined in part by Spaceman on the call for this one, as we're obviously in the mix of currently resetting the series for the EU side of things in terms of the grand final. But it's time to hop in back toward FaZe Academy and Raid Intel. FaZe currently leads the series at 2-1. As we head in now for some good old Hackney Harpoon. It should be a fun one to watch. And like we said, Space, is it possible we could see another Game 5 in this one as well?
Possible. I've learned that everything today makes no sense and we're going the distance. But yes, it is absolutely possible, and these two teams are more than likely to do it. But again, you just have to look at that Game 2 swing. FaZe was able to steal it in overtime. They come out, they win the S&D. Frosty had a phenomenal performance, but on the other side, it was Sib, Jimbo, and Journey who turned up for FaZe to give them the win in round 11, and now they're carrying that in these hard points. And they found ways today to disrupt patterns, whether they were playing earlier in the bracket, now that they're over in just later stages against better competition, right? Like, they're in the losers for a reason, but that doesn't mean that they won't continue on and find success. They are continuing to just run through opponents, and right now in hardpoint, they have a 70-point lead, I should say, and they've been able to clear out most of from this hill, but a big kill from Paul actually slows things down, and Frosty on the back line is going to find one, make that two. Top L control for Raid, and they're going to start rotating out for new with only 15 seconds left.
Yeah, all first half come through from FaZe Academy, but scored the end over at Dock Building. Raid Intel can be happy that at least they're going to reach the century mark. But like we said, based off the first half, or rather the first set of rotations, going in a little bit late, but nonetheless, it is Academy with the solid advantage, and also considering the future when it comes down to hardpoint. We use the nice little melee coming through from Zappias. That next rotation core tie shot, right? FaZe is going to have the rotation for P2. The big factor for Raid Intel is not only do you have, rather, how do you siphon in toward P1, but it's also how do we elect to try and engage upon that? Do we try to flip the spawns? Do we try to hit this one head on? Regardless of their strategy, nothing has been working. Constant utility tossed, and Raid, within what, about 10 seconds, they had to pause until they can finally begin to rush in, and Sib is destroying every single one of them. Glow Frosty, the only man to live to tell the tale, but nonetheless, that entire push that Raid had been waiting for instantly gets foiled by the insane slang ability of Sib.
It's incredible that Raid was able to survive all of that. Sib with another two-piece, but the only people inside the hill have been Raid. They've been able to maintain this time, and they will continue to rack it on up. They do lose rotation to second, but that's okay. They've gained control of mid-map for now. They should have the favorable as well to follow up, but it looks like a break on in. Yep, they're going to spawn right back at Warehouse, and they can continue through, but Journey's going to have a big couple of key gunfights. If he wins these, it stalls out Raid, it continues the lead, and they should hit the 200 mark. Jimbo with phenomenal kill down low. Sib with a follow-up. Journey does get taken out, and one more will push this hill for Raid, but he falls shortly after. It was Paul. FaZe doing a phenomenal job of slowing the push of Raid, and they've kept the spawns. They can elect to give up that rotation, fight for it later, and rack up more time.
Spoof trying to do everything he can pretty much countlessly throughout this rotation, but he'll manage to at least grab the final 15 seconds. He'll take that if you're Raid, but you'd prefer the rotation instead. Now FaZe Academy somewhat set up for the rest of this map. That's the way the Hackney works. Really kind of have that advantage when it comes to smokestack. You're not angry about the rotation for Office, and then you have Dock Building. Raid, they're going to need to make some progression throughout the next, you know, solid maybe 2.5 minutes. They need to make some progression there, as Paul's hitting some insane shots from range, man. I'll tell you what, this guy's translation to respawn has been fantastic. Why? Because he has some unbelievable gun skill, as it will be the boys on FaZe Academy with at least a little bit of control. However, just as we begin to bring up that notion, highlighting guys like Paul X, it will in fact be the boys of Raid Intel now with the spawn advantage. They're able to hop into smokestack for now, but got to keep in mind, FaZe Academy are going to constantly try and rotate through that back office street. Rotations, spawns, that's what everyone's focus on is right now.
And right now, Raid has won it, and they want to be able to fly on in. They do it for Zapti as he gets the opening break. And he can't find a second. A little bit overzealous, but his teammates are there to pick up the scrap time, and now FaZe will spawn out back at Warehouse. And you have control of green for Spoof. They have set up for new, and it's a great job by Raid to rotate on over and gain control of green. They've done it fantastically, and they picked up the kills where they mattered. Paul with 2, Parasite falls, but Swoof trades it out. Gravity with a couple, but here comes the flood at the bottom. Now you have to worry about those back lines. Who's at back alley? But it's all 3 players from Raid. They push through the front. Zaptius with 5. Unbelievable. His journey cuts him down to find 2 as well, but Zaptius completely clears out the hill, and with all of that happening, they maintain time. I don't know how he survives all of that, but 27 and 21, the man is putting on a show.
And showing the folks at home why he deserves to kind of be one of those highlighted players. A straight 5 feed for Zap. Incredibly impressive. He's doing everything possible to keep Raid Intel in this hard point. He's been doing that, but it's about that rotation. That's what Raid has to do. I'm sure if Zaptius could have maybe kind of engaged in that same level of slaying, he'd like it for it to be here on Doc's building. We'll see how this one begins to ensue. FaZe, they are set up very, very well for the future rotation. It looks as if first one through, it's going to be Zaptius. He walks with the first. Bo is there to clean up shop. 3 in a row. Raid Intel starting to struggle a little bit, but take a look at player number 7. That's going to be Boo. Caused some problems, but good damage up close. Jimbo, so reliable with the SMG.
They can win it here. So the biggest factor for Raid is you have to flood and you have to find the kills to match it. Are they able to do it? Well, Parasite does find one on Gravity, shuts him down. Parasite will fall. Venom with big 2-piece in your kill feed. Only 5 more seconds remain. Venom will not let anyone cross this line, and that will close it out as FaZe Academy will take map 4, 250-188, and they will win the series 3-1 to continue on in the bracket.
Impressive stuff from FaZe. They get the job done, and as you called it, coming into this map here space, it was really a matter of that big swing mode over in Search and Destroy. They win the round 11. They carried that momentum into the domination. They carried that momentum here into the hard point, despite the amazing efforts from Zap and the entire crew over at Raid Intel. It was not enough. This very, very rugged and hardcore FaZe Academy lineup gets the job done again. You've got to give them some props. They've been in their mix of a few different game 5s throughout the day. I think they're pretty primed and happy to not visit another one, at least up to this point. But still, props to FaZe as they stay alive.
Yep, and they get to play Triumph coming up next, which is going to be usually that's where you're going to see the finals set, right? If Atlanta FaZe is able to take out Triumph, I would be surprised if they don't make it to the finals. Vice versa, it's going to be that way, and Triumph is their best team they're going to play here today. But looking at the EU winners bracket again, we've made it all the way through with Team War and Connects, and now we made it to our finals. It was a Game 3 reset that brought it back in favor of Connects by 1 point, but they weren't able to close out the series. Team War goes up 3-2 in the final S&D, a complete blowout 6-0, and now we move into our second best of 5. Whoever wins this wins the whole thing. 3 maps separates you from an L and a Challengers Cup first place finish, and this is for quite a bit of money, and at the end of the day, it's about bragging rights in Europe, and these are the 2 best teams to do it. So Lando, it's been a very long day, but a very good one, and the teams we've seen come together, and the competition has been, I think, the highest we've seen any Challengers Division be, and now it's all coming to a head in the Grand Finals, and we're actually about to hop into that Grand Finals. But I want to know what you're thinking coming into this final best of 5. Personally, I think Team War's got it. I think they just look like, unless this hard reset for the second best of 5 drains them, they look so much better than Connects. I want to know what you're thinking.
Yeah, I'm kind of in favor of War coming into this best of 5 as well. I think they looked excellent kind of toward the later stages, especially when we're talking about the way the domination looked, the fact that it was such a close reset. The Search and Destroy prior to that was dominantly won, of course, by Connects, but the domination literally by a point could have gone either way. We saw the tie leading into that one as well. The domination you could literally put in either one of their perspectives. So in some ways, I think I'm relying on War here. They looked excellent in both of the hard points, especially that game 4 one. They win that one 250-177. Not to also take away from the fact that they close up the Search and Destroy 6-0. So momentum clearly on Team War's side. I'll be honest, I think it comes down to game 1 for me. Depending on the way that War look, I think they have the ability to continue that momentum for the future. Granted, will we see the Connects, maybe walk away with the Search and Destroy or a domination victory? Possible, but I think a lot is kind of relying on that hard point, considering we're going to visit it twice, of course, as per usual in the series that has been guaranteed to go their way. I think if you walk away with the S&D as well, you're in a pretty good spot for the boys on board. But I think I have to agree with you. I think they looked the best, especially when it came down to that last series, and I think that I have to favor them in this one as well.
I agree with you, and I think it's going to be a hell of a final best of 5. Remember, guys, if you want to get involved, CallOfDutyLeague.com/challengers. That's where you can get yourself finally in some of these brackets and potentially compete with some of the best in Europe, North America, APAC. It all works out in the end. You just want some cash. We understand. But until we get into our final best of 5, we're going to jump to a quick commercial break, and when we return, European Grand Finals, the last one for this weekend. You don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup, presented by PS4. Myself, Lando Sanders, joined in part by Sean Spaceman Rogers, as we're getting ready to hop into a few other matches. Like we said, we're still waiting on the reset to come through from the EU side of things, but let's go and take a look at our NA bracket for right now. Let's kind of see exactly how things are shaping up. Obviously, Spaceman, we're receiving a few updates here and there. Let's kind of walk through the bracket a little bit. We've got to see a few of these results. Of course, we're getting ready to kind of hop into more of the loser side of things, but what has surprised you? What has kind of made you interested in what is currently our NA winners and losers bracket?
Well, first of all, I'm surprised that one, UIU is not in this bracket. Two, Triumph is in the losers bracket, which is surprising to me considering they won the Dallas Challengers event last weekend. And three, that Singularity just 3-0'd Steve Is Old, which again was known as Team 6th Gear, which is a phenomenal amateur team. Like, you could argue top 4, top 3, one of the best in North America. So much talent. Singularity ran through them, and they had quite a fight against Atlanta, which honestly, Team 6 Gear might be better than Atlanta, but today Atlanta's showing up, Singularity is showing up, and into the finals, we could be expecting either Atlanta or Triumph going up against 6 Gear. I honestly think whoever wins this semifinals match in the losers bracket is going to move on to the finals, but Singularity, man, they just look dominant. This is the best that they've looked in weeks. I know there was some worry about when they transitioned from Europe to North America and they didn't come in first in the last Europe at Challengers event, but we were wondering, okay, where they land. Now they come to America, they have more practice. What exactly is this team going to perform with? All of a sudden, they are smoking through Triumph, Atlanta, FaZe. Steve is old. Like, they just look great. I'm really excited.
Oh, absolutely,
to see
right. And this is kind of a familiar place for them, right? In terms of overall LAN events, the major tournaments that they've been involved with, they've been in 4 grand finals. They've placed second in the last 2 that they've been in. So this is going to be kind of an opportunity for Singularity to finally prove that moving to North America, they can win here as well. A big opportunity for both, or rather for all 5 of those guys, but also to see who exactly will meet them there, as you labeled it. Triumph and Atlanta FaZe Academy getting ready to start up here momentarily. Winner of that will move on to the losers finals. Then obviously the winner of all of those losers games will then face off against the EU boys of Singularity. Let's go ahead and pop up the EU bracket now to get somewhat well acquainted with how we are looking right now when it comes down to the European side of things. If you've been watching us for a while, you know, hey, the finals is going on, right? This has been a very, very in-depth, very hard series for both of these teams, as they've gone back and forth. Finals 1 has officially taken place as Team War managed to get the Game 5 victory, winning that last search and destroy with a hot 6-0. Now that Team War came from the losers bracket, of course, they did have to reset the first best of 5. They've done it. It is now a clean slate. And now we're looking at one more best of 5 to find out who will be our Challengers Cup for the EU this week. Who will be the champions? And I'm excited to see exactly who that will be. Space, I know that me and you have both kind of given our predictions in terms of the way that we think this one is going to go. I know we've talked about Team War, we've talked about their abilities, but in general, right? Let's kind of phrase this more to the Connect side a little bit. War clearly in the advantage. They're coming off of back-to-back map victories. They've got to have the momentum coming into what is the second best of 5. They've shown that they can beat the Connects already. What is kind of your take on the Connects now? How do you think they can come away and win this second best of 5 given the circumstances and given the way the last 2 maps looked?
Honestly, it's 2 things. One, they have to maintain slaying. They need their ARs to pop off. You need Nolson, Weeman, and Mad Cat to start producing. I think they've been missing that presence because it's basically on the backs of Lenny to carry this team at this point. And if you don't have at least 1, if not 2 AR presences, whether or not it's in hardpoint or S&D, you're losing lines of sight. You're losing lanes you can lock down, and your rotational fights are going to be that much harder because you're requiring your subs to be more aggressive when they fight them. But the other thing is, I think this actually plays in favor. Again, this is an old Call of Duty trope, but it's hard to win 2 best of 5s. You take it the distance in the first one. There was even a reset to make it even harder, and you're hoping that Wars run out of gas. How many times have we seen teams push it to a second best of 5, and they've run out of gas and fallen flat and just got 3-0? Like, it's happened before to pro teams, and it'll happen here if we aren't careful. They need to pace themselves throughout this entire series. You only need to win 3 games. Same for connectors. Remember, it's just 3 games. That's it. Take your time. You can win this series, but you have to go game by game. You're hoping Wars run out of steam, but you're also hoping that your AR.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? When you're looking at both of these teams, it is kind of easier said than done. Saying, oh, you got three maps, but like I said, it's going to be a grueling match. It's going to be a fun one to watch. Let's go and see exactly how the final standings have lined up though so far here for the Europe Challengers Cup. Of course, this is week number 1. In terms of 3rd and 4th place, Obtained Esports really kind of came out. They surprised us for today, had some fantastic performances. They do walk away with a nice $4,000 in 3rd place. Just below them, of course, the French lineup of Team BDS. They finish off in 4th place with $2,000. And of course, the list goes as follows. I'll be honest with you though, Space, looking at the standings, one team that I kind of expected to be a little bit higher than this top 8, by definition performance, was going to be Train Hard, right? I thought they were going to be kind of in that top 3, top 4 range, considering the players that they have. They've looked great kind of throughout the season. Granted, they've made some roster changes, but this is a roster that I think has the ability to be in that top 4 consistently, but it looks as if week number 1 maybe just wasn't their week.
No, absolutely. I was going to say the same thing. I'm surprised that Trainhard was not top 3. We had discussions about them arguably being the third best team in Europe, and they acquired Hydra, who's a new young sub. I believe he just turned 18, and he has been a force, like a primary factor for this team's success. Defrag comes in from the Royal Ravens Academy. Brezzy was on E6 last year when they placed, I believe, 6th, if not top 4 at Champs. Like, this entire team put together is phenomenal, and they're a stature to be rivaled with inside of Europe. And the fact that they're not top 3 actually really surprises me. I thought that they'd maybe battle against War for top 3, top 2 spot, but they've dropped down quite a bit, and that just, again, goes to the testament of how Europe is playing out. Same with North America. The amateurs have shown up to play. It is the best time to be a young Call of Duty talent, because anyone, no matter what their stature is, no matter what their resume may be, you can take them down, man. You can go the distance in these series, and you always have a chance. It's been a hell of a bracket.
Absolutely, that's for sure. Of course, considering the fact that we've got all kinds of different and awesome challengers action to come, we also want to remind you as well about the Pro Division, right? What exactly is kind of coming up for that? The Chicago home series is coming up on April 25th. It's going to be an exciting tournament to watch. Of course, it will be Chicago's own, the Huntsmen, looking to defend their territory on the online atmosphere. Of course, a lot of top teams going to be there. So many storylines factoring in when it comes down to the Chicago home series. Make sure to tune in to that one. It should be a blast to watch. As like I said, we translate now to our AM side. It should be a fun one to watch here for the challengers. Connects, Team War. It's time to reset everything and get back to a level playing field. Ramaza Hardpoint will be the battleground for game number 1. Referencing the fact that in terms of this series, for what we saw in the first one, it was Team War who won both hardpoints. We'll see if Connects can start to put up a little bit of a fight when it comes down to a new one in Ramaza.
And there's just more pressure on Connects to know you just need 3 maps to win. And that's where your AR's got to step up. You want to set the pace early. The Rambo Ray, Myth Legend, said it himself. At the start of this series, the hard points are always what sets the mood. If you get out ahead, then we have the discussion about, okay, can you go the distance? Can you close it out? But you need to have a strong showing here off the start. It's been all of Team War. They found themselves in the hill, and they've racked up a ton of time. Only 20 seconds continuing, but still, the contest favors them as they've not only got spawns, but they have to start focusing on rotating to new. Wee Man in the back, it looks like Connects might actually be the favorable position because they've rotated early, and they like to give up those last 5 seconds, rightfully so. A big 3-piece from War shuts them down, but Wee Man doing Wee Man things. We'll see what they're
rotation
able to do.
For Electronic Shop. We'll see how they vin to hold it as the one kind of sequence push coming through from War from middle. Let's see how much damage they can do. Denza, Dave, Vortex, all 3 finding kills, and it looks as if they will manage to break in pretty early. We'll see if they can actually hold on to the squad spawns for this one. And it's coming down to the wire. A big rotation for Connects. This one quickly going the opposite way, and it looks as if actually spawning inside of construction. I like that play coming in from player number 7. Harry, the new recruit, the newest addition to this lineup, is thinking about the future rotation. If he walks away with what could be a big 1v1, he might be good for the future. He gets cut down. Despite that, though, Team War are winning in more of the current side of things. They'll walk away with Electronic Shop and get a majority of this time. A little bit of a big disconnect coming through from the boys on Connect, but they do have that next rotation ready to go here at Barbershop.
And they kept trying their hand at the front of the hill. Nothing was able to connect, but a little bit of pun there. Why not? But again, we hit our rotation through, and Connects will be set up early. It's a big win from Madcat that breaks open that early long sight, but on the other side, again, Team War are able to find a couple of kills, right? You're looking at Harry with a 2-piece on Lenny. They shut him down. If Lenny is not producing, this team starts losing its firepower, and then it requires more from your ARs. They have to start overextending themselves and overexerting on the map. That's 5 all dead on Connects. Team War break on in, make that a 6 spree for the team, looking to make it 7. They have locked down and located almost all of Connects, but Lenny able to get some blue back in the kill feed. And just as I say that, he's now on a 3 spree as they break on into the hill, and Davey spawns all the way out, and he calls out to his team, hey guys, we can give up these last 15 seconds. We have to
I'll be
rotate.
honest with you, despite what will be kind of a more level playing field type game once Barbershop comes to a close in the next 4 seconds, this has been a very kind of solid performance coming through from Team War. You see Denz at 12-5. That's Vortex at 12-7, who has been electric pretty much all tournament long. These guys now have that rotation for construction. They looked great considering the fact that they weren't on the preferred side off the rip, which is something to absolutely take in mind. Connects, they were looking pretty good in that initial hard point. They should have been good for Electronic Shop. However, it's not the case. They then had the rotation for Barber. Team War, they have been so good at breaking in these hills despite not having the early rotation, but now they've got the rotation in construction, and we'll see what they can do trying to set up shop and stay alive for as long as they can. Utility tossed in, but nothing really being done. It is Connects falling consistently at the door. And like I said, keep in mind, Team War, they are always on the rotation. That is what makes this team so lethal, playing kind of like that envoy type style, always thinking about the future rotations. Is this guy in Harry, a fantastic SMG Slayer, and he's also the guy who is consistently getting his team the spawns.
PD was dipping and diving out of that last hill, and he was able to buy his team an extra couple of seconds. A great positioning from Vortex, picks up 2, and the route man gets paid. Give him 3, baby. Why don't you? Nolson shuts him down finally. But the damage is done. They get spawns up for new, and now they can continue to flood. Yes, Connects have hold, but how much longer is it going to last? Dave with 2 and Vortex with 1. 3 kills now separate this team from a break on in the hill. Now they fly in. It's Vortex who leads the charge and Nolson who shuts him down. But all of that happening, again, Connects remain staying alive, and somehow they found themselves back in with 22 seconds. They can tie this game up, and it was kind of scary for a bit, Lando. I was looking at the scoreboard and just slowly, 115, 120. Team War looked like they were running away with this game if they weren't able to just slow down the aggressiveness from War. They were losing gunfight after gunfight. Finally, it looks like they have some life, but PD and Dave finding 2 pieces, 3 pieces here and there. Harry combining in the kill feed as well. This is what separates War from everyone else. When they get going, man, they are so hard to stop. And when they hit those rotations, you need Matcat to hit 3 pieces like this to slow them down.
But the Connects have been doing so far so good. As we'll head back to Bridge for the reset. Like we said, Team War with the minor advantage, but we'll see what they can do considering the fact that, at least as of right now, Connects yet again do have those preferred spawns. We've been given a lot of props to War, and obviously, granted, it's been well deserved, but nonetheless, if Connects can continue to kind of hold on to these spawns the way that they have, kind of continue to trade off time, they may not have to be the best Slayers, but if they are able to hold on to those initial spawn times off the rip, they could be in a pretty good position. I'm excited to see exactly how P2 will line up yet again. So far here, when it comes down to Bridge, it has been all Team War off the rip, and a lot of that has been in cadence to that man, Stevo, aka Vortex. He has been a man on a mission, currently positive 10, making his way down the ladder ever so carefully, having to stare down the barrel of Madcat from afar. Finally does get taken down, and that is a sweat off the brow situation. If you're Connects, you get Vortex out of there, your life is a lot easier. Nolson, Lenny combining for 4, as that will be the Connects holding on successfully after the first wave and Electronic Shop.
And they've already rotated and they're set up. They found the rotation early, and that's the first time I believe this game they were able to get out ahead in front of War, and they've shut down the kills to follow with it, right? They haven't been able to lose ground. And again, Lenny flying around the hill, playing on the outside. He's got a couple more players pushing through arches. Turns around, horrible timing, and absolutely smokes Harry. Unfortunate for them, but all the while being, Lenny continues to stay alive, and they have now taken the lead in this game for the first time. But Denza is in a very dangerous spot, able to take out 1, looking for a second kill. Teammates are there, and again, he will be hunted, but staying alive buys his team time to come off spawn, rotate for new, and he can stay out as a front man, pick up kills when they fly into the hill, and if they don't, maybe just cause a disruption so they can't get that extra time. I'm looking to see
exactly how Team War, how can they start to mimic the spawns, because they're going to have control here over at Barbershop unless the Connects can really start to break in. Not looking really as likely as you would assume, but I'm really interested to see exactly how they make their way over on that bridge. You're going to start to see players slowly and surely begin to make their way out with 30 seconds left. That's what Vortex kind of has in mind. Tries to make his way around the flank, but Wee Man is there with the M4 to cut him down. rather 24 seconds left. A few good pushes coming through from Connects, but it's just not going to equal out to as much as I'm sure that they would like. And what the Connects really want to do in this position is really keep Team War spawning out in the back of Barbershop. You want to try to keep them in this back position. All you have to do is slowly and surely start to fade back, and you'll have easy and early time at construction. They managed to shut down a few of those stragglers who try to go for the rotation, and this is Team War in a pretty awkward spot. They're going to have to make their way all throughout the map just to try to get there for the challenge. A rough time to say the least, but we'll see if Connects can start to bring this one back and maybe even take the lead, which is starting to look very likely based on the way that Lenny is heating up.
With the way that Weeman's been playing, I mean, it's broken this game open. Yes, they had a big kill on Dave in the back arches to slow that push down and stop the overextension there with the broken spawns, and you have to just tip your hat to the awareness of Mad Cat, Lenny, and Weeman working together, working that back line, but they all get taken out. That's 4 kills from Team War, as all red in your kill feed will light them up. They're now inside the hill, and they've moved out into a power position where they can soak up the majority of this time, and they can lock down Connects in the back. It looks like it's going to be a one-man hit from the back, followed in by a second as Vortex is there. Mad Cat cleans them up, and they maintain that lead with 8 seconds until we hit our next rotation, but players are already ready and waiting. Dave senses something disturbing over here. He knows that Lenny is somewhere around that roamer. It's going to be dangerous. Denza and Harry combined for 2. PD makes it 3. Laying down is Harry, and he's just going to wait and play his life. Soak up this time, try to tie this game up, and they can win on this hill for both sides. So you have to start contesting if you're Connects. They do win the first one, make that 3, and now
Vortex doing some great work. Of course, Dave from the back lines putting in a lot of damage with that M4, trying to play the timing out as we are neck and neck here inside of Ruins. Team War with the current control in their hands. Dave decides to switch to the SMG, can't get the work done, and look at that kill feed. It is all the boys on Connects. They're starting to echo some more life. Up close is Nolson, 37 and 24 on a 3 spree. Make it a 4 spree. Nobody from Team War can even touch the hill right now. Just as I say that, PD able to hop in at the last moment, but it is all about the rotation, and look what Connects have done. They're getting the squad spawns. They're making sure that they are set up so much better. Team War, they're in a very, very awkward spot. They're in the backside of their own spawn, trying to get away from that last hill. 5 seconds left. Can they break in time? Harry falls. Here comes another. That's going to be on Vortex, and there finds the third. Connects in the later stages are able to lock up this game 250 to 226. An absolute barn burner toward the end of this one, as my word, these teams continue to give us a fantastic series. The Reset Grand Final here for game number 1, an electric one as well. But I'll tell you what, that one was just a very, very interesting one, considering the way that the spawns were working and considering the way the boys on Connects managed to kind of methodically play out Ruins, and then to also at the same time be in mind and be prepared for Bridge. We see so many teams, even in the Pro League as well, struggle with that rotation from Ruins to Bridge. They did it perfectly there, and they're able to close out the game, despite what we talked about at the beginning was a very well-controlled slaying game from the boys on War.
And what do we say? Is this reset going to hurt War, or is it going to help them? The last hill on P1 completely shows you why Connects have figured it out. They started rotating early, they win the fights, and now it's a game. Now they can play hardpoint the way they know how. Just keep the kills out in front of the hill, and that's all you need to do. But before we get into map 2, it's going to be S&D. Of course it is, but before we go there, guys, we got to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, the rest of this European Grand Final, Connects versus War. Who's going to win? We'll wait and see until after this break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. In the midst of an awesome EU Grand Final, we also do have to check in with our NA side as well, as we've currently got the Atlanta FaZe Academy facing off against the boys on Triumph. Myself, Landon Lando Sanders, on the call alongside by Sean Rogers, aka Spaceman. As like we said, a very interesting next one up here for the NA side of things, as we've been kind of heavily awaiting for it. Triumph on our screens facing off against FaZe. Been able to watch FaZe a decent amount throughout the day so far here, Space, but finally getting the chance to watch the boys on Triumph. This should be a fantastic game to watch, and based off of the speed of this game, it looks as if everybody is on the highest gear possible.
Literally, I mean, these are probably the two fastest teams we've seen today. Triumph is known for how fast they play, but it's really because of Fellow. I mean, Fellow is at an interesting career, right? Like, he kind of didn't do that great last year. I think it was a top 96 finish in finals of Miami in the open bracket. He was around in World War II, teamed on EU United, but after that, relatively quiet in Black Ops 4. Comes in here, and people were thinking, okay, what exactly can he bring to the table? Apparently, it's slaying. He starts off at 20 and 12 in this hardpoint. The dude is absolutely a monster with the sub in this game, and he's surrounded himself with talent. You got Nagafin and Royalty, people he says he trusts as veterans, and Standy, one of the best up-and-coming AM sub players in the game. This entire Triumph team is well built from the ground up from Fellow's perspective, but until we get back to that one, we're going to hop back on board with, of course, our grand final. It's Game 2, Gunrunner, S&D, Timor, the Connects. Right now,
so far on the Search and Destroy, hopping in for round one, considering the fact that it is Connects up 1-0. And what is our second series in terms of the grand finals? Team War managed to reset the bracket after a Game 5 victory. And now a big Search and Destroy inbound. We talked about it. Leading into that map number 1, it was huge for the Connects to try to get out early, ruin that 2-game swing of momentum that War had. They managed to do it, but when it comes into Search and Destroy, it was kind of a 1-1 split for both of these teams. The Connects managed to win their S&D 6-2, while War on the other end managed to win that Game 5 6-0. Vortex up close. I was going to say has an O next to his name in terms of deaths, but unfortunately does end up getting dropped. Dave from afar hitting players with sniper shots, and now it's all up to Lenny, taking a shower, trying to do some damage, but as soon as he walks right out, he's smacked with the towel as Team Moore now up 1-0.
I was going to say, the start of this round was a complete stalemate at mid. Everyone was just waiting for about 15-20 seconds. One person peaks, then the collapse comes in, and Vortex was able to find two, and that's the power that Vortex brings to any team. First of all, he's an amazing sub. He's aggressive, he wins his fights, and he doesn't often challenge what he doesn't think he can't win. That's important to note. Number 2, Route Man gets paid. He holds that angle in the back, he picks up not only one, but dips out, turns, and takes out the second. You're playing at a 5v3 right off the bat thanks to your sub inside of those crates. I mean, what more could you really ask for? And it locks down the green side so his teammate can push up. It's just a great play all around, and that is why War have so much success
Early
with him
SMG shots coming through from the MP5 of Lenny. We talked about how much of a important slayer he can be. Unfortunately, does lose his comrade Nolson most recently as the bomb down in a pretty awkward spot. Speaking of awkward spots, we do see Harry looking at the sky according to Lenny's perspective, but does manage to take him down due to that perspective. Bomb yet to be in the Connect's hands. And if you're PD, you're happy to pretty much sit around this perspective. You know the bomb is around this position. You realize the value of what that happened. And it looks as if they will manage to grab the bomb just in the nick of time. But the question remains, what site will they then to rotate to? Well, they could run right into Denza, hanging right out in the tracks. That's going to be the first one on to Nasty. Time starting to tick away. The cat is out of the bag. Lenny, his perspective is somewhat known, but is going to have a free opportunity to plant this one down given the timing. Can he get it off in time? Not at all the case. Major props to Denza for hanging out over at this bomb site. He's able to clean up the final two. And that's War. Pretty much, if we're going off of runs there, Spaceman, that's, 8-0 straight in terms of S&D rounds.
Yep. It's a very quiet start from Connects, and I don't think anyone would have expected the War to come out the way they did in Game 1, but this is exactly what War does. If they fall out early, they'll just take you back in S&D, and they'll make it either grueling or very, very long. Or actually, that's the same thing. They'll make it grueling or they'll make it very fast. That's what I'm trying to say. But at the end of the day, War is a superior S&D team compared to the Connects, and that will continue to show as Dave finds 2 off the start and makes that a first blood twice, and now a 5v3. Connects have so much room they have to cover, not only ground, but just in general, starting to find some kills. I believe that Lenny is around 1. PD might just be on the other side, and PD could get perfect timing here. He could find 2, if not 3. As Weeman and Nasty are basically lining up, have to hit your shots. He does, and Dave closes out the 4th. 1 left alive. Nasty's got nowhere to go. The bomb is down to 18 seconds. What can you possibly do? Nothing. A great round from War. They go up 3-0. And they will continue to run through teams like this if they have a good grasp.
That's just a very well-played round there coming through from Dave. And for More in general, right? They pretty much have their target lined up. They have their idea ready to go in terms of what site they want to try to push. They're able to get that bomb down instantly. And if you're the Connects, you really couldn't do a whole lot in that situation because War were primed. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they were able to expand upon it. Big situation now for the Connects, right? You don't want to go down the same way that you started off that Game 5 S&D. All that hardpoint confidence in some ways starts to dissipate. Again, we know how close these teams were in that domination, and I expect, somewhat of a similar result. I'm not sure if we'll see the exact same depths of that last domination in Series 1, but here we go. Bomb down for Nasty. Does just manage to escape and get out of dodge. A few headshots already taking place as we do lose PD off the perspective. And we'll see exactly if Connects can retake and manage to finally get around on the board here.
Well, it's a 2v1 now, as Connects had an opening break and they had first blood, but they were not able to follow in. Nolson with the heads-up play to get on Bob. Can he win the second? No. Not able to do it, and I believe that will close things out. And they should be able to get the defuse here. But again, it's the way that Team War plays S&D. You get 1 first blood, great. You have to worry about the immediate trade. They will not shy away from poking out and expecting 1. Dave will always be in the back line. They have to start worrying about him. But Vortex on the bomb, PD as well. Just the amount of pressure they can put on you in S&D is too much sometimes. And at this point, it's 10 uncontested rounds. They have not been responded to yet. And you have to start looking at Connects and wondering, okay, what is it exactly we need to improve?
Look how confident they are.
You need Lenny to get going. You need your ARs to start stepping up. Like, they're running through mid-map with no care in the world. They get the trades. They get the bomb down. A free kill from Lenny on the nade. And it's 4-0, about to be 5. It's just so well played from War. I mean, you really cannot
Thankfully for the Connects, they did manage to take down a few in the meantime. But nonetheless, there goes PD. A good opportunity for them to finally get a round chalked up for them. Keeping in mind, kills starting to partake, and now it is all left on Harry. Player on the defuse.
He's on the
Is he going to get there in time?
They got to go.
It looks as if not. I thought for a moment, I was thinking that Harry surely is going to try and challenge, do something. But no, bomb gets defused, and that's kind of an awkward position for him to be in the first place. We talked about the confidence that War had in the initial phases. Confidence definitely displayed in that last kind of position, but obviously for Harry in that moment, an awkward spot to be in. Doesn't really know if he should challenge or not. Is somebody on the defuse? They were, in fact. A good play coming through from the Connects. They cannot allow for another round to finally go the opposite way. But if you're War, you look back at your work and you're saying, hey, we've done a lot up to this point. It's just a matter of closing these final 2 out. Again, as I've mentioned toward the start of the broadcast, and I'll mention it again, much easier said than done. But we'll see what Team War has up their sleeves.
Well, it was a first blood in favor of Connects with the sniper, but PD takes out Lenny, so that front line man's no longer there. Somehow PD not able to finish the kill, still even across the board. But, I mean, that was a sigh of relief round right there for Connects as they're able to take 1, but stop the bleeding just a bit. PD now kind of stuck right inside Boilers, got really nowhere to go. And Nasty's going to fly around the edge, does pick up 1. That was Harry who goes down. Weeman responds on Dave. And finally, Connect starting to find some kills for the first time and 2 S&Ds. It looks like they're starting to figure things out. Nolson takes out Denza, and PD has no chance off that bomb. And they make it 4-2 to cut that lead in half. The important thing to keep in mind is
also when it comes down to Gun Runner, it's a lot easier to kind of, if you play it right, to kind of have some freedom when in terms of offense. So I am very interested to see exactly how War plays this. They're being very aggressive toward train tracks. Will we see that same result again? We're going to see them kind of play more scattered in terms of that play over at Cargo. Definitely a lot on the plate for these guys right now. Got to be careful. 4-2 advantage starting to slip away. And it looks as if Cargo will, in fact, be their ideal bomb site. Still trying to seek out Vortex. This will be on one end. Up close and personal fight. PD, that's the first blood. That's what you want, especially if you're War. You zone out the players that could be in showers, and you should be on your way to getting down that bomb plant successful. Bomb engaged. 40 seconds left. Connects. Not a whole lot of damage done, but just as I say that, Nelson comes through and takes down both Vortex and Dave. Big one for him to find, considering the retake that needs to be inbound. Mad Kid as well. Excellent challenge there on to PD. It will be Harry evening up the playing field, but now a 1 versus 2. Denza all left by himself, running into a very close perspective of Nasty. He has the knife out, not able to do any damage, but it's the second one that matters the most. And Nolson, off of what is a 4 streak, big plays coming in from the Connects, as that is now 3 rounds in a row. Team War, they looked unstoppable at the beginning phase, but as you called it there, Space, they're starting to figure this one out.
I gotta tell you, man, there's very fewer things in this world that are scarier than like Denza running at you with a knife. Like it is quite terrifying. But 4-3, the Connects are able to come back in this one. And round by round, that's really the story of how this series has to go. I said it in the pregame. I said you have to take each game by itself. You don't want to overexert yourself if you're War, and you don't want to get too negative in your own head about your chances if you're Connects, because things aren't going your way. They win the hard point, they go down 4-0 in S&D, all of a sudden, 1 round at a time. That's all you have to do to win 3 games. Lucifer does pick up 1. Again, that's Harry who takes out Wee Man for the first blow with the nade. And that'll favor Team War, as they are very, very slow to move up in advance. There's no need to. That bomb has yet to push up, and it looks like it might. But for the moment, Nolson going to go ahead and back up. No need to exert any more strength than you need to, as PD picks up 1 on Nasty, and that's going to fly right into his sight as Nolson takes out PD. A perfect trade across the board. Now a 4v3.
Oh, Nolson, there's a player just toward his side. Does get shotted from the back lines. Trying to turn and burn. It looks as if 1 more player engaging from Cole. Actually, 2 from the back lines. That's going to be Vortex, who does get shut down. Denza from long range does manage to get the trade. But nonetheless, time starting to tick away. 2 versus 3. The Connects still with some damage to be done. And Lenny, he may have just blessed himself with a free kill onto Dave. Denza toward the top lines. Lenny realizes he has to run. He has to do something. There's no way, surely, he's going to be able to do a whole lot of work here. Gets the bomb. Has to punch in these digits as fast as possible. But there is Harry. Finally, after 3 rounds going the opposite way, Team War are able to rebound and get toward their 5th. But it was not easy, Spaceman. It was not easy for them to get to this point. 5-3. We've seen 3 rounds in a row come through from Connects. It's just a matter of if they can do it again.
This is such a big swing game for either side. I mean, War trying to tie it up, not go down 2-0 in your second best of 5. It's a nearly impossible mountain to climb after that, especially with how the domination went last series. And for Connects, you need to put your foot on the pedal right now. Like, step down on their necks and don't let up if you want to go up 2-0. The biggest problem is they lose the first blood again. Nasty's caught out running in the middle of nowhere, and they're just stuck inside showers. Absolutely nowhere to go. Information is there. You got to turn around, Pete. You're getting shot from all sides. Denza picks up Lenny. Again, 2 more will fall for Connects, and once again, just the plays from War are so much faster than those of Connects. They're able to find a couple of kills. Weeman does shut down PD, but up behind is Nolson. A big one to win. Smokes out. One's wrapping through the spawn, and Dave cuts him down. Now a 2v2. Dave and Denza.
Mad Cat. Veteran, last alive. Multiple players trying to shoot in. Does manage to take down Denza. He also did see that fire coming through from Dave. He knows where he's at. 15 seconds left, and it's just a matter of can he tag him? Can he get this one in the bag? If you're Dave, you've got all the time to work with. Just keep Mad Cat off the bomb. He has to go for the defuse. Surely not. Surely this is not going to be in Mad Cat's hands, and it will not be. Team War managed to lock up this search and destroy despite a few close moments. When they won rounds, it was ultimately in a pretty dominant way. Solid performance coming in from guys like Dave here, especially in those moments. It needed to go his way. He had the clear advantage, and there was only so much that you can do if you're Mad Cat. Props for him, but there's only so much you can do in that particular position. Time is running out. You're in a 1 versus 1. I'm getting kind of Black Ops 2 champs vibes in that particular moment where the one guy has the perspective, the other guy has so much to do, and usually the player that has the time on their hands is the one that walks away with it. Now that's War, pretty much evening up this series 1-1.
And you got to tip your hat to Dave. I mean, he's had a phenomenal showing today, both in S&D and the hard points as well. The dude has been on fire as of late, and that's led to a lot of War success. But back over to North America, it's Atlanta FaZe. Still, they took map 1 over Triumph, and I'm sure what was an interesting finish, but they are now up 2-0 in the S&D again. And this is another swing game for both sides. Triumph looking to even things up in the scoreline, and off the start, they get 4 kills, so that's pretty easy and get smoked. Venom, we'll see you on Respawn as they find their first round here in Game 2, but Atlanta FaZe looked very good in Games 2 and 5 today, and I'm just surprised with how quickly they've been able to maneuver through this lower bracket. But Triumph looking to slow things down. Again, they're not used to people playing at their speed necessarily yet, Landon, and that really starts playing into effect when you're worried about not only rotations to hardpoint, of course, but in S&D, when you're hitting sites and your timing is no longer timed perfectly because someone else is there to meet you, that's when you start having some issues. So Triumph looking to slow down Atlanta FaZe, and Atlanta FaZe just looking to, continue the pace they've been on. It's worked thus far, and it should continue to work if they're able to
very
execute.
Solid S&D players on really both of these teams. It's hard to throw an advantage toward one or the other. Great little line set coming through from Royalty as his teammate Nagafin runs straight on through. Great work coming through from Naga. It's great to kind of get him on the perspective a little bit, right? Haven't been able to watch this guy a lot so far throughout Modern Warfare, and looks as if Jimbo trying to make some work happen on the flank. No damage done there as back-to-back rounds granted toward Triumph. And one thing that we can kind of relate to when we're talking about search and destroy here spaces, we're talking about a lot of guys look out for a lot of search and destroy stars. Well, somebody who's kind of made a lot of their career off of being so good in search and destroy, someone who's always worried about the little minor details of game modes like S&D, has been someone like Nagafin, right? The old Rise roster, the old Elevate roster, the Gen G team of Black Ops 4, they were so good in search and destroy, especially at certain moments, usually when Nagafin was kind of at the ready. And that's the one thing that this team has in their, kind of arsenal that's big for them, right? To have a guy like Nagafin who knows how to play search and destroy so well, as we see him come through with the first pick. He's so knowledgeable when it comes down to the game mode, and he's always a player that is looking for the minor details. Always a great addition to have someone like that on your team.
And not only that, but it's so much of this Triumph team that honestly reminds me of parallels to that old Gen G roster in Black Ops 4. Like, you talk about the speed of which these guys play, the young talent on the roster that have yet to prove themselves. Of course, there was 2 grand finals where, yeah, Gen G probably should have won, but they just weren't able to close it out. Then you start have questions about, okay, is the team dynamic right? Is it the chemistry? Is it the players we put together? Is it Nagafin? Well, you find him back down here on this roster. He pairs perfectly with Felony, and all of a sudden, you also have Royalty. Let's remember, the guy's known for being absolutely disgusting in S&D and playing on probably one of the highest sensitivities in COD history. But this is a team built not only around S&D stars like Felony was in World War II, but you have Standy, a young variant player who's learned a lot from Felony as like an undergraduate, and on the other side, you're just worried about the gelling that you have when you bring in someone like Dave. Like, Dave is someone we don't really talk about that much, but he's been carrying his weight. There was a couple of times in scrims when I was watching Dave compete alongside Felony, and he's holding his weight in hardpoint, second on the leaderboards, top fragging, if not that. and he's been showing up big. So the young guns, like it's the veterans who put a lot of trust and stake and stock into these young players, and they've told me they feel really good about what they got here. And at the end of the day, man, if you're able to build something positive around these young players and continue this S&D excellence, it can only feed into your hard points and your dominations. And this team, Triumph, they're
for
one
sure,
to look
right?
out for.
I think that mixture of having amateurs, that mixture of having veterans is going to work out so well. I think personally, when it comes down to a multitude of different reasons, it's kind of have that mixture, if you will, of that hungry and new talent mixed in with guys who have kind of been there before, been in those pro leagues, been in those grand finals. It is so key for both really to kind of counter off of each other, for both to kind of receive the benefits that either can really start to provide. So we'll kind of continue to provide you guys some coverage over the Atlanta FaZe Academy in Triumph as this one does kind of progress over on the NA side. But it's time to hop back in with some good old European action. Remember this bad boy? Yeah, this grand final that's been going on forever. Well, it's been a banger of a series, and it's only going to continue to get even better. It's time for some good old gun runner Dom as we are level at 1-1 in the second grand final series after the reset. It should be a fantastic one to watch. Last time, Space, that we were playing domination between both of these teams, we saw what was a tie game, then a reset, as well as a 1-point game after the reset. So it was a tie and then a 1-point game. You will not see a closer domination game. Granted, that was on Hackney. This one is on Gunrunner. I still expect to see a very, very tight-knit game.
Yeah, we played 6 games last time, if you guys missed it, and it was a nail biter. I mean, I expected it to be tied again. I think we both did, but just the slimmest of margins, and that set the precedent. And even though Connects did win that, yes, they went on to drop the hard point, but there was a lot of momentum there. Yes, they still have time to win this, and it's 2 best-of-5s they're given, but this, I think, at this point in this late in the tourney, at this late of day in Europe, and with how long these guys have been playing, this is really going to be the backbreaker for one of the two. If Connects are able to do the same thing they did earlier, which is controlling 2 flags and putting pressure to neutralize the last one, they're going to have success and they're going to take this game. If War can continue slaying and being a nuisance in front of those flags and finding, cheeky little spawn points to push out Connects, they have in a prime position to go ahead up 2-1 in the series, but it's going to come down to the wire, and off the start, it's a 2-flag cap for Connects as they're trying to lock down B. They have it under control, but they're worried about Vortex in this position. He does snap on 1 over Wee Man, an absolutely disgusting turn, but I believe actually might have been Dave in the back who somehow gets a cheeky little angle, but still another completely split spawn as A and C will be neutralized and taken away from Connects, and they will hold on to those, and now B will go in their favor as well. We've seen this trip cap come out before, but it's a neutral on A coming in favor of Team War, and they're trying to slow the bleeding off.
Like we said, if your Team War, not the greatest start when it comes down to domination, but that quickly could start to turn on its head. As we know what the talent that could exist on this Connects roster. Nolson already 8-4. Lenny up to this point 6-4. Been very impressed really with Lenny throughout a majority of the series that we've got to watch him play, and really just in the grand finals. But in general, this guy, I mean, so electric when it came down to a few rosters last year. That Sicario team that had a great finish when it came down to champs. Played alongside guys like Tommy and Chino, Proto, Exceed. Really had a phenomenal and kind of breakout end to his Black Ops 4 season. And it's not really a surprise, right, that the Ravens at certain points, and obviously now the Connects team, but that he is kind of one of their guys they think could be up next. One of those guys that could be one of the next major talents from Europe. He has been leading the Connects to what has been a very, very close series up to this point. And I think that he could be one of the overall difference makers to allow for the Connects to maybe walk away with this series. It seems as if whenever he's on, the roster is playing well, and so far, like we said, 9-5 on that 2 spree. Hanging out over here toward the minecarts, watching a few of the War members off of these spawns. Like we said, SMG, he was great with the Maddox last season. He can obviously play the flex role from time to time. Takes down Denza. That's 3 in a row. Connects continue to surge on forward with just 1 minute left in this first half.
Man, when Lenny's playing good, there are few better than him. I mean, he's hitting shots like that on Harry that absolutely stun War back in their spawn. And again, he was brought on to replace the speed factor that they didn't have, right? They had defrag to start the season. They felt like they didn't have enough aggression and enough movement along the map, and movement favors the bold in this game. That's what Linny brings. He comes in, it's paid dividends. His biggest weakness has just been consistency. It's just finding ways to continue to find kills and stay involved in engagements. He's fixed a lot of that, and throughout the series today and throughout most of his career this weekend, or I should say most of his career in general, he's been able to show up, and today he's putting on a show. He had a bit of a rough S&D earlier, but other than that, 11-7, he's locking down kills in the back. He's causing PD to go 4-12, 9-10 for Dave, who's been uncharacteristically quiet in this domination. It has just been all of Connects off round 1, and that's the way it's been in domination today. Connects always come out in round 1, they stun War, and then War come back on this incredibly impossible hold and bring it to a 1-point game, and we're like, what the hell? So
it seems as if you kind of know the way this one is going to pan out. As if we've casted over them a few times already, you know?
Yeah, I think, yeah. I think we have a pretty good grasp of what these teams are going to throw at us in domination, but it's a 20-point lead for Connects to go into round 2. And Lando, I would ask you, what are you thinking for round 2? But if I ask you that, you're going to give me the same answer I know I'm going to get, which is, well, I expect the same hold, but honestly, War's going to come back. And you're 100% right. That's what's going to happen. And I don't know.
I don't know, man. Like I said, it was kind of a shaky start, though. All things considered, like we said, Dave, pretty slow so far in the first half. PD 5-13. I feel like at certain moments, PD has been electric, and at other moments, he's been having some pretty negative results. But like we said, second half, a new opportunity, 20 points separate both of these lineups. Also consider the fact that we see an instant challenge over from Denza, instantly getting that neutral over at C. Some pretty interesting calls for either of our lineups, and Linny up close shuts down Vortex, the elite SMG out of the Team War roster, and Linny is going to make him pay in that particular exchange. Speaking of young guns, Nasty will fall on the tracks. Definitely a hard group to keep up with if you are Team War, considering the fact that these two guys can be very electric from time to time, but look at this. Connects, referencing back, they get A back in their control. That's A and B. We'll see what Team War can do as they're going to try to probably muster up somewhat of a team push here in just a few moments.
Look how far up Connects are pushed up on the map. They are much more aggressive than they were last series in this Game 3. They want to close this one out. Linny is snapping, turning, and finding every single body. One more. Yeah, give it to him. Dave, we'll see you later. We're going to lock down B, and no one's coming through our white trains. Not a problem. PD does shut him down finally, but the damage is all but done. You get the trip cap as well. The contest comes in. You win the fights. The neutral's there. Connects are running away with Game 3. War just needs to stop the bleeding, maybe get a couple of kills on B, but they have to worry about Linny, man. 20-9, make it 21-10. The dude is a monster.
Like I said, when you combine him with Nasty as well, I mean, it is such an unfortunate lineup, as we do see the team kill come through from Weeman, but it is such an unfortunate circumstance to have to run against these elite SMG young guns, considering their pace, considering how cracked that they can be at different moments. We discussed it. Linny at moments can just take over games. So far, he's been able to do that, and the score reflects exactly how he's played. A and C split right now for the boys on Connects, and even contesting at B as well. Denza trying to do anything he can to make sure that this one is 100% locked up. Nasty does get taken down, and that will be Team War finally getting a flag to their name, but it's only one, and it's scary to consider that they have no hold flag currently in their possession as well. They're going to try to reference back to both C and A. It looks as if C's not working out all that well for them, at least for now. A, on the other hand, very much could be in their grasps, but look at that kill feed. It's Connects continuously over and over again, finding 3, 4, 5 in a row, as that is going to be a 11 team streak coming through from Connects. Mad Cat on 7 in a row. Nasty as well, trying to heat up, looking to try and take down the replacement for him and Harry from the back lines. My goodness, the Connects 40-point advantage, 2 minutes left. Team War, you have got to pull something off crazy to get this one to a level playing field.
Their name is literally an example of what they're doing. They're connecting on everything. Mad Cat with 8, it's just unreal being able to close out this Dom the way that they're doing it. Up by 36 and counting. It is just so well done from the boys on the Connects, and they continue just to find kill after kill. This is the team we were expecting, right? Like they came into this second best of 5 a little bit flat. in the hard point, they do close it out, but it was still just a little too dangerous. Then they come in S&D, they're getting smoked. We're wondering what's going on. Where are the ARs? Mad Cat pulls out a sub, says, okay, I'll take over, no problem. And then all of a sudden, it's 152 to 116. Yeah, they don't have 2 caps, but it doesn't matter. They have enough time to work with. They can give up a 2-cap lead and still win the game at this point. You don't want to push it that distance. We've already seen what the repercussions of that can be. But at this point, man, Connects are just smoking everyone, and an interesting end to the game. We'll see what actually happens. I'm hoping that just meant that it was mathematically impossible and they ended it and everyone was okay, but yeah, we'll make sure that everything's good. I'll figure out the rules with a minute left in the game. If I don't think that would be a full replay, but we'll figure it out. Hopefully it's just mathematically impossible, but we'll figure it out for you guys and we'll make sure to keep you updated. But I'm just impressed with how much they were able to flip the script and flip the switch, I should really say. It's just Mad Cat going on those sprees. Linny starts heating up 20 and 10. I mean, the lockdown of B flag, being able to flip back to C, get the neutral, come back to A, like, it was just the flow through the map that really stood out.
I absolutely do. I will say, though, all things considered, we have seen a 2-1 lead before. When that happened, it was War that did manage to make what was a very interesting comeback. I'll leave the audience with that one for now, as we'll come back right after this quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4 for what could be, keep in mind, I do say the word could be, the final map in the EU Grand Finals. We're hopping in toward map 4 of Hardpoint here on some Gunrunner between Team War and the boys on the Connects. Myself, Landon Lando Sanders, joined in part by Sean Spaceman Rogers for what, like we said, could be the final map. But if we know anything about these two so far here, Space, it has been that these two are so close, so even at multiple modes, and we have seen this exact position previously. In fact, it was last Grand Final series where the Connects were up 2-1. What happens? Team War ends up taking down the Hardpoint and later the Search and Destroy. It's a hard one to kind of keep in mind, but it has been a blast of a series up to this point.
Well, the way they've started this hardpoint, we surely will be going to an S&D. They've got 5 kills, make that 6 to get it in the opening break. Yes, they get a couple of seconds to end this one, but we've rotated to P2, and they do have spawns back there as well. And look at that. They get spawns right in the new hill. It's Harry who's up first, and he's going to have a big gunfight out at Tracks to win. He's going to lock down 2. If he does that, well, that's the first wave of players who won't be able to break on in. But as soon as I say that, the Connects are flooding through, and they get a couple of kills.
Really, right now, for the boys on Team War, they do have current and favorable spawns. Obviously, when it comes down to this hill, you do have those kind of in sequence. Player number 2, though, does spawn out. That's going to be Dave. He realizes his focus needs to be for the future spawns. Look for the Connects to possibly exploit the fact that there are only so many players of War here. They managed to get the job done, and they break in with around 25 seconds left. The Connects will have the advantage as the rotation is now in pursuit. But like I said, for Team War, not all is lost. They do have that rotation inbound, and we'll see how well they can hold the hardpoint over at Mine Entrance.
But it's Lenny who wins the first gunfight, and Nosen who follows up as well. So the only person left alive is really Petey and Vortex. They have a couple of kills coming down that they have to worry about. And for off the start, Lenny does get 1. Petey will be the last alive. Nolson with a great nade. They do have the lead for Connects off of that last scrap time. And the rotation comes in. Denza picks up 1, but it's 2 in the kill feed. Make that 3, 4 for Connects. They fly on in. They get a flurry of kills, and they continue to put the gas on as they're coming right into this next hardpoint, completely and utterly gunning out War. They found themselves in. They break on in, and they got the spawns as well. They know where War's coming from, and they can just start setting up and posting
Impressive
up and
stuff
finding
so
those
far
kills
from
down.
The Connects. We'll see if they can keep it up. Like we said, led off the back of some excellent M4 play, even up close for Wee Man, doing some damage. 15 seconds left. It's about cargo now, but still, you've got to give credit where it's due. Nasty and Co. still thinking maybe even about that future spawn as 2 of them line up. It was actually 3. Does get the double, but nonetheless, the dust settles, and it is the Connects with the overwhelming advantage, and even coming into cargo. A current 3 versus 1. Dave is quick to hold on, wait for a few of his squad mates to get here, jumping from container to container, looking like a good old Spider-Man, the EU version, if you will, but Nolson almost managed to slither his way down and take that one off the box. That one's going to be no good. Current vacant hill. I tell you what, man, both these teams are here to play. Team War, they absolutely want to get this one in their hands, but the spawns do end up flipping. That is a huge position now for the Connects. We'll see if they can take advantage when it comes down to shipping.
Looking at 1, maybe 2 more good pushes. If they don't get a couple of kills, they're going to back on up. I like to give up that last bit of time, and that should do it. So the last person really alive is Wee Man. He tries from the front. It does not connect. Well, he actually takes down Harry in the process, and his job is to watch people rotating through water, possibly get a kill. Madcat comes in, and they're putting a lot of resources to contest for those last 4 seconds, and that leaves the door open for them, but they do have the spawns, and now they have to worry about the rotation for more. So here it comes. Who's going to be the first one to break on in? No one in the hill yet. Finally Connects connect, and they will get that hill time to start things off. 50 seconds to fight over, and now they've reached past that 105 mark. They will continue on, and they do have spawns in the back, but take a look at your minimap. All of a sudden, Team War have gotten out behind, and they might get not only the great positioning, but they might force the spawns and Connects back out towards those minecarts, and it's going to cause them to have a long rotation over, and they can't continue to fight for the scrap time one-on-one.
Right now, and they're having a longer run than even the boys on Team War are, at least up to this point. But take a look at that kill feed. Madcat, a along with the rest of the Connects, despite a few team kills, will be able to clear out the hard point for a majority of it, meaning that they will have a very sizable advantage after the first half comes to a close. If you're Team War, you're thinking about the future, you're thinking about how do we kind of improve on this second set of rotation, it is going to be at P2. And speaking of what could be a future rotation, look at Madcat, the veteran, sneaking toward the back, and as these spawns come through from War, they realize we've been flipped despite this valuable 50 seconds that currently exists. That is a massive swing of momentum toward the Connect side.
Well, a couple of trades actually favor the Connects, and that lead continues to increase. Nasty, absolutely living up to the name in this final hard point of the second best of 5 of our European Grand Final. This one's been going on for quite a while, folks, and I'm glad that you guys are tuning in. Make sure you let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be the Connects to win this series 3-1, or are we going the distance to a Game 5, and will it be Team War to close things out? But right now, all we know is this. The spawns are in favor of Connects, and they've worked their way to the back, but it's PD here to disrupt. He finds one, his teammates are there, and Harry cleans up the second, make that 3. Lenny now out of the equation. 5 seconds left on that rotation, and well, they're already set up for new. They're in their second hill on our second set of rotations, and they are prime position to bring themselves back in this game.
All
down by
credit to
about
PD.
7.
The reason why they even have the ability to spawn there in the first place is due to his roaming, due to his ability to stay alive. There were 2 players at a certain point that were trying to find out exactly where he went. He manages to sneak inside here of Munition Depot, and he's the reason why Team War are here in the first place. Massive props to PD, as that is going to be what ultimately allows for Team War to keep this one close, to keep this one maybe even toward more of an even score line, and PD even trying to do some damage of his own off of those spawns. But like we said, keeping in mind for the future, some great kind of excess damage toward the end for the boys on Connects, as they'll be able to at least reach around, what, maybe 200 points, 190 points around that position. Regardless, though, it is about that rotation, and Team War looked to be here, but we did see this last time, and what happened? The Connects managed to break on through. They had some excellent moments, especially from guys like Weeman, who currently sits at 25 and 14. If they can make the same magic happen the way that it did on the first set of rotations, they're in a great spot. But Dave as well, on that minecart, is not going to be easy to shut down. They need to use all form of utility possible in order to make sure that he's not in a power position.
And Madcat, who had a fantastic Game 3, has been really shut down here. 10 and 18. He's got to get going, but it's Dave with the 2-piece at the back of minecarts. He has been absolutely phenomenal all day today. Another one to rack it in. 3 kills for Dave on a 4 spree. Just 8 bullets left in the mag, but it could be all too much for Connects to handle. Luckily, they do get the break, and there's 20 seconds to fight over. This is a big 20. It's either going to be a 10-point game or a 40-point game, and right now, Connects looks like they're going to make it the latter. They're able to find 2, make that 3. They're now inside the hill, contested from War. Sure, it's great, but you have to worry about the rotation, and I believe that it's Lenny and Nasty who are already headed out and waiting for the next hill to pop. I think Nasty is already set up and waiting, and this is just a perfect play from Connects. They know they can't win here, but they can win on the next, and they've already rotated. They've won the spawns, and they've been winning these fights.
Yeah, absolutely.
Women,
great stuff coming through from the Connects. Again, solid plays from Dave on that power position, but nonetheless, a player caught out in the center of the sky. Lenny able to make PD look like a clay pigeon. Excellent stuff coming through from these boys. 30 seconds away. Can they make it happen, or will Team War show their fortitude yet again, as they're not going down without a fight? Cargo still up in the midst, and it looks as if it will be that rotation that is very important right now, considering the fact that Dave trying to sneak his way up. He does have that peak, but he doesn't see Weeman. A big AR v AR battle, and the M4 from the side of the Connects will win this one out. This very well could be where the game starts to reach its end, or they need to make a fantastic push to keep this game alive here, Space.
And Lenny has a huge gunfight. Thankfully, Weeman is there looking over as a guardian angel. Takes him down. Weeman not able to find the second as Lenny was cut out of position, but it's okay. It builds you enough time. 232 to 190. The final couple of trades going either way, but it's Team War who's able to break on in. 43 seconds remaining in this hill. They can't win it here, but surely Connects can. They have to know they have to know that they can rotate. Mad Cat's still alive somehow, and they've called him out. They're going to hunt him down, and they're going to get these last 30 or so seconds. If you're Connects, maybe send 1 or 2, but that's about it. You cannot afford to lose spawns.
Team War, they break it right when we said they needed to. Keep in mind, there's 20 seconds left. Can the Connects get some solid time here? No, they are shut down. Nasty, Nolson, Mad Cat, Wheatman, everybody sit back to the respawn screen, and now it's about this rotation as we come down to the wire yet again. Are we going to see a game 5, or can the Connects close this one out? Will it even close out here when it comes down to P1? We're about to find out. Smoke is in play. Vortex doing some damage from behind. They're about to take the lead. Keeping in mind, players are starting to enter in through showers. Team War very aware of that. PD, the lead slayer, trying to do his best to come on in. The smokes, the utility is out. Everyone is blind and time is starting to tick away. Everybody trying to be masked. Everyone unfortunately cannot be seen, but Vortex is starting to light things up. He's taken down. PD doing some damage. 4 seconds left. Can this be the key for War? Can they get it done here? Connect still forcing the issue, and Nolson is bopping players in the face. We're down to just a few points of a game. Team War, can they break it in time? And no, it's not enough. It's not enough for them to make the push there at the end. 250 to 246 as Team Connects will get the job done after what has been a marathon of a grand final series. A series reset, then into what is a second best of 5 at the very ending stages. Team Connects are officially your EU Call of Duty Challenger Cup Week 1 champions. My goodness, what an end to that hardpoint there, Space.
They threw bodies at the hill. Everyone was flying, and Linny found a couple of 2 pieces that closed it out. But man, congratulations again to the Connects for being your European champions, and they will take home $8,000. That's 8,000 big ones. Not a bad day in the office by any stretch. 2,000 less for Team War. They will take home 6,000 in second place and obtain esports with a phenomenal run through this bracket. No one expected them to be top 4, and they take home 4,000 with that respective end. But again, Team War looked phenomenal all the way through, but they ran out of gas just a little bit too early. And the final hill, you got to throw bodies, man. You just throw them where you can. Linny picks up a 2-piece. Everyone's getting bopped, and you finally find yourself in. Chaos ensues. The smokes are down. And again, Connects are able to close it out. They are your European champions of the first Challengers Cup. And man, I have a feeling, Lando, we're going to be seeing this matchup for the remainder of like the next 4 or 5 months.
It would not surprise me whatsoever, Space. I'll be honest with you, man. That was fantastic. That was a treat for the entire EU community to watch some young guns, to watch some veterans really start to duke it out to find out who really is the best European team. And I'll be honest with you, I still could go with either one right now. I mean, given the day, given the circumstances, given the maps, however you want to call it, you could really kind of call it either which way. I think you have to give it to the Connects here after this series, but nonetheless, next week when it comes down to future tournaments as well, like I said, it would not surprise me if we see either of these 2 teams. That was one of the best grand finals that we have seen in a long time, and that was exactly what the European scene deserved. Considering the way that they've come out, considering how strong their challenger scene has been, they deserve to have that grand final with 2 of the best teams in the region, along with all kinds of different players from different backgrounds fighting it out like that. That was perfect.
Yeah.
I think we could ask for. That was incredible. That was nuts. But anyway, welcome back, everyone in the stream. Hopefully you're having a great day. Of course, we have our Challengers Cup #1, the first, and so far we've had our APAC final. We just had our EU final, and of course, still to come, our North American final. But before we can get there, we're playing a little bit of catch-up on the North American side of things. As you can see, Atlanta FaZe Academy versus Triumph. This game currently in game 4. And honestly, Lando, I'm excited to finally get to that North American final. I really am. It's been a long day. Of course, you and Spaceman, credits to both of you. Just a massive shift you guys just put in.
Oh, hey, no worries, man. I know a little bit under the weather, but no worries. Hey, we're happy to help whenever we're given necessary. You know.
I felt better. I think it's best. I have felt better.
That's all that matters, right? That's all that matters. As long as you feel better, hey, we've done our job at the very least. But as you labeled it, I'm just happy to be where we are at right now in the bracket. I think North America, it has taken some time to get where we are right now, but it has been very interesting, really across the region. For APAC, obviously for EU, the insane grand final we just witnessed, and there've been a ton of upsets and crazy maps here in North America as well.
Definitely been some great series throughout the day, but as you see the graphic get updated, it is Triumph 2-1 up, and it looks as if Triumph may be able to close this one out, 222 to 104. Of course, I believe after this will be losers final, so still 2 more series to go, and then of course that will conclude our first day of a Challenger stream. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed it. A ton of action, and of course we've said this a lot, and I know you and Spaceman said it a lot as well. The path to pro, this really is a system which seems to be showing good signs of success in terms of your amateur players getting up there onto professional teams, but of course, for Team Triumph, there's a lot of names you'll recognize from the professional level. Nagafen, Royalty, Felony, of course. A lot of big names, and even so on the other side as well. Journey, Gravity, some big names in the series.
Definitely, right? You have a decent amount of veterans when it comes down to both of these lineups, and even for Triumph as well. We've been able to watch a lot of the young guns for Dave and Standy kind of be the real difference makers for these guys. And I think kind of when it comes down to the Challengers division, kind of having that mix of veterans as well as kind of young guns is a positive mix, because you can take the fire from the young guns, you can also take the information and the wisdom from the veterans as well. So I think that for both of these teams, kind of having a mixture of that really helps out a lot.
Yeah, most definitely does. This game looks as if it's about to come to an end. Triumph booking their spot in a losers bracket final. They'll take the series 3-1 after a 250 to 138-point win. And unfortunately for Atlanta FaZe Academy, they are out today, Lando.
They are indeed, and we got to watch them a decent amount pretty much throughout the tournament today. We got to watch them face off against Singularity in what was a very intense Game 5. Got to watch them play against the boys on Raid, and then obviously here versus Triumph as well. Really, a lot of positives to take from this team. We saw them look good in a multitude of different game modes. It really just kind of is that consistency for this team, but at the end of the day, if you are the Atlanta FaZe, obviously not the result that they want, because every team, of course, wants to walk away with the victory. But at the very least, they faced off against some very solid rosters today, and I think really proved a lot for themselves.
And to the point where we're kind of just making some big names as well, right? You look at the experience on either side, that definitely could be a little bit of a factor there. But either way, for the Atlanta FaZe Academy, unfortunately, their journey will end there. They will be knocked out, unfortunately, but we'll see them maybe in action in the next cup, or more than likely in action in the next cup. But with that said, Lando, I know you've been kind of jumping in and out throughout the North American side of the bracket. Any predictions here? Who do you think is going to come out on top?
To be honest, in terms of predictions, in terms of the finals, I think now that Triumph kind of progresses forward to face off against 6th Gear, haven't really had an opportunity to watch them all that much, but Singularity did 3-0 them when it came down to winners finals. I personally think that we're going to see a Triumph versus Singularity match. Really, so far, Singularity has been a team that we've been watching pretty much countlessly day in and day out up to this point. And they have looked excellent, really, in a multitude of different game modes. When it comes into Search and Destroy, that is their game mode. They rarely lose it. When they're firing in the hard points, it is hard to take this roster down. So I think a very well-versed roster. Granted, we haven't got to watch Triumph all that much. We talked about their ability.
Right.
That veteran to young kind of talent is absolutely there. But Singularity, they've looked electric. There's a reason why they're in the the finals, especially from the winner side of things. But in terms of overall predictions, I think I have to give it to Singularity. But again, it's still early. It's still hard to call. We've had a lot of matches come down to the wire, so it would not surprise me whatsoever, Ben, if we do see 3-2 round 11. Oh, we gotta go to a second best of 5. It's only on the cards most likely for today, but we'll see what happens though.
Of course, Steve Singularity have played both teams still left and beat them both as well. Bear that in mind. So, I mean, if you're Team Singularity, you're sat watching the games, I'm sure. Hey, guys, feeling very, very confident, I'm sure.
Sure.
I mean, and you should do. You've beaten the only competition left in the tournament already. So you're going to be feeling very, very good. But up next, of course, we'll have that losers final. And then, of course, our grand final will bring you all the action. For now, though, we're going to quick break. We'll be right back after this. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Coming up, we're going to have the North American Losers Final, and then, of course, the North American Grand Final. It's been a great day so far. As I mentioned, both Landon and Spaceman, you guys have... that was a shift. That was a big shift you guys just put in there with that European final. I know you were jumping around and watching some of the North American games. And obviously, Lando, I asked you your predictions for the North American side of things. Spaceman, I'm curious, your predictions for North America. Who do you see coming out on top?
I had Triumph, not so much anymore because they dropped down fast. But yeah, I had them, possibly UIU. That ain't happening. But right now, just everything is horrible now. But Triumph, they just beat Atlanta FaZe 3-1, so they move into the Losers Finals, and they're gonna play formerly known Six Gear. Now Steve is old. That's gonna be a weird one, and they're gonna have to play Singularity. And I didn't think Singularity was a top team in North America yet, but apparently I was wrong because they are slaughtering everyone. And they're going to be sitting in finals having a good time.
I'm not going to lie.
So
I saw the team name Steve is old, and I was like, oh, Mochilla? Is he actually going to be playing? Do I get to go like full circle, start casting Mochilla again? But no, not the case. I believe he's our coach, right? Is that correct?
Today.
If the rumors
the rumors are true, then yes. I'll believe the rumors for the most part, but I believe yes.
Coaching now? Do you need some coaching tips? I can give you some tips on how to be a better coach, Moats. I'm always here for you. But of course, that game will be getting underway shortly, and it is worth mentioning we do have a ton of challenges broadcasts planned in the future as well. We're going to have more of these cups and just more events in general, which I think is great, highlighting the amateurs and just the up-and-comers, if you will. I've talked about it in the past several times, but the path to pro, just how important it really is and how we're seeing it this year more so than any other year as a success, as a model which is actually working. You're seeing, of course, amateur players now being picked up by some of the COD League teams, and it's a fantastic thing. There's a quick glance at our schedule. I believe one of the next, cup number 2 is actually May 2nd, which, chat, don't have to buy the presents yet. Not just my birthday, it's also Lando's birthday too. So
hey,
I'm just saying, I'm just saying, you know, if you want to celebrate 2 birthdays at once, it could be great. And not only that, something, you know, seems to have a little bit of time to fill. Me and Lando yesterday, we were in rehearsal, okay, you know, as you do, and I was finding out that we actually have a lot in common. You know, I knew we had the same birthday, and then I was talking about my desk. You know, I've just made a new PC, and then I sent him a picture, and then all of a sudden he goes, wait, I have that exact same desk. We have the same birthday. We have the same gaming desk. Lando, I feel like we're like twins. We're me and you, we're just twins.
See, Ben, the only thing that I don't have that you do is the Christmas tree. Unfortunately, I wish I had some greenery. I have a little fake plant behind me, but that's not. It doesn't equal out to the same thing that you do. I wish I could celebrate Christmas all year long, but you know, it is what it is.
I'm going to send you a bamboo plant for your birthday.
That sounds good. I appreciate that. I promise. I'll put that on. I'll put that right behind my setup. I'll set it right next to me every day. You know.
Appreciate it. Anyhow, our losers final underway. Team Triumph versus, of course, Steve is old. And there are some names that you will know if you've been following competitive Call of Duty for quite some time. Of course, Felony, Nagafen, and Royalty, big names that stand out. Players who you've seen on the professional level before, now finding themselves fighting for that pro spot once again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be fun to watch these guys as we've been kind of talking throughout the day on this particular team. It really is an ability to kind of unite both of these players, or rather kind of both of these, you know, sequences of players, veterans and amateurs alike, both very, very talented in their own respects. And like I said, a lot of history, especially between Felony and Agafen, right? 2 guys that actually have placed top 3. I think it was at 2016 COD champs. There's a lot of history between these 2, that's for sure. And it's going to be fun to kind of watch them play it out again.
It just shows that sometimes it's not all about experience, right? For quite some time, we've always said experience will drag you to the top. But now as times are changing, you're seeing this new, young, emerging talent really throughout all the regions start to come through. And it's fantastic to see. There's unfortunately for Nagafen, it's a slow start. 0-3. He actually gets a kill poached there by his teammate, and he'll remain on that donut for now. But we'll like to see that turn around relatively quickly. And just in general, this is an incredibly low-scoring hard point so far. We're already on P2, as just 14 points have been scored with 40 seconds still remaining on this hill. Pretty slow. It just shows you the importance of playing for spawns. We talked about it a little bit earlier on, but on this map specifically, that P2 spawn is crucial.
Oh, it absolutely is. And I think we even saw it off the rip. Someone from Steve Isolde, I want to say it was Stamino, instantly make the instant break for what was going to be this influential P2 spawn. Obviously, Steve Isolde not getting a ton of time at this hill, but at the least remains somewhat competitive. They try to hop in from time to time, but at the very least, Ben, you saw that the mindset was there. They were trying to get there early, but unfortunately, they fall to a very aggressive Triumph roster. And speaking of aggression, I think that was Royalty bunny hopping his way alongside the tracks, trying to get some extra time there at P3.
Yeah, I love that movement from Royalty. And it's funny when you see some of the players in this game, and when you talk about like movement, right? A lot of people will think Nagafen. If you go back to, I think it was the Black Ops 3 days.
Sure.
You see his incredible movement. Obviously, that's Jetpack. However, Royalty on a boots to ground game and a Jetpack game as well, his movement is always going to be clean. You see him implement that kind of bunny hop system, just trying to be as quick as possible, rotating as fast as he possibly can. He's a player who has been known to play on very, very high sense throughout his career as well. So, he's one that can use that movement and his high sense to abuse the opposition. And this is so far, Mando, a very, very close game. Just Steve Isolde now just barely going into the lead. 7 points, still 20 seconds left here on P3 though. And you've already got to start thinking about that rotation.
Yeah, you definitely do for both of these teams. Just to quickly hit on something from Royalty, one thing that I really do like about this guy in particular as well is also kind of throughout his career, his ability to use multiple weapons. I mean, the flex roll couldn't be more accurate for someone like him. Obviously, he can be fast with the SMG. We talked about his insane cinch, but also when it comes down to AR positions as well, he always has been great in multiple games, whether it was like an NAW with the ASM1 or the BAL or in Black Ops 3, whatever it may be. He is very, very good and very versatile. And that's one of the many aspects why teams have kind of picked him up in the future. It's not just for his aggression, but it's for the fact that you can rely on him and kind of plug him in wherever you'd like.
Right, right. I'll actually never forget the first time I cast over Royalty. It was at AW Biolab Hardpoint. Me and Puckett were in the old MLG studio, and up comes this new player we'd never even heard about, and he's spinning around the map incredibly quick. I'm like, what is this guy doing? Does he know he's playing? I think it was like a losers like semi-final. It was pretty far in the tournament. I'm like,
sure,
never heard of this guy. Like, does he know that he's playing against pros? And let me tell you, bro, he was world starring left and right. And it was at that moment I was like, this guy could be a real talent. And he's had some decent success throughout his career, but it's been pretty inconsistent. It's never been consistent success. I'd love to see, of course, him to try and make a big name for himself this year, potentially propel himself into a good spot to start off next year. But as it stands, Steve Isolde still with the lead, and of course, the early time on this hill.
That's for sure. And I know we're kind of talking about some COD history here in the midst of this game, but I want to bring up a little thing for you, Ben. The one time that we first saw Royalty enter into LAN was actually Epsilon NA back in the day, and he actually ended up teaming alongside Nagafen back in that tournament. Everyone was like, who is this guy? He stepped in for Swanee, and everyone was like, what the heck is this kid doing? Like, who is this person? And he came out, like you said, and just absolutely fried people consistently. Like I said, Royalty, a very vast history. And of course, he, alongside Nagafen, these guys have years and years of experience, have been in multiple grand finals. Obviously, for Nagafen, he's been in the Champs Grand Final back in AW under Team Revenge. So, like I said, these guys, they really can increase the knowledge and can increase the skill on the young guns of Triumph with Standy and Dav. I actually got a chance to talk to a little bit to Royalty ahead of the tournament pretty much today. And his biggest thing he said to me was, you know what? Whenever it comes down to this guy, Dave, he is absolutely unreal. I'll tell you right now, he's probably one of the best players I've ever played with, and he only started to recently play Respawn. So that's high praise from someone that we've been talking about a lot throughout this game. But for someone like Royalty to give that props, he doesn't. I'm sure he doesn't give that lightly by any means. There.
What's interesting as well is that obviously only just started playing Respawn, and that's something a common theme really. The captain, of course, is 3 players that predominantly play Search and Destroy. It's much easier to learn Hardpoint or just Respawns in general and surround yourself with veteran players such as Royalty, Nagafen, Fella. I mean, you're talking about history with Nagafen, specifically that old TR team. The way they played Hardpoint back in the day was absolutely incredible. So much knowledge, and of course from Search and Destroy, talented there as well. As things stand though, it's some of the old guard, if you will, holding their own and leading the way for Team Triumph. However, Dave is right there at 17 and 13. Royalty right behind him at 17 and 15. Both with some decent hill times, but still Team Triumph down by about 20 seconds. Steve is all trying to push forward, trying to contest the hill.
And this is good stuff from Triumph. They're regarded as one of the most aggressive teams currently in the Challengers division, and showing the case why that is. Standy up close, Fellow even from the back lines. It is pretty difficult for Steve Isolde to even make it to this P2 hill, which of course is a money hill for this map when you have so many layers of SMGs constantly existing throughout the map. Royalty does get taken down, but even by this time here, it is, you can kind of see it, right? I mean, it has taken so long for them just to even break past the 50-yard line. It looks as if Awakening is going to try to do as much as he possibly can, but he gets absolutely nothing for it. Excellent work from Triumph, pretty much just scattering themselves out throughout the tracks.
And you're absolutely right. It took them 30 seconds just to get to P2, and then they finally get there, and they still don't even break the hill. They have to put their tail between their legs and just back off, rotate over towards P3, and they should be able to return the favor, pick up some early time here, as now it seems Triumph's turn to traverse the map, try and get to the hard point, and then of course break. If you're at number 1 on the minimap though, that's actually going to be Standy. He's actually managed to sneak all the way through, could be behind enemy lines. Now what may happen here is Steve Isolde could still spawn behind, which is exactly what does happen. Kaiser is still spawning there, but it's come down to Standy to try and make the play, and there it is, a 2-piece for him. It relieves the pressure on the front, it allows Triumph to get inside, but for how long? His teammates needed to win the fights currently contested.
Excellent stuff from Standy. I mean, absolutely catching the enemy off guard, and that's what you want, especially in a chaotic hill like this, is to add more to the chaos. Constantly add players and layers from behind. A player like Standy, who you can kind of argue maybe wants to play more gung-ho inside of the hill, making the smart plays, making the plays from behind, and instantly catches Steve Isolde off guard. And what should have been kind of a better hill for them, given the rotation, is instantly cut off due to that what was kind of a minor pinch, if you will. Looking at guys like Standy for the future has got to be a thing for this Triumph roster, to kind of see exactly what his usefulness can be throughout the map. And I'll tell you what, that particular play right there, Ben, was very, very useful for this Triumph team.
It's interesting. I actually had an interview earlier on in the week with Arcees from Chicago Huntsman, and just kind of to bring that full circle to the play we just saw there, Arcees made the point that the players that are willing to go and make the play, the players that will do the dirty work, are so often the underrated players, and it's plays like that which can actually win you a game. And you can see how this game now is starting to flip on its head, not allowing Steve Isolde to get another full 60 there, breaking in as quickly as he possibly could, putting pressure on the hill. It's given them about a 60-point cushion as things stand. And with 15 seconds before we rotate, Triumph still with the favorable spawns.
And speaking of spawns, Steve Isolde, they're going to need a really solid hold when it comes down to Munition Depot. And Standy, I'll tell you what, he's starting to make some good plays up close. That's going to be 3 in a row, having no issues when it comes down to cargo container. My goodness, excellent plays, and it looks as if Triumph are also going to hold on to those spawns as well. Such fantastic work coming through from the young gun, as now Triumph less than 30 points away.
Yeah, and it looks like, honestly, they could close it out here if they can win a couple of gunfights. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. Now Dave has to spring it to life. 2 kills for him. Connects with both Stamino and Awakening, and now the cavalry is there. His teammates, the support. Standy waiting for the player to push through close. He should be able to at least win one of these. Dave still shooting from above. If you're Steve Isolde, you have to push. You have to break now.
You absolutely do. Steve Isolde, they're going to need some sort of a push. They're going to need to channel some of that inner Mochella energy if they want to try and make this one even somewhat close. And Standy, it comes down to him, unfortunately not able to get enough of that hip fire to make it land, but they can still win off this hill. A few more seconds left. The big deal is, can Kaiser, can Will it manage to break on in? Fellow with 1, Fellow with 2. Can they get the tick? And they will. A second left, and Triumph, they'll lock up this hardpoint 250 to 158. You'd probably give them the advantage in the next hill or even the one after that, but nonetheless, it's always nice to get the 250 mark right before the score ends.
Oh, it definitely is. And what a nade as well. To point out at the very end of that game, just to cover the door, cover the choke point, not allowing anyone to push straight through. That seals the deal. And it was an interesting game 1, just to kind of break it down and just talk analytically about things. It was back and forth at the very beginning. The entire first rotation felt like after 2 hills, really not much had happened. Then all of a sudden, about midway through the game, we see the breakaway, Lando.
Yeah, we did. And I think it was Triumph kind of just realizing where they were at certain moments. I thought they played very well when it came down to mine entrance as well. And I think just in general for this team, they were always aware of the spawns. I know you called it earlier. We saw some excellent moments from guys like Standy. You just kind of saw throughout that entire game, Triumph was always in control. They were always aware of those future spawns. And they really made the guys on Steve Isolde make them pay for it, if you will. Every time they tried to rotate, it was always getting met with SMG fire. Just overall, a very well collected Triumph game number 1.
And those little last second pushes, those scrap time holds, they count for quite a lot. Obviously,
Sure,
you
yeah.
look at towards the end of the game, you have 5 or 6 times where you push at just 10 points. It may feel like just 10 points, but every time you do it, it adds up. And that's really the case there from game number 1. It started close, didn't really finish all that close, however. But looking forward, we'll talk search and destroy. Now, we obviously mentioned some big search and destroy names on one side. Do you think this is kind of a triumph kind of game here, or are there any players on Steve Isolde that maybe kind of catch your eye when we talk search and destroy?
So it's kind of an interesting one for me because you can really look at a number of different players on either end that are both very, very good in search and destroy. The big stat, if you will, when it comes down to the Triumph team is that they went undefeated in Dom in Dallas and they only dropped one search and destroy. So that is the big factor to kind of consider. That game 1 was huge for Triumph to take because now they're entering into their comfort zone in search and destroy. We know the history that guys like Fellow, guys like Nagafin, the S&D players that they're bringing onto this team are going to have. When you look at, the Steve Isolde lineup, a lot of these guys also search and destroy players, but you have to take that veteran leadership, the guys who have kind of done it on a consistent basis, and also look at the stats. They only dropped 1 when it came down to Dallas, and they're also undefeated on domination. So really, if you are Steve Isolde, you have to rely on the search and destroy. Why? Because it's going to be a 3-0 if you don't lock away the domination. So a very, very important game number 2 getting ready to come about here.
Awesome. Fantastic insight as things stand. Our North American losers final currently sits at 1-0. We're going to have a quick commercial break. When we return, though, we'll have game 2, search and destroy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Game number 2, moments away. We head to Search and Destroy. But before we get there, London, you gave me some fantastic analysis before we went to commercial break. Now I have to ask you, okay? Your hair is looking fresh as hell right now.
Well, thank you, Ben. I appreciate
How
that.
have you done this in quarantine? I am wearing a hat today, a beanie on broadcast because my hair is that ridiculous. How is your hair looking so good?
As much as I want to try to take credit and be like, oh yeah, I just, I cut my hair all the time. No, it's not that way. I actually got very lucky right before pretty much everything shut down. I got a haircut the day before everything shut down, and it was the greatest blessing I could have honestly ever had. It's honestly starting to get long. I'm able to kind of hide it with the headset a little bit. I'll give you guys a little tip at home. But yeah, I appreciate that. I'm trying to, stay looking nice as often as I can, despite being in quarantine. You gotta take care of yourself a little bit. But yeah, I was very much blessed by timing, to be honest with you.
I'm the exact opposite. Did not get blessed at all. As in terms of game number 2, Triumph come out starting hot. They will take round number 1. And you'll see Dave's pistol just basically fly straight at the last player. There from Steve is old, and he'll pick up that kill as well. So a nice start when we talk Search and Destroy. Obviously, you mentioned some stats in terms of domination. This team specifically fantastic, and you go back to the last event they competed at, only losing 1 Search and Destroy as well. So overall, if this game 2 is won by Triumph, I think you kind of have to expect that maybe this series is a 3-0.
Yeah, I feel like you have to. But hey, at the same time, Steve is old. This is a group that is going to be very well practiced in Search and Destroy. This is probably a team that relies on S&D a lot in a majority of their games, obviously finding 2 picks off the rip here in this round number 2. But still, yeah, like you said, this is kind of the worrisome part about facing off against this Triumph team is that they're not supposed to be as good as they are in Hardpoint. But if you enter into that game 2, game 3, it almost kind of puts you in a full Nelson. It's like, hey, if you don't win the game number 1, then you're totally in an awkward spot for game 2 and 3. So that's most likely the reason why these guys are the Dallas defending champions.
Royalty and Nagafen both start off this round with a couple of kills, and unfortunately, it is going to be Nagafen that is left in a 1 versus 2. We've seen him clutch many of these throughout his career. You don't want to feed him a chance with just 25 seconds on the clock. Definitely trying to hunt down one player right in front of him. That's going to be Jin. Kaiser behind, though. And unfortunately for Nagafen, I may get the better of him here.
As if it will, trying to pretty much peek around the corner. Only 8 seconds left, and Nagafen realizes, you know what, this one's most likely out of reach. But hey, you got to be careful in situations like that. That is Steve is old, pretty much respecting the veteran in that case by making sure they don't challenge at the same time, making sure they both kind of stay away from one another. That was kind of props, if you will, kind of a tip of the hat to good old Nagafen in that moment. A guy who absolutely can come away with clutches like that, but given the timing, given the fact that both players are pretty much spread out throughout the remainder of the map, it's never going to be easy to walk away with the 1v2 in that situation.
Almost impossible, to your point, right? When you're so far away, all one player needs to do is just stay alive for as long as possible, force him to push, and at that point, no time on the clock for a defuse, easiest round win of his life. But now we move over to round number 3. Standing off the rip, he's not going to have much action, but Fellow definitely will. He actually pops the silencer as well because he knows he now has to push. His position's been revealed. He'll find 1. Kaiser will fall. It's the first blood for Fellow, and big advantage now for Triumph, but unfortunately for Royalty, he had no clue where Stamino was, and Stamino will level the playing field.
And it kind of is a matter for these defensive teams. You always got to be looking out in Riverbend. That's where the majority of these pushes come from. That's when we've seen teams like the Gorilla start to dominate. As Dave, unfortunately, not able to hit that particular snipe. Or did he? I might be actually wrong. Oh,
I okay. Did.
All right.
He gets the second. My game like stuttered, and I was like, I don't think he.
Mine did too.
I don't think
yeah,
he
I
hit
was
it.
like,
And then I looked at the kill feed. I'm like, but he got a headshot. Nice some snipes there, really coming from Dave. And now 2 versus 1. Didn't last one alive. Dave, what have you got? Can you hit the snipe? No, you can't. Steve is old. Will clutch up the round. 2-1. They take the advantage.
like I said, at the beginning of the round, that has to be the major focus for all these teams on defense, is just watching kind of in this riverbed position, especially if you have somebody like Dave who's going to be hitting snipes like that. You always have to be watching that perspective, because the main goal for the future of those offensive rounds, really what the guys on Triumph are going to try to do, is they want the sniper from range and they want the SMGs up close. That was a strategy that really back in Advanced Warfare, FaZe used to do so well. They had the Zuma flank, they had Clayster with the snipe. That was just such a dynamic duo, such a dominant combo together. And obviously there are a lot of teams that thrive that exact same way. The SMGs up close, the sniper at range. We'll see if Triumph can continue to pretty much try and echo out that same strategy from many years ago.
Let me kind of ask you this, because obviously referencing back to Advanced Warfare, and you know the way that FaZe kind of played it there, the snipe, the flank, the change to 5v5. What are your thoughts on this, and just kind of how Search and Destroy has changed with such a big format change? Because I feel like you don't necessarily see that same kind of gameplay anymore that we did so many years ago.
Yeah, it's kind of hard, right? When you have that extra member kind of roaming throughout the map as Kaiser gets taken down, it is kind of difficult, because you kind of have 4 players that used to exist in Search and Destroy, and it was kind of always kind of known how, you know, those 4 players were going to work. Right. And now with the switch to 5v5, it's like, well, hey, we used to have an objective guy, we used to have a sniper, we used to have a guy who rushed all the time. Now it's like, what do you do with that 5th player? And I think a lot of teams that have been able to kind of utilize that 5th player effectively, whether that's the assistance with the, you know, the bomb planter, if that's an extra sniper, if it's a guy who's constantly roaming or entering, whatever it may be, I think the teams that have kind of utilized that 5th man now coming into kind of that era, if you will, of Call of Duty, have been the teams to succeed more in Search and Destroy. And, you know, kind of utilizing that 5th member, also being aware of the opposing team's 5th member is always going to be crucial. And it definitely was probably one of the biggest changes that we've ever had in Call of Duty.
But a lot of roster maybe
just a minor one, right? 2 more players, that's it.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Makes the map a little more chaotic, especially Search and Destroy. Very trees. Often see players now just kind of have someone who will just be entry. Doesn't really matter. He's just going to run forward and just see what he sees. He'll obviously have a teammate behind to trade and try and turn it into a 4v4 as quick as possible. But for now, at least, game tied 2-2. If you are just tuning in, it was Triumph that took game number 1. Royalty leading the way here for Triumph with Dave, both sitting at 5-2. As they find themselves this round at least in a 4v3. But bear in mind, Triumph do need to plant the bomb. And, well, with Dave falling and Royalty falling, this is a good round, and actually a good turnaround here from Steve Isolde.
And kind of unfortunate that Triumph couldn't really get the trades in that moment. They try to pretty much bait out. Doesn't really work out in their favor as Nogvin turns the corner, quickly gets shut down. Fellow last alive in a 1 versus 2, pretty much sitting in a destroyed area, and does get taken down himself. A solid effort, but really in that moment, if you're Triumph, you're trying to set up kind of a bait and switch situation in which the pretty much the player who's there for the switch isn't really there for the trade. So works out in the favor of Steve Isolde, and they're happy to take rounds like that, considering the fact that we talked about this team only dropped 1 S&D in the last event they played in. So you'll take as many of these as you can get.
Lando, pretty important question for you, right? And this is something I know the chat will desperately want to know, and so many aspiring players will want to know. How do you join a COD team like your Optic, your FaZes, and more? If you were looking to join a team and you were like, let's just say the 13th best player in the world, how would you go about that?
I think you play in these tournaments, Ben. Honestly, this is the way you do it, man. You gotta get involved in the Call of Duty Challenger scene, as we've talked about it. This is the way to do it nowadays. You know, in years prior, it was a matter of going to different, you know, amateur events, you know, your UMGs, your MLG tournaments, just trying to make your way through, trying to play in 2K, stuff like that. You know what? Now you have a full-on system that Path to Pro has never been more legit. It has never been more realistic. And with Challenger Cups, with constant constant online events, previous LAN events, and obviously those will resume in the future. But, you know, you have so many different opportunities to really prove yourself. And we talked about it. I think it was last season in Black Ops 4, just as an example, 30% of the players that kind of started off in the Black Ops 4 Pro League were all rookies. Like, that's absolutely absurd to me to think about, as we're seeing Jinshord put on a little bit of a performance right now. But that's the key, right? You have so many different opportunities, so many keys to victory. Oh, and he's about to do this, Ben. Is he about to do that?
Oh, I thought he was going to connect with the wallbang spot, but he got overzealous. I think he panicked, but did he win the round anyway? Are they on bomb? I think just enough time. Oh my god. Oh my lord. For a minute there, I thought the wallbang spot was going to come true. But to kind of agree with your point, you're absolutely right. This is the perfect system of trying to make a a name for yourself in the community. You know, you got to play. You have to have success, right? No one's just going to pick up someone who's not had any success whatsoever.
You got to build your resume.
I'll search and destroy to bring things full circle. Exactly that. It's just like getting a job in the real world, right? You got to go out there. You got to build a resume, and you got to get some accolades and some references. That's for sure. As the game tied up 3-3, it's Kaiser with pretty slow performance from him, 1-4. However, Jin definitely picking up that slack at 9-5. Great start to the game with him.
For sure is. Like we said, this riverbed position, absolutely the one to watch, and Fellow continues to lead the way for this team. He's kind of taken the slang load on his back. He looked great in the hard point, and clearly is doing so in the S&D. This looks to be Triumph getting down this bomb shortly. Thankfully, though, for the boys on Steve is Old, they can finally rest assured that Fellow is wiped off the map, as he has been an absolute nuisance so far throughout this one. But bomb still in hand, 50 seconds on the clock. Like we said, let's see if Triumph can get this one down. And there's Jintroy. Don't even have to worry about getting the bomb down. They rush so closely pretty much toward this perspective that they are pretty much easy pickings, if you will. And that seems to be what we are expecting when it comes down to this team. I mean, it is constant M4s, ADSing, and picking off players bit by bit. You'd think it'd be the offense that's kind of, or rather the defense, excuse me, that's able to kind of make these plays happen. It almost makes it seem as if the boys on Triumph are like making their defensive opponents want to play aggressive. It's like they jump in and then they kind of play off the back of that. Yeah, it's like they're personally baiting and switching with the opponents, and they're baiting every time.
Just forcing an uncomfortable play style, more so than anything else, and it's working, right? Or at least it worked that last round very, very well. And even you get the bomb down if everyone falls. His first blood comes to Royalty, this time being a little patient, and unfortunately for Domino, pushing blind through a smoke isn't always going to be successful, as Willet does just that, gets the trade and somehow gets out with his life, barely. But unfortunately for Steve is old, they are still a man down, as right now just bunny hopping his way through. He'll spot Nagafen and tag him up. Unfortunately, won't find that kill, but Kaiser will. He'll shut down Dave, and that now forces a 3v3.
Does indeed. Willet ends up getting dropped. Now Jintroid, with a little bit of info in terms of where the opposition is receiving so much fire, has to reference back, and whenever he references back, that's good old Fellow trying to flank on in. Not successful there for Felony. 2 versus 2, and bombs getting down here from Jintroid.
Isn't careful, could get some pretty bad timing here as he looks towards his left. He gets the double. I thought for a second that round could have gone pretty badly there for Steve is Old, but it doesn't matter. Kaiser, a little bit of favorable timing. Royalty not able to find the kill. Kaiser shuts down both players, and once again ties up the search and destroy.
Good stuff from Kaiser. Kind of good awareness as well. I think once they planted the bomb down, the objective man obviously realized and said, hey, front is clear. Kaiser backs up, realizes the push probably, if he has some good insight, is going to be coming in for middle. That's exactly the case, and obviously for Steve is Old, they're able to level this one out. And like I said, we can't echo how important enough it is for Steve is Old to get this search and destroy inbound. The domination is pretty much already given to Triumph based on the way that they've looked. Obviously, we'll see how it exactly plays out, but just given the results, given their history, that team is so scary and down. You never want to go into a series, especially versus Triumph, going 0-2, leading into the domination.
To win, and of course it's tied up now, 4-4. This round, almost snail's pace, as Standy does drop for first blood, so Steve is Old with the advantage. How will Triumph turn this one around? Of course, they are on the attacking side, and as you can see on the minimap, bomb has made its way over towards the A site. And with 40 seconds left, there is enough time to rotate out if you want to go B, but that's not going to help things. Royalty falls, climbs back against the wall.
One of the scattered push. Good stuff from Nagafen. Finds the early pick. Also an opportunity to take one down onto Kaiser. Having some intel. There might be somebody trying to make their way through mid-map, when in reality, it's actually Stamina going for the full flank. And in the meantime, Nagafen thinking about maybe calling out to his teammates, saying, hey, guys, they're on the flank. They're saying, Nagafen, you're actually by yourself, but there's no one alive. You're all by yourself. 1 versus 4. Instantly getting shots in from Willet, as that will be Steve is Old. Find their 5th round, a crucial one to say the least for this group, but also making some quick work of this Triumph roster. A team that's been great search and destroy, and talked about it, Steve is Old, great search and destroy team themselves. Arklov can kind of be one of those off-map choices from time to time where, you can see some crazy results, but still, they're hanging true, and we'll see if they can continue on their efforts. You do not want to go into a round 11 versus a team that has so many methodical players that Triumph does.
I mentioned this months ago when the rules were changed on time in rounds, obviously going down to the minute 30. For me, our club was Matt was like, well, you've run out of time, right? By the time you're going to get that down, so you have nothing to do. You're just dedicate yourself to it. Kind of summed up to the well. You make a push, it doesn't work out, you don't have time to rotate, and before you know it, you're left with a horrible situation like a clutch 1v3, 1v4. However, Triumph this round do find a first blood. Nagafen traded 4v4. Steve is old, looking to close out this map, tie up the series 1-1. Time ticking, more trades coming through. 3 versus 3, nice shots from Awakening as he springs into life. There's a double felony falls as well. And now this round and the hopes of Triumph here in game 2 are down to Royalty. And I love this play. He pops his dead silence, but he needed to keep going. He slows down, checks bomb, he falls, and Steve is old win game 2.
And the most impressive thing for me here toward the end from Awakening is not just the fact that he hits these shots, but it's also the fact that he knows exactly where they are. He was always prepared, knew exactly where the fire was coming in from. Obviously, Awakening, an excellent play kind of toward the end here as he finishes off pretty well. And we do see Steve Azul put up a nice little map on the board, but it's also that intuition, it's that knowledge to know, hey, where is my fire going to? Where do we need to kind of focus at? And that's exactly what they did kind of toward the later stages. But a big game for this young roster to take versus, like we said, some solid veterans on the other side.
Troy team, and more importantly, big picture story, right? You mentioned how good they were at domination, and you go into a game 3 dom against a team who looked flawless at it. I mean, you're basically going to lose the series, right? So winning that game 2, crucial. Series now currently tied up 1 map apiece. We'll be back with game 3 domination after this. Ladies and gents, welcome back. Our North American Losers Final tied at 1 map apiece. We now head over to Game 3 Domination. Woo! Let's go, Lando. I'm excited for this one. Of course, you mentioned some fantastic statistics of course, one of our squads undefeated in this game mode, so it's going to make life for Steve Isolde pretty tough, that's for sure. I also saw some questions about the beanie that I'm currently wearing. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Tell a story.
And I want to highlight this. Can we take a 2-box production if possible? Put me right next to Lando, because I was gassing Lando's beautiful hair, right? Just how nice his hair looks. I mean, look at that. Look at that nice
luscious locks. What can I say?
This is why I'm wearing a beanie today, guys. Look at this. You ready? You ready? Look at this. The hair is absolutely outrageous. It's out of control. My hair has actually never been this long, so that's why I was wearing a beanie. But
for a second, I thought I was casting with Ed Sheeran for a moment. I was pretty excited about that.
That's the premium gas.
Yeah,
I like that. Like that. Love that. Game 3 about to get underway. And as you mentioned, Triumph, just fantastic. This game mode domination. So really, I think we were both kind of expecting them to come out and take it.
Yeah, like I said, based on I don't know, out of percentages, I would probably give this one a Triumph, like 85, 90%, to be honest with you. Now, I'm not taking anything away from Steve Isolde, because I'm not saying they're a bad domination team, but history will kind of tell you, not only is Triumph an excellent domination team based on when they played in Dallas, not dropping a single domination map, but also too previously. In my history, kind of casting amateur players, the main mode that they have always struggled with is, in terms of game modes of old, your uplinks, your CTFs, and obviously here now your dominations. They always are kind of more focused on the hard points, the fast and aggressive style, and as well as the search and destroy, given a majority of their history. Domination in those game 3s are usually the one that kind of isn't as well focused on. So that's kind of, for me, the two big factors that I'm looking at. Obviously, given the history of Steve Isolde, a lot of younger amateur players still kind of making their rounds, if you will, along with the history that we've seen from the roster like Triumph. And on a map like Hackney Yard as well, we talk about aggression. Triumph, the fastest team probably in the Challengers division. I feel like there's so many positives. It's really kind of hard to give a lot of edges over to Steve right now.
That makes perfect sense. And what's interesting is we so often have referred to in the past in Call of Duty history as Game 3 being a swing mode, right? No matter what the game mode was, whether it was blitz, domination, uplink, it was so often referred to as the swing mode. You go 2-0 in a series, you lose Game 3, before you know it, you're in a Game 5. This year, however, I don't feel that that's necessarily the same. Just from watching a ton of Call of Duty, it doesn't necessarily have that same feeling to it. I don't know. Is that something you've noticed as well, or am I maybe just kind of on my own on this one?
I wouldn't say you're on your own by any means. I think the way that the maps kind of play Modern Warfare almost make it feel, at some moments, kind of like another hard point, but at the same time, you're thinking about squads, squads, all those kind of things as well. I think it's the majority of different things, but I would definitely agree with you, though. I think in terms of like CTF and uplink, and I know you mentioned they build up in blitz and stuff like that, it definitely doesn't feel as different, if you will, in comparison to the other ones. There's a difference, sure, but not to the same extent as years ago.
Call of Duty Ghosts made really, it used to be a game mode of choice way back in the day. You went all the way back to like 2000s, and your Black Ops and whatnot, and then of course CTF really took a staple as that Game 3, and then when we moved to more of a jetpack era, you saw your uplinks come through. Still, I say to this day, one of the most entertaining game modes we've ever had. What you could make the argument about, we'll have competitive one.
Oh, awesome. Absolutely, it's fantastic.
It was so good to watch it. I mean, speaking of good to watch, we got ourselves a tied game here. 45 broadcasted. Mike Jordan.
I'll tell you what, you're usually like a Game 5 magnet. Maybe I'm just a domination tie magnet. I don't really know. I don't know exactly the way to reference it, but hey, you know what? Maybe both of us combined together, we have the ability to make series even closer than what we previously thought. But yeah, at a certain point, I think it was one player from Triumph. I would say it was Royalty, kind of in the middle of a mid-fight, pretty much spawned out toward back office. And based on the map control at the time, there were already 2 players from Steve Isolde pushed toward A. So it was kind of a natural flip. And then kind of from there, it was the middle of trying to make sure that Royalty was decapping C. Since you had 2 players over at A from Steve Isolde, they got the capture faster. So for around maybe, you know, maybe like 5 or 10 seconds, there was some time where Triumph wasn't actually earning any points whatsoever. So given the circumstances, given the spawns, you got to give props to Steve Isolde. They've been obviously utilizing those preferred spawns in a good way.
I mean, look at Awoken's stat line as well, 14 and 7, double positive, and he's probably going to continue at that pace for the rest of this first half. 45 seconds remain, and Steve Isolde built themselves a nice little cushion to a tied game to a 15-point lead in what felt like the blink of an eye. There's aggression now coming over towards B, but not sure how successful that's going to be in the final 30 seconds of this first round. There's Jin. Okay. Not sure what happened there in Nagafen, but it doesn't matter. His teammates get the trade that's 4 down, and it will be a little bit of stabilizing towards the end of this first half. But honestly, a lot of damage already done here by Steve Isolde.
And that's some consistent great work from Jintroid. Ever since I've been able to watch this guy play, he's always been a fast SMG, and he's pretty much been the thorn in the side of Triumph kind of throughout this first half. He's been end out this game by getting that last second kind of capture over at C. And Steve Isolde, off the back of what I kind of labeled, which I'll take a majority of the blame here. I said around 85-9%. Not feeling as good about that claim as I definitely did at the start of the match, but you know that's the way that it always works, man. You know, you always give props to a certain team for being amazing.
So
they have to take it. It never happens your way. So I think I should have said the opposite. Honestly, I should have said, oh yeah, Steve is going to win this one, no problem. When in reality, my predictions say otherwise.
Dude, it's the curse of the caster. I've started actually writing down my predictions and then saying the opposite on stream, and then having proof that I actually didn't believe what I said, and I had prior made my prediction. See, it works both ways though, because
it does.
Pro tip: then when it's correct, I don't mention that I already had it written down, and then you look like a genius. So it's basically a win-win strategy. But in terms of the opening break so far, you can see the pressure once again from Steve Isolde flying towards the B flag, and honestly, they should be good to get this. I'd be surprised if Jin falls and loses that fight. He's going to stay up, caps the hill, trophy down as well. And once again, Steve Isolde can start building themselves a more comfortable lead.
Yeah, and that's the problem too. Since we did get to witness Triumph kind of on the first side, having those preferred spawns, they now have to come into what is the second half, obviously being down by 20 points and not having the preferred spawns off the start. So they're going to need to definitely make some magic happen. I mean, how often do you really see a team hold C and B having a 20-point disadvantage in the first half and walking away with the game? Not all that often, and that's the reason why Dave pretty much at this point is realizing, hey, I've snuck through it. Let me try to get at least somewhat of a neutral onto this flag. And that's great cover fire actually coming through from Nagafen as well. It looks as if they do manage to get the neutral. Can they get the cap? It looks as if they will, but it's all about where the spawns are going to make us end up at. Dave goes down, and based on the way the spawns are looking, it looks as if since Awakening is still alive, they're going to be good to hold on to those. But like I said, that office spawn, it can be a little bit tricky sometimes, Ben.
Right. This is the advantage you have when you have yourselves a sizable lead. Is you can, you know, make maybe 1 or 2 mistakes and then stabilize. Or, you know, if you want to keep putting the pressure on, you play the overextend game, the rotation game. Keep putting pressure on your opponent's home hill.
Sure.
Force them to consistently track back. Never let them feel comfortable or confident in their, I guess, the situation they have in the game. With 3 minutes left, Steve Isolde once again with 2 flags under their control. For A and C, now they can put pressure on B. And if you keep your eye on the minimap, watch the red arrows, right? Watch the way they're approaching this. Every single time they're feeling pressure on one side, but rotating across the other way. They know they can consistently keep putting that pressure on, and they'll just play it simple win game.
Oh, big one for Royalty. He's getting ready to be in a 1v1 pretty much for this very influential flag. And he actually does get taken down. I want to say that was through Awakening from the opposite building. So that's just overall great awareness coming through from Steve Isolde. That very well could have broken up the game. And granted, Triumph does hold his that CB flag control, but nonetheless, Steve Isolde could have been an even worse case scenario given the circumstances. Royalty finding fuse through the middle, trying to make somewhat of a flank, but just constantly getting cut down. Good work from Steve Isolde to maintain this advantage. They're not pretty much, I mean, obviously losing if a gut fight's here, but you can afford to do that. It's the advantage. You have the spawns. You'd rather park the bus than give away the advantage, and I like that strategy coming in from Steve Isolde.
And look at the top side of the minimap, right? You see where Steve Isolde is spawning. There's 3 hours that spawn there. And yes, you don't always necessarily want to hold C on this map, but for them, again, you're going to play the rotation game. You decap their home, you stop them earning as many points, and you cap it up, and you run away, and you just do that on a cycle. Keep the pressure on. And when you're winning gunfights like that, oh boy, you're in for a good time. Will it, with such an important win on Nagafen, that now once again gives Steve Isolde a 2 cap. And again, you just hold this for as long as possible. Just keep the pressure on. You can afford to die maybe once or twice in a row, and you'll still have the lead. Minute 30, time is running out. Triumph, they need to play in. To be frank, they need it now.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and they may need to go for the triple cap. That may be their only resource right now, or at least maybe try to go for both A and B and try to get the neutral at C, but that's just much easier said than done given the circumstances, given the score and the time remaining. Really just a very well-executed domination, and somewhat of a surprise coming through from Steve Isolde, a group of young guys not expecting to walk away with the domination, that swing game mode as you called it, Ben. And we talked about it, the way the swing mode can work. This could be their chance to kind of walk away with an upset versus what is the CDL, or rather the CDC Online Dallas defending champions. These guys have been absolutely fantastic, and it would be surprising to watch them lose this series. And like I said, the key to taking down a solid roster like this is through the dominations, but we'll see what happens.
There's a potential chance there where Stanley could have stayed alive and defended B. You may have enough to make the comeback, but Awakening maybe just seals the deal with that kill on the home flag. That's still going to be capped up for now, still earning points. With 27 seconds left, Steve is old, but they're going to be 1 map away now from getting another shot and going into our grand finals. Of course, this losers final. And still 1 more series to go. And so far, it's been a good one. It's been a close series. Really some good moments, but Triumph, who I think many expect to be the favorites here, they are going to have their back against the wall.
Yeah, they definitely are. Definitely showing some fortitude. This old 6th gear lineup who has seen some top placements previously. We obviously give props to Triumph for being the defending champions. Not too far down the line was this old 6th gear lineup, which is still the same roster, just under a different name now in Steve's old. But they also placed 4th in that event. So this is a team that's also not randomly coming out of nowhere. We talked about a few players who kind of at champs last year. I think it was Awakening and Willet. They played under Excalibur at champs. We've seen the name of guys like Stamino previously. Jinshoid's been around the scene. So these guys aren't coming out of nowhere. So you have to give them props for that reason. But at the same time, you also have to kind of realize the circumstances, realize the team that does exist on the other end. But nonetheless, as the dust settles, a very, very impressive win coming in from the guys on Steve Isolde, up 2-1 now.
Completely agree. May not necessarily be household names, but if you've been following the competitive scene for quite some time, you may recognize a fair amount of the players here on the North American side. As things stand, it's 2-1. We're going to have a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we got Game 4 happening. Ladies and gents, welcome back. Game 4 on the horizon. The question, of course, which map will it be? Lando, if it's a Zero Cave, I'm gonna say it, you're a genius. Well, I guess you had
well,
what, like a 1 in 3,
get a wait,
1 in
just
3
in
chance. What was it like? Maybe even well, I guess it would be 1 in 3. Anyway, doesn't matter. Apparently, is it Hackney? Is that what production just said? Well, Lando, you might be wrong. We'll find out. Doesn't matter. We'll get there. We'll get there. As things stands, though, it's our defending champs back against the wall here in the losers final. They find themselves 2-1 down against Steve is old. Of course, we still have a grand final still to come. Team Singularity, they're ready and waiting. And if you look at the top side of the bracket, they've had every score you could imagine so far today. A 3-0, a 3-2, and a 3-1. But they've beaten everyone left in the tournament. That is Steve is old and Triumph, both a 3-1 and a 3-0. So if you're a Team Singularity fan, you're feeling very, very confident that today is going to be your team's day.
It definitely looks to be that way. Like I said, for Singularity, this is a very, very talented team. I think this is going to be their 5th grand final, kind of in terms of major online tournaments on the year, not including, 1,000, 2,000 series, stuff like that. The last 2 times they've been in the final, it hasn't equaled out to a victory, but you do have kind of that winner side mentality. You do have that advantage. And also, as you mentioned it kind of earlier on in the day, Ben, the fact that they have already taken down Triumph kind of on the day up to this point, which is going to be great for them. They kind of have that advantage already when it comes down to things. So, I think it's definitely looking good for Singularity, but like you said, you never know what to expect. These teams come out of losers, you give them a little bit of momentum, you give them some hype, and you never know what could occur. I thought the same thing when it came down to the EU Grand Final. I thought, okay, going to be probably a little bit, a little bit faster. We're probably going to see the, the boys on the previous, London Royal Ravens Academy roster really kind of start to win it. And 3 hours later, I was not exactly the most accurate about it, but it is what it is.
It was an interesting European final. It was
great. I enjoyed it.
Give you that. It only lasted 4 hours?
Something
relatively
like that.
Quick, right? Relatively fast. It was
relatively quick, yeah.
Right. Game 4 underway. It's not a Zero Cave, unfortunately. I know you're a big Zero guy.
I love the Zero, man. It's great.
It's a good map, but not going to be the case that we see here in Game 4. Game 4, as we said, underway now. And you're going to have to win this to try and force a Game 5. Try and stay alive. He was in the driver's seat. Of course, pay attention to the mini-map. That's the furthest right side. Really going to be the point of interest and point of contest. As that's going to be this one's for P2. And, P2 at the start of the year was deemed by a lot of coaches and players as unbreakable. We've seen a couple of teams have some success breaking it. But, if you can lock it down early, you're in for such a good time.
I want to point out something, Ben. Look at player number 2, Stamino. I think he's actually sitting here to keep the spawns no matter what. So I think by sitting in this exact position in ADS and where he is, it ensures that his team never loses the spawn kind of toward that back office position. So that just goes to show how valuable teams look at Tire Shop as a rotation. And you see, they actually get a perfect amount of players down, 4 in quick succession. That's going to bring them all the way back toward yellow. This is looking good for Steve is old here early. And I like the little crafty plays coming through from Stam here.
And this is exactly what he was doing earlier. For those of you that may have missed it, you get a look at exactly where he was. Unfortunately, he's going to fall. But around the mini-map, can Triumph push far enough forward to dictate spawns? The answer is no, they cannot. Steve is old, still a favorable spawn with 35 seconds left on the hill. This is why P2 is so important. It really is the definition of a money hill. And if you're maybe new to competitive Call of Duty, you say, what's a money hill? Pretty self-explanatory, just a hill that you can get a ton of time on that can just turn the tide of a game. You're looking at full 60s on those specific ones, and P2 on this map specifically, yeah, it's a money hill.
And that's the exact same thing, too, when it comes down to it. Literally, one player specifically didn't even move off the start of the map because he realized, hey, this hill is so important that I don't even want to try to engage. I don't care if the enemy team, walks away with 30, even 40 seconds, which is, somewhat unrealistic, but we see 31 come through from Triumph. They lock down every single second. Otherwise, you see the massive advantage that it gives them, right? That 73 to 35 after it all kind of closes up. That's just, the way that you have to play it. Tire Shop, it is so difficult to break on through. It's so many different layers, and based on the fences as well that are kind of toward that back position, it is hard to peel back the layers of guys that are kind of sitting in multiple areas. So just very well played from Steve is old. Obviously standard hard point when it comes down to Hackney, but that's the way that you have to execute it, especially early on P2.
You're absolutely right. I am Just clawing their way back into this one, 73-59. As they look to try and take the lead here on this hill. The pressure is coming in from Steve Isolde, though. And you can see the hill already broken. Didn't take long. Royalty not in a position to quickly trade, but luckily for him, the teammates are. It's Willett leading the way for Steve Isolde, though. 10-8, his stat line sits. On the flip side for Team Triumph, really not much success at all. Nagafen even 8-8. That's really about it. However, big picture, you look at the score, just a 3-point game.
Is indeed definitely a very close one, and this is where things can start to get a little bit chaotic. You want to be aware of those players from, especially the Steve Isolde side. How do they start to progress kind of more toward that bottom side? A lot of times you'll see players try to make their way through middle or kind of through that warehouse. Everyone wants to be aware of office building. That particular hill can also work at times like a money hill as well. So that's going to be the big factor. Not only how do you contest, but at the same time, how do these guys start to kind of progress forward and even think about the future hill? I'll tell you what, getting 5 down definitely helps things out a little bit in that situation, as Willett, the farthest pushed up player, and you see Triumph, they're a little bit scared, right? They don't want to try to get out of here and lose any positioning. It looks as if Fellow, the first one to dive on out, gets the kill, but quickly falls. Pretty standard play from both of our teams, and overall smart play coming through from the vets in Triumph.
Yeah, good stuff from both teams. Close game 4 on our cards here. Woken now looking to try and push around the right-hand side past Blue Ven. He's not going to have success, but I guess the big success is no one from Triumph actually in the hill. From about 10 seconds to get there. As Awakening now trying to push from up top, tried to soar. Unfortunately, could not connect with that kill. Kaiser with the trade. However, it's still Triumph inside the hill, earning all the points, but Stamino has broken through.
Yeah, Stam can make a huge play, especially given the circumstances. 30 valuable seconds still available on the hill, and you got to be aware of those spawns. They do actually get the squad spawns there for Steve Isolde, so they're still going to be right around this hill. That is great work coming through from these guys, and like I said, little plays like that can be all the difference. We talked about it, Stam currently 10-10, but really that is one particular kill that gives his team a solid 25 seconds there.
It's such an important conversation to have. And it's one that often gets overlooked, right? People look at stats so often. It says, oh, well, you know, he had a 1.4. He clearly played better than the guy with the 1.0. It's never the case. The importance of kills and what kills can actually turn into. That's always a stat I wish we had incorporated for a long period of time. Imagine knowing how many points a kill you got actually gave your team, or potentially even lost your team, right? Think of it that way. You kill someone, they spawn on the other side of the map, they spawn new spawns per hill. It'd be such a very, very interesting stat. And, obviously, that play there from Stamino kind of brings that into question. Because, I mean, he breaks a hill which wasn't looking good at that point. They get 20-30 seconds from it. So good plays from him and Steve Gold in general. With 28 seconds left on P1 here. Again, keep your eyes on that far right side of the map. As it stands, it's Triumph for the favorable spawn.
Yeah, definitely is. Triumph in a good position. And then kind of on the talk of KD, that's why personally I'm always someone who likes to look at KD, but I also like to look at like engagements per 10 minutes, engagement per minute. That usually kind of will tell the tape. Usually if you're looking at, you know, a few different stats, but engagements per 10 minutes usually is a pretty good one for those who are kind of more stat hunters at home. You're pretty well and familiar when it comes down to that stat line. More can be accurate than, say, the KDs, if you will. But speaking of KD, Felony trying to increase it a little bit. 17-20, was holding down a few when it came down to P1. But if you look at it, really, Steve Isolde. No one, or rather, kind of after, what, 45 seconds, had they really started to make a little bit of an effort, they were getting shut down consistently inside a warehouse.
And look at the key of how to break it. They know exactly what to do. They push furthest left over towards the side, and they break. That is a crucial turning point in this game. Steve Isolde could potentially steal 30 points off P2, and I'd be surprised if anyone from Triumph can even get close to that hill. That is massive for them. It turns what was inevitably going to be a tied game, and maybe even Team Triumph just edging the lead, I believe maybe by about 5 or 6 seconds, to them blowing this out of the water.
Yeah, that was a huge turning point when it comes down to this map, was that exact play right there. Steve Isolde now going to get close to that double century mark, and that was kind of the difference maker, right? This would be probably a tie game coming into P3 right now if Triumph got those points as per usual. However, not the case. We talk about it time and time again on Hackney. Tire Shop is the hill to hold, and based on our last 2 rotations, it's shown exactly why it's so valuable.
Absolutely right. There's the score, 197, 157, 40 seconds left on this hill before we rotate across. And for Triumph, they are trying to claw their way back into this game 4, desperately trying to force a game 5. The kill feed all blue for now. It'll be a big momentum swing for Team Triumph as Will is able to at least find one, but 20 seconds left. How much further and how much more pressure do you want to apply on this hill? I mean, you can make the argument you want to keep on pushing. Of course, you're looking at spawns in the future. You want to on that left-hand side of the map. The kill feed all red. It may only be 10 seconds, but we talked about the importance of scrap time earlier on. It can win you a game. Kaiser having a good one as well. 30 and 15. Seems like Steve is old. They're in the driver's seat for now, Lando.
Yeah, these amateur players, man, I tell you what, they're absolutely coming out to play, proving to us why they should be on the radar. A 4th place finish at Dallas, nothing to scoff at by any means. They've also had some great placements throughout the year, previously known as 6th Gear. But like I said, when it comes down to this particular team, a squad like Triumph, you have to get it done in the later stages. This is a team that you can't count out. You can't rely on a major advantage. This is where this roster starts to thrive, is off of advantages like this. Willet making some solid plays here in office. 28 seconds still left, but it's all about the rotation toward Dock building. Triumph with that in their grasps, and that very well may be their ticket to bring this one back to close. But keep in mind, Steve is old. How close are they going to get to that 250 mark once this hill begins to end?
You don't want to let them get too close, and about 230 is borderline too close as it is. They're going to get the final 6 seconds of hill time. Now, if you're Triumph, you have to play perfect. You cannot win on the new hill, but you cannot let Steve Isolde get any time whatsoever. You are looking now at what needs to be perfect gameplay out of Team Triumph. Do they have what it takes to claw their way back into this one and potentially take it to a game 5? Or will Steve Isolde break this hill and close out this loser's final here? I mean, you have the choice not to even push it at all. You can rotate the P1 if you want. It's risky. It's real risky, but it's on the cards.
It absolutely is. And how many times have we seen teams make comebacks on P5 here on Hackney? It was the pretty much tail of the tape, if you will, for the Dallas Empire at the most recent CDL event. They relied on this so much, and off of some very impressive SMG plays. Kaiser's up close. He's been the major slayer. 35 and 19. That's 4 in a row, Ben.
And he breaks in, and there's just one player left. It's all down to Nagafen. He has to at least contest. He pre-fires down. Can he slide in the nick of time? He can, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 1 second, there's the tick. Steve Isolde take it 250 to 232, and they book their ticket into today's grand final.
So impressed with Steve Isolde. I'll tell you what, man, these guys, I really did kind of, in some ways, count them out. Once they lost the first hard point, it was very worrisome because you're looking at a team that you're facing off against in Triumph as the prior defending champions. The guys who won Dallas, they dropped only 1 search and destroy. They went undefeated in domination, and what do? You take them down on both of those modes, and you close it out on Hackney Dom as well, versus arguably one of, if not the fastest team in in the challenger scene. So overall, very impressed from this Steve Isolde lineup. Obviously one to look out for. I'll tell you what, man, I can't wait to see how this grand final shapes up. A lot of cash and a lot on the line for both of these teams.
Fair amount of cash. First place 10K today. Second 7.5. Of course, Team Triumph, they will finish 3rd, taking home $5,000, and for Atlanta FaZe Academy, $2,500, finishing 4th. But still 1 game to go. It is going to be, of course, our North American final, and what a day of Challengers gameplay. We kicked things off what feels like a year ago with the Australian final, then of course moved over to the European final. We saw a double best of 5 there. Will we see that again here with our North American final? We'll find out after this quick break. Ladies and gents, welcome back. Apology about the delay. Blame the players. It's not our fault. We're waiting for them to get ready, as is always the case when we do these online big, massive tournaments. But either way, today has been absolutely fantastic. It's been such a good day to showcase some of the up-and-coming prospects in the Call of Duty universe. Of course, we had our APAC final. We had our European final. Up next, it's our North American Grand Final. It's going to be Benson and Spaceman calling the action for this one. Had to give Lando a break. I know you two worked just crazy. That European final was nuts. Double best of 5.
5 hours, man.
Yeah,
What's going on there, guys? You got to figure that out.
It was ridiculous. It definitely took a long time. Which brings me to this question, Spaceman.
Yeah.
This grand final, how does it go? How does it go? Are we looking at resets? Do I need to go get some popcorn? I need to buckle down? Like, how long are we looking at here?
Nah, bottled water would be great right about now, but no, it's Singularity, man. Like, this 6-gear team looks great. Yeah, there were some questions about them possibly being top 6, if not top 4. The only thing that stands out for me is just production and execution. The 6-gear team, Stamino had a top 2 finish at Minnesota to start the launch weekend in the beginning of the year, and everyone else has at least top 8, if not top 6. 4 of these players, I believe it was Awakening, Jintroid, and Willett, even went to Atlanta to compete. But Singularity is a completely different beast. These guys have not been missing. They moved to America for a reason, to show that they are the top dogs, and we've always wondered, can they transition with good practice? Yeah, they can. They absolutely stomp everyone, and their hard point is no joke.
I mean, today, you look at some of the results they've had on the winners bracket side. There was a 3-0, a 3-1, a 3-2. They've had pretty much everything. Outside of course, defeat, it's been victories all day, including that against the team they find themselves playing here in the Grand Finals. Steve is old. So they're going to be coming in feeling very, very confident. Of course, you look at the map set there and potentially what the big differences are between when they played last time and this time. Sadly, we don't know that information, but between the players, I'm sure there was some maybe mind games that went through in a veto process. But either way, doesn't matter. Grand Finals underway. And of course, there is Arcaden for map 1.
And if you're looking at just the matchup, pure like map-to-map basis, this has to favor Singularity. And of course, they're a better AR team all around. And as your Cave really does favor Insight, those long lines of sights, especially when you rotate back to Cave East, he gets comfortable. And when you can't take him out of bedroom, it's almost nearly impossible to get him out of that power position. He starts racking up kills. Maple with the sniper and S&D was huge, but he was also doing it with the sub in the late game in those early hard points. It's really going to come down to how many breaks can Steve Isolde really get.
Now, at least, Steve Isolde have managed to rotate early P2, but they're not actually getting the time just yet, because Singularity is flooded straight through the front door. Unfortunately, there, a few gunfights not going Singularity's way, but they've done well using their utility just to keep Steve Isolde off the hill. Right now, no one earning any points as Chain finally pushes straight through, and that's an impressive break, because breaking P2 on a zero cave is no easy task.
Not only that, but breaking it right under arches, knowing they're spawning close. It takes quite a bit of cojones to be able to move right through there and snap on a couple more. Chain and Maple together have racked up a couple of kills, and this is what really leads Singularity out in front. Insight now sets inside. Bids does bite the bullet on the nade, but nonetheless, that's 3 green in your kill feed. They take the lead back. While they only have 5 seconds, we're already worried about that rotation, and guess what? It's Singularity. They're already waiting for new.
I just want to say Jar Jar Bids, one of the best gaming tags. I've heard it quite some time. Credit to Bids being a little bit creative there, but it's actually Insight that started off 11-1. Finally falls for the first time. 9 seconds hill time. Not a lot, but when you're slaying like that, you can defer to your teammates to be the ones inside the hill. As it stands, Singularity do have the advantage, 51-30. And the way they played P2, again, not rotating early, not having full control, and still walking out with an advantage is incredibly impressive. Makes you think if they, have the favorable spawns on that hill specifically, when we go into the second rotation, likely that would be the case. I mean, they could honestly get a ton of time, and that's exactly why I think for many people, when they've seen the bracket today, they're coming into this final as the heavy favorite. Insight, either way, 14-2. The man just can't stop streaking.
Yeah, this is his map. This is what he's known for. It's just getting set in some positions. D-Tank can start to roam around. And if you're going to beat Singularity in the hill, you have to rotate early, number 1. Number 2, you have to continue to fight them up front. They're going to follow in, even with like 5 or 6 seconds left. It's just all about making them feel uncomfortable. They will not be afraid to ego chow. And at this point, when you don't know where Bids is, he can be so dangerous. Able to pick up 1 on the entry, 1 more on the outside. It will be Awakening who shuts him down. And finally, Steve Isolde gets some pressure in the early game, game, but it's still worried about Insight. 15-3. He only has 1 kill off this first life, but everything else is falling right in terms of Singularity. And they've been able to just slow down all of Steve is old. No one's getting time, and that's just favoring Singularity.
This is looking, honestly, like men against boys in terms of the way Singularity have been able to play and break and just consistently play off the worst side of the map and still put pressure inside these hills. For now, though, Singularity with a sizable lead. Around the minimap, you can see those green arrows swarming the new hill. They know how important it's going to be, and if they lock this one down and keep that spawn going into our second rotation and P2 in that rotation, Spaceman, this could be like a 100-point difference if they play this well.
If this hill goes completely in the way of Singularity, yeah, this game is essentially put out of reach. They don't relinquish leads that often, and when it has been done, it's been done to pro teams at major events, at champs. Detain doesn't miss. The man roams around, is able to find 2, possibly 3, 4, and he continues just to be a nuisance in the front, and it's gained 15 seconds for Singularity to sit in. Insight has not seen a player for 12 seconds, yet he finally does get cut down. That's 4 from Steve Isolde. A great push in to get the last 25 or so seconds, but the damage is done. Now you're looking at the rotation from Singularity. How are they going to get out ahead early? Well, they've already got the spawns, and look at Maple. Number 1 on your minimap. He's ready and winning. 1 player cut down in front blue, but he's able to stay alive and just hold off that first wave for now.
If you're detained, you got to be asking, guys, really? Just kill everyone myself. You guys can't kill 1 or 2 players. Doesn't matter because instantly Singularity break through, and more importantly, they still hold this cave side spawn. It's going to be crucial for them for P2. They can give up a little bit of time here on P1. That's not important. That's not what their focus is going to be on. About holding this side of the map, you've got to be winning those fights, and Detain knows he has to trade. Unfortunately, he's been unable to do so, or miraculously just one-bulleted will it look like. Either way, Detain does win the fight, and for now, at least, Singularity holding the favorable side of the map.
And this is a decent chunk of time for Steve Isolde. They've been able to rack up about 20 seconds or so, and they've gotten kills outside of the hardpoint, which has kept Bids and crew from moving in, flipping spawns, if not just contesting time. Yes, there's still plenty of time to fight over, but it's really just about slowing down Singularity. Those types of kills, the flurry that can follow in, it's so hard to handle. Finally, Detain finds his way in with another couple of kills, finds 2, somehow still holding on to a stun with why not? You might as well just continue the rampage. 150 to 82. Ben, this is just getting out of hand.
There's a little bit of a conspiracy theory, which I may actually start to believe that if you're holding a tactical and you hip fire, your hip fire is actually more accurate. You saw it happen there, and I'm starting to believe it. The more I see these clips of players with tacticals in their hand and hip firing, dude, I'm starting to think that it might not even be a conspiracy theory. I think it just might be fact. But the score,
it's crazy that they're hitting everything. Yeah, and they still have to do that.
It doesn't matter. Dude, you see them do it and you're like, huh? Yeah, definitely crazy. But the score, 172-82, this isn't even close. Exactly what I thought was going to happen has happened. Singularity played that so well. They lock in P2 because they have the spawns. They blow out this game. I mean, there's still so long to go, sure, but if you're Singularity, you can rotate so late. You can play for your scrap time. You can basically just play kind of like an idiot if you really want to, unexpected, and there's nothing Steve Isolde is going to be able to do about it because they find themselves now down over 100 points.
Insight was 22-9 until his last death. So, like, yeah, this map favors Singularity each and every way you want to look at it. Their ARs have so much fun, and it's just hard to fight this team, right? They're so fast when it comes to the rotation. But not only that, they win fights. It's not like their subs have issues where the ARs have to overexert themselves on the map. Everyone is contributing, and when they aren't like Bids, who's at 15-18, by the way, not having a horrible game with a minute 23 in the hill. I mean, the production from Singularity has been phenomenal to start the day, and it's been great to end it as well. Steve Isolde have had no answer thus far, and they are just getting absolutely blown out of our next hill.
I mean, Awakening is 9-21.
You'd like him to wake up.
Help! Of course, this year it's North American Grand Final here of Challengers Cup #1. We've had the Australians, we've had the Europeans. Both were somewhat close series. Definitely the European one goes a double best of 5. This one, if things stay at this pace, I don't think we'll be seeing a second best of 5, that's for sure. Singularity in the driver's seat as we're about to rotate now towards our next hill in the lead. Over 100 points. Singularity, they might not close it out on this hill. Mathematically could, of course, but unlikely we'll see a couple more hills.
And like you said, if they don't win the rotation, it's not an issue. They'll find a way in, and that helps when Bids is finding 3 pieces off like that. Now you have to worry about where Bids is inside. They do spot him, but you're still a little bit shaky, able to connect on the kill chain inside of that cubby. We'll see you later. Comes a trophy system out. And again, the follow-up from Singularity will push them back to the distance, but you're still wondering about the contest. Yeah, we got 29 seconds, plenty of time. We're still wondering about where those spawns are going to come in if they elect to rotate out now. And maybe this is the chance. I believe Tatane was already moving towards mid. He does get cut down, so a good read from Steve Isolde, but still a hell of a mountain decline.
Yep, 218 to 119. The lead still just around the 100-point mark. And the most important thing to note throughout all of that is the way Singularity actually flipped the spawns. Now with the favorable spawn over towards Cave, this is where, if you remember, Tatane popped off in our first rotation. For Steve Isolde, you need to break, and you need to break quickly. Yes, you could lose the game here, but even if you don't, if you allow Singularity to get maybe 10, 15, 20 points, the game is almost at that point over anyway. There's no way of coming back. You have to break instantly, and you have to play perfect Call of Duty with 3 hills in a row.
And I love that Insight was just playing front arches. Like, there was no reason to move towards the back of the spawn, towards outpost. He's like, okay, I'll take the gunfights. He wins them, and that increases the lead, keeps everyone from smoking mid. Now just 8 seconds separate them from a game 1 win. The flood can continue, but Singularity holds strong. But for now, still, Steve Isolde have some life, but how much is it? Well, Chain gets 1. He's going to dip out of dodge, slowly slow down, and just wait for these nades to pass. Here comes 2 more. He's going to line them up. Never mind. Willet will challenge, but with all of that said, Singularity make it look easy. 250-135 in our first map of our grand final. And Ben, here's the scary part now. As we've said it earlier, we've seen a sort of a shift from a lot of S&D stars coming up and learning variant play and learning how to play game 3s and your opening hard points. But this is a Singularity team that their S&D is their best, and they've just gotten better, like we talked about at hard points. So now you come into an S&D team where if you're, you know, Steve Isolde, I'm wondering, oh, okay, this is bad. Now we have to play them on their best game mode. It's going to be rough, man.
Again, I think you have to look at the series they played earlier on, right? Earlier on in the tournament, of course, for Steve Isolde, they lost that, but you have to think, all right, how can we adapt? How can we try and turn things around, put it in our favor? How can we make this team uncomfortable? Because game number 1, I'm going to be honest with you, was a complete and utter blowout, Spaceman.
It was, and Azir Cave favors the ARs of Singularity, and I'm interested actually to see what the S&D will be, but the one thing about Singularity is that their S&D has been phenomenal regardless of the map they play on. Even Arclov Peak, which sometimes doesn't favor stagnant ARs, Insight has found ways to make it work. Chain has found ways to make it work. They showed up, I believe it was this the launch weekend in Minnesota when they brought on the amateurs on stage and they had one part of the grand final, and Singularity were blowing people out of the map.
Right.
Like, it was 17 kills for Insight. It was disgusting. This team was built around S&D, and that's what the European region had been known for up until a couple of years ago, and they've kept that same meta, but they've learned the North American tricks in hardpoint and domination. The Singularity team is disgusting. There's a reason they're arguably #1 in North America, and it's going to be hard, man. Like, there's no small tax. Stamino and Jintroid have to step up. Awakening as well. You need that AR presence from that.
You know, I think you called it perfectly. You got to wake up, right? Stat
man,
line in game 1, not pretty whatsoever. And it is, of course, Singularity that come out and take game 1, as I think many people expected. I thought it was maybe going to be a little closer there, to be honest, but not the case. Of course, when we look forward to Wars, Search and Destroy, that's going to be coming up next. Before that, I want to take a quick look at what to expect for the rest of the season. Of course, keep your eyes over there on the cup numbers. Cup 2, May 2nd. That's going to be myself and Lando. Our birthday, so make sure you wish us a happy birthday on May 2nd. But you can see all the way throughout the season, all of the cups, all of the dates, Challengers Finals, of course, to be announced as well. I think the important thing here, when you look at that, it is just so much action for the challengers now, Spaceman. It's great, and hopefully, of course, all of that streamed, and we get to see and potentially build some storylines in the amateur Call of Duty community.
Absolutely. And if you guys want your chance to get involved, remember, at the bottom of your screen, you can sign up and try to compete, callofdutyleague.com/challengers, and that's where you can find yourself the information you need to get involved in these cups, in these open events, where you can have a team and probably make a run, but it's going to be hard. Of course, there's a lot of money on the line, but Ben, like you said, there's so much for these young players to play for.
Yeah.
This is the first time we've had a structured system, and I don't think players realize just how much the opportunity awaits them. Like you've been casting Call of Duty for damn near a decade, and a lot of us who have been watching it for damn near a decade know that amateurs have either had to just show up at an event day and make it through an open bracket and somehow be phenomenal, or you get lucky and you get plucked into 8s back in the day. This is the part where everything is made for you. You better show up and start competing. There's no excuse anymore to not compete.
Honestly, it's so funny because we talk about like the path to pro. I've said it a lot already today. I say it a lot pretty much every broadcast, but just how much easier it has become because of systems like this. By no means is it, quote, easy to become a professional Call of Duty player. It's very, very tough. But back in the day, I mean, Space, when you make a great point, it was go to an event where there was 250 teams, double elim bracket, and you just had to win. You had to win, or you had to make yourself a great run on a championship Sunday. It was very, very tough. And now you have, individual tournaments where you can start to make a name for yourself. We've already seen it have success. We've already seen it work so far this year. Pro teams now, league teams looking at the challenger players saying, all right, who is the next Simp? Who is the next Abizi? Because they're the rookies that came in, had a lot of success last year. And now, I mean, it's the perfect proving grounds, if you will, that pro teams are looking at. And not only is there a chance that you can maybe get picked up by a pro team, there's also a fair amount of money on the line as well. $10,000 for first place, $7,500 second. For me, honestly, this year is probably the best year to be an amateur Call of Duty player. Not only for some of those reasons that we just stated, but I always like to think big, Spaceman, right? So for me, I look at the Call of Duty League as it stands right now, and fingers crossed, at some point, whether it's next year, 2 years, 3 years, there will be expansion, right? Not only are you going to have some of the older players retire, but maybe there's a chance for 2 or 3, 4 new teams, however many it's going to be. If you just imagine expansion in 4 years time, maybe 4 teams, fingers crossed. I obviously don't know this is just me being hypothetical. That's 20 players, 20 brand new players, excluding any players which retire. If you assume maybe 5 retire at that point, that's 25 players,
excluding subs.
Excluding subs, so that's like 35 players. Where are those 35 players going to come from? It's going to be right here from the challengers. It has to be. And it's such an exciting time, really, for some of the up-and-comers to try and make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and I think there was some wonky stat that was like all the teams that won a home series event this year, all of them had players who had never won an event before and were like rookies less than a year ago. So you never really know where you're going to end up. And if you want to look at any examples, Simp was 13 and making waves, but Asim, Celium, Simp, like that entire crew of Atlanta FaZe that was on Fort Worth last year, they got plucked up and they started winning chips. Simp became like one of the greatest rookies we've ever seen. You never know what you could actually do. So as long as you get yourself involved, man, like the door is open. We're giving you a pathway through, and we're saying, hey, if you want the money, if you want the experience, and you want the fame, come take it for yourself. Show us what you got.
I think Simp's average placement was what, like a
second
1.5? No, it was better than second.
It was
because he won 1 point something. It was ridiculous. He finished
just
like second, first, third day. I mean, what a rookie career, really.
Jeez,
couldn't be better, right? And hey,
hasn't even hit him yet.
Chat,
He's still thinking about it.
Could be you guys. It could be you. So basically, what we're saying is, hey, sign up to play. And worst case scenario, you're gonna have a ton of fun and you're just gonna enjoy some nice friendly competition. Anyway, Search and Destroy underway, and already Singularity not having a good start here. 2 players already falling.
And that was Maple with the sniper in the back. So when he goes down, that opens up the site, and Willock should just be able to get this bomb down. I think they're a little bit cautious about planting right away, but honestly, the comm should be clear, and I'm trying to figure out where exactly Detain is wrapping from. Well, it's Chain and him both inside, and they get 2 kills to work with it. Stamina and Awakening make it 2 for them. Kaiser in the back, sloppy shots, but he does clean up the kill, making it 1-0, and all off the back of that bomb plant and the opening break to take out the snipe in the back.
We'll see here the final kill that came through from Kaiser, and unfortunately for Singularity, they're not going to keep that momentum going. But importantly, of course, Steve Zold winning that first round going to give them a lot of confidence. It just kind of slows down the other team as well. After coming off such demoralizing defeat in game 1, you got to turn things around as quickly as possible.
I think that might be the fastest round Singularity's had in Search and Destroy that either didn't go their way or did. They just got completely wiped. But again, Arklov is a map that really does favor them. Insight finds comfortable angles to sit on, and when you give Maple the snipe, usually nutty things happen. But it's going to be a smoke right in front of the A site. Of course, a little bit of aggression coming down inside River, and Stamino finds first blood. Willett finds the second, but Maple tries to clean it up with 2. One more pushing, not going to happen, but here comes the flood, and Steve Isolde are wasting wasting no time, no expense, getting right in the face of Singularity.
I mean, it's the age-old kind of decision, right? How do you counter a good sniper? Well, you either smoke him out or you fly right at him. And that's exactly what you see that round. You see two incredible snipes, but it doesn't matter because by the time you're lining up the third, he's already up close and personal, and he's taken you down. As of now, it's a pretty one-sided search. Only 2 rounds in admittedly, but Steve Isolde looked comfortable, potentially learning from maybe some mistakes earlier on in the day.
With how good Singularity is, this is, again, probably the best counter match they could honestly have. Stamino, Willett, and Kaiser, known for their S&D prowess. Awakening, who dropped 17 consistently on frequency S&D last year, but Insight just says, that's fine. I'll take a 2-piece right off the start, and he evens things out just for now. It is going to be a 5v3, now make it 5v2, as Bids is underneath. Flies over, will not connect for the last. Jin is still alive somehow, and Maple takes out one. This is just, these guys are cracked.
Right.
They are moving.
I want to point out, a lot of people may have looked at what Jar Jar Bids just did as maybe a bit of an ego challenge, maybe slightly, but more so it's playing for information. Just trying to get a couple players weak so your teammates can comfortably trade and close out the round, which is exactly what ends up happening. Singularity get their first round win on the board.
One of the things that you gotta love about the amateur side is, me and Lando talked about this, that yes, sometimes they get a little bit crazy with the plays they run. Like they'll send 2 players out to scout. If they don't find anything, they'll make a long rotation to just waste time. But a lot of the times the players just don't care. Like they'll just fly at things because it's fun, and we just have to sit here and hope that it all works out for the best. But yeah, it's definitely a different style than you'll see in the pros, and that adjustment is something that either some will succeed with and some won't. Insight is one of those guys that will definitely succeed. He's a much slower AR than we've seen in the past, like compared to a Glow Frosty over on a Parasite's team. But that's 2 kills, make that hopefully 1 more. Yes, sir. Insight locks him down. A beautiful line of sight, but Willett tries to even it out now. Just a man advantage, only 1 in the pocket, but Singularity looking to retake A.
I mean, that is just almost a perfect round from Singularity. They have the plan, they execute their plan. The first 2 rounds does not phase them. They tie things up now 2-2 after winning 2 in a row. And there's a quick look at Detain's final kill. The MP5 puts him down, nicely played. And a little bit of an adjustment, maybe, coming out of Singularity, but overall, just kind of playing their own game, which is going to be key for success.
Yeah, there really hasn't been any massive counterattack. It's just kind of been, okay, let's let Steve Isolde run at us, and if we get first blood second, okay, we'll just work from there. That's cool. It works every time. And that bomb's going to split up. 2 defenders on the right to B, 3 to A. And they're going to split the resources. The smokes come out as well, so the stuns may connect. It will, but the trophy is there to hold off. And it may see a bit of a stalemate as they look for an initial break.
This round is definitely a lot slower than those previous, and unfortunately for Awakening, he's got to be careful. He's gone for the challenge. Teammates in trouble. Stamino does win the fight. There goes Awakening. He shuts down Insight, and he's not done yet. I think he knows Chain's somewhere around wall, and well, he may have known. Doesn't matter. Chain wins the fight. The trade is instant. This is now a 4 versus 2 in favor of Steve Isolde.
Maple has to make quite a rotation over as Detain actually gets taken down. Has the snipe. If anyone could intuit, oh my goodness, it is him. Takes down 1, 34 seconds. You got to start moving in now. You got 3 to worry about. Hardest part is you don't really have a weapon other than the snipe to do it with. But at this point, if you don't feel like you can defuse, you're just playing for a couple of kills and maybe just try to back up, play your life. But nah, screw that. We're going to go right in.
Hey, man. Content. All right?
Absolutely.
Content for the stream. Yeah. I want to see like a flashy no-scope or just a nice quick scope, something. 7 seconds in a dream. Of course, he won't be able to defuse, but he might be able to find a couple of kills. Only 1. Steve Isolde take the round. Once again, give themselves the advantage. 3-2.
He was feeling it. You could tell he was feeling
He's lucky for it.
But man, Steve is playing this relatively straightforward, and they've just been able to counter Singularity. The only thing I'm looking forward to for Singularity to kind of bounce back, again, is just find their rhythm, right? Insight's been finding kills, sure, but they haven't really had a first blood advantage in most of these rounds, and that comes down to Maple being shut down with the snipe. He hasn't found a pick since, I believe, round 2, and since then, I mean, Bids is 1-5, Maple is sitting at 6-3, he's having a good game, but they haven't found first blood like they like to, and at this point, you're just basically playing trades, which Steve Isolde have been winning.
I love this counterplay from Steve Isolde. Just a blind mid-map rush counter to what could be a B push. Detain does find a first blood. Dry bids though, number 6 on the mini-map. He's also going to be the bomb carrier for Singularity. 1 and 5, not having a lot of success at all here in game number 2. But his team do have the man advantage. Quite a big one at that. 4 versus 2. 4 versus 1. Detain!
Oh my god.
They have families, man! Jumps out the window, finds one, soars off the roof to find the second. Beautiful stuff from him. And Singularity, once again, tied up.
Can't help but smile when Detain just gets that little twinkle in his eye and just starts flying out of windows. But again, Singularity are such a dominant S&D team, and if they're pushed the distance, they'll take you a mile somewhere. That is a phrase. But at the end of the day, it's just about how well they're able to execute. They were able to clear out that top B site. They didn't know one player was sitting back in the cubby. Well, it's okay. You get the trades as well, and you move the bomb forward, and Detain is running around like a maniac, but tied up at 3 apiece. That bomb looks like it's going to be moving towards B. It could be a hit or a fake. We'll see what they elect to do. A little bit hesitant, but they're checking all their angles. But Detain gets first blood, and finally Singularity have an advantage.
And if you're going to push B, you've got to be quick. You see there the bomb carrier a little slow. I believe it was Willett. He will drop, and it's left bomb in a horrible, horrible spot. If you're going to go B, you want to use your smokes. You want to fast push. You want to put the pressure on as quickly as possible. Get bomb down very, very quickly. Instead, you now have a situation where bomb is down mid-map. You've got to retrieve it. And unfortunately, you don't necessarily have a numerical advantage. This, a 3v3, time ticking 40 seconds. If Zilda had been able to grab the bomb, do they want to keep pushing towards B? I think that may be the game plan, but they have to be careful. Detain could hit a flank.
Yeah, Detain has been so hard to kill, so just getting out of position like this has been perfect for him. But as a teammate at the window, I don't know if they know bomb has gone down. They should know just about now. Perfect timing. We'll pick up one, looking for the second. This looks very familiar from what we've seen earlier in the CDL this year, but Detain will not elect to reach out. That window goes in, guns blazing, no one peeking just yet, and he has to back up, but spots one. Now just a 1v2. Let's see if he sticks it.
You have to. This is the only play. This is your only win condition for this round. Is you hop on the bomb and you stick on it. You have to check. Steve Zold wins the round. And I mean, we talk about difference in play styles, right? Fast and slow.
Yeah.
If you rewind that to when Detain was outskirts looking through window, 2 players hop out. If he doesn't soar off like an eagle, if he just keeps his feet planted, boots on the ground, probably finds both kills there. Didn't necessarily need to be as flamboyant as he was. Either way, I think the outcome more than likely would have been the same. He still would have been left in a 1v1, which was not going to be an easy spot to be in. Singularity down 4-3 here in game 2. As Steve Zold look to tie up the final.
Yeah, and that's the type of things that teams will start taking note of. If Singularity gets a little over aggressive and a little too confident, you're going to start noting that and realizing that, hey, they're going to push us or at least try to get a little flashy, and you can slow things down and play to that advantage. Kaiser will clean up Shane to find first blood, so a 5v4 in favor of Steve Zold. Here comes the stun. Detain won't find one. Turning around, burning on Troyd. Oh, God. Just get out of the bar.
Like, this is like a 10 out of 10 for just being flamboyant. Let him on skates.
That's what did I tell you? They fly, they don't care. They just move whatever feels good to them. The vibe is there. Willett does trade out. Awakening will be sent back, and we'll see him next round. But I believe it's a 2v3, and Detain is the biggest issue that Steve Zold have to worry about. And now just wondering where he's going to go next. Finds one. Not able to find the second. A little over-aggressive on the site, but with 16 seconds, that's going to go for the defuse. Inside gets the kill.
I mean, all you need to do here is play time. Challenge comes through, but I don't think Kaiser's going to have enough time to get towards that bump.
Nope.
And that should be the round. So Singularity tie things up 4-4 here in game 2. Singularity looking good, but by no means is this a comfortable game 2.
Detain reminds me a little bit of Fastball, the way that he
Yes.
just flies. Like,
Yep.
maybe not as, like, Fastball had a tendency to be so aggressive that oftentimes it would bite him in the butt. This is definitely, like, Detain usually is more accurate as well. He completely reminds me of Fastball, just the unwillingness to care about your own life and just go after everything. Yeah, the dude's a monster. 10-5. Like,
It's a good game.
round number 9.
Very good game, that's for sure, but Still a close one, tied up 4-4. This is by no means over yet. As smoke goes out, we see the push through the smoke, and Bids is made to look like a fool. Instantly falls. That's first blood. Chain will find a double kill. Stamino with a stun. That shows you how weak he was. Trades left and right. Maple, of course, still sniping at the back. Awakenings left, all on his lonesome. And Singularity win the round. 5-4, their advantage.
Luckily for them, they did. That was an atrocious push through from Bids. I don't know what he was doing running through the smoke like that. But
I mean, we've seen it work a couple of times, right? It's just, it's such an inconsistent play. Because all it takes is a player to sit back with an AR and say, well, hold on, let me just hold the smoke. And you look like an idiot.
All it takes is literally anyone just to sit there and realize it. But that's the thing.
The one time they don't do that, you get yourself a double kill, you look like a hero.
Exactly, but the problem is that Singularity do that every round. They push like that. So if I'm Steve, I'm waiting. I'm okay, these guys are probably gonna do something weird. But 2-8 for Bids, not the best game, but I mean, luckily for him and the team, they're up and on match point. So the smoke's gonna come out. That nade will not connect, and it's gonna be a backup from A. So Steve is old. Already know that something is unfolding. The bomb hasn't moved, but no one's really at mid. I don't think, other than Awakening. He's watching the cross, and they have to know that bomb is still hovering over this site.
Bids trying to find the kill through the smoke. Only gets a couple of hit markers. He's worried about mid-cut, though, and rightfully so. There's a player right there. He's packed up again. It's Awakening. Chain is in trouble. Insight finally finds a kill. It took a long time for first blood, as Insight actually finds himself 2 in a row. There's still one more player just to his left, which he isn't going to know about, so surely Insight will fall here. As he's tagged up, the push should surely come through from Sight. Chain actually saves his life. Will it drop? So Singularity with 25 seconds find themselves now a 4 versus 2. Insight's making the play. It's all down to Awakening. A 1 versus 3. Singularity are planting bomb as well. Chain should get it down. This a horrible spot for Steve is old, and Singularity clutch up at the very end. They'll take this search and destroy 6-4, and more importantly for them, they go 2-0 up in today's final.
Through this very long day, I've learned that anytime I think surely this will happen, it is the opposite. And once again, Insight stays alive thanks to his teammate, and they're able to push through and get that down. Again, Singularity, just a very, very good S&D team. Really impressed with how they were able to play, obviously, at the end on the last 3 rounds and come out. But I was honestly really impressed with how they were being countered up until that point. It kind of seemed like they started picking up steam and everyone else started losing it, and they just really couldn't continue to counter that fast pace of style. But again, that's just tipping your hat to Singularity and their ability to stay on top of their opponent.
Look at some of the plays that Tane made throughout that map, and they were definitely game winners, that's for sure. And because of that, him and his squad 2-0 up in today's final. Of course, we'll see a domination still to come. Could be a 3-0, but I don't know, Spaceman. Something tells me this isn't a 3-0 sort of final. I'm not sure. I think we have some more maps still left in us in this final.
Yeah, that S&D wasn't that convincing, and just the way that Steve Isolde was playing it, they started figuring out Singularity a little bit in those early rounds, but the hard point got a little closer at the end, but until then, it was a blowout. And again, I think Lando touched on it best. A lot of teams don't practice that game 3. That's something that Triumph really took pride in. Yeah, they did drop it, but still, Singularity, I have to look at their ability to command the map and just command the pace, right? Like, they don't give up easy gunfights. They don't challenge things too unnecessarily. Detain does by all stretches of the imagination, but he wins those, so there's an evening out. But again, just watching their domination so far today and last weekend, they look very good, especially like on Hackney. Their ability to just control inside of B, and when they go for the decaps on the other side, they lock down spawns very well. So Insight, they have to shut him down. He's been the key for them.
All right. Well, as things stands, our North American Grand Final 2-0. Will it be a 3-0 sweep? We'll find out after this quick break. Ladies and gents, welcome back. It's your North American Grand Final here from Challenger Cup #1. Singularity versus Steve is Old. And as things stand, Singularity 2-0 up in this series. We now head to a game 3. Spaceman, is it over here, you think? Is it a 3-0?
I mean, when Shane starts off 4-1, yeah, it probably is not going to be a great day. But honestly, though, it's going to take a lot. Steve Isolde need to be able to not only match the slaying of Singularity, but they have to slow the series down. It's gone by way too quickly. The S&D got out of hand just a little bit. And Singularity, when they feel comfortable, especially on Hackney, they have to know at this point that this is one of their best maps. Singularity have been in the spotlight for quite some time, and you have to start slowing the game down. You need production. Will it like that, where the 2Ps could get things going. But I don't know, Bennett. We've seen everything today. It could go the distance, but you know what? One of these times, it just feels like Singularity have this in the bag.
Well, we'll wait and see. As things stand, they do have the advantage, but we've only just begun. Minute and a half gone here in game 3, and Steve Isolde finally able to put some pressure over towards the C side and A side of the map. They'll control the home flags for now, and the important thing to note is keep your eye on Singularity off spawn. Currently spawning top mid, and for me, I think it was Maple that just spawned. You always have that opportunity to overextend, put pressure on towards C. Obviously, a lot of teams don't like holding at C side on this map, but look at the effect it's going to have on the spawns. You literally just saw Insight, number 5, spawn on C and ignore it. You see 2 more players from Singularity spawn on C and ignore it. You do not want to control that flag.
Exactly, and that's because they have faith in Detain to win the fights. Not only that, but they've had positioning. And as we move through the bracket today, we've seen more and more times where players will spawn up in front green, back green. They hold the spawn lock, and Stamino is able to pick up 2 to at least get A back. If not neutralize it, they'll get it in turn. But Singularity are flooding right out of this A flag, and they have no resources at mid-map. This is all for Steve Isolde to control.
Yep, and they should be able to find themselves a lot of free kills here, and there will come a point for me where Singularity will just have to say, you know what? We don't have to cap C. Let's neutralize it and try and fight backwards towards B. If that point has come, it may have done as Maple rotates over towards that C flag. So now, obviously, down by a couple of points. The decap coming through, and C should be neutral. Meanwhile, Insight on B, not able to neutralize that. So unfortunately for Maple, he will fall. But now his teammates can focus the fight back over towards B. At least you stop the bleeding. You keep the points that Steve Isolde can earn just to a minimum, just to 1 every tick as opposed to 2 as the pressure once again coming at B.
And Steve Isolde's been able to win that fight at C flag each time. But again, it's just credit to Singularity. They get in, they get the decap, and now they can focus their attempts on B. You have to stay alive in front of that nade. He is able to do it, and Bids wins a fight at mid. So now they start flooding in, but the biggest problem is Awakening woke up a bit. He's got the AR. He is currently sitting at 10-5, having a great start to this first round. But once again, Steve Isolde have a 2-cap. And when they start rolling, this is where the kills get a little bit dangerous. You have to be able to continue to decap that home flag, maybe put some resources back at mid, but they've spread out right on your minimap. But once again, a trio of kills will come in, and finally the kill feed's starting to turn up red just a bit.
Well, if you're Steve Isolde, now you have the advantage. Play the rotation game. I talked about it earlier on. You don't necessarily need to hold a specific setup. As soon as you realize, hey guys, 3 pushing B, push the home hill, decap it. If they cap C, stick around, cap their home hill. Consistently apply pressure at the other team's base, and that's really all you need to do. The final 50 seconds of this one, Detain unsuccessful at capping A. That will be neutralized. You can note the pressure Steve Isolde is putting on over towards C, so when B is capped, not going to be the end of the world. Steve Isolde should be heading into the second half with around about a 15 to 20 point advantage. Honestly, very well played.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to go in with a lead, if any, but the fact that it's this well, I mean, you have to slow down Change surely at 12-9, but they have continued just to kind of keep things in the rearview mirror, not getting too far out ahead and not letting Singularity get comfortable. Everyone doing their part, everyone contributing, and as these final couple of seconds tick in, Ben, I do have a question to ask you. I want to know what your perspective has been, just if there is a difference, for sure, we'd love to dive into it, but do pro teams have a different approach to how they have conducted themselves in domination thus far in the season, or do you see similarities between where these top amateurs are and how they're playing it on the pro level?
I would say the only difference, really, from what I've noticed, the really, really good pro dom teams for me is they understand when to cap the unfavorable flag sooner, right? What I mean by that was there was moments there where I called out, 3-4 players from Singularity spawned on the C flag and ignored it, which is fine. It's the right play, but often that is left too late to kind of settle their loss, and I think that was a prime example, right? Singularity were in control for a long period of that game and decided we don't want to cap it, and now they find themselves down maybe 10-ish points. Whereas some of the best pro teams in GOM will realize, let me just decap and run. Stop that bleeding earlier, so when things do finally get under control, they either still have the lead or it's a lot closer to being a tied game.
Yeah, and it just takes some of those quick game decisions. Everyone commits on it. If you're going to go for it, go for it and just run with it. And that's obviously something that these players will learn as they continue to practice. Not only that, but if they get pro exposure, they're going to run into that situation where they have to adapt. But again, Singularity doing a good job of not only holding their home, but they put a little bit of pressure onto B, but even better hold from Steve Isolde is they are pinched back and they have to worry about the mid-map pressure, but I believe that is Willet who is up in front. He does fall, and now Singularity on your minimap have a bit of space to work within, and they can start committing on B site just a little bit more, and maybe they're going to be able to get a decap here.
And it's worth mentioning as well, let's go back to that conversation, the reason why that's so important is because have you ever played domination where you just feel like you have no control whatsoever? It feels like the other team is just consistently in your base. The pressure is coming all the time. You spawn, it seems like they're taking a flag. That's what that does, and that forces the other team to make mistakes off spawn, right? Because then you may inadvertently push over towards, C when you should have been pushing towards B, and that's how you successfully flip the match. So it's almost like you have to take a short-term loss for a long-term gain, and that to me is the big difference between some of the top M's and some of the best pro teams. But back to this, 3.5 minutes to the score, 110-94. The result, they don't want to get 3-0'd in this final.
I think they heard you, Ben. They're going to hop right on C. They're going to get the neutral, and now they will cap it. But right on the other side, it's a complete flip from Steve Isolde. They're going to get 2 back. B and A both locked down. And I think that is actually Maple all the way towards Forklift. He might be able to either block spawns or at least get a couple of kills if he's lucky. But he gets 2 in the process, and it allows everyone to move in. It takes pressure off of this flag, and they are just absolutely snapping. Bids gets the trophy down in time, able to find one more. Bids is not missing, and he's got the flag neutral, not able to get the gap, but he might have done just enough damage.
Bids couldn't hit the broadside of a barn door in the search and destroy, but he pops up there. From a flurry of kills, but look at the score. Throughout what looked great, right? When you focus on the micro, you look at the macro and still Singularity down by around about 20 points. Steve Isolde holding onto this lead, and they're doing so by rotating, consistently putting pressure and winning the clutch gunfights. However, now they find themselves with just their home flag, and look at number 9. That's the difference. Look at Willet. He spawns on C and he says, I am just capping this. I'll decap it and I'll run away if I have to. I'll stick around and I'll cap it if I have to, depending on what happens at A. Now you see, of course, the map has flipped. Singularity will control A and B. So for the final 2 minutes, this could be interesting. Singularity may be down, yes, but by no means are out, and Detain making a play at C is not going to help. If he can neutral it, it would have been massive. He got close. He got very close, but unfortunately not close enough.
He might have gotten 1 or 2 ticks with that trip cap, but still, it takes pressure off B, and it keeps everyone in the back line. Now Chain knows where they're coming from, gets 2 in the process. Stamino having a very slow game. 15-23, does get 1, makes that 2. Now they have to push through top L, and Insight locks him down. And on the other side, again, Kaiser at 8-15. You need your Slayers to step up. Everyone has to produce. Bids finally showing up in this series. He's able to take out a couple, and they are slowly running away with this game. Another trip cap coming in, but they at least slow it down for now.
So there's a couple of important players to pay attention to. Chain is one, number 4 on the minimap, and Maple is the other, number 1 on the minimap. Both have home hill fights they need to win. Chain wins his, number 1 on the other side of the map. Maple fighting at C loses his. There will be a lead change, I believe, as we go into the final 60 seconds of this one, but this is where pure chaos has started to ensue all over the map. If you're Singularity, your main objective here to me has to be C. Overextend, cap C, keep this rotation game coming. You don't want to focus too heavily on B, because if you lose that fight, you're going to find yourself down maybe 5 or 6 points.
They're panicking, and this is panic time. You're down by 3, and they're not listening. They're flying right to B. You need someone to overextend, but who is that? I think it's Kaiser or Willet, one of the 2 in the back. They might have just broken spawns and gotten back on A. They're going to go for the neutral. They do get B for Singularity, but you're running out of time. Only 2 seconds remain between the lead and a tie. You need to win the big gunfight. Bids does get it. Now the cap comes back in, but they're continuing to not find the kills. They've continued just to fall.
They sent too many players back to their home hill. And now they're doing the exact same thing again. It's Willet. Can he neutralize? He can. Knifes out. Wins the fight. Knifes out. Wins too. Willet making the plays. Willet potentially winning the game himself. Oh my God.
Oh. Singularity had a chance. They didn't follow instructions. They don't capitalize. They stacked inside of A, and they could not find a way to get out in front. They lose a couple of fights on B. That's okay, but no one overextends to C. No one tries to get past midfield. And now we're looking at a game 4 in this series. But just a couple of mistakes from Singularity, but you have to look at Steve Isolde and say, job well done. You made them pressure and crack just a little bit, and you did your job. You extended the series and pushed it to another hard point. Singularity, you had that one. You didn't clutch up.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Singularity. They'll go back and they'll watch that VOD, and I think they're going to be furious with themselves. As soon as they realize one player pushed back towards their home hill, 3 or 4 players leave B. That's a massive mistake. You have to trust 1 or 2 to win that fight. You cannot leave B wide open, because then all of a sudden they're feeling the pressure on B. They have to rotate back. That's the difference there. That 1 to 2 seconds, it may not seem like a lot, but when you look at the final score, that was everything. Of course, that means
it was 1 point.
Our grand final not over just yet. We will head to a game number 4.
Yeah, it was 1 point that just sometimes it's the one you need. And we saw that earlier. It was literally 1 second that separated a tie and are going to win. So, again, domination continues to be a struggle for some of these teams. The S&D, you can always fall back on the hard point, sure. But at the end of the day, you have to practice game 3. It may not be your favorite, but it's one that's still necessary. It's in the rotation nonetheless. We're going to move to another hard point. And this, again, is a momentum swing. If Singularity come out and they do their thing, it's going to be a clean wipe. We're going to be looking at a 3-1 series win. If Steve Isolde is able to respond, game 5 time. And honestly, who knows at that point. But here's a quick look at our North American bracket and how everything has played out today in our first Challengers Cup presented by PlayStation. It was all of Singularity running through the top. They took out Triumph, a #1 team coming into this weekend. They take out Atlanta FaZe 3-2, and they smoke Steve Isolde originally in Winners Finals. That sends them back down all the way to Losers Finals, who, of course, they will play Triumph, and they win 3-1. So now we see a rematch back in Finals, and North America, like Europe, well, I guess I shouldn't say like Europe, because Europe was exactly what we predicted, but North America was quite different. UIU isn't here. Triumph dropped down early. Parasite's team dropped down early. It was quite a cluster to be had, and at the end of the day, Singularity are showing that they're one of the best teams in North America, and last weekend's Dallas results didn't really matter because Triumph is not in the finals.
Yep, and as you mentioned, our final currently sits at 2-1. We'll go to a game 4 hardpoint, unsure on the map, and there is a chance that this gets reset. We have ourselves 2 best of 5s. We'll wait and see. Of course, that happened over in the European final. Spaceman, you could be casting a lot of Call of Duty today if that happens.
It was a lot.
Not gonna lie, could be
It's
even
not.
more.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Look, we're all quarantined. We're all stuck inside. There's a lot worse things to do.
This is true.
But no, it's been a lot, man. Like the European final was like 4 hours, but we expected that one to go the distance. It was absolutely, and of course there was a reset in game 3, and then the game 3 again happened to be like a 1 point difference.
Almost,
so
almost a full rematch right there in this final too. Some of the dominations we've seen today have truly been incredible. Of course, if you missed the European action, here's what happened. It was the Connects versus Team War. As you can see, Team War force a bracket reset, but can't get the job done in the second best of 5. Of course, before that, we had our Australian final, which was honestly the most run-of-the-mill of you. It was relatively simple to go over. It seemed like it was smooth. There was no delays. Nothing happened. It was obviously pre-recorded because this happened when we were all fast asleep. But it was RG that took that one 3-1 over Mind Freak. Of course, that seems like an eternity ago, almost 12
like a
hours
week ago.
Actually. We've been going 11 hours today. So if you've been with us from the very beginning, thank you. We appreciate it. It's just nice to give some of the amateur players a spotlight they definitely do deserve. And of course, for some of the pro teams, just a nice way to really check out some of the up-and-coming talent. I know Clay's in the chat. Much love to Claysta. Of course, a veteran of Call of Duty and a very, very successful veteran at that. But yeah, Space, I'm just going to say it. We're going to game 5. I just know. I just know. And then we're going to have a round 11.
Gonna happen, yeah.
We're going to have a 1v1, and then the bracket's going to be reset.
I mean, it's you we're talking about. So yes, it's going to go to a game 5. We're going to see a bracket reset.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, it probably will happen, actually. And if it does, that's great. But it's going to be another long finals. We probably will see. But yeah, before we get into all that and before we figure out really what Singularity is made of and if Steve Isolde can bounce back, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. And when we return, we will continue our North American finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. Game 4 of our North American Challenger Cup 1 final on the horizon. Will Singularity close it out there or potentially force a Game 5 and maybe even a full reset? Spaceman, what are your actual predictions for the series? I know I've asked you a couple of times, but I want your true prediction. Is it going to go Game 5 or is it over here in 4?
I think we're going to end it here in 4. I think it's going to be close by all measures of measurement. Sure, that's English. But I think it's going to be close. But honestly, like, I'm still not sold that Singularity can't do it yet. Like, if we push to Game 5, that point my prediction goes out the window and who knows. But right now, I just think that Singularity are the better team. Yes, they dropped the domination, but they had a close ending. I think it's going the distance. Hi, Lando. How you doing?
Hey,
nice
Lando.
to see you. But yeah, it was. I think we're ending it here, Ben.
Starting to lose it. It's been a long day. It's been
good.
fun.
It's been a long
I want to give some love, of course, to everyone that managed to organize this on the back end, from, of course, the Call of Duty League and everyone at Esports Engine. Some good friends of mine. Good job today. It's been fun, but it's not over yet. We still have a few more games potentially on the horizon. I genuinely believe it should end here. Especially, I'm kind of agreeing with you here. I think you take a look at what happened in Game 1. Zero Cave, Singularity were just the better hardpoint team. They just look way more comfortable in that game mode.
Yeah, absolutely. And the ARs, again, Singularity are going to be an issue. And this is another instance where if you're waiting for them to fall off or just not have a good game, you're going to be waiting for a little bit. You're going to have to push them to a second best of 5. And even then, it's not guaranteed. But Singularity just looked like the better team today all around in the entire bracket. And we've jumped from bracket to bracket to bracket, 3 continents. And we've seen that Singularity could honestly be one of the best amateur teams in the world. The way that they're playing and the way they're conducting themselves. But we move into a map that once again favors Insight. And once again, Singularity are on the brink of closing out this series. They need one more to become North American champions, and I believe they might be the first amateur team to ever be champions on 2 different continents. We'll figure that out, but champions in Europe, now about to be North America. I'm sure that could be a stat for them they can use, but yeah, it's going to be a close one. You need everyone to step up if they're going to take it.
Yeah, you definitely do. As game 4 underway. Is this where Singularity close things out? The nades will be launched. There's some nades blocked for some of you that may not know that nade. Smoke out as well. So far, Steve Isolde will have early control of the hill, and of course, spawn control for P2. So if you're a Singularity fan, more than likely, what's going to happen here is your team being down about 60 to 80, maybe even more points, unless they flip spawns, which, well, Spaceman, they've done just that already.
Gintroid cleared out 3 at top apartments, so that clearly opens things up pretty well. Gives them a quick couple of 25 points, and they're going to have plenty of time being able to sit in the back and soak up. But it's Singularity who move in, looking for a couple. Bids will open things up, and Detain will clean up more. And finally, the kill feed looking a bit like a Christmas tree, but nonetheless, it all works together. Insight does get green, and everyone's going to move through. So they should be able to get the last 15 or so seconds, but Awakening wants to slow that down, and on rotation, you can already see Singularity thinking about it, but the favorable spawns so far staying on board with them.
And if you're Steve Isolde, you're kicking yourself. You had favorable spawns off the rip, and not only did you let that slip, you also split the time. I mean, yes, you walk away with about a 15-point lead, but I don't think that's going to be enough, really, because what should happen here is Singularity locking down P2. However, Samino already top pool, looking to try and find a couple of kills in quick succession, and just like that, Singularity broke. Steve Isolde can breathe a big sigh of relief.
And this is another hill, P2, where you can rack up a ton of time. You want to talk about a place like Hackney Yard, where that P2 hill is a money hill? Same thing here. We've seen pro teams, players like Silly, Assault, Formal, sit up in top blue and just absolutely isolate players running through trains. They cut them down, no one gets near the hill, and the subs do the rest of the work. Another situation here where you can rack up so much time, but Singularity have to continue to move players out of the hill. Bids gets a nice kill. He does get traded out, but they gain the last 15 or so seconds, and they're able to win those initials, and they should get that scrap time. And on your minimap, that rotation coming from Steve Isolde, they already are all the way set out, and they are ready for the next hill.
It's actually number 4 Awakening that's in such a good spot. Watch that cut, watch the cross. He's just going to be a nuisance if nothing else, delaying Singularity's rotation towards the new hill. His teammates, of course, on the other side of the map, inside the new hill. But keep your eye on number 4. Again, Awakening could make a play. He's actually hitting a flank now, and if he wins a couple of fights, he's going to give his team a favorable spawn for new. I just don't think he necessarily saw Insight up top. Now the player's still spawning around him. I mean, for me, he's making the play right here for Steve Isolde, and he's still alive. Now keep your eye on the spawns, because he could influence a favorable spawn to pull Hall with 30 seconds. Awakening has basically done really not that much. He's killed one person, finds a second, but he's done so much for his team, and unfortunately, his team actually still spawning over towards the old hill there. So a little unfortunate for him, because technically, by the book, he has done everything correct.
And Singularity know that, and they're going to just give up this last bit of time. They have no problem taking this deficit because they have spawns, but they still haven't been able to hunt him down. He's still out here running around. Finally, they do close him in, and they're going to have to fall back on their laurels for now as we gain control for Pool, but that was just a good hold out of Steve Isolde. They got lucky with a bit of a break on that spawn, but now they can begin to set up their laurels and really start to push this middle of the map. On the other side, though, Insight, again, running the MP5, no M4 in his hands. We'll see what that's able to change, but for now, they get the early time, and they're able to hold off this first break.
Kane to try and stay alive. Unfortunately, not going to happen. Insight inside the hill. He will also drop. Bids trying to keep it contested. Made out. He needs the support of his teammates as the players from Steve Isolde sliding straight through, trying to keep that contested. A very close game as things stand. 100 to 65 the score.
this contest will just really favor Singularity. If they keep getting lucky with those spawns all the way out back at P2, they can rotate and set up for new, and that's exactly what they're doing. You burn time, you don't give any extra to Steve is Old, and they're set up. Chain's going to be a power player here. You got to take him out of position. If you don't, he's going to roam around, pick up a couple, and it's going to break things open. But Willet slides in, he finds the kill, and Stamina makes it 2. Detain responds quickly, able to find one more. Insight is there, and they will break on in. They lost the initial, but they're here for the retake, and they're doing everything right to lock down this time.
This could honestly be some good time for them, bringing them right back into this game, potentially even take the lead if they can find these kills quick enough to Tane. Oof, almost lost that gunfight. Things got a little scary as shots coming through the door, and instantly Bits wants to fly straight out. The Tane will finally fall there, as Bits looking to trade out those kills. Unfortunately for him, not going to be able to do so, and with 20 seconds left, Steve is Old back in the hill.
And they're matching the slaying so far of Singularity, keeping Maple at 9 and 15, Insight at 8 and 13. You don't usually see a sub in his hands, and right now it's showing you why. Stamina with a couple of kills, Chain make that 2 for him. We're rotating back to our P1 on our second set of rotations. And again, if you guys are just joining us, remember this is our North American final. Singularity is up 2-1, and they're looking to close out this hard point to take it 3-1, but Steve Azul is putting up quite a fight to start this second set of rotations. It's a 3 big green in the kill feed. Awakening breaks in. He's able to lock down 1, not able to make it 2, and Singularity do have early time.
But forget the fights in the hill. The big fight detained. 0 on the minimap. He was dancing around Jin. Finally, the kill comes through. Is that enough for Singularity to just lock in the spawns? I believe it is. And if you're Singularity here, you need to be more successful than what you were in the first rotation. You find yourself in the same spot, right? Holding P1 with favorable spawns for P2. The way they allowed Steve Azul to break through was not good enough. And I mean, Willet maybe trying to make the play here. Instead, he tracks back towards the hill, recognizing he was all by himself. Maybe could have made a sneaky play over towards Pool. Not going to be the case. And Singularity will be good to tie up this game. And again, still with spawns for P2.
And with 5 seconds, Insight should have already started rotating over. Of course, a couple of seconds probably won't bite you, but you never want to play that game. Down by just 3, and it's already. Singularity had the spawns. They were set up early, but the break comes in from Steve Azul. They win it first, and Singularity will come in for the second. A great play from Detain to fly on out. Chain checks his mid-alley, gets him in the back door, and they lock down these first 15 couple of seconds. The trades aren't really there. It's been all the Singularity. Chain with 2 more. Insight is finding a couple. Chain now on a 4 spree, excuse me. Insight on 7. The guy's running an MP5, and he is really changing up his playstyle.
He just shows you the flick of a switch. Almost both players start heating up, and Singularity have taken the lead. 25 seconds still left here on P2. Both teams still spawning very, very close. Number 9 on the minimap. That's going to be Chain, is in a foot race with a couple of players from Steve Azul to rotate through towards Hazmat. Unfortunately, he will fall. Teammates do find the scrap time. However, Singularity, for what feels like the first time in a long time now, Spaceman, in control in the map.
Yeah, they've just started to be able to not only break these hills, but they're finding the kills on the outside. And they start being able to find rotational fights that they should have won prior, and now they're locking it down. Yes, they probably should have rotated a little bit earlier, but this early time, they'll have no problem giving it up. They clear out 3, and they're going to be able to move in from right in directly in the front. Let's see if they're able to win the gunfight on Jintroid, who has to stay alive for teammates to come in for support. The cavalry's running right from the back, but it's still just a couple of kills that could sway this difference. 2 more fly in, 3 more fly in. The teammates are there, but Singularity still get the back spawns, and now it's all in favor of Steve Azul.
And that's not what they want at this point with just 27 seconds left. I will give Steve Azul all the credit in the world because that is fantastic. That is exactly how you want to play this hill. They flip the spawns perfectly, and now they're going to have a pool hole, can't even speak, pool hole spawn, and that could potentially give them such a sizable lead, Spaceman. It might actually be the difference maker. That one play right there could win them this match.
Yeah, it's been flashy for all of Singularity, like 2, 3, 4 kills in the kill feed, but that play specifically breaks things open on this game we haven't seen yet, right? Steve Isolde has been found a way to get in the hill. Obviously, they soak up time. They flip the spawns. Now they won the time and have rotated to new. That won't come up on the stat sheet. It's something that should. And again, remember, Singularity lost that spawn. They have such a long rotation to come through. These couple of kills are big, but it's about holding and preparing for the future hills to come. We'll see if they're able to do it as they break on in. No one's going to get a kill. Steve Isold doing a fantastic job of holding
and
for that.
Viv was just overzealous. He went in by himself, and then it was just single
Yeah.
file from Singularity. You got to wait. You have to try and break this as a team. You're not going to have success pushing in one by one. Steve Isold will find those kills so easy. There's 15 seconds left on this hill. It's contested for now, and honestly, if you're Singularity, you have to win the scrap time, but you also need to win the rotation, which they have been able to do as Insight ring around the Rosie. The knife is finally going to come his way. The final few seconds go in favor of Singularity, but again, it's now all about the rotation, and already Steve Isold are there.
Yeah, and Singularity was a little too timid coming off spawn. They weren't really sure where they wanted to hit first, but problem is everyone from Steve Isold's in the hill. And you only got 20 seconds to really work with. Looking for one more. A beautiful hip fire. Insight deletes Stamino from behind the bar, and that's a huge break for them. They need every single second of this time to come back in this game.
I mean, a bare minimum, you cannot let Steve Isold win, right? So that's 20 points. So you need to hold for another 10 seconds. Contest comes through. Maple needed at the front door. Again, Singularity cannot win it here. They need to stop Steve Isold from having any chance of winning, which they may have just been able to do, as Insight needed some help. The help didn't come. Now it's a contest game and a rotation game. Bear in mind, when we talk rotation, Singularity, they're already on P1.
And that's where you tell your teammates, just go. I'll play the contest time. I got it. Fly. 2:35. Make it about 2:39 as this one ticks out. And who's set up first? It is Singularity. They can win on this hill, but again, so can Steve Isold. They have to be able to get a quick break in. It's going to be detained at mid-map. Needed to win that gunfight to secure spawns if possible. Not able to do it, but Chain coming from the back. They have everything set up they need. They did lose spawns close, but they can still find these couple of kills, and they're slowly closing in on the lead here, Ben.
And honestly, if you're Singularity, you have to win it here. You do not want to see this go to P2. You don't have that spawn. Instead, you have Steve Isold funneling in towards you. They have to contest. They have to push through, and it's Chain, first line of defense. He'll find one. His teammates fall, though. Chain needed to find the second, but will it? Once again, the hero in game 2. Looks like he could be the hero in game 4. Now it's down to Singularity. They have to contest. With just 4 seconds left, the contest comes through, but the kills are there. Steve Isold. They're sending us to a game 5. It was never gonna be a simple grand final. It was never gonna be over in 3 or 4. Steve Isold clutch up big time, and now this could potentially, Spaceman, have bracket reset written all over it.
I didn't tell you. I actually wrote down Steve Isold on paper, and I just said the wrong thing because obviously that's how it works. But
nice.
Yeah, we're going to game 5. Steve Isold, man, that was just a perfect hold in hardpoint. They were able to, first of all, their hold in yellow was flawless. They get the time. Singularity gets a little over aggressive. They spawn out, and then they basically say, okay, we're just gonna back on up. Steve's gonna rotate. We're gonna take maybe 15 scraps a second of time, and they win the next 2 rotations, and they just continue to soak up each and every bit. It was perfect from Steve Isold. Singularity looking a little too costly. They looked like they were just a little bit too aggressive, making some small mistakes when it came to rotation and just flipping spawns. They can't continue to make, and we move to a game 5, which honestly, dude, like, I don't know. We could be on the distance. I have no idea.
I told you. Game 5, round 11, 1v1, reset. It's coming, folks. It's coming. But before we get to our game 5, search and short, we're going to quick commercial break. When we return, we'll have what could be the final map in our North American final. Ladies and gents, welcome back. It's game 5 time here in our North American final. A map coming up, which is essentially worth quite a fair bit of money here, Spaceman. $2,500 could be the difference maker. First, of course, taking 10,000. Second, 7,500. However, there's a chance, relatively big chance at this point, I feel, where we see ourselves going to a second best of 5.
Yeah, today would cap off that way, and I think we're gonna get it, right? Like, it's a lot of money on the line, though. I think that players sometimes underestimate that. Oh yeah, it's just one game 5 S&D. That's always in the back of your mind, though. These players know how much money really they're playing for. $2,000, nothing to shake your controller at. And again, if you know, Singularity can't come out and find their rhythm, if Insight can't go off, we're gonna be looking at a bracket reset. I have no doubt. And if that's the case, honestly, who the hell knows?
We'll wait and see. Of course, the game 2 Search and Destroy was very, very close, actually. It was very back and forth. However, I believe it was Singularity that took it, if I'm not mistaken. It feels like an eternity ago. But game 5 officially underway.
But Smoke will at least move them up towards this B-bomb site, but there's one player around. Now that they know there's possibly one, maybe two, the call comes in, Stamina floods, Bids does fall for first blood. And in Singularity will have the man disadvantage, but they do have more of the map 2 control. So they know that they're stuck at A. There's really nowhere else they can run. And Chain wins a big gunfight. Another reshout comes out, and I believe the bomb is down. It's not. Well, it's picked up on those stairs, so they're going to go ahead and try to move this one forward. But again, trades going back and forth. It's a 2v1. Jintroid, last alive for Steve is Old, up against Insight and Maple.
Of course, goes down. It was Willet that planted, and Willet's going to get some of the best timing of his life. Or is he? Maybe some of the worst, actually. Never mind. How he didn't see either of those players cross. I mean, he didn't even look towards his right. Instead, he plays top apps, which could be a bit of a problem here. Is the retake coming in. 25 seconds left. 2v2. Maple, of course, wants to dedicate himself to a different 1v1. Pre-fires the door. Somehow he's still alive. I don't even know what this gunfight even is. Willet wins it. And honestly, that should be the round. Insight, no right. The clutch, a 1 versus 2. His only win condition, hopping on the bomb. And I imagine the check comes through. It does. And Steve is Old wins round 1.
Yeah, Jintroid had a teammate there. I apologize. It's been a long day, but nonetheless, they're able to take the round. Yeah, and that was just quite an unfortunate gunfight that I don't think most teams would make, but Singularity's feeling it. Let them rock with it, man. We've been through a long bracket today. These teams have been playing since 12 p.m. Eastern time, so they've been playing for 10 hours, and at some point you're just gonna get a little bit crazy with it. But nonetheless, Steve is Old come out after a very hot hardpoint win, and one that was quite decisive in terms of momentum, and they're able to take round 1 here in game 5. But it's Maple with a very quick first blood onto Stamina, so that front SMG player is taken out of the equation, and that kind of opened things up for Singularity.
Watching Maple off the rip, probably gonna be advised. That sniper can be so lethal on this map. I mean, he's already spotted one player trying to push through, misses the shot though. He'll have a second chance, and he actually connects. However, teammate does fall. It's Bits that drops, and unfortunately so does Detain, so does Chain. Despite the hard work from Singularity early, they are crumbling in the middle of these rounds.
Yeah, some of these just small mistakes. They got good production so far from the snipe they didn't have in game 2, but they're giving up such easy angles, leaving themselves exposed. And right now, Steve is Old are playing it like old Singularity, getting in, getting a kill, and dipping out, forcing you to chase. And it is 1v1, Maple versus Willet. That bomb is still down.
One small thing, Spaceman, shutting that door. So smart, because if Maple opens it, then you have a full read on exactly where he is. You're gonna hear it. 20 seconds left. Bomb, of course, will be retrieved. Don't have time to rotate. Is he just going to try and play for the kill? I think he's probably going to try it. Willet up top window. This round surely goes in favor of Steve is Old. By the time Maple hears him, unless he gets so blessed, which bomb goes down, Willet running the wrong way. So somehow, some way, Maple has been gifted a lifeline to winning this round.
Of course, it would go down this way. It always has to. Maple has all of the time in the world to play this right.
He's worried about the flank, though, and I mean, based off the time, I would be too, but Willet hasn't
he
seen
saw his foot!
You can see his foot! You can see his foot! But no! Singularity tied up 1 round apiece.
Oh, you guys hurt me. Why? You saw his foot. He was right there. Oh, man. I'm going to chalk that one up to just exhaustion. I don't know. You had control of...
Screaming to your right, to your right. Oh, no.
Look, I understand you close the doors, the bomb's down, you're worried about him rotating, but why not just check A? He's right there. Just check it. If you're lucky, you get him. If not, you know he either can't play in a rotate, just play the time. But Singularity get gifted around after almost dropping it. Oh, God. The smokes come out as he was able to fall first. That bomb is very aggressive right up to the tracks. And they're going to go in for a couple. Detain does get one, but it's responded by two. Steve Azol do get the man advantage. They stun out B, and it looks like that's where that bomb will be located. Never mind, they're going to rotate back.
Couple of trades, 3 versus 3. Willet does have bomb in hand. Of course, it is going to be Steve Azol that needs to put the bomb down. Kane should fall mid-map. Nice rotation from Willet. That's all the information Maple should need now for a 1v2 again. If he's quick, he may actually find a kill mid-map. It's Kaiser who needs to be careful. Of course, Maple does have sniper rifle and pistol in hand. Sees Willet. If he hits this shot, that's going to be truly incredible. I mean, you're talking about giving a haircut. There's surely no way. He's read Kaiser like a book, and he knows where Willet is. Oh, Lord Maple. Don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. Willet clutches up. Steve is old. 2-1 up. You're in game 5.
Oh, this is going around 11. You can feel it, but it's just a good clutch shot from Steve is old. You're going to win that battle, hopefully, 99% of the time. They do it. The bomb goes down. Everything just perfect textbook across the board. And back and forth we go. So this round now moving into round number 4. And once again, I mean, even though Singularity's been able to start a couple of rounds with that first blood thanks to Maple, they still haven't been convincing in the retakes either of sites or just in general. Their gunfights have been a bit sloppy to start this game 5. And that just, you can't have that when you're playing for this much money on the line.
You're absolutely right. As already Insight will fall, Maple will trade. Maple having what feels like a great game. 6-2, the stats reflect that. Willet, on the other hand, though, 7-2. He was the playmaker at the end of game 3 to keep Steve Isolde alive. He made further plays in game 4 to force the game 5, and now he's here. Willet is having a fantastic start to this search. 7-2 he sits at. Of course, bomb has been planted, and Bid's been a little creative, trying to push back in towards that. Knows that players coming on the flank, calls that out to his teammates. Surely around here, Singularity.
It's a 3v3, and that nade at least connects with one. I believe Shane got it, so now just make it one alive. Willet left alive, surely. Last one, Singularity get it. And that bomb plant certainly helped. So they're able to tie it up 2-2 here as we move in around number 5. But again, it's just the importance of getting first blood. Don't get over aggressive for Singularity. On the other side, just manage the game. Slow it down. When you force them into a precarious spot, you've been able to capitalize, and that again leads to round wins that you've been able to secure. And that's really all it takes. But this one surely will go the distance, and that's really the only right way to end the North American round.
Right, feels that way. Feels that way. Once again, all tied up. Awakening currently in a poor game 5. 0-4. Kane not having much success either. 1-3. First blood though. That's a way to get off your donut. And actually, there's a kill from Detain, but Bids will find Awakening, so the trade is almost instant there. Numerical advantage in favor of Singularity. 4 versus 3. In goes Jinno towards the A site. Unfortunately for him, Kaiser will fall. Stamino's still roaming around A. Of course, it is Steve Isolde on the attack. But they find themselves now down to a 2 versus 3.
Now make it a 1 versus 3, as I think that was Detain who flies by, takes a couple, and might want to just take a breather after that one. Detain just absolutely blending Stamino and crew. That's disgusting, and we will move to the next round. But
things,
again, that's
just Detain.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you're gonna get with him. So it's either gonna work out like that, or he's gonna get so crazy that he's gonna end up costing you maybe 2-3 lives. At this point, it's working for Singularity. They're playing it right, and at the end of the day, you just play your game. That will take you the distance, but it's always come down to S&D, man. S&D wins championships. It's the Ultra tier today, and Singularity are looking like a very solid squad, but they have to continue this aggression. Detain finds first blood. Willet finds the second. Detain with another. They trade back and forth. And the numbers will even out for now as that bomb is stuck in a very, very bad
I mean, if
spot.
you're Chain, you have to just jiggle and get out. Yep. That's going to be the play. Grab the bomb and just back away. Reset here. Unfortunately for Singularity, there's been no real playmaking over towards B, so they don't know if that rotation is safe. They could try and bait the rotation out, play time. Of course, at that point, you're relying on Insight here to win this 1v1 and force players out of A. Keep your eye on the red arrows, and we'll see if potentially Awakening is going to take that bait. They know Insight is pushing over towards Waterside, but for now, they have not left the A site, so there's still going to be a 2v2, and Chain's going to realize that very, very quickly. But Awakening, why? Oh, no, he's caught slipping, and that forces a 2v1 over towards A, but you also have to respect the one player from Singularity towards B. It's a guessing game, but the defensive player, I believe it's Willet, could be the playmaker. He falls. Bomb surely should go down. Singularity looking to give themselves a 2-round cushion.
And this is where I would just bring Chain back to sight. He's kind of out on the island, or if that's Insight, my mistake. But either way,
no,
Kaisers
he's running
get
to a
one.
wall.
Maple will not get the second, unfortunately. He still can't run through walls just yet, but it all works out. Again, a bit sloppy on either side, but hey, a kill is a kill. Awakening, I'm not really sure why he was rotating down when you have that positioning, but at the end of the day, they probably know something about the way they're trying to work that site that I don't. All hats off to them, but still, a 4-2 lead. Singularity slowly but surely look like they're taking control of this game 5.
2-round cushion. You feel like this next round now is massive. Singularity could put themselves at championship point. For Steve Isolde, it's about stopping the bleeding. Willet pulled him out for a great game. He's been fantastic so far. 9 and 5. Not sure what Stamino was thinking there as he pushed straight down mid. Tame will find himself a double. Now Willet's in a whole world of trouble. He needs to try and back away, but he's surrounded by Singularity players. His teammates dropping like flies. A 2 versus 4 in the most important round of this search so far. Willet has to clutch up. Has to go big. Kaiser, of course, is in support. You're looking at Willet to be the playmaker at 9 and 5. Chain shuts him down. Kaiser, 1v4. You don't see these every day. He makes it a 1v3.
Hardest part for him is just not having info on where really anyone is other than mid-trains. That's the only problem, but there could be worse scenarios. Pop's dead silence. Now we'll see where he elects to go. Bond, again, in a precarious spot. He has to grab it at some point. 27 seconds. Hopefully, 1 to 2 kills. If you're lucky, you won't be. No chance. 5-2 Singularity. Match series point. They are 1 round away from being your North American champions.
Pro tip, Spaceman. If you don't know where you're going, there's no way the other team can know where you're going.
That's very true.
Seemed like the play there, unfortunately. I mean, at 1v4, there's really no hope at that point. But Singularity now put themselves at championship point as a lot really went wrong that last round. But it's not over yet. We've seen comebacks all day. Steve Isolde need to do the same here. Singularity on the attack. And I believe it's going to be Bids with bomb.
Last thing you want to do if you're Singularity is give up an easy round, but that stun gives them info. So they know that at least one are going to be back towards that water step. Awakening opens things up with the kill on Bid, so first blood in favor of Steve Isolde.
This round, I think, is already going to be over. 2 kills for Steve Isolde. Singularity left in a 3 versus 5. Saving grace here could be Chain. If he finds a couple and gets out, there may be a chance. He's found 1. He knows players are going to be watching this cross. But can he get bombed? That's the question for me. As he just snakes up and down. Willet hasn't spotted him yet. Bomb retrieved. Singularity may have to make a similar play. This time, though, look at what's happened defensively for Steve Isolde. They have 2 players at B. They're going to have to be quick and hit this flank because right now their teammates are outnumbered on site. If somehow Singularity can win this opening engagement, maybe the round could have been won. But it's Insight. 1v4. His turn. 2 players hitting the flank. Knife out. No chance. Steve Isolde.
He's still alive somehow. There we go. He got nowhere to go, bud. But yeah, I mean, they collapsed, and honestly, it was literally the first blood that left Singularity kind of hanging wide open at that back front pool table. They had nowhere to go. They were just kind of sitting there like ducks. Eventually, you're going to collapse. The call came in. 5-3. We slowly come back into this. Steve is not out of it yet, but it's a hell of a mountain to climb. You got to do it here if you want to reset the bracket and send to another best of 5. And once again, Singularity, the chips are on your table. How do you elect to dish him out? I believe that, yep, Maple should be running that snipe, looking for an early first pick. He might find Stamino at mid-tracks if Stamino isn't careful. But still, the smokes will come out and the trophies are down. It's going to be a bit of a slow push. Never mind. We're going to run right into A. This could be interesting. Chain finds first blood.
There was Stamina that pulled out. He will full bids, also shuts down Willet. Trade does come through. Now 2 versus 4. Steve is old. Looks like this could be the end. Kaiser 1v4. Kaiser falls. Not sure what he was looking at there, but it doesn't matter. Singularity take game 5, 6-3, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is that for your North American final. Congratulations to Singularity, your North American champs for today.
A lot of people called them the best team in North America. There's a reason we call them it now. Congratulations. Like Ben said, you guys played phenomenal throughout the entire bracket. In game 5, a little bit shaky, but hey, a win is a win. You take home $10,000 and the first Call of Duty Challengers Cup Championship, and you are number 1 in North America until the next time we see you coming around. So we're going to look at some of the standings and how everything played out, both in Europe and North America, and how we got here to this end of I believe, like 11 or 12-hour broadcast, but it all works out. And right now, Singularity looking very, very good across all regions, man. They just look so dominant.
I mean, there's $10,000 first place over in Europe. It was the Connects that took home first after a bracket reset against Team War. They take home the lion's share of their prize pool, $8,000 to first, $6,000 for second. And of course, you can see some of the other teams listing down the top 8 from Europe. And of course, we started the day with APAC, and it was RNG versus Mindfreak, a great final. RNG took that one. They take home $2,500. Mindfreak with $1,500. Rift Nation finishing in third, taking home $1,000. We have had a ton of Call of Duty action. I know the community has been crying out to see some of the challenger gameplay and see some of the amateurs and give them a stream, give them an outlet to succeed. And today was a ton of fun, and it's worth mentioning. This isn't just a one and done. You'll see plenty more challenger action. Cup 2 on myself and Lando's birthday, May 2nd. Shout out to Lando, of course. Casted an absolute ton today, as did Spaceman. Guys, make sure you shoot those guys a follow on Twitter, that's for sure. Their hard work is much appreciated, but you're going to see so much challenger action throughout the season. You can see it fully planned out there. Much love to everyone behind the scenes at the Call of Duty League, as I mentioned before, that managed to get this program up and running. It's fantastic to see the up-and-comers in the league, and shout out, of course, to Esports Engine for running the whole thing. It's not easy doing broadcasts from home, I can promise you guys that. A big shift in the world is force things to get very, very complicated, but fantastic working with Esports Engine as always. Their staff absolutely fantastic, always a joy to work with. And for everyone watching, if you watch the whole day, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy, but we appreciate you, and yeah, hopefully we see you guys in the future with some more of the challenger action. But for myself, all the casters, the staff, everyone behind the scenes, make sure you guys stay safe, wash your hands, don't touch your faces. Let's try and beat this COVID-19 pandemic. We'll see you guys next time.